She was the least favored princess of the Qin kingdom, widely known as the illegitimate child born of an affair between the empress and a guard. Upon their first encounter, he appeared clad in blood-stained garments, exuding an aura of menace as he stealthily infiltrated her mother's palace. With a sword pointed directly at her heart, his eyes, concealed behind a mask, were deep and frigid. In a tone that brooked no dissent, he commanded her to prepare medicine and garments. Strangely, despite his intimidating presence, she felt no alarm. Astute as she was, she concocted an excuse regarding the need for aqueduct water, dismissing the guards and instructing her maidservants to prepare for a bath. To tend to his wounds, she feigned slipping on the wet floor, tumbling onto a shattered vase, her arms becoming adorned with shards of porcelain, thus securing the necessary healing salve. She subsequently fed him spoonfuls of medicine. He pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze burning as if he sought to dissolve her very being. With a sigh, she gestured toward the blood-stained cloth wrapped around her arm, stating, "I shall not inquire into your intentions, yet today I have rendered you a service. Henceforth, I beseech only the well-being of my parents. I am willing to repay blood for blood and tooth for tooth." Once healed, he prepared to depart. Before he left, he unsheathed his sword, severing a lock of her black hair from her shoulder and carefully placing it within his breast. He then handed her the scabbard, declaring, "Let this serve as a token of our bond. Should you ever wed another, I shall lay waste to your entire kingdom." He indeed honored his vow even when conquering cities. He spared her father and mother, for her mother had only ever loved one man. She was merely a convenient excuse for her father to distance himself from her mother. Thus, she became his woman, one among many. He explained that these women were daughters of ministers and princesses from various realms, as he required their alliances to solidify his precarious position. She chuckled bitterly, burying the scabbard at the bottom of a chest, never to retrieve it again. Though the Qin emperor may have looked upon her with disdain, she remained his sheltered daughter, incapable of contending with those battle-hardened consorts. Even as he kept her by his side daily, she remained merely a naive girl, unversed in the ways of the world, unfit to embody the role of a regal empress. Before his campaign, he grasped her hand firmly and solemnly declared, "When I return victorious, I shall elevate you to the position of empress." Life's uncertainties led her to believe that this expedition would last at least another 6 months. To her astonishment, the emperor of a smaller nation, recognizing his inability to prevail, opted for a marital alliance to ensure peace. The plans she had meticulously prepared were thus postponed. Now a queen, adorned with a phoenix crown and draped in resplendent garments, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, her countenance was marred by a profound sense of loss. With a bittersweet smile, she blinked away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes, murmuring, "Indeed." Observing her distress, a maidservant, flustered, blurted out, "Perhaps he is unlike the other emperors." In a fit of emotion, she collapsed into the maidservant's embrace, weeping inconsolably, as if to purge the anguish of the past decade from her soul, her sobs echoing with heart-wrenching despair. Days later, several maidservants who had just attended to the emperor's attire chattered excitedly about the recent developments, noting how the queen's temperament had drastically shifted, her moods unpredictable, her smiles nearly vanished. The secret guards relayed this news to him, including the account of her tears from days prior. He waved his hand dismissively, attributing her behavior to mere melancholy, and ordered a delivery of various trinkets from the common folk to cheer her spirits. Then, he plunged back into the mountain of official documents awaiting his attention. When she finally regained consciousness, it had been half a month. Having not eaten properly for nearly a month, she had become gaunt as a wisp. With tears in their eyes, her maidservants repeatedly urged her, "Princess, if you do not eat, you shall perish." Chapter 2. The Heart's Execution. She gently shook her head, finding even speech laborious. Aware that her time was limited, she implored, "Give me the medicine. I must see him." The maid, wiping her tears, rose with an uncommon fierceness in her eyes. You shall not go. I will. Shanju, do you dare defy my command? She shouted with all her strength. The once melodious voice, sweet as a warbler, now rasped like that of an 80-year-old crone. Momentarily intimidated by the maid's demeanor, her resolve weakened. The maid bit her lip fiercely and dashed out. I must see the sovereign. Let me in. The maid clung to the guard's arm, her grip unyielding, conveying her determination to not release him until he announced her presence. The steward, witnessing this, trembled with urgency and scolded the guards. What are you all doing? If you do not remove her and disrupt His Majesty's rest, you shall pay dearly. The guards hastily complied, covering the maid's mouth and dragging her away. As she struggled, her peripheral vision caught sight of a woman in red approaching leisurely, and her tears flowed anew. She pushed past the guards, stumbling to stand before the woman, gasping for breath before asking, "Where did you acquire this?" The woman chuckled lightly, her laughter ringing like clear silver bells, capturing the guards' attention and leaving them momentarily entranced. He suddenly recalled the verses often recited by a destitute scholar next door before entering the palace. Her hands are like soft sprouts, skin like congealed fat, neck like a delicate silkworm, teeth like a gored thorn, with a graceful head and elegant brows. Her clever smile is enchanting, her beautiful eyes are captivating. Truly, she was a peerless beauty. She winked at the maid and said, "The place where you hid it has remained unchanged for over a decade. How could I not find it?" The maid tightened her grip, her fingers making faint cracking sounds. "Do you not realize the harm this medicine causes?" "I am fully aware," the woman replied. "Then go. See what your beloved emperor is doing." The maid cried out in despair. As the woman approached the door, the steward and guards knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress. May she live for 1,000 years. Open the door." The steward, wishing to obstruct her, met the bloodshot gaze of the Empress and sighed softly, allowing the young attendant to open the door. The grand doors of the study slowly swung open before her. She beheld her husband, engrossed in official documents, and a slumbering woman cradled in his arms. A tickle in her throat compelled her to cover her face and cough a few times, disrupting the distracted sovereign. He looked up, his gaze falling upon the flush of her cheeks. "Empress!" He sprang to his feet and hurried to support her. Shanju stood beside the steward, tears streaming down her face. The stout steward, sensing the gravity of the situation, merely patted her shoulder and fell silent. The woman, roused by the commotion, blinked her eyes languidly and asked, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she noticed the dagger embedded in her abdomen, poisoned, and within moments, she collapsed. The shadowy assassin, having completed his task, silently removed the body. "Your Majesty, did you ever love me?" She, tormented by the poison within, clung to his collar, desperate to know the truth. He lost his usual composure, resembling a panicked child. "Physician! Quickly summon a physician. Benduan, look at me. I have always loved you." He grasped her hand, calling her by her childhood name. "Your words are false. My wet nurse said that to love someone means to be with them for a lifetime." She coughed up blood, her breaths faint. "I did not, Benduan, I did not. I only wished for peace in the realm, so I could be with you." He sobbed like a trapped beast. She curved her eyes, smiling as she wiped the tears from his face with her bloodied hand. Yet, she lacked the strength to apply pressure, leaving behind a whisper carried away by the wind. "Yunling, I do not wish for you to be with another." In the year 218 of the Tide River, the Empress Yun passed, and the emperor mourned deeply, leading the nation in grief. In the year 220, the emperor adopted the son of his former brother as the crown prince. In the year 222, during a crisis at the borders, the emperor led his troops to a resounding victory but was struck by a poisoned arrow. In the year 223, the emperor, ailing, took to the battlefield, accompanied by a white-clad attendant who reportedly shared every meal and night with him. In the year 225, the emperor unified the realm. In the year 226, the emperor's health deteriorated. Before his passing, he bequeathed the throne to the crown prince, changing the nation's title to Tide Walk and taking the name Moon Emperor. The young emperor was still small, his biological father serving as regent. "Benduan, have you come to take me?" At not yet 30, He had become a mere shadow of himself, his handsome visage now somewhat frightening. His emaciated fingers trembled as he reached out to touch the radiant woman, only to grasp at emptiness. Indeed, how could you still remember me after I have wronged you so? Yunling pondered how to atone for Benduan. That voice mirrored the question posed by a girl in her youth when he uttered those words. He chuckled softly. Of course, I shall only heed my wife's words for the remainder of my days. Then Yunling must keep his promise. Very well. He smiled as he closed his eyes. In the year 226 of the Tide River, the emperor passed away and was interred in the royal tomb. However, during the journey, they were ambushed by traitors from another nation, resulting in the immediate death of the white-clad attendant. Chapter 3: The True and False Princess Yunling. Come quickly. My night-blooming Sirius has blossomed. The man responded with a tender smile, draping his coat over his beloved. The evening breeze is strong. Be cautious not to catch a chill. The woman wrinkled her nose and retorted, Shangyun, you just promised to heed my words. This garment is hideous, and I refuse to wear it. Wanyan looks beautiful in anything. Humph, I suppose you do have a way with words. Shangyun tousled her hair and said, let me take you to see the stars. With that, he scooped her up, her toes barely grazing the ground, and ascended to the rooftop. Qin Shuhua nestled in his embrace and remarked, do you not care for your kingdom? It took great effort to seize it, only for it to be handed over to your brother. If I were truly concerned, I would not have gone to such lengths to deceive you for the medicine, Shangyun teased, pinching her cheek. Yet she, in disdain, replied, had I known you would resort to such beauty tricks for the medicine, I would not have consumed that cursed thing. What beauty tricks? It's a tactic of deception, first to bewilder, then to strike. Upon hearing him mention strategy, Qin Shuhua's head began to ache. All right, I acknowledge your prowess. Having settled comfortably in Shangyun's arms for a while, she inquired again, how did you know I am a false princess? Shangyun sighed, pinching her cheek once more. What princess bursts into my abode at midnight, drenched in blood, wearing a joyous expression? That was merely my hope of escaping, she defended. Do you not harbor any resentment toward Shanju? After all, she was the one who tricked you into consuming that cursed insect. She too was deceived. Had it not been for the sudden change in Qin Huang's plans, she would have found a way to resolve the matter with the previous one. Shangyun gently touched her forehead. You seem quite trusting of her. She is the only one who has shown me kindness since I entered the palace. She is the only one who tells me stories when I cannot sleep, who brings me delicious snacks and beautiful garments, and who protected my beggar friends when Qin Huang sought to execute them. I only wish for her happiness, which is why Shangyun understood. You wish for Shangyang to spare her parents? Is that possible? She pondered. Let me think, he murmured, his lips pursed in thought. It is not entirely out of the question. With a twinkle in his eye, Shangyun coaxed, just one more kiss. Shangyun. All right. I shall not be angry anymore. They will not die just yet, especially with the regent consort Qin Shanju still around. Qin Shuhua frowned. But does Shangyang not dislike Shanju? Shangyun considered his foolish brother's almost worshipful behavior toward Qin Shanju and smirked. Who knows? Qin Shuhua was not truly named Qin Shuhua. She was merely an unnamed orphan. As a child, she spent her days huddled with beggars at the city gate, discussing where to find food that day and where to beg the next. One day, while hunting, Qin Huang encountered her sharing a bun with the beggars. He was overjoyed, having never seen anyone who bore such a striking resemblance to his daughter. Meanwhile, the marriage delegation from the Shang Kingdom was already on its way. Not wanting his daughter to suffer, he resolved to train her as a dark guard to protect the princess. He sent a guard to inquire, what is your name? Where do you live? Who are your parents? The armored guard bowed slightly, his gaze piercing as he questioned her. Thus, she was naturally brought into the palace, into that house behind the 8-foot-high walls. After washing and donning a long skirt meticulously crafted by an embroiderer, she was presented to Qin Huang. Lift your head, he commanded, seated behind his desk with an imposing demeanor. She slowly raised her head and beheld the emperor adorned in a bright yellow dragon robe and the princess playing with a small ball in his arms. From now on, you shall be known as Qin Shuhua, the princess's dark guard. Hearing this from Qin Huang, she nodded, half comprehending. She remembered the wet nurse's earlier words. No matter what the emperor said, it was best to agree. Agreeing would mean more delicious food for her and her friends. The little princess clambered down from Qin Huang's lap and extended her hand. Let us play together. She had never encountered such a precious girl. The little hand was as soft and white as tofu. She had seen such fragile things once before, delicate yet delicious. As she stood there, unsure of what to do, the little princess took her calloused hand and said, "Let us go." That night, unable to adapt to the soft bed, she tossed and turned restlessly, prompting the little princess to come out from the inner chamber, clumsily patting her back while sharing folk tales she had heard. Moonlight spilled through the window, illuminating the bed. The little Shanju beamed at her and said, "My mother once gave me a nickname because she loved mangosteens, calling me Shanju. When my father learned of this, it became my formal name. But my mother said that nicknames are only for those close to you. Do you have one?" She shook her head. The little princess sat on the edge of the bed, pondering for a moment. "Your smile is particularly beautiful. Your eyes are crescent-shaped like the moon. Shall I call you Yen?" "All right," she nodded. Ultimately, being a child, the little princess could not stay up too late and soon fell asleep beside her. She had never revealed to the little princess that she had not slept that night, but had instead cried the whole time. A few days later, she was taken away by a man in black to learn martial arts and how to disguise herself. The man discovered her remarkable talent for medicine and arranged for a tutor to teach her to read and recognize herbs. Qin Huang genuinely loved his daughter and wife, willing to label her as an adulteress and cast her into the cold palace to protect them both. All because rumors had spread that Xiangyun was a capricious and violent man. More than once, she envied the princess and hoped that perhaps Qin Huang would bestow upon her a smidgen of paternal affection, but ultimately, such hopes were dashed. Qin Huang fed her a cursed insect because Xiangyun was determined to marry the princess and harbored ambitious plans to reclaim the 8 kingdoms. Envious of the immense power, he concocted a scheme to allow a wound to be inflicted upon Xiangyun, enabling him to see the princess. Little did he know that on that day, the princess had ventured out to play, and Xiangyun encountered the false princess instead. However, the false princess was well aware of her intentions and gradually infiltrated Xiangyun's world. Indeed, Xiangyun was captivated, yet the false princess also found herself developing feelings for him. He would place a peach blossom in the vase by her bedside, simply because she had mentioned her fondness for it, but feared to pluck it. He would sincerely thank her and praise her when she presented him with the snacks she made herself. On nights when she tossed and turned, unable to sleep in the outer chamber, he would serenade her with his flute. Yet the false princess, unaware of Xiangyun's true feelings, hesitated to confess her own, merely hoping he might discover them on his own. She was nearly overwhelmed with excitement when she received Xiangyun's sword sheath. Upon learning that she had entrusted her heart to Xiangyun, the princess was furious, shedding tears in frustration. "What are you doing? Why must you turn a charade into reality? He is not worth it." Yet the false princess insisted, "I believe in him." Eventually, she became Xiangyun's wife. And upon witnessing the women he married, she clenched her fists beneath her flowing sleeves, her nails digging painfully into her palms. As if he had glimpsed her innermost thoughts, Xiangyun handed her the sword with a smile, saying, "This is your one chance. If you do not act, I shall kiss you." The false princess blushed crimson and set the sword down. "Then you must kiss me. After that, tell me what you wish to do." Xiangyun gazed at her in astonishment. "I thought you believed I was unaware of your little schemes?" The false princess tilted her head, laughing brightly. "I know my status is humble and that I cannot be your only wife, but you once promised me that we would grow old together, and I choose to believe it." Xiangyun rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "You truly are a treasure. I know of Qin Huang's plans, and I wish to see what was so special about the daughter he painstakingly protects, only to find that she is far less interesting than you, a mere servant." "You cannot speak of her that way." The false princess, filled with indignation, declared that she was the finest woman in the world. "Very well," replied Xiangyun, soothingly. "Wait for me. In no more than 3 years, I shall return to you a complete Xiangyun that belongs solely to you." She understood the prowess of Xiangyun, for it was not long before the Qin emperor contacted her, accompanied by a letter and a mother and child poison. The messenger was her master. "Consume it, and transfer it to Xiangyun. Both you and your friend shall attain freedom. Should you refuse, they shall meet their demise. Qin Shanju, are you foolish? Have you ingested that poison? The princess inquired, her expression dark as she sat in her chair. The false princess smiled, attempting to placate her. Do not be angry. The poison has yet to take effect. The princess slammed her hand upon the table, exclaiming, You would leave me for a man? My father has had Dark One replace the poison with a different one. The antidote I previously developed is now rendered useless. You shall go to his chambers tonight. Transfer the poison to Shangyun, and then I shall escort you out of the palace to a place where no one knows us. I will not leave, Shanju. I wish to see him ascend to the throne, even if just for a moment. Wan, he is an emperor, and he shall not love only you. In your youth, he may profess his affection, but when age diminishes your beauty, will he forsake the company of younger maidens for you, an old woman? No. The only one who truly loves you is me. So, I beseech you, heed my words, kill him, and come away with me. The false princess shook her head resolutely. I will not leave, nor will I harm him. Qin Shuhua. The princess sobbed, clutching her sleeve and weeping like a child. I implore you, please, spare yourself. He is not worth it. You still have me. Do you not like me? Chapter 4. The Soul's Vigil. Shanju, there are still 6 months left. With your keen intellect, you will undoubtedly concoct the antidote. After all, you have surpassed me as a physician in just 1 year. The false princess steadied the princess, saying, I'll fetch you some water to wash your face. Look at how you've been crying. As she turned away, tears streamed down her cheeks. The princess gazed at her retreating figure, her expression somber. You know this curse is insurmountable, yet you persist. What am I to do with you? Confirm use of the celestial tome to alter the plot. Host task failed. Base score reset to 0. Smart brain activated. What are you doing? Do you have any idea how high the scores are in this world? Do you know that you can be reborn if you earn enough points? He chuckled derisively. Do you truly believe you can let me go? Rather than being a puppet, obedient to your whims, I would prefer to act as I please. He activated the screen. A strange blue light illuminating his face, his lips curving into a smirk. After all, you seem to have little power over me now. With that, he opened the virus package. The smart brain's data flickered, revealing that he had breached the mainframe system days ago while forcibly changing his appearance, stealing the virus. Immediately, red lights began to flash, triggering alarms, but before the firewall could be activated, a wave of data chaos rendered everything inoperable. He touched the ring on his ring finger, realizing that the viruses collected from multiple realms were only sufficient to disrupt one. Damn it, what a loss, he muttered. He swiped across the world screen, observing his beloved and a man who should have been his, chatting and gallivanting in the world. Anger surged within him, even though that man's actions were all under his control. He had deliberately misplaced his soul, claiming he could not overlap with his own, as if he were unaware that he had been poisoned to death by Princess Qin at that time. Was it not simply to convey that no matter how hard he chased, as long as they wished otherwise, he would never find her? Absurd. He activated the soul transfer, and the surrounding space began to collapse rapidly, pulling him down with it. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself as Shangyun. Yunlang? Are you unwell? Qin Shuhua touched his forehead, finding it not hot. Perhaps he was just hungry? Shangyun felt her warm hand, rising from the carriage. I'm fine. Is Wanyuan hungry? Qin Shuhua smiled sheepishly, realizing she indeed was famished. She had been so engrossed before the contest that she forgot to eat. By the time she felt hunger, it was too late, and Shangyun had suddenly fallen asleep, leaving her too timid to venture out, so she stayed by his side. Shangyun lifted the curtain, surveying the surrounding woods, then deftly slipped out on tiptoe. Let me prepare something hearty for you. Excellent. Before long, Shangyun returned, one hand clutching a rabbit and the other cradling a deer. The firelight cast a rosy glow on her smiling face as her eyes sparkled at the rabbit. Is this for me? Shangyun nodded. It's for your nourishment. At that moment they both froze. Shangyun suppressed his desire to scoff and said, Of course. We won't eat it just yet. There's a stream ahead. Hold the rabbit while I wash the deer. Understood. The two then nearly quarreled over who got the last bite of the venison. Later, as Qin Shuhua lay atop Shangyun, she whispered, Have I eaten too much? Do you not like it anymore? Shangyun ruffled her hair affectionately. Suppressing his concern, I wish you would eat more. You're far too thin. You. He tapped her nose gently. As dawn broke, the two continued their journey across the land, stopping to join the festivities at a temple fair. Xiangyun once again assisted a small beggar who collided with his leg, handing over a few pieces of silver from Qin Shuhua's grasp. Go buy yourself something to eat. My pockets are empty. Even if you bump into me again, I have no money. The small beggar chirped a quick thank you and dashed away. Qin Shuhua held out half-eaten candied hawthorn for him, which he bit into, nearly tearing up from the sourness. What are you doing? Qin Shuhua laughed merrily. Continuing to munch on her treat, her words slightly garbled. I feel like Yunlang has changed recently. Shang Yun's heart stirred, yet he maintained his composure. In what way?
Well.
Qin Shuhua pondered. You have become more gentle. In the past, if a child bumped into you, you would have frowned and pushed him away, let alone give him money. And you never used to share half-eaten food with me, nor did you like me eating too much. She added softly. You seem a bit like Shanju now. Shang Yun's pupils widened. After his death in the previous life, he had lingered as a spirit beside the very princess who had taken her life, gradually realizing that she seemed a bit oblivious. She acted on impulse, slow to respond to emotions, yet once she was determined, she would not waver, particularly in her kindness toward beggars. He had once possessed a beggar, intending to strike her down, only to find her inner strength formidable enough to withstand him. She had simply bent down to pluck a hairpin from her head, saying, This is all I have left this month. Take it and buy them something good to eat. She gestured toward the 4 or 5 children huddled in the corner. Later, Shang Yun truly visited a pawn shop to exchange money to buy buns for them. After years of living and encountering all kinds of people, he found himself utterly defenseless against such extreme kindness. Eventually, while on a mission in a place called Modern, he came across her again. Realizing she too was a ghost on a mission, though the smart brain's rank was too low to interact with her. So, he fervently pursued tasks, learning along the way that she had been schemed against for her outstanding performance and lost her soul and spirit. Thus, he wandered far and wide, knowing this place would be both his starting point and his end. Yunlang? Qin Shuhua waved her hand before his eyes. What are you daydreaming about? There's a stage set up ahead for a performance. Let's go.
All right.
He took her hand, strolling leisurely through the crowd. 80 years later, Qin Shuhua passed away peacefully, allowing him to successfully gather her lost soul and spirit. After failing to arrange a meeting for the 5th time, Shang Yun sat in contemplation, pondering where he had gone wrong. He opened the light web to investigate what girls currently favored, discovering that most responses revolved around buying them gifts to provide a sense of security. Shang Yun frowned at the replies, yet resolved to give it a try. He approached her while holding a beauty-enhancing elixir from the system shop. She tilted her head, puzzled. Sir, I believe I've made myself quite clear. Without the constraints of the script, I simply cannot develop feelings for someone like you. Shang Yun inquired, then, what do you like? I like myself. Task issued. She activated the task, confirming her intention to proceed. Seeing her accept a dozen tasks, Shang Yun felt a twinge of guilt and pressed the follow button. Though you may not like the present version of me, I believe I can still strive to earn your affection in the future. In this life, she had transmigrated into a millennia-old demon who had cultivated for 1,000 years. Qin Shuhua scrutinized herself, curious if she truly possessed magical powers. With that, she extended her hand, using her will to see if she could move the stone before her. To her delight, the stone indeed shifted in accordance with her finger's direction. Qin Shuhua jumped with joy, exhilarated by her newfound abilities in this world. At last, I have powers. She laughed heartily, her antics proving as delightfully absurd as ever. Thus, Qin Shuhua opened the task panel. Protagonist, the millennia-old demon. Task, experience the human world. Task accepted. Upon receiving the task, Qin Shuhua joyfully ventured into the bustling streets, her curious gaze flitting about. There were fire-breathing performers, riddle games with masks as prizes, and artisans peddling handmade crafts, an abundance of wonders that left her momentarily overwhelmed. Suddenly, a commotion caught her attention. A group of burly men was relentlessly pursuing a frail little boy, a blatant display of bullying. Without hesitation, Qin Shuhua shielded the child behind her. The boy, with a voice as soft as silk, pleaded, Sister, save me. Looking at his porcelain-like face, unmarred by any blemish, her heart softened. Do not worry, I shall not allow them to harm you, she reassured him. Standing tall, she feigned an air of invincibility and declared, What kind of men are you to bully a mere child? You know nothing. As a mere woman, you should scurry away, retorted the leader of the men, his voice laced with contempt. What if I refuse to back down? I shall intervene in this matter today. Qin Shuhua thought, emboldened by her magical powers. Undeterred, the men attempted to seize the child, but Qin Shuhua stood firm. Drawing upon her magic, she sprouted a pair of wings and, with the boy securely on her back, soared into the sky, leaving the stunned crowd below. Is that a deity or a demon?
How can she fly?
Murmurs of astonishment erupted among the onlookers. Once they reached a secluded area, Qin Shuhua gently set the child down. Chapter 5. The unexpected revelation. Seeing the little boy's calm demeanor, Qin Shuhua asked, Aren't you afraid of me? I can fly, I might be a monster. The boy, with his crystal-clear black eyes, gazed at her innocently. Sister, what is there to fear? You are so beautiful and kind for saving me, and you can fly. How delightful. I am an orphan. I was deceived and sold to someone else. But I managed to escape, only to be pursued by those strong men, Qin Shuhua replied. How pitiful. Don't worry, from now on, I will consider you family. Qin Shuhua gently lifted the boy and wiped the dirt from his face. Okay, sister. You are my sister, he exclaimed joyfully. But I don't even know your name. Qin Shuhua inquired. My name is Shang Yun, the boy answered, his voice still childlike. But we have no place to call home. We must find one, she said, setting him down and taking his small hand as they ventured forth in search of shelter. The scenery along their path was truly enchanting. Endless mountains and winding rivers, with ripples dancing upon the water surface, reflected a porcelain-like brilliance, enveloped in an air of stillness and mystery. Lush lotus leaves gradually revealed a picturesque scene at the foot of the tranquil mountains. Let us make our home here, serene and undisturbed, Qin Shuhua suggested, looking at the boy. Yes. Wherever you are, I shall be. Shang Yun replied excitedly, thinking that he and Shuhua finally had a place to call their own. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emerged. It was the hunger pangs from both their bellies. They decided to ascend the mountain to hunt for food. Qin Shuhua fashioned a slingshot from branches and stones, while Shang Yun gathered wild fruits. The peaks were verdant as jade, with a long and deep river at the base, resembling a jade ribbon. Along the water's edge grew clusters of mulberry trees, their tender leaves a fresh hue, as if newly sprouted. This must be the place, Qin Shuhua thought, feeling invigorated at the prospect of a meal. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. It was a rabbit. You go pick the wild fruits. I'll chase the rabbit. Splitting up will be more efficient, Qin Shuhua exclaimed, grabbing her slingshot and dashing after the creature. Shang Yun clutched her sleeve tightly, unwilling to part from her side. With his youthful appearance and eyes sparkling like the brook's water, she relented. All right, you can come with me. They pressed on together. Sister, over here. There are bugs and snakes, Shang Yun shouted, startled. After several hours of fruitless efforts, their hunger grew more pronounced. If we cannot hunt here, we shall descend the mountain, Qin Shuhua declared, lifting Shang Yun as they made their way back. After their earlier commotion, they needed to disguise themselves. Qin Shuhua smeared mud on her face and did the same for Shang Yun. As they descended, the bustling market greeted them, and the enticing aromas only heightened their hunger. Shang Yun broke free from her grasp and rushed to a bun stall, gazing up at her with pleading eyes. Miss by a few. My buns are truly authentic and delicious, the vendor called out.
All right.
How much for 5 meat buns? Qin Shuhua inquired, her gaze fixed on the tempting food. 10 copper coins in total, the vendor replied. Qin Shuhua checked her pockets and realized she had not a single coin, smiling awkwardly at the vendor. Then don't loiter by my stall, move along. The vendor began to shoo them away. Sister, I'm hungry, Shang Yun protested, clinging stubbornly to the stall. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Shuhua. She was an ancient spirit and could conjure money. Focusing her thoughts, she managed to produce some coins. However, The 5 Zhu coins of this era were unfamiliar to her, and she could not ascertain their value. Yet, she knew that gold was universally valuable. "Vendor, I have gold. Give me 5 meat buns, and please provide change." As the vendor retrieved change, Qin Shuhua finally understood the copper coins of this era. "Sister, look. Your tail is showing," Xiangyan exclaimed, drawing the attention of passers-by. "Damn it. I didn't expect to sprout a tail while using magic for personal affairs," Qin Shuhua exclaimed, pulling Xiangyan away swiftly from the marketplace. "What a nuisance. Using magic led to this. I am such a foolish spirit," she grumbled, handing the hard-earned buns to Xiangyan, lamenting how they had encountered nothing but trouble since arriving. In Xiangyan's eyes, his sister was the most intelligent and kind-hearted person in the world. His innocent charm often soothed Qin Shuhua even in her most frustrated moments. "Aren't you afraid that I am a monster?" she questioned, puzzled by his unwavering trust in her despite witnessing her magical abilities. "How could I be afraid? You are the only person I feel close to in this world," Xiangyan replied. In this realm, Qin Shuhua, a spirit of a millennium, yet still somewhat unrefined, focused on nurturing the boy as they settled into their quiet life, managing to maintain their facade despite the occasional slip-up. Until one day, while Xiangyan was helping Qin Shuhua turn the soil in their courtyard to plant some seeds, he accidentally hurt his hand. Hearing the commotion, Qin Shuhua rushed out. "Are you alright? Let me see." She gently blew on his wound. "Does it feel better now?" Her genuine concern brought warmth to Xiangyan's heart. "I will accompany you through your future, Qin Shuhua," he said, as she began to clean and bandage his injury. As she rolled up his sleeve, she noticed a familiar lightning mark on his arm but couldn't recall where she had seen it before. "Are you hiding something from me?" she asked, her intuition telling her that the boy was extraordinary. "No, sister," he replied, his eyes still innocent and clear. The lightning mark lingered in her mind, but despite her efforts, she could not recall its significance. "If a spirit's wish is to experience human life, then I should venture into the lively market to immerse myself in human affairs," Qin Shuhua thought. The next day, after disguising themselves, Qin Shuhua and Xiangyan set out for the market below, seeking a means to sustain themselves. They tried working in a cosmetic shop and a restaurant but were thwarted by Xiangyan's mischievous antics, leading to the premature end of each endeavor. Suddenly, 3 ruffians approached them. "Hey, little lady, where are you off to? Stay and play with us." One of them boldly grabbed Qin Shuhua's slender waist. "Let go of me," she protested, struggling against him and glaring at the trio. Unexpectedly, her fierce resistance only piqued their interest further. "We like this feisty little lady. She's got spirit." 2 of them attempted to restrain her as their leader made unwelcome advances. "I'll show you the strength of this lady," Qin Shuhua thought as she prepared to summon her magic, only to realize that her powers were completely drained from recent exertions. "What a misfortune. Neither the heavens nor the earth will aid me now. Let go of my sister," Xiangyan cried out. Xiangyan firmly grasped the arm of the leader among the 3, only to be forcefully thrown to the ground. "Xiangyan!" Tears immediately welled up in Qin Shuhua's eyes. "What should I do?" "Qin Shuhua, you truly are worthless." The overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair threatened to engulf her. "Take her away. My lady, do take good care of this lord tonight." These ruffians intended to drag Qin Shuhua away. In that moment of peril, Xiangyan's demonic power surged to its zenith, swiftly dispatching the 3 ruffians with ease. Qin Shuhua witnessed the entire scene in disbelief. Had Xiangyan committed murder? The most adorable Xiangyan had turned out to be a demon? He had taken a life? After enduring so much on that exhausting day, Qin Shuhua fainted in a daze. When she awoke again, she found herself lying in her own home. The first sight that met her eyes was Xiangyan. "Eat something." Xiangyan gently blew on the porridge in the spoon, offering it to Qin Shuhua. She looked utterly fatigued, her cracked lips betraying her extreme exhaustion. Yet at that moment, Qin Shuhua recalled everything. She had seen that lightning mark during her mission. It was a sign left by demons who, after committing heinous acts and taking lives, were struck by divine retribution. The most adorable Xiangyan was indeed a demon. She had been deceived by him for so long. Why hadn't he told her? Why had he refused to utter a single truth? With this thought, Qin Shuhua's tears streamed down her face. "Leave me," No matter what, you have taken a life. Besides, why have you never been honest with me? Qin Shuhua pushed away the porridge that Xiangyun had prepared for her. The fragments that fell to the ground resembled her shattered heart, piece by piece. If I had told the truth, would you still have allowed me to stay by your side? I care for you. Xiangyun attempted to embrace Qin Shuhua. I am an old demon whose cultivation has regressed due to divine retribution. Would you still accept me? No. No. I will not listen. Qin Shuhua's mind was in chaos, her heart even more so. Leave me. I no longer wish to see you. Murder is wrong. The determination on Qin Shuhua's face caused a pang of pain in Xiangyun's heart. After tidying the floor for her, he turned to leave. Perhaps both needed time to cool down. The following morning, Qin Shuhua awoke to find her home as neat as new. The meals had long been prepared and were neatly arranged on the table. It turned out that Xiangyun had not left. He had quietly watched over Qin Shuhua all along. Chapter 6. Transformed into an unattractive woman, Qin Shuhua, I shall never leave your side. In this lifetime, you shall never escape me. Xiangyun, still bearing the visage of a child, clung to Qin Shuhua, wrapping his arms around her waist. Although it barely reached that height, Qin Shuhua extricated herself, feigning indifference, yet her heart swelled with emotion. Please keep your distance. Xiangyun, undeterred, embraced her once more, declaring, at that moment, I thought of nothing but your protection. I shall not allow anyone to harm you. A determined expression graced Xiangyun's youthful and delicate face. It must be said that Qin Shuhua's heart had softened. After all, she regarded Xiangyun as her only kin. She gently ruffled his hair, saying, Then promise me you will never take a life or inflict harm again, all right? Xiangyun nodded eagerly, delighted to remain by his sister's side. Ah. You are a 1,000-year-old demon. Please cease this childishness, Qin Shuhua chided playfully. Ever since that incident, Xiangyun clung to Qin Shuhua with even greater fervor. Fearing abandonment, Sister, do not move. Let me help. He became increasingly attentive. Sister, I need a hug. Xiangyun was loath to part from her. Xiangyun's relentless clinging and coaxing became a burden for Qin Shuhua, to the point where, even while she cooked, he would grasp her leg, refusing to leave her side. One fateful day, thunder rumbled and a deluge loomed, heralding an extraordinary event. Xiangyun held onto Qin Shuhua tightly. Shuhua, take care of yourself in my absence. I may not. His words faltered. He understood that this time, he could not escape the impending calamity. And he was reluctant to part from her. What nonsense! And you dare call me Shuhua, you little rascal. Qin Shuhua assumed Xiangyun was merely playing another prank and lightly tapped his forehead. Only Xiangyun knew that this time, he truly faced unavoidable peril. In an instant, the skies darkened, thick clouds gathering ominously, upon which stood two ethereal figures. Who were they? Qin Shuhua inquired, unaware that they were sent to collect Xiangyun. Xiangyun, you persist in your misdeeds, repeatedly endangering lives. Are you aware of your transgressions? In an instant, thousands of celestial soldiers descended, their presence exuding an aura of formidable authority. Xiangyun found himself encircled by the heavenly forces. A tempest of blood and chaos was inevitable. Qin Shuhua, stay back. Run. She instantly comprehended the situation, but this calamity stemmed entirely from her actions. Had he not committed murder in defense of her last time, he would not have violated the celestial laws again. Qin Shuhua felt her heart wrench. I refuse. I will not leave. She gazed at Xiangyun, who was valiantly resisting. I will stay and help you. Thus, they stood back to back, prepared to carve a path through the bloodshed. Both understood the dire consequences that lay ahead, yet they pressed on. Xiangyun led the charge, cutting through the ranks of celestial soldiers, who adapted their formations to counter his advance. The Thunder God unleashed a tempest of divine lightning, for even a demon with millennia of cultivation would face annihilation upon enduring a second strike, their essence scattered to the winds, perhaps even reduced to mere ash. If demons suffered thus, what fate awaited mortals? For the common people, it was an impending catastrophe. The world transformed into a hellscape, shadows of despair casting a pall over existence, leaving the populace in misery. Xiangyun had endured once. He could not face a second trial. He could not be separated from her. At this thought, Qin Shi Hua felt a surge of strength. How could one person withstand the onslaught of thousands? She would not allow Xiangyun to depart from her. With all her might, she cleared the obstacles before him, enabling his escape. However, at the critical moment, as she raised her gaze, she witnessed Xiangyun being pierced by a blade.
No.
Xiangyun! Tears streamed down her face as she rushed toward him, only to be grazed by a soldier's weapon, blood gushing from her wound. Holding the injured Xiangyun, she cried, "Xiangyun, how are you? Please,
Do not leave me."
For the first time, she felt the profound sorrow of impending loss. Xiangyun caressed Qin Shi Hua's face. "Silly girl, do not cry. Promise me you will live happily from now on, understand? No one will cling to you again." A warm smile graced his lips. "I will not let you go." Qin Shi Hua tightened her embrace around Xiangyun. In a world filled with suffering and his grievous wounds, she felt the weight of her burdens grow heavier, like a thorn lodged in her throat. To all celestial beings, Qin Shi Hua, recognized that Xiangyun's sins are grievous, yet they were compelled by circumstance. The world suffers greatly, and I cannot bear to see it. I implore you, esteemed deities, allow me to sacrifice my own essence to ensure peace and stability for all. Qin Shi Hua knelt, bowing deeply. Are you aware that such an act will cost you your life as a demon? Do you truly wish to bear this burden alone? Inquired one of the celestial beings. I am willing, if it means the world can find peace, she declared, extending her fingers to her throat, forcing forth her essence, a radiant purple gem. As the gem floated into the hands of the gods, Xiangyun grasped Qin Shi Hua. I will not allow you to sacrifice your life. You will perish, and everything will be lost. He tried to stop her, but to no avail. Very well, I shall accompany you. With that, Xiangyun summoned his own essence, and in a flash of green light, shattered it into fragments, allowing it to disperse with the wind. The celestial beings, having fulfilled their mission, departed with a wave of their hands. The clouds parted, revealing a brilliant sky, vibrant and alive once more. Qin Shi Hua held Xiangyun tightly as he tenderly wiped away her tears. At last, we can be together. And with that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Following Qin Shi Hua's valiant efforts to save the world, the perception of demons shifted. The people revered her, respecting and loving this kind-hearted demon. They raised her in celebration, and peace returned to the realm. After several days of recovery, Xiangyun's injuries had healed considerably. It would be disingenuous to say she was not moved. Xiangyun had sacrificed his essence for her sake, and Qin Shi Hua's heart softened. Shi Hua, from now on, we shall remain together. Xiangyun playfully nudged her shoulder. I love you. Qin Shi Hua's face flushed crimson. She shyly turned away, only to be embraced even tighter by Xiangyun. Suddenly, a notification from the system sounded. Qin Shi Hua, mission completed. Reluctant to part from Xiangyun, Qin Shi Hua realized the mission had long been fulfilled, yet she had delayed it repeatedly. Upon awakening, she found herself transported from the pristine white space to another realm. With her transition, the previous world crumbled away. Before her lay a vast, desolate expanse, devoid of human presence. Stretching her aching limbs, she muttered, "Damn this system." A voice echoed from an unknown source, followed by the appearance of a mission release page. Mission issued. Host desire to see the true value of the treasured jade realized, rather than being frantically sought after by the masses. Accept mission. Yes or no? Qin Shi Hua lingered in thoughts of Xiangyun from the previous realm, worrying about his existence in her absence. Yet, a realization dawned upon her. Since the former world would be obliterated alongside her departure, Xiangyun could not exist any longer. Perhaps, by traversing to this new realm, she might encounter him once more. With renewed hope, she extended her pinky finger. Accept mission, yes, to see the treasured jade fulfill its true purpose? In her quest to save lives, Qin Shi Hua pondered deeply. Eureka! I have figured it out. However, throughout her journey, she felt as though countless eyes scrutinized her. And whenever she sought directions, she was met with dismissive gestures. As she passed a stream, she quickly glanced at her reflection. Her face was marred with deep scars, and on the right side, a birthmark of a reddish-purple hue adorned nearly a third of her visage. It was no wonder the people she encountered wore expressions of disdain and fear. It is best to complete my mission swiftly and reunite with my Xiangyun. With that thought, Qin Shuhua quickened her pace toward the slums on the outskirts of the city. The slums were a dismal sight, filled with the cries of beggars, shouts of anger, and a cacophony of noise. At last, she discovered a corner where a dying man lay on the brink of death. "Young man, I am a wandering physician. I can heal your ailments," she offered, finally finding someone who might need her assistance. Yet, he repeatedly waved her off. "I have lost everything, my family is gone, and I am but a shadow of my former self. I long to join them. My time is short, and the thought of reuniting with them is my only solace." The beggar replied feebly. Seeing his resolve, Qin Shuhua had no choice but to bid him farewell and seek another soul in need of her aid. Chapter 7. Is it you, Xiangyun? As Qin Shuhua was about to depart, she was abruptly halted by a small beggar. "Kind lady, please have mercy. I am gravely ill, and I have a 70-year-old mother at home who requires my care. I cannot perish. I must provide for her until the end of her days. Please, I implore you." The beggar knelt repeatedly, bowing his head towards Qin Shuhua. "Saving lives is indeed my mission. You need not be so formal. Please rise." Qin Shuhua replied, startled by the beggar's profound reverence, feeling an unexpected wave of embarrassment. "With a heart full of compassion, I beseech you to come to my home, for my ailing mother requires treatment," the beggar implored. "Absolutely. The thought of completing my task so swiftly fills me with joy," Qin Shuhua thought to herself. Unaware that the beggar had exchanged a knowing glance with those around him, revealing a cunning and sinister expression. Upon entering the beggar's home, Qin Shuhua quickly realized that there was no elderly woman. Instead, several burly men awaited her. "Ah, little lady, you have arrived," they sneered, advancing towards her with malevolent grins. "Scoundrels! I've been deceived." Qin Shuhua's mind raced, and she turned to flee, only to be intercepted by the beggar at the door. "This is disastrous. A gang. I may perish before my mission even begins." Regret washed over her for having trusted so easily. "Xiangyun, where are you? I need you now." In a moment of clarity, Qin Shuhua devised a plan. "Gentlemen, see me, a destitute female physician with nothing to offer, but I do possess 5 taels of gold at home. If you accompany me to retrieve it, I shall ensure my release." "Oh, is that so?" one of the leaders inquired, intrigued. "Indeed. How could I dare to deceive you, esteemed sirs?" Qin Shuhua feigned terror, trembling visibly. Yet, at that moment, a faint glow emanated from her wrist. "What is that? It glows?" one of the small beggars observed. "Nothing to concern yourselves with. It is merely a manifestation of my illness that causes my wrist to shine when I am weak," Qin Shuhua stammered, scrambling for a plausible excuse. "I must see this extraordinary phenomenon," the leader commanded, signaling one of his henchmen to cut open her wrist. Cut open her wrist. Panic surged within Qin Shuhua. Had she just traversed into this world only to meet her end? "Xiangyun, where are you?" Desperately, she struggled to escape, but was ensnared by strong hands that pulled her out into the street. The youth's arm was injured, blood seeping from it as they fled. "Stop right there," the pursuing ruffian shouted. After a harrowing escape, Qin Shuhua and the youth finally reached a place of safety, evading their attackers. "Thank you so much for your help today," Qin Shuhua gasped, bending down to catch her breath. She noticed the youth, his body marred by extensive burns, still bleeding from wounds sustained while rescuing her. "I will bandage your injuries," she said, tearing her sleeve to wrap his wounds. "If left untreated, they may become infected. Where do you live? Are you homeless like me?" The youth's gaunt cheeks and the burns obscured his true appearance, yet his eyes were strikingly clear and beautiful.
I
have no home," he replied, his voice low and cold, shrouded in melancholy. He gradually lifted his gaze to meet Qin Shuhua's as she tended to his injuries. "May I accompany you from now on?" he asked softly. Moved by his quiet demeanor, Qin Shuhua felt a pang of compassion and readily agreed. "Very well, henceforth, we shall travel together, healing the afflicted and wandering the world." The youth smiled warmly at her, reminiscent of how Xiangyun had looked at her, yet she remained oblivious to this connection. After tending to his wounds, they embarked on a nomadic journey, practicing medicine and fulfilling Qin Shihua's mission, all while searching for Xiangyun. As they set up their makeshift medical stall, Qin Shihua called out, "Sir, do you require treatment?" However, fate was unkind. Not a single soul approached them that day. Feeling despondent, she prepared to close up when a strikingly handsome man, tall and reminiscent of Xiangyun, approached her. "My lady, might you treat my lung ailment?" he inquired, feigning a cough. "I have long sought a skilled physician, and I am grateful to have encountered you. Might you heal me? Please have a seat," she offered, taking his pulse. The more she gazed at his visage, the more he resembled her Xiangyun, prompting her to whisper, "Is it you, Xiangyun?" The man appeared bewildered. "What did you just say?" "Nothing. I merely thought you resembled someone from my past," Qin Shihua replied, attempting to avoid his penetrating gaze. "My surname is Chun. If you follow this street to the end, you will find my residence. Might I invite you to my home tomorrow for treatment?"
Yes, you.
There will be a generous reward. His earnest expression made it difficult to refuse. The youth, noticing the curved hook at the man's waist, recalled their previous unsettling encounter and felt a sense of foreboding. Why would a gentleman of apparent wealth seek a mere itinerant physician when he could visit a proper clinic? He pondered, tugging gently at Qin Shihua's sleeve to express his concerns. "My lord, you are putting us in a difficult position. We are but humble traveling physicians, and your ailment may be beyond our capabilities. Please seek another healer," the youth suggested, preparing to dismiss the man. Qin Shihua hesitated, unwilling to forsake an opportunity to save a life. "I shall come to your residence tomorrow to provide treatment," she declared, resolute. "Foolish woman, you cannot see the danger." The youth thought to himself, frustrated yet determined to protect her. "I will help you prepare the vegetables while you cook," Qin Shihua said cheerfully, her innocent demeanor evoking a desire to protect her. "Hand me the vegetables," the youth replied, turning just in time to find himself nose to nose with Qin Shihua, their closeness causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Flustered, she quickly stepped back, her mind swirling as she resumed washing the vegetables to ease the tension. "Dinner is ready. Come and eat. We must rise early for your treatment tomorrow." The following morning, they awakened early to journey to the man's residence. Along the way, the youth inquired, "You are not a wandering physician, nor do you possess medical knowledge, so why are you going to treat him?" Qin Shihua faltered, struggling to articulate the complexities of her situation, which involved traversing realms and the jade pendant she possessed. "Indeed, it must be the jade upon you," the youth observed, his deep, cold eyes locking onto hers. "Yes, I will assist you," he affirmed, his determination to protect her unwavering. "Will you?" Qin Shihua wore a skeptical expression. Yet she felt that these words were oddly familiar. Indeed, they echoed the sentiments expressed by Xiangyun. "Since you have traversed time and space to become an unattractive woman, I shall also mar my own appearance to accompany you in fulfilling your mission and ensure your safety. This is my promise to you, Qin Shihua." Of course, these thoughts lingered silently in the heart of the youthful Xiangyun, unvoiced. Upon arriving at the designated residence of the Qin family, Qin Shihua was struck by the grandeur of the estate. It was truly opulent. "Who goes there?" The two were halted by guards, appearing in tattered clothing, resembling wandering practitioners of the martial arts. "We are both itinerant healers, come as per our prior arrangement to tend to young Master Chen. We kindly request that you announce our arrival," Qin Shihua stated, clasping her fists in respect. "Oh, it is you too. Please enter. The young master has given specific instructions." The guard's demeanor shifted instantly to one of near obsequiousness. Once inside the estate, they were promptly ushered by a maid to the presence of young Master Chen. "Your timely arrival brings me great joy. It is already midday. Let us first retire to the side hall and partake in some refreshment." Young Master Chen spoke with an air of courtesy and scholarly grace, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. Indeed, Qin Shihua observed young Master Chen's countenance and found it strikingly reminiscent of Xiangyun, exuding warmth and gentility, which eased her initial wariness. In a fleeting moment, young Master Chen exchanged a discreet glance with the maid, who seemed to comprehend his unspoken cue and promptly departed. This young Master Chen was truly intriguing. He was determined to uncover what tricks this individual might conjure. Every nuance of the unfolding scene was keenly perceived by the astute young man. At the dining table, Qin Shuhua indulged heartily, adhering to her philosophy that one must be well-fed to work effectively. She savored a generous meal, while the young man beside her merely sipped symbolically, hastily concealing his revulsion. After the substantial feast, Qin Shuhua prepared to attend to young Master Chen's ailments. Chapter 8. Undercover at the Lanting sect. Before long, Qin Shuhua pressed several acupoints on her body and extracted a bone jade from her arm, which glimmered with a translucent brilliance and a yellowish hue, hovering before young Master Chen's chest. As Qin Shuhua closed her eyes, concentrating on refining the jade to heal young Master Chen, she suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, rendering her powerless and dizzy. "What is happening to me?" She collapsed to the ground. "Shuhua, what is wrong with you?" The young man feigned unconsciousness before young Master Chen.
Fool.
"Now, the jade that grants immortality is mine." A sinister smirk replaced his usual genteel demeanor. "Take these two away and dispose of them at the mass grave." He gestured for his subordinates to carry them off. In that moment, as young Master Chen played with the jade, the young man sprang up, snatched the jade, and swiftly fed Qin Shuhua a pill before fleeing outside. "Stop him. My jade. The jade." Young Master Chen's madness was palpable. At last, the young man managed to break free, with Qin Shuhua in his arms, though he bore numerous wounds and was on the brink of collapse. Upon awakening, Qin Shuhua saw the young man, battered and bruised. "Why are you so foolish?" Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Protecting you is my promise. By the way, my name is Shang Yun." The young man gently wiped away her tears, finding solace in closing his eyes. Ultimately, Shang Yun was revived, and after enduring numerous hardships, the two were finally reunited. Thus, they embarked on the remainder of their lives together, fulfilling the original owner's wishes. Task completed, returning to the pure white space. The thought of encountering Shang Yun once more compelled Qin Shuhua to click immediately. Accept task. Enter the immortal cultivation world. Host identity, female cultivator. Host aspiration, to stand out. Upon entering this realm, Qin Shuhua unexpectedly discovered Shang Yun's true identity. He was already a celestial being capable of ascension. Ecstatic, she pledged herself as his disciple, eager to learn the art of cultivation. In this world of cultivation, every individual possessed a root of immortality, though the degree varied. Some were single-rooted, while others were double-rooted. The latter, through diligent study of cultivation techniques, could ascend to become celestial beings. Thus, regardless of wealth, families with double roots would send their children to the mountains for training. Fortuitously, Qin Shuhua was among the double-rooted. However, those with single roots who attempted to infiltrate the world of cultivation would face dire consequences. Their eyes gouged out, hearing taken, voices silenced, and cast down the cliffs to fend for themselves. Entering the realm necessitated passing through the treacherous area where single-rooted individuals perished. Upon her arrival, Qin Shuhua was struck with fear. This was the immutable law of the cultivation world. No one could defy it. If a double-rooted cultivator violated the rules, one of their roots would be severed, reducing them to single-root status and banishing them from the realm. To gain entry into the cultivation world, new disciples were required to endure a day and night among the single-rooted, serving as a testament to the unbreakable nature of the realm's laws. Here, she encountered senior sister Lin Yuma, who had been blinded and silenced for attempting forbidden techniques to seek ascension. Once the most extraordinary among the double-rooted disciples, her ambition led to her downfall, resulting in her ignoble fate. Qin Shuhua's path in cultivation began auspiciously, with Shang Yun treating her with great kindness. She exceeded the majority of her peers in learning speed, mastering the sword technique within a year, allowing her to traverse the skies with ease. After 2 years of cultivation, Qin Shuhua advanced from double-rooted to triple-rooted status. The spells associated with triple roots were diverse and intricate, and fortifying each root was a formidable challenge. Although the techniques could strengthen muscles and bones, the refinement of advanced techniques demanded immense spiritual energy and wisdom from the roots. The original owner of this body had established her foundation, and the next step was to enhance her spiritual energy through learned methods. However, the original owner's physical condition was far from ideal. Enduring the first cycle of the foundational technique was excruciating. Blockages frequently plagued her meridians, making the process of clearing them both time-consuming and painful. Eventually, a small circulation of spiritual energy formed within her, enabling her to absorb the world's essence during meditation, thereby enhancing her power. This was the remarkable aspect of the technique. In this world, 3 sects existed: the Tianqing sect, the Xingyu sect, and the Lanting sect, each governing their domain with distinct authority. Qin Shuhua belonged to the Tianqing sect under Shang Yun. Having cultivated triple roots, Qin Shuhua leisurely strolled through the cultivation world until she encountered a tightly closed door, which piqued her curiosity. She employed her skills to dispel the seal on the door. Before her lay a scene of decay: broken doors and windows, swirling leaves, and a stench of rot. Suddenly, a cough echoed. "Who goes there? Are you here to strip me of another root?" A frail old woman, leaning on a cane and clad in tattered clothing, appeared before her. Despite her wrinkled visage, traces of beauty from her youth remained evident. "I am Qin Shuhua, a disciple of the Tianqing sect," she said, bowing respectfully. "Oh, a disciple of the Tianqing sect? Shang Yun's disciple? How delightful." The old woman nodded. "There is no need for such formalities. I am but a scorned sinner, the most wronged in the cultivation world. Madam, what grievance do you bear? Speak, and perhaps I might assist you." Qin Shuhua expressed her genuine interest in the old woman's plight. "Madam, I am merely 35 years old," the old woman retorted. "I could have stood alongside your master Shang Yun, but all was ruined by a villain." Her eyes brimmed with resentment. "It is truly a pity. It has been ages since anyone has cared to listen to me." The old woman felt an inexplicable affinity towards Qin Shuhua. "I am willing to share my tale. I was once the chief disciple of the Lanting sect. I diligently adhered to my master's teachings, mastering the art of cultivation, becoming a rare 5-rooted cultivator. Little did I know, my master's guidance was solely to prepare me for his daughter Qiaoxin, intending to transfer my roots to her. I was but a vessel. It was a conspiracy." Her emotions surged as she spoke. "Then why not cultivate the sect master's daughter directly?" Qin Shuhua inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "Because she possesses a single root and cannot enter the cultivation world. Thus, I was used as a vessel to transfer my roots to her," the old woman recalled, her memories vivid despite the passage of time. Later, upon discovering their scheme and attempting to resist, she was poisoned, blinded, and stripped of her roots, cast down the cliff. Tears streamed down the old woman's cheeks. Yet I did not give up. With the aid of the Tianqing sect, I regained my sight. Although my roots were taken, my foundational skills remained, and fueled by vengeance, I ultimately mastered advanced techniques." Qin Shuhua listened intently, her heart aching for the old woman's plight. "I successfully annihilated my master's lineage, yet Qiaoxin escaped. She utilized my 5 roots to learn demonic arts, threatening the safety of my siblings, summoning thousands of demonic soldiers to defeat me and reclaim the Lanting sect. I am destined to remain here for eternity. For my siblings, I shall endure." The old woman's grievances surpassed Qin Shuhua's imagination. Thus, the virtuous have become prisoners under soft confinement, while the wicked ascend to the throne, uniting the sections. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhua clenched her fists, resolved to assist in this endeavor. Inspired by the words of the old woman, Qin Shuhua decided to seek her master, Shang Yun, to discern the truth of the matter, to ascertain whether the past events were indeed as the old woman had recounted. Upon arriving at the grand hall of the Tianqing sect, she found Shang Yun resting with his hand upon his forehead. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Qin Shuhua knelt and bowed respectfully. "Master, I am aware that there is a matter I ought not to question. Yet for the sake of uncovering the truth of the past, I feel compelled to inquire." "Oh, it is rare for you to be so invested in something. Pray, tell me," Shang Yun responded, intrigued by what could weigh so heavily on Qin Shuhua's mind. "It concerns whether the current leader of the Lanting sect has committed deeds that are not in accordance with righteousness," Qin Shuhua cautiously probed. "That female demon. How did you come to learn of this?" Shang Yun suddenly sat up, acknowledging the gravity of the matter. "Disciple. I heard it from an old woman," Qin Shuhua admitted, aware that she had overstepped by unsealing the topic. "This occurred many years ago. Now, the Lanting sect is under the dominion of that merciless female demon. Xiangyan rose and patted Qin Shuhua on the shoulder. This is a matter in which you should not involve yourself. Focus on your cultivation and advancement instead. Yet, Qin Shuhua refused to relent. Then, why did you assist the old woman back then? It is evident that you still possess a sense of benevolence and morality in your heart. I must aid her in this vendetta. The female demon, Xiaoxin of the Lanting sect, is no longer the easy adversary she once was. Meticulous planning and flawless execution are imperative. The task ahead is daunting and cannot be achieved overnight. Xiangyan understood that once Qin Shuhua had made up her mind, no one could alter her course. Thus, he decided to acquiesce, vowing to protect her from harm, even in the face of danger. I am willing to infiltrate the Lanting sect to eliminate this great villain from the realm of cultivation, Qin Shuhua declared as she turned to take her leave. I shall ensure your safety, Xiangyan murmured as he watched her retreating figure. Call the system. Map, Lanting sect's route, Chapter 9, Selection upon learning the route. Qin Shuhua immediately employed her adept skills in sword flight, soaring through the air. Although the journey was somewhat turbulent, the natural scenery along the way was breathtaking. Aside from the daunting regulations, the realm of cultivation truly resembled a celestial paradise. As she flew amidst the wind, Qin Shuhua's hairpin was tousled by the breeze. Nevertheless, her sword flight was swift, allowing her to traverse from the Tianqing sect to the nearby Lanting sect in nearly a quarter of an hour. The current leader of the Lanting sect was none other than the renowned Xiaoxin, accompanied by her subordinates Xuanma, Zidian, and Lanma, collectively known as the three demonesses of the cultivation world. To maintain the purity and loyalty of their sect, Lanting only accepted disciples once every 20 years. Despite this, eager aspirants flocked to the realm of cultivation to become disciples, resulting in a significant influx of individuals seeking mentorship from the three major sects. Despite their differing ideologies and teachings, should one possess the requisite aptitude, the Lanting sect would not immediately impart spells. Instead, they required novices to engage in menial tasks such as sweeping and chopping wood to fortify their resolve. Those who could not endure the hardships would be unceremoniously expelled. However, those who persevered through adversity and demonstrated innate talent would be selected for the inner sanctum, where they would be taught the true arts of the Lanting sect. Yet, it was widely known that the Lanting sect was notorious for its affinity for demonic practices, with Xiaoxin herself being a formidable figure. Consequently, they were viewed with disdain by the other two sects, Tianqing and Xingyu, creating an irreconcilable rift between them. Among the disciples admitted to the inner sanctum, one would be chosen as a personal disciple of the three demonesses, a privilege that could not be purchased with gold. To be selected was a stroke of great fortune, yet also a potential misfortune, for any sign of error or suspicion could lead to a fate of being cast into the depths of a frigid abyss. Upon grasping the terrifying rules of the Lanting sect, Qin Shuhua felt a shiver run down her spine. She received a numbered token and awaited her turn for the examination of her celestial roots, which had already reached 5 digits. The tokens were categorized by single and dual roots, and to avoid detection, Qin Shuhua cleverly concealed one of her celestial roots with a spell. Masquerading as a dual root cultivator. Entering the Lanting sect, it was easy to deceive the masses temporarily, but evading the watchful eyes of the three demonesses was a formidable challenge. Thus, Qin Shuhua feigned blindness to lower their guards. The examination of celestial roots proceeded smoothly, and those who had already passed were guided by the sect's disciples to their designated areas. Waiting for the examination took an unexpectedly long time. Ahead of Qin Shuhua in line stood a young gentleman adorned in opulent attire, clearly hailing from a wealthy family. He was tall and handsome, with striking features. Accompanying him were 3 or 4 attendants, some fanning him while others carried several bundles. They resembled a party on holiday rather than aspiring cultivators. What are you afraid of? I am the most outstanding scion of my clan. How could I not possess dual roots? The young gentleman declared with confidence. His attendants, recognizing his certainty, refrained from dampening his spirits. With an air of arrogance, he turned to see Qin Shuhua, who seemed intrigued. Miss, eavesdropping is quite improper. I wasn't he. It's just that you were speaking so loudly. Qin Shuhua retorted, nervously touching her small nose to mask her embarrassment. Why are you covering your eyes with cloth?
Can't you see?
The young gentleman inquired, waving his hand in front of her face to test her blindness. I have an eye ailment. I fear scaring others. Qin Shuhua replied, feeling increasingly impatient as several people questioned her. The young gentleman promptly turned to one of his attendants who had earlier advised him to give up and leave.
Look.
Even a blind person can come for the examination. Why can't I? I'm certain of my success. Suddenly, he realized his words might have upset Qin Shuhua. He cleared his throat and swiftly changed the subject. What is your name? I am Gu Ziqing, he stated. Qin Shuhua merely pursed her lips, disinterested in conversing with this frivolous young man. Do you even know if you have dual roots? He pressed on, attempting to alleviate the previous awkwardness. I do not, she replied coldly, unwilling to engage further. Gu Ziqing removed his jade pendant and offered it to Qin Shuhua. Take this. When you reach Shengjing City, this pendant will ensure your journey is smooth, at the very least providing for your needs. As a blind person, you may not enter the cultivation world, but this will give you a chance.
I do not require it.
It seemed this spoiled young man was convinced that Qin Shuhua would be unable to enter the cultivation realm. In truth, the examination merely involved a crystalline sphere emitting a purple glow. If one possessed dual roots, the sphere would gleam with golden light in their presence. A single root without innate wisdom would emit a blue hue. As Gu Ziqing approached the sphere, it shone with a golden light.
See.
I told you I am undoubtedly a dual root. The examiner gestured to the right. Go report there. Attendants cannot accompany you. Master, we cannot bear to leave you. His attendants performed a heartfelt scene of devotion. Qin Shuhua had no time to indulge in their poignant display, for she was next in line. Blind and still daring to approach the Lanting sect. Have you no sense of where you are? Depart at once. The examiner admonished impatiently. Do you not wish to examine my celestial roots? What if I possess an extraordinarily rare root? Wouldn't the Lanting sect lose out on a valuable asset? Qin Shuhua maintained her composure, refusing to falter. Fine, let us see. Just to put your mind at ease. A mere common single root dares to come to our Lanting sect for examination? How laughable. With that, the examiner circled Qin Shuhua with the crystalline sphere. To everyone's astonishment, the sphere flashed with a dazzling blend of yellow and gold, a spectacle so striking that it suggested the presence of a unique celestial root, rivaled only by the revered masters of the cultivation world. The examiner's face was one of disbelief, and he quickly summoned someone to notify the 3 demonesses above. Will you still expel me now? Qin Shuhua smirked. And no, of course not. The examiner immediately adopted a posture of deference, nearly obsequious. Please proceed to the inner hall. Soon after, Qin Shuhua encountered the 3 demonesses who had come upon hearing the news. Who is the one possessing the extraordinary dual roots? The foremost demoness, Zidian inquired, her voice echoing before her figure was fully visible. I am blind due to illness in my youth, Qin Shuhua responded calmly. No wonder our spiritual energy detected that you lack any deficiencies. It seems your blindness is a result of illness, and your eyes remain intact, Zidian remarked languidly. Why not join me? I will take it upon myself to better instruct this newcomer, Lanma interjected. Entrusting such a tedious task to my sisters is hardly appropriate, especially for a blind person. The recent elections had seen the best candidates snatched away by Zidian and Xuanma, leaving a dearth of worthy apprentices. Yet she possesses innate dual roots, setting her apart from the ordinary, Xuanma interjected, realizing that such a disciple would be coveted by all. Come with me. I will take care of her, Zidian finally declared. Our sect lacks sufficient disciples. Please leave her to me, Lanma countered, unwilling to relinquish such a rare talent. That cannot be. I have declared her mine, and she must become my disciple. The formidable sorceress Zidian has always been tyrannical. Accustomed to the oppression from the powerful sorceress Zidian, Lan Mo is determined to cultivate this prodigy for his own benefit, without an ounce of modesty. Suddenly, the hall resonated with the heated debate among the 3. How unbecoming for the esteemed trio of sorceresses from the Lanting sect to create such a commotion within the inner sanctum. The sect leader, Qiaoxin, approached gracefully, exuding a chilling aura of authority. Are you the newcomer endowed with the extraordinary celestial roots? She inquired, taking her seat at the center of the hall, idly toying with her fingers while listening to Qin Shuhua's response with apparent disinterest. Indeed, Qin Shuhua, drenched in perspiration, was anxious not to reveal any signs of distress to Qiaoxin.
Oh,
Then come with me, Qiaoxin declared, a wicked smile gracing her lips as she casually tossed a teacup towards Qin Shuhua. Nerves taut, Qin Shuhua remained acutely aware and thus effortlessly caught the teacup. Observing Qin Shuhua's adeptness, Qiaoxin proceeded to throw an array of concealed silver needles from her sleeve, intending to utilize the sound of their impact to gauge Qin Shuhua's auditory acuity. With her vision impaired, a blind person's hearing would naturally be exceptional. Understanding Qiaoxin's intent, Qin Shuhua calmed herself and attentively listened to the sounds of the silver needles striking various objects, locating them one by one. Marvelous, marvelous. Let us proceed directly to the starry snow tower for your cultivation, Qiaoxin exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight before sweeping away with a flourish of her sleeve. Chapter 10. The long-awaited arrival. The three witches had never witnessed the sect leader, Qiaoxin, personally accept a new disciple. But they had no choice but to guide Qin Shuhua to the Xingxua Tower for her training. The Xingxua Tower sounded like a place for enhancing celestial powers. Yet under the guidance of Qiaoxin from the Lanting sect, it had long transformed into a furnace for cultivating demonic arts. The practice of celestial techniques and demonic arts conflicted with one another. Thus, any misstep could lead one astray into dangerous territory. This is the place. You will need to learn 5 heart methods here, and it will take at least half a month, stated the great witch, Zidian, casting a jealous glance at Qin Shuhua. Why should a novice like her be allowed to train in the Xingxua Tower? Here, we practice the magical techniques of our Lanting sect, which can yield twice the results with half the effort. After mastering the first heart method, you will acquire spells that others take 5 years to learn.
so,
The sect leader is truly generous towards you, added Xuanma, casting an envious look. However, if someone with innate celestial power practices our demonic arts, they risk losing their sanity. And in severe cases, their lives. Blue ink interjected. Take care of yourself and focus on your training, the 3 witches instructed before departing, leaving behind guards to monitor Qin Shuhua's progress. After several weeks of training, Qin Shuhua gradually felt the blood in her meridians flowing upward along with her celestial energy. On one fateful day, as she was cultivating, blood suddenly gushed from her mouth. The clash between her celestial and demonic forces caused her to faint. In her hazy unconsciousness, she glimpsed the serene face of Xiangyun. You have finally arrived. She then nestled comfortably in his embrace. Xiangyun held Qin Shuhua tightly, whispering in her ear, I will take you away. As they soared into the air, Qin Shuhua, still in a slumber, felt the gentle breeze brush past her. Devoid of any chill or turbulence, a comforting sensation she only felt when with Xiangyun. She remained nestled in his arms, clinging on tightly. Xiangyun, far from rejecting her dependence, welcomed it, even finding joy in her embrace. After a quarter of an hour of flight, they arrived at a secluded forest at the foot of the mountain. Xiangyun wiped the sweat from Qin Shuhua's brow and offered her a cup of dew to drink, followed by tending to her injuries. Soon, Qin Shuhua awoke under Xiangyun's attentive care, astonished to find the esteemed master of the Tianqing sect preparing a meal for her. Where is this? She inquired, still feeling a throb in her head and her surroundings blurred. This is a small retreat of mine, unknown to others. You can rest assured here, Xiangyun replied, presenting her with a cup of bamboo leaf and flower water. This will detoxify your body from the malevolent energies acquired during your demonic training. Qin Shuhua was touched by Xiangyun's efforts. Why do you always come to my rescue in times of peril? It's as if you can foresee my troubles. In truth, I have always been by your side, silently guarding you. I promise to protect you, and that vow remains steadfast. Xiangyun gently tapped her forehead, his expression filled with affection as they exchanged sweet, silly smiles. I believe no one doubts me, Qin Shuhua said, sipping the bamboo leaf water. That is too dangerous. The conflicts between sects in the cultivation world are well known, and I cannot allow you to face such peril alone. Xiangyun grasped her hand tightly, fearful of losing her. Silly girl, perhaps even the heavens are aiding you, my innocent and kind-hearted little darling. Xiangyun fondly caressed her cheek as she leaned on the table, watching him prepare medicine. In reality, prior to Qin Shuhua's departure, Shang Yun had bestowed upon her a fragment of his extraordinary celestial root to assist her. You tease me. Humph. You are a troublesome master. Qin Shihua pouted, pretending to be upset, waiting for Shang Yun to placate her. All right. But tell me, are you truly resolute in combating the dark forces? Shang Yun teased. Indeed. I am determined to eradicate the Lanting sect, the foremost dark force in the cultivation world. Qin Shihua declared, raising her right fist in a vow, her expression resolute. I have a pill here for you. Once consumed, it will facilitate the transformation of your internal spiritual energy. This transformation is based on your foundational cultivation. If you practice demonic arts, what you absorb will be celestial energy. Although to outsiders, it will appear as an enhancement of your demonic power. Shang Yun produced the pill and administered it to her. What a wondrous treasure, master. You are truly remarkable. In Qin Shihua's eyes, her master was an omnipotent being, always capable of making a difference at critical moments. I will frequently be by your side to protect you. We shall use the sound of a bird's call as a signal. And I will often appear to teach you some advanced techniques, so you are well prepared. Shang Yun expressed his lingering concern for her safety. I will. You need not worry, master, Qin Shihua said, snuggling closer to him. Seizing an opportunity, when the guards of the Xingxue Tower changed shifts, Qin Shihua stealthily slipped into the tower, returning to her original training spot and seated herself cross-legged. Before long, the half-month period had elapsed. Upon emerging from the Xingxue Tower, Qin Shihua encountered the grand ceremony for accepting new disciples at the Lanting sect. The atmosphere was magnificent and imposing. Each participant was to showcase their accomplishments from the past half-month. Though termed a ceremony, it resembled a gladiatorial arena, a second selection, far more rigorous than the initial trial, where stakes were life and death. Ah, it's you. Qin Shihua felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to find Gu Ziqing, the notorious scion. How have your training results been? I don't want to fish you out from the crowd, he remarked. Clearly accustomed to a life of leisure and unlikely to have dedicated time to serious cultivation. Why not we join forces? The strength of unity is always formidable, he suggested, raising an eyebrow. I'd rather not. I fear you might hold me back, Qin Shihua replied dismissively, unimpressed by his frivolous nature. I will persevere until the end. For the honor of my clan, Gu Ziqing asserted confidently. Qin Shihua shook her head with a resigned smile. The horn for the ceremony sounded. The sect leader, Xiaoxin, addressed the disciples. Dear apprentices, after half a month of studying heart methods and advanced techniques across various sects, this is your chance to showcase your progress and earn the opportunity to become direct disciples of the three great witches, Zidian, Lanma, and Xuanma. So, give it your all. With the sound of the horn, the competition commenced. Qin Shihua, possessing 3 celestial roots and having trained for half a month in the Xingxue Tower, found defeating her fellow disciples to be a trivial matter. Surprisingly, Gu Ziqing also managed to break through the ranks, much to her astonishment.
See,
I do have some skills, Gu Ziqing boasted, unaware of the impending danger approaching him from behind.
watch out.
Qin Shihua, positioned directly across from him, caught sight of an assailant wielding a sword aimed at Gu Ziqing. Acting swiftly, she intervened to protect him. As the competition concluded, Gu Ziqing and Qin Shihua emerged as the undisputed victors of the Master-Disciple ceremony, with Gu Ziqing being chosen by the formidable sorceress Zidian to become her direct disciple. Does this mean we are bound by fate as well?
Haha.
Gu Ziqing exclaimed, brimming with pride. Qin Shihua offered a resigned smile, finding him to be quite the dandy young master. Following the ceremony, the sect leader, Xiaoxin, would infuse the winning disciple with Danhua. Naturally, the victor was none other than Qin Shihua. This Danhua has the power to restore your sight and grant you clarity, Xiaoxin proclaimed. Danhua, crafted from ancient jade through a century of refinement in the cold snow tower, holds the esteemed ability to preserve youthful appearance, heal ailments, and enhance magical prowess, truly a mark of the highest honor. This also reflects sect leader Xiaoxin's profound trust in Qin Shihua as her disciple. Master, this is wonderful. It is you. Qin Shihua felt a surge of emotions, as if all her burdens had been lifted upon seeing Shang Yun. Chapter 11. The Master-Disciple Ceremony. Suddenly, Qin Shuhua paused midair, prompting Shang Yun to inquire with concern, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just a bit shaky on the sword. I was afraid I might fall," Qin Shuhua softly explained. Once they landed, Qin Shuhua immediately seated herself at the bamboo table, feeling no need to constrain herself in the presence of her master, Shang Yun. She timidly requested, "Master, could you teach me your art of flight now?" "What did you say?" Shang Yun asked gently, her tone always warm and nurturing towards Qin Shuhua. "To ascend and fly freely. I wish to fly as steadily as you do. This sword flight is far too bumpy. You can soar without any tools and maintain such stability." Qin Shuhua's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Shang Yun. Shang Yun furrowed her brow slightly. "No, that won't do." She deliberately teased Qin Shuhua, keeping her in suspense. Rising to her feet, Qin Shuhua playfully tugged at Shang Yun's sleeve. "Master, this is my first request to you. Please grant it." Shang Yun maintained a serious expression. "You have only reached the 5th level of sword flight. To ascend, you must attain the 10th level. You possess 3 spirit roots, and at the very least, you need to cultivate to 6 spirit roots to practice the art of soaring. But isn't flying freely an essential skill for disciples in the realm of cultivation? I want to learn it," Qin Shuhua insisted. "Do you possess a foundational spiritual artifact?" Shang Yun inquired. Confused by the term, Qin Shuhua shook her head. "A disciple with only 3 spirit roots, how could you possibly have such an artifact?" "To learn the art of flight, one must possess a foundational spiritual artifact," Shang Yun explained logically. "Then please give me one. I now have Danhua. Surely with a foundational spiritual artifact, my abilities would soar," Qin Shuhua pleaded, grasping Shang Yun's hand with a playful demeanor. Mo Shuang frowned slightly. "Actually, there is an opportunity, but it depends on whether you can seize it." "What opportunity?" Qin Shuhua asked. "Next month marks the bicentennial opening of the Spirit Linking Realm. An invaluable opportunity every novice disciple must not miss. Are you aware of the Spirit Linking Realm in the cultivation world?" Qin Shuhua shook her head again, gazing at her master with childlike admiration. A smile crept onto Shang Yun's lips, a sign of her cunning success. This mischievous little fish had finally taken the bait of her sly fishing rod. In truth, Shang Yun was eager to help Qin Shuhua enhance her spiritual power otherwise. Why would she willingly enter the Spirit Linking Realm? Moreover, Shang Yun was well aware of the dangers within. Should Qin Shuhua decide to enter, she would certainly accompany her to ensure her safety. Every 200 years, the Spirit Linking Realm opens, filled with various foundational spiritual artifacts, but it is fraught with danger. However, only novice disciples, like yourself, are permitted entry. According to the rules of the cultivation world, I cannot accompany you. Yet, danger and opportunity coexist. You will encounter foundational spiritual artifacts that resonate with you. When combined with Danhua, it will significantly amplify your spiritual power. Why can only novice disciples go? Qin Shuhua asked, puzzled. The Spirit Linking Realm requires pure spiritual cultivators to enter, Shang Yun patiently clarified. But I only have 3 spirit roots. Wouldn't I be doomed if I entered? Those priceless and rare spiritual artifacts would surely be beyond my reach. Qin Shuhua lamented, her face filled with distress. Shang Yun chuckled lightly. With me by your side, what is there to worry about? I will protect you. Shang Yun's assurance brought a sense of comfort to Qin Shuhua. You initially wanted me to attend the master-disciple ceremony, not merely for me to acquire Danhua, did you? You little rascal, you can't hide anything from me. Shang Yun's affection for Qin Shuhua was evident. Qin Shuhua's eyes darted around, suddenly recalling something. Will disciples from the various sects also attend? I am curious whether that spoiled young master Gu Ziqing will successfully obtain a foundational spiritual artifact. Gu Ziqing? Shang Yun's expression darkened, her demeanor grew cold, and an unsettling chill filled the air as her tone turned frosty. I have noticed you two growing quite close lately. He cannot go, nor should he, Shang Yun stated sternly. It was the first time Qin Shuhua had heard another man's name from Shang Yun's lips. But why can't he go? He is also part of the cultivation world, she remarked, oblivious to the hint of jealousy in Shang Yun's voice. Qin Shuhua sighed. What a pity he wouldn't be there. It would certainly lessen the excitement without that spoiled young master. Xiang Yin coughed deliberately, trying to redirect Qin Shuhua's attention. While I would accompany you, the spirit-linking realm is a perilous place. We must meet frequently this month. I will teach you some simple spells. Xiang Yun's concern for Qin Shuhua was evident. I will examine your meridians and see if they have been unblocked after 2 years of cultivation, Xiang Yun said. Her brow furrowed. Qin Shuhua was momentarily taken aback. Only when your meridians are unblocked can I transmit spiritual power into your body. Otherwise, if they are blocked, how can I transmit it? Xiang Yun teased as she gently pinched Qin Shuhua's nose. Relaxing, Qin Shuhua felt a warm current flowing from her back into her body as Xiang Yun guided her with her hand. As that powerful spiritual energy flowed into her, Qin Shuhua sensed an indescribable force coalescing within her. At that moment, due to Xiang Yun channeling natural energy for Qin Shuhua, the sky displayed an unusual spectacle, with violet and red hues intertwining. They needed to hasten their training. If other malevolent sects discovered them and interfered, it would spell disaster. Transmitting spiritual energy required considerable physical strength. After 3 hours, Qin Shuhua began to feel fatigued, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Noticing her weakening state, Xiang Yun formed a protective barrier around her, enhancing the absorption of spiritual energy while safeguarding her from external disturbances. Having absorbed enough spiritual energy, Qin Shuhua retracted the energy within and breathed a sigh of relief. However, she still appeared frail, so Xiang Yun instructed her to sit in meditation to recover her strength. Obediently, Qin Shuhua closed her eyes and meditated on the spot. Master, why does the sky glow with violet and red light when you transmit spiritual energy to me? You possess an unusual spirit root among your 3 roots, and with Danhua as assistance, it requires the aid of natural energy, Xiang Yun explained. Always so considerate and caring towards Qin Shuhua, just as she promised to protect her. Oh. Qin Shuhua responded obediently. Transmitting spiritual energy is a highly intricate matter. The greatest source of spiritual energy in the cultivation world lies within the Zhenyu Tower. This bamboo grove is an exceptional spot for cultivation, close to the Zhenyu Tower. However, the transmission of spiritual energy must not exceed certain limits and should be calibrated according to the cultivator's level. If too much is input at once, it could overload the meridians, leading to ruptures, with lighter cases resulting in madness and severe cases ending in death. Yet, Qin Shuhua was unique. Possessing 3 spirit roots along with an unusual root given by Xiang Yun, combined with Danhua's assistance, she could accept more spiritual energy than the average person. Nevertheless, cultivating the spiritual techniques with 3 roots requires more effort than those with dual roots, resulting in a slightly faster progress. At that moment, Qin Shuhua still felt a tumultuous stirring within her, her face reflecting a look of anguish. Thus, Xiang Yun promptly seated herself and employed various emergency techniques to alleviate Qin Shuhua's suffering. Could it be that her frail body is unable to withstand such overwhelming celestial energy? Xiang Yun pondered to herself. After a while, Qin Shuhua's restlessness was soothed and calmed. During this time, every movement and expression of Qin Shuhua tugged at Xiang Yun's heart, fearing that she might not endure it and that something might go awry. Fortunately, Qin Shuhua did not exhibit any further abnormal reactions, which allowed Xiang Yun's anxious heart to gradually ease. As Qin Shuhua's emotions stabilized, Xiang Yun resolved to reinforce the protective barrier to prevent any unwelcome intruders from disturbing her meditative tranquility. However, at that moment, several dark figures swiftly flashed before Xiang Yun's eyes. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were members of the Xingyu sect. Xiang Yun speculated inwardly. Could it be that they have discovered the transmission of celestial energy? Chapter 12. The Spirit Realm. At this moment, Xiang Yun's cherished disciple was still in the midst of cultivating his powers, and he was reluctant to let go. It's all right. I am still far from becoming a celestial being, so you need not worry, senior brother, Xiang Yun replied with a calm demeanor. The members of the Xingyu sect were not colluding with the Lanting sect to create chaos. Otherwise, Qin Shuhua's life would be in grave danger. Observing the formidable celestial energy emanating from Xiang Yun, the sect leader of Xingyu inquired, "Your celestial energy has become quite robust, capable of summoning the purplish-red light of the sky. Could you grant us a path to coexist?" "You misunderstand me, senior brother," Peaceful coexistence among the sects is a teaching from our esteemed Grandmaster, which I have always held dear, Shang Yun articulated, causing the Xingyu sect leader to reconsider his approach to Shang Yun. He endeavored to buy more time for Qin Shihua's recovery and engaged the Xingyu sect members in light conversation. Since the inception of the cultivation world, there has been a pursuit for balance among the various sects, a principle that Shang Yun has steadfastly adhered to. He eloquently explained this to the members of the Xingyu sect. Qin Shihua felt she had nearly recovered and stepped out of the bamboo house, only to find the members of the Xingyu sect standing before her and her master, Shang Yun. Locking her gaze onto her master, she hurried over and asked, "Master, why are they here?" She noticed the scrutinizing looks from several leaders of the Xingyu sect, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. The Xingyu sect leader sighed, "Shang Yun, among these fellow disciples who trained under the same master, you are the one most favored by our Grandmaster."
Now,
With that female lunatic from the Lanting sect causing turmoil in the cultivation world, if you can attain the status of a celestial being, we would be more than willing to join forces against her. Shang Yun nodded, replying, "Thank you, senior brother. I understand your intentions." As the Xingyu sect leader departed, he quietly advised his subordinates, "We of the Xingyu sect must hasten our cultivation and strengthen our celestial energies. We cannot fall behind and become the subject of ridicule among the smaller sections." Thus far, aside from the 3 major sects whose masters have successfully ascended, no one in the cultivation world has achieved the status of a celestial being. Qin Shihua tugged at Shang Yun's sleeve, inquiring, "Master, why did the Xingyu sect leader come so suddenly? I don't quite understand what you were discussing." Shang Yun wished to prevent Qin Shihua from becoming distracted, saying, "It's nothing. Just some trivial matters, no need for concern." "Oh," Qin Shihua mused, "well, it seems you have a lot on your plate, huh?" Shang Yun chuckled at her seemingly random remark, affectionately patting her cheek. "You little rascal." In the days that followed, Shang Yun devoted himself to training alongside Qin Shihua, preparing for their entrance into the spirit realm. The spirit realm was capricious and fraught with peril, and the upcoming entry would pose numerous challenges. Just as Qin Shihua was about to ask Shang Yun to accompany her, she witnessed him casting an illusion using his celestial energy to disguise himself. After scrutinizing her master, she remarked, "Master, I don't think this will work. Anyone can tell it's you, Shang Yun." She pouted slightly. Shang Yun replied, perplexed, "But my appearance is drastically different now. What seems amiss? Anyone who knows you would recognize you immediately." It appeared that in the art of deception, Shang Yun was not as adept as the clever Qin Shihua. At that moment, Qin Shihua utilized her celestial energy to transform Shang Yun into a comically oily man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and handlebar mustache. She couldn't help but giggle at his ludicrous appearance. "What are you laughing at?" Shang Yun inquired. "Nothing. I just find it a bit hard to get used to your new look," Qin Shihua admitted, her laughter growing as she observed him. "Is that so?" Shang Yun responded, conjuring a mirror with his celestial energy to view his altered visage, but Qin Shihua stopped him. "Don't. This is actually quite good. No one will recognize you as Shang Yun. However, I'm still not quite accustomed to this face." With a wave of her hand, she cast another illusion, this time upon herself, ensuring that while others saw a greasy man, she would still see her dashing master. As the mist surrounding the spirit realm began to dissipate, signaling that they could enter, Shang Yun urged Qin Shihua, "Are you ready? We must hurry." Qin Shihua, contemplating her previous half-hearted flying skills while watching him hover on his sword, cautiously asked, "Master, may I accompany you during this flight?" "Hold on tight," Shang Yun replied, his expression as gentle as ever. "All right." Qin Shihua skillfully wrapped her arms around Shang Yun's waist, pressing her face against his back, her voice muffled, "Master, I'm ready. Let's go." A faint smile graced Shang Yun's lips as he took to the skies. Upon landing, Qin Shihua let out a relieved sigh and beamed at Shang Yun. "Master, it would have been better if we had done this sooner. What a wild child you are." As Qin Shihua dismounted, she eagerly greeted the Xingyu sect leader, whom she had encountered not long ago. The Xingyu sect leader, having just met Qin Shihua and knowing her to be Shang Yun's beloved disciple, approached her cheerfully, glancing around and inquiring, "Where is your master? How could he let you enter the spirit realm alone today?" Shang Yun concealed his celestial energy, appearing as an ordinary individual to outsiders. He communicated silently with the Xingyu sect leader, "Senior brother, it is I, Shang Yun. I have decided to enter the spirit realm together." Shang Yun's resolute expression conveyed his commitment. "It is necessary. I cannot bear to be concerned." The Xingyu sect leader remarked, "You have certainly gone to great lengths for your beloved disciple. What makes her so special that you devote such effort to her training?" "She is my disciple. And that is all there is to it," Shang Yun replied succinctly. Seeing that Shang Yun was not forthcoming with further details, the Xingyu sect leader relented, saying, "Once you enter, please keep a close eye on my disciple. Consider this a request from your senior brother. It would not be in vain for us to share this brotherhood, would it?" "I will," Shang Yun assured him. "You need not worry." Their silent exchange was comprehensible only to them, while Qin Shuhua merely observed, bewildered by the two men's seemingly inaudible conversation. The Xingyu sect leader declared, "Since everyone is prepared, let us proceed into the spirit realm together." Qin Shuhua and Shang Yun discreetly followed behind the group, wishing to avoid drawing attention and causing trouble. Walking at the back, Qin Shuhua quietly inquired, "Master, have you ever been to the spirit realm before?"
Oh.
"In that case, Master, you are quite the antiquity." She pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully.
What?
"Are you implying that I am old? Is that so? Perhaps you should venture into the spirit realm alone, as this old bone of mine may not be able to enter." Shang Yun feigned a challenge. Qin Shuhua hastily waved her hands in explanation. "No. I merely meant to say that you possess great knowledge and experience, far beyond what we younger generations can aspire to." Shang Yun observed her shift from disdain to praise, shaking his head in exasperation, yet filled with affection for her earnestness. "It seems I am quite at your mercy, little girl." Upon hearing the disjointed remarks of Shang Yun, Qin Shuhua immediately inquired, "Does this mean that Master will not be leaving?" Following closely behind, she discerned that Shang Yun, in this state, had seemingly calmed down and no longer held any grievances against her. "Master, wait for me. You are moving too swiftly." Qin Shuhua chattered excitedly as she hurried to catch up. Chapter 13. Consuming the spirit serpent meat. Although Shang Yun did not respond vocally, he instinctively slowed his pace. The spirit realm was fraught with peril, and he felt compelled to protect Qin Shuhua while assisting her in acquiring the desired spiritual artifact. Following closely behind the Xingyu sect's group, Shang Yun listened attentively to Qin Shuhua's words while remaining vigilant to the sounds around them, despite his sufficient strength to safeguard her. This was his first venture into the spirit realm, warranting a cautious approach. "Master, are you even listening to me?" Qin Shuhua pouted, noticing Shang Yun's absent-mindedness. The rare display of feminine annoyance from Qin Shuhua momentarily caught Shang Yun off guard. If only this were not a task from the realms, he thought greedily to himself. "I'm listening," Shang Yun replied, gently ruffling Qin Shuhua's hair. "Hey, you lot at the back. If you've got time to chat, keep up." The voice of a brash disciple from the Xingyu sect pierced the air. Shang Yun, as the leader of the Tianqing sect, had never been spoken to in such a manner, especially not in front of Qin Shuhua. His face darkened, and he prepared to discipline the inexperienced disciples who dared to show such disrespect. Just as he was about to unleash his celestial power concealed within his sleeves, he was halted by Qin Shuhua's tug on his robe. "Master, don't forget, you currently resemble a greasy man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a pair of handlebar mustaches. They want to take you seriously, and it's not the right time for confrontation." Qin Shuhua blinked at him, her eyes filled with mischief. Seeing Shang Yun cease his impending actions, she felt relieved and released her grip on his clothing. "Brothers of Xingyu sect, we are on our way," Qin Shuhua cheerfully called out to the disciples ahead. "If it weren't for my eagerness to obtain this spiritual artifact, I would have already had my master teach you a lesson." While she feigned an apology with a playful demeanor, her thoughts were far from benign. The disciples, witnessing her adherence to decorum, felt a twinge of embarrassment and muttered under their breath a few reluctant comments before turning away. In a different time, such disrespectful disciples would have met with dire consequences. Shang Yun reflected with dissatisfaction, but he continued forward with Qin Shuhua. "All right, master. This area is only for novice disciples. If anyone discovers your identity, I will have to face the consequences alone. Let us move quickly." Qin Shuhua's words were the reason Shang Yun refrained from acting out against the oblivious disciples. It was far more crucial to protect her and secure the compatible spiritual artifact. For Qin Shuhua, he was willing to endure the indignity of masquerading as a greasy man, what was a little discomfort in the grand scheme of things. With this thought, Shang Yun dismissed his earlier grievances regarding the disciples' attitudes. Why do all the plants here look the same? Qin Shuhua complained, rubbing her tired legs. They do not look the same. Rather, we have yet to find our way out, Shang Yun clarified. The other Xingyu disciples, sensing something amiss, ceased their blind march and began to strategize. Master, this must be a maze. But it feels so real, didn't you notice at all? The one who set this up must possess remarkable celestial power, Qin Shuhua observed, her excitement evident as she surveyed their surroundings, completely unfazed by the anxiety of the other disciples. Just as Shang Yun intended to share the legends of the spirit realm with her, a sudden gust of ominous wind swept through, uprooting ancient trees and sending them spiraling into the air. The once confident Xingyu disciples now cried out in terror. As the wind approached, Shang Yun had already conjured a barrier of celestial energy to shield Qin Shuhua. Disciples of Xingyu sect, quickly employ the star fixation technique, he commanded, stepping forth to rally the disoriented disciples. Upon entering the spirit realm, Shang Yun had promised his senior brother to protect his disciples, and he could not stand idly by. In their desperation, the beleaguered disciples summoned their celestial roots power and recited the incantation of the star fixation technique, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the wind. After what seemed like an eternity, the wind finally subsided. What in the world was that wind?
It was terrifying.
The senior disciple from Xingyu exclaimed, removing a branch from his head, while the other disciples, lacking his strength, fared little better.
Ha!
Master, they look utterly ridiculous. Qin Shuhua laughed heartily at the sight of the once intimidating disciples now in disarray. Hearing her melodic laughter, the prideful disciples felt embarrassment wash over them. You little brat. A waste from the Tianqing sect, daring to mock us while under our protection. A delicate-looking disciple shouted in indignation. Upon hearing his precious disciple insulted, Shang Yun could no longer restrain himself. With a swift motion, he lifted the pale-faced disciple into the air using his celestial power. The senior disciple of Xingyu remained silent, observing Shang Yun's greasy facade with a probing gaze. Young master, my junior was indeed in the wrong. I apologize on his behalf, the senior disciple said, bowing deeply as one would to a sect leader.
Oh.
What gives you the right to plead for him in my presence? Shang Yun retorted, though his grip softened slightly as he regarded the senior disciple with appreciation. You may not know, but my junior, though mischievous, is favored by my master due to his looks. If he has upset this fairy sister, I shall gladly accept punishment in his stead. The senior disciple's reasoning was sound, and Qin Shuhua, pleased by his defense, praised him unwittingly, unaware that her innocent words would have dire consequences. In an instant, Shang Yun's previously relaxed grip tightened, and the once bouncing disciple was reduced to nothing but ash. Senior brother, you. Qin Shuhua stared in disbelief at the scene before her.
Child.
Whom did you just call handsome? Shang Yun's serious inquiry made Qin Shuhua question whether her master had been replaced, not just in appearance, but in temperament as well. Senior brother is the most handsome in the entire realm of spiritual cultivation, Qin Shuhua replied, suppressing her urge to curse, all while smiling at the mightiest man in the spiritual world. Due to the need for disguise, Qin Shuhua referred to Shang Yun as senior brother in the presence of others. However, witnessing his ruthless act of killing left her feeling unsettled, and she distanced herself. Disciples of Xingyu sect, pay your respects to the leader of Tianqing sect. The senior disciple of Xingyu, noticing Qin Shuhua's retreat, suddenly bowed deeply to Shang Yun. You're quite clever, using me to rid yourself of someone you dared not confront. Shang Yun remarked. Please, master. The senior disciple pleaded, kneeling before Shang Yun without elaboration. Very well, I shall consider this as eliminating a nuisance for my brother. Shang Yun waved his hand dismissively and continued onward, unwilling to leave his young disciple alone. Unable to escape the maze, the recent gust of wind had left many disciples of Xingyu injured, prompting them to pause and recuperate before searching for the maze's core. Here are your provisions and blankets. A disciple of Xingyu approached Shang Yun and Qin Shuhua with supplies in hand. Qin Shuhua could hardly believe her eyes at the respectful demeanor of the senior disciple. Master, have they lost their minds? Qin Shuhua conveyed her thoughts to Shang Yun using the unique secret technique of the Tianqing sect. Just moments ago, she witnessed her master slay a disciple of the Xingyu sect. She had anticipated that they would seek vengeance for their fallen comrade. Yet now they regard her master with such reverence, tinged with a hint of fear. Leave it be. Shang Yun merely chuckled upon receiving Qin Shuhua's thoughts. Addressing the disciples of the Xingyu sect with authority. What is this? Shang Yun inquired, her expression darkening as she observed the food presented by the Xingyu disciples. You think you can capture this? This spirit serpent was in its dormant phase just moments ago. Take it away. Upon hearing Shang Yun's words, several disciples of the Xingyu sect exhibited expressions of delight, swiftly carrying away the vessel containing the spirit serpent. Shall I procure other food for you, my lord? No need. You may depart. The senior disciple, noticing Shang Yun closing her eyes, wisely chose to leave. What do you desire? The celestial energy of that spirit serpent is but a fraction of what my master has imparted to me. What use would I have for it? If those disciples were to hear that the spirit serpent, which they cherished as a treasure, was deemed unworthy by Qin Shuhua, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. However, master, when shall we be able to exit this place? Qin Shuhua asked, blinking her eyes in boredom. She had lingered in this realm for far too long. If she did not fulfill her host's wishes soon, the system would automatically expel her for failure. Soon, Shang Yun replied. Yet we have yet to locate the focal point of the formation. It seems unlikely we can escape this maze. The focal point is approaching us. There is no need to rush. If you are weary, lean on me for a moment's rest. Shang Yun gazed gently at Qin Shuhua beside her. However, as soon as Shang Yun's words fell, the previously calmed ominous winds surged forth once more. This time, they were even more ferocious, accompanied by the resounding crash of trees toppling around them. Chapter 14. Overcoming the ancient dragon after the recent events and the consumption of the spirit snake. The disciples of the Xingyu sect found their inner celestial power slightly elevated, granting them a semblance of self-protection. However, before they could relax, a more terrifying occurrence transpired. Amidst the swirling dust, a colossal python adorned with dragon-like horns emerged, its shimmering scales gleaming like gold, leaving destruction in its wake. What creature is this? Qin Shuhua stood agape, contemplating silently whether she could still acquire a spirit weapon, ascend to the status of a celestial spirit supreme, and fulfill the wishes of this realm's host after encountering such a formidable beast so soon into the spirit communication realm. Calling upon the system, she accessed information regarding the divine beasts of the spirit communication realm. Ancient Dragon contains the Crimson Fire Danhua with combat prowess equivalent to 5 celestial roots. Its immense strength, swiftness, and formidable flames cannot be resisted by celestial power. As Qin Shuhua beheld the system's display, her astonishment deepened. Qin Shuhua, how is it that you, who are usually fearless and reckless, are now so terrified? At this critical moment, Shang Yun found the leisure to jest with her. Startled, Shang Yun nearly tumbled from the sky upon hearing Qin Shuhua's words, realizing that she was not merely frightened, but rather tempted by the treasures of the ancient dragon. With a playful smile, he addressed her as if he were simply after a trivial artifact. Upon soaring into the air, Shang Yun witnessed the disciples of the Xingyu sect attempting to unite their powers to capture the ancient dragon. Overestimating yourselves, he declared, positioning himself to absorb the dragon's wrath and save them from certain doom. Brother, the spirit snake we consumed earlier bears a striking resemblance to this ancient dragon. The disciples of the Xingyu sect, now in disarray, regretted their greed and recognized the calamity they had invited upon themselves. Clearly, the ancient dragon sought vengeance for its offspring. The dragon's fury escalated upon hearing their words, its roars echoing, causing the very heavens to darken and the earth to tremble. In a bid to protect Qin Shuhua from harm, Shang Yun hastily attempted to draw the ancient dragon away. When the dust settled, Qin Shuhua opened her eyes, finding both the ancient dragon and Shang Yun had vanished from sight. Disciples of the Xingyu sect, follow me to slay the ancient dragon, she urged, concerned for Shang Yun's safety. Yet, The disciples exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Miss Qin, our sincerest apologies. We were sent by our master to seek spirit artifacts and cannot spare the time to assist you. Moreover, our abilities pale in comparison to your brothers. We would only be a hindrance. We bid you farewell. Qin Shuhua's expression darkened as she observed the eldest disciple, whom Shang Yun had saved, feign reluctance. The Xingyu sect disciples seized the opportunity to escape the maze of illusions, disappearing from her view. Outraged at the hypocrisy of these so-called virtuous individuals, Qin Shuhua found them even less honorable than Gu Ziqing, that frivolous young master. With the disciples gone, she resolved to seek out Shang Yun herself. Despite his admonition to remain in place, she could not bear the thought of him confronting the ancient dragon alone. Fortunately, the dragon's substantial movements made it easy for her to track the battle's location. As she ventured forth, she soon beheld the scene of Shang Yun engaged in combat with the ancient dragon. Before she could call out to him, a fiery projectile hurtled toward her. Be careful. A figure darted in front of her, pulling her aside just in time to evade the fireball. It crashed into an ancient tree, igniting the surrounding foliage.
Gu Ziqing.
Qin Shuhua exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing her savior. Indeed, it is I, the one and only. Gu Ziqing struck a flamboyant pose in greeting. However, the environment left no room for idle chit-chat. Flames consumed the entire forest, and the fire from the Crimson Fire Danhua was not to be underestimated. Gu Ziqing, how are you unaffected by the flames? Do you not feel the searing heat? Qin Shuhua marveled at his apparent immunity. Dear Qin, no fire can overpower the wealth of my family, he boasted. What do you mean? She began to inquire, only to have him abruptly place a pill in her mouth. How does it feel? Are you not refreshed? He teased, winking mischievously. After consuming the pill, Qin Shuhua indeed felt the scorching sensation dissipate. However, Shang Yun continued to struggle against the ancient dragon, clearly at a disadvantage. This spirit communication realm was the dragon's domain. No matter how much Shang Yun injured it, the dragon could retreat to a healing pool and restore itself in no time. Seeing this, Qin Shuhua grew anxious. Gu Ziqing, we must assist Shang Yun. I am but a frail figure. I fear I may hinder you, Gu Ziqing replied, revealing his reluctance, which Qin Shuhua recognized as a lingering grudge from their last encounter. Senior brother Gu, please, let's not dwell on past grievances. The ancient dragon's demise is imminent if it encounters me. We must devise a plan to immobilize it. Her words flattered Gu Ziqing, who stretched lazily before taking to the skies on his sword. Though he possessed fewer celestial roots than she did, he always emerged unscathed from training grounds and had even become a disciple of the renowned Blue Ting sect's great sorceress, suggesting he must possess some extraordinary quality. Determined to find a way to restrain the ancient dragon, Qin Shuhua pondered deeply. Calling upon the system, she accessed the map of the spirit communication realm. After a brief moment of contemplation, she opened her eyes, a plan forming in her mind. Qin Shuhua, what are you doing here? Quickly, hide. Shang Yun admonished as he spotted her soaring toward him. Qin Mei, you've arrived. Gu Ziqing unabashedly winked at her in the presence of Shang Yun. Ancient dragon. Behold this. Qin Shuhua disregarded both Shang Yun and Gu Ziqing, brandishing a piece of snake skin toward the ancient dragon provocatively. The dragon's fury ignited further, unleashing a thunderous wail that reverberated through the air. Qin Shuhua's actions not only captured the dragon's attention but also left both Shang Yun and Gu Ziqing aghast. She was treading a perilous path. As the ancient dragon pursued her, it ceased to regard Shang Yun and Gu Ziqing, who were entangled in a struggle with the beast's celestial energy. Qin Shuhua's swordsmanship proved somewhat lacking, and she nearly fell several times, sending tremors of fear through Shang Yun and Gu Ziqing. Here we are, she exhaled in relief as they reached a grove of ancient trees by a serene green pool. Quickly maneuvering around them, the gnarled trunks ensnared the massive form of the ancient dragon. Roar! The trapped dragon bellowed in rage, thrashing helplessly. I did it! Qin Shuhua beamed at the approaching Shang Yun and Gu Ziqing. Yet, to her dismay, the ancient dragon, possessing immense strength, managed to uproot the ancient trees with a powerful twist of its body. Caught off guard by the shockwave, Qin Shuhua was thrown from her sword and plummeted downward. Fortunately, Shang Yun had been closely attentive to Qin Shuhua and rushed over, without delay, to catch her. Sister Qin, you nearly frightened me to death. If you continue to address her in such a manner, beware that I shall cut out your tongue, he retorted darkly. Upon hearing Shang Yun's ominous words, Gu Ziqing merely stuck out her tongue and fell silent. The ancient dragon coiled upon the ground emitted a mournful wail, yet it seemed ensnared by an invisible force, rendering it immobile. The group descended and stood upon the withered wood floating in the pond. This place, known as the Green Pond with its mysterious trees, is a seldom visited corner of the ethereal realm. Due to the abundance of ancient trees, the area is narrow and unsuitable for the ancient dragon's movement. Moreover, observe the pond's waters. Although shallow, once ensnared, no amount of celestial strength can facilitate an escape. Qin Shuhua elucidated. This is its Achilles heel. While Qin Shuhua was still explaining, Gu Ziqing had already searched the area thoroughly, and at this moment, she excitedly pointed to a faintly glowing spot on the ancient dragon. Drawing her treasured sword, she prepared to strike at that location, but the ancient dragon emitted another mournful cry that tugged at the heartstrings. Wait, it seems to have something to convey. Noticing the tears pooling at the corners of the dragon's eyes, Qin Shuhua felt a pang of sorrow and attempted to dissuade Gu Ziqing. What wisdom can be gleaned from a beast? Gu Ziqing, however, was consumed by her eagerness for the treasure and paid no heed to Qin Shuhua's plea. The blade of her sword glimmered as it ascended, poised to strike the ancient dragon.
No.
With a clang, just as Qin Shuhua was about to rush forward to stop Gu Ziqing, he saw Shang Yun channeling a surge of spiritual energy, forcing Gu Ziqing's sword off course. A shimmering scale from the dragon was impaled against a nearby tree by Gu Ziqing's blade. What on earth are you doing? Gu Ziqing fumed, irate at having missed the treasure, directing her fury at Shang Yun. Yet, Shang Yun disregarded her wrath and gazed tenderly at Qin Shuhua beside him.
Go on.
I am here. Qin Shuhua cast a glance at Shang Yun, who had been protecting her, and without uttering a word, she approached the ancient dragon. Chapter 15. The Supreme Cultivator Shang Yun said, "Go ahead," indicating that no matter what decision she made, he would support her. His presence meant that he would protect her regardless of the circumstances. Qin Shuhua understood this fully. She approached the ancient flood dragon in the pond, which seemed somewhat agitated, emitting a low growl from its throat, though it lacked the hostility it had shown earlier. Don't be afraid, little dragon. I am not a bad person, Qin Shuhua reassured, waving her hand as she cautiously approached the ancient beast. Gu Ziqing and Shang Yun, witnessing Qin Shuhua's affectionate address to the ancient flood dragon, couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. In the entire realm of cultivation, perhaps only Qin Shuhua would dare to call such a majestic creature little dragon. The ancient flood dragon seemed to sense her benign intentions, lowering its head and ceasing its roars. This emboldened Qin Shuhua, who boldly reached out to stroke the dragon's head. Hearing the dragon's mournful cries, Qin Shuhua felt a profound sorrow within her. Observing the dragon, trapped and unable to move in the pond, yet still gazing longingly at the discarded snake skin, she understood its plight. I'm sorry, little dragon. Although we did not cause this, I regret not stopping it, she said, placing the fallen snake skin before the ancient flood dragon. In the world of cultivation, while disciples from various sects hunted beasts to enhance their spiritual power, capturing an ancient beast of over 1,000 years was forbidden unless it willingly submitted to be a mount for a cultivator. The disciples of the Xingyu sect had already violated sect rules by hunting such a creature, and the ancient flood dragon's power was sufficient to command respect from them.
Yet,
at that moment, it resembled a grieving mother, lamenting the scent of the snake skin. Witnessing this, Qin Shuhua felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. You too? Think of a way to rescue the little dragon.
What?
You want to save it? Will I have a chance to live if it comes out? Are you truly going to save it? That ancient flood dragon possesses the red-fired Danhua. Shang Yun and Gu Ziqing exclaimed in unison. We cannot afford to make another mistake. What is the red-fired Danhua? I can cultivate it on my own. Qin Shuhua passionately argued for the rescue of the ancient flood dragon when suddenly a sound akin to flesh tearing filled the air. Don't, little dragon. Qin Shuhua and her companions were stunned by the sight before them. The ancient flood dragon struggled, shedding its skin and leaping, bloodied, from the pond. Suddenly, a flash of lightning and a blinding light forced Qin Shuhua to close her eyes. When she opened them, she beheld a sword with a dragon-shaped hilt, glowing red, hovering before her. Where did this sword come from? Qin Shuhua asked, bewildered as she looked at Shang Yun. This is the artifact that resonates with you. It seems the ancient flood dragon has willingly chosen to follow you, he replied. This little dragon? Has it no discernment? Why does it not choose me, given my prowess? Gu Ziqing lamented just as the ancient sword leapt into action, aiming for Gu Ziqing's face. Ancient grandfather dragon, I was wrong. Spare me, Qin Mei, save me.
Ha!
Who told you to say our little dragon has poor taste? Traitor, release the sword and commit seppuku to atone. Qin Shuhua looked up to see Qiaorui accompanied by the three dark sorceresses, Xuanma, Zidian, and Lanma, coming to demand justice. Master. Gu Ziqing rushed to greet Xuanma. My dear disciple, had it not been for you, I would have been unable to trace this traitor's whereabouts.
What?
Gu Ziqing, you betrayed me. Qin Mei, I'm sorry, Before Gu Ziqing could finish, Shang Yun sent him flying with a gust of wind. I've wanted to deliver that slap for quite some time. I would have killed this flamboyant dandy long ago had I not feared it would upset you, Qin Shuhua, master of the Tianqing sect. How long will you continue to masquerade? Upon hearing this, Shang Yun resumed his usual composed demeanor. The three major sects have coexisted harmoniously, yet you placed your disciple within our Lanting sect with what intent? If it were not for my disciple's investigation, you would not even be alive to stand here. Shang Yun, you.
Ha!
With your two meager spiritual roots, you think you can entertain me?
Let us see about that.
As Qin Shuhua prepared to charge forth, Qiaorui still believed she was merely a two-rooted cultivator. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Shuhua had concealed a root upon entering the Lanting sect, and with Shang Yun's bestowed Danhua and the ancient sword's power, defeating Qiaorui would be trivial. Disciple, do you require your master's assistance? This time, I shall handle it myself. Shang Yun, watching Qin Shuhua rush forward, sensed that this battle might signify the end of this dimension. The ancient flood dragon, feeling its master's fury, emanated red flames, yet posed no threat to Qin Shuhua. Suddenly, Xuanma charged in front of Qiaorui, shielding her. Taking advantage of Qin Shuhua's moment of distraction, she struck. You cheat. And what of it? I take advantage of your lesser numbers. Qin Shuhua trembled with rage at Qiaorui's shamelessness, but nonetheless gripped the sword hilt and flew toward her. Qin Mei, I shall assist you against Xuanma. You wretched disciple. Gu Ziqing diverted Xuanma, who had come to help. However, as Xuanma departed, Zidian and Lanma lunged forward to assist. Disciple, focus on what you wish to achieve. Shang Yun faced off against the two sorceresses, Zidian and Lanma. Qin Shuhua recalled the first time she encountered the old woman and, in a fit of rage, swung her sword at the treacherous Qiaorui. One by one, she extracted 5 spiritual roots from within Qiaorui. What benefits have you gained from that blind fool to serve her so devotedly? You can no longer see. Now you are the pitiful and contemptible blind one, Qin Shuhua remarked as she watched Qiaorui, stripped of her roots, crawling on the ground. Master, how are you? The 3 sorceresses of the Lanting sect paused their battle upon seeing their leader gravely injured. Hurry, save me. Grant me your spiritual roots.
What?
You have lost your spiritual roots? Xuanmo released her grip on Qiaorui. With Qiaorui's roots gone, she should have been cast off the cliff to select a new leader. I am the eldest disciple of the Lanting sect. The position of leader should naturally be mine to inherit. Xuanma, I am Qiaorui's favorite disciple. The leadership is rightfully mine. With that, the 3 sorceresses began to fight amongst themselves. Qiaorui could hardly believe that, despite her grave injuries, her disciples were not saving her, but rather vying for leadership. Qiaorui, does this scene seem familiar? A frail voice echoed. Old woman, what brings you here? Dear girl, thank you for avenging me. Qin Shuhua extended her hand, and 5 sparkling spiritual roots floated into the air. These are all yours. The old woman then summoned her entire spiritual energy to transfer the roots into Qin Shuhua's body. Old woman, you mustn't. I am but an old skeleton. What use have I for these roots? Dear girl, you have helped me see this world. As the roots entered her body, Qin Shuhua's consciousness began to fade. Qin Mei, You are likely to become the strongest ruler in the entire realm of cultivation. I will seek refuge with you. Disciple, farewell. System message. Mission completed. When Qin Shuhua regained consciousness, she found herself in a pure white space. The task list appeared before her once more. Xiangyun, Master, we shall meet again. Task accepted. Host identity, pregnant woman, host wish. Reconcile with husband. As Qin Shuhua awakened, she found herself lying on an opulent bed adorned with an ivory headboard and a plush mattress. The host of this space possesses considerable wealth. Stretching languidly, she uncovered the covers, only to be startled by her prominent belly. Wait, is it possible that I am opening it incorrectly? After several attempts to reopen the covers, the sight of her burgeoning belly remained unchanged, leading Qin Shuhua to resign herself to her fate. I am already pregnant without having found Xiangyun. Does this not signify a betrayal? This is disastrous. Rolling about on the bed, her movements were limited by her form, allowing her only to turn halfway. After a brief period of rolling, Qin Shuhua's belly began to grumble. Little glutton, mother will take you to find something delicious. Though initially perturbed, the bond of blood softened her heart as soon as her belly made a sound. Unaware of the nature of her husband's character, Qin Shuhua stealthily pushed open the door, contemplating a foray into the kitchen to pilfer a snack. Steamed buns. Qin Shuhua gleefully seized a plump bun from the plate and began to indulge. Baby, seeing your fondness for steamed buns, I shall henceforth call you Bun. Qin Shuhua tenderly spoke while caressing her belly.
Click.
The sound of the door opening was followed by approaching footsteps, prompting Qin Shuhua to hastily conceal herself. Xiangyun, when do you plan to inform Qin Shuhua about our situation? Xia Xiao, my wife is in a delicate state. It would be best for you not to cause any trouble. Xiangyun, I am also carrying your child. Do you not care about me? Humph. Let us discuss this once you have given birth. Hidden in the kitchen, Qin Shuhua overheard the conversation between a man and a woman. Upon hearing Xiangyun's voice, she felt a surge of joy and was poised to reveal herself, only to be pierced by the subsequent dialogue. Xiangyun has a child with another woman? Scouring the host's memories, she discovered that the Xia Xiao mentioned by Xiangyun was her dear friend of many years. It appears that the host's misfortune is profound. Not only has her husband betrayed her, but so too has her closest friend. Chapter 16. A brazen act of deception. As Qin Shuhua contemplated the situation, her hand instinctively grazed her abdomen, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Bun, mother is going to confront the mistress and see how Xiangyun reacts. Upon entering the living room, she was met with the sight of a voluptuous woman, clad in revealing attire, coiling around Xiangyun's arm like a serpent. The shocking scene nearly caused Qin Shuhua to regurgitate the bun she had just consumed. How could Xiangyun possess such poor taste to associate with a woman like this? Sister Shuhua is up. Xia Xiao was the first to notice Qin Shuhua's arrival, greeting her with feigned enthusiasm. Though her grip on Xiangyun tightened as if to ensure Qin Shuhua did not miss a single gesture. Qin Shuhua, why are your eyes so red? Have you been crying? Seeing you feign concern is quite nauseating, Qin Shuhua retorted, masking her heartache with disdain. Sister Shuhua, how can you speak to Xiangyun like that? Do not call me sister. You are unworthy. I'll have you know, I am also carrying a child from the Gu family. If I call you sister, it is merely out of respect. Xia Xiao's words dripped with arrogance, revealing that Xiangyun had promised to marry her after she bore his child. As Qin Shuhua listened, a chilling sensation coursed through her veins. Xiangyun, is this true? She turned to Xiangyun, who stood silently beside her, further deepening her despair. The one she longed to see most in this realm was Xiangyun, yet he treated her in such a manner. Of course it is true. If you doubt me, take a good look at these photos. Xia Xiao seemed to revel in Qin Shuhua's dismay as she produced a stack of images from her bag. Just as Qin Shuhua reached out to take them, Xia Xiao tossed them into the air. As the photographs scattered, Qin Shuhua collected them from the floor, her heart sinking as she beheld the scandalous images of Xiangyun and Xia Xiao, including an ultrasound of a child. Overwhelmed by a sense of dizziness, she longed to flee. Xiangyun, your child is in Xia Xiao's womb. The little bun is mine alone. With that declaration, Qin Shuhua dashed out of the Gu family's mansion, ignoring Xiangyun's calls behind her, which fell on deaf ears. Disappointment washed over her. It was evident that Xiangyan wished for her to withdraw from their marriage. Despite knowing that her ultimate desire was to reconcile with her husband, Qin Shuhua could no longer afford to care. Clad in her nightgown and barefoot, without a single coin to her name, she felt utterly vulnerable. Suddenly, a blinding light approached, and she vaguely perceived a sports car before losing consciousness. "Hey, the scam artist, wake up." A firm shake roused Qin Shuhua from her stupor, revealing the striking face of a dapper young man. "Gu Ziqing? How do you know my name?" It seems this encounter was premeditated.
What are you talking about?
Gu Ziqing leaned against a car, his expression one of disdain as he regarded the visibly pregnant woman before him. Upon realizing that the sports car belonged to him, Qin Shuhua instinctively followed him into the passenger seat as he opened the door. "Ma'am, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to extort me?" "Firstly, I am not ma'am. Please see clearly, I am a young lady." Qin Shuhua flicked her hair, now damp with sweat, revealing her breathtaking visage. Seeing Gu Ziqing's astonished and captivated expression, she continued, "Secondly, I only know you here. Wherever you go, I shall follow." "Very well, young lady. I shall whisk you away." Gu Ziqing pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. "Gu Ziqing, are you not worried I shall extort you?" As the saying goes, every encounter is a reunion after a long separation. I feel as though I have met you in a dream. Whether you desire my body or my wallet, I am at your service." Qin Shuhua couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Ziqing's words, momentarily forgetting her earlier distress. She hadn't anticipated encountering him in this realm, and in such a flamboyant manner. As the sports car sped away, Qin Shuhua failed to notice Xiangyan's frantic figure on the roadside. "Qin Shuhua, where on earth have you gone?" Xiangyan gasped, his heart heavy with worry for the child she carried. At last, they arrived. Gu Ziqing parked at the entrance of the most opulent hotel in Yun City, removing his sunglasses with an air of nonchalance before stepping out. Qin Shuhua followed suit. He tossed the car keys to the valet and, with an arm around Qin Shuhua, led her directly to the top floor's private suite. "Young lady, please hold on. I need to freshen up." With that, Gu Ziqing disappeared into the bathroom. Exhausted from the day's events, Qin Shuhua sank onto the sofa, taking in the room's ostentatious decor, truly reflective of Gu Ziqing's unique flair. Suddenly, she felt something beneath her and upon reaching down, she pulled out a woman's undergarment. "Gu Ziqing, you pervert!" she exclaimed, hurling it away in shock. "Indeed, you've investigated my name. Surely, you must know my reputation as well." Gu Ziqing emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist, his expression mischievous. "Stay back, I need to bathe." Qin Shuhua pressed herself against the wall, slipping into the bathroom. Inside, she found the bathtub filled with warm, clean water, alongside a man's shirt. "I don't have any women's nightwear, so I left you a fresh shirt. Let me know if you need anything else."
Thank you.
Qin Shuhua submerged herself in the bubble bath, expressing her gratitude toward the door. "What is your name?" "I can't keep calling you Hey." "Qin Shuhua." The name struck a familiar chord. "That name sounds oddly familiar," Gu Ziqing remarked from outside. Qin Shuhua smiled, recalling that in her previous life, he had once saved her. Soaking in the soothing warmth, she relished the moment, her hands resting on her gently rounded belly. "Little bun, your father has abandoned us, but we can still live well together, can't we?" She encouraged herself softly. After a while, feeling rejuvenated, she dried off, donned the shirt,
And stepped out.
"Qin Shuhua, your figure is exquisite. Aside from a bit of excess around your abdomen, you are truly a vision," Gu Ziqing exclaimed, his eyes wide in admiration as she emerged from the bathroom. Before Qin Shuhua could respond, Gu Ziqing pressed her against the wall, leaning in closer. Seeing her gaze filled with innocent trust, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. "Qin Shuhua, are you not afraid of me? Will you not scream for help? Are you mocking me? Do you think I doubt your capabilities? I trust you. You would not harm me." Her unwavering faith in him deeply impacted Gu Ziqing, and ultimately, he released her. A triumphant smile spread across Qin Shuhua's face. She had anticipated this outcome from the very beginning. "Qin Shuhua." Upon hearing Gu Ziqing's voice before reaching the bedside, Qin Shuhua froze momentarily. Surely, he did not have any regrets. "Qin Shuhua, there are steamed buns by the bed. I vaguely heard you mumbling about them while you were in the shower. So I instructed the hotel to send some up. Eat them before you sleep. With that, Gu Ziqing exited the room, leaving Qin Shuhua alone. Upon seeing the steaming, colorful vegetable buns on the elegant plate, Qin Shuhua felt a surge of emotion. Had she not encountered Gu Ziqing today, she might still be wandering the streets. After finishing the buns, she still felt somewhat unwell, her body burning with heat. Little buns, will you keep Mama company while she sleeps for a while? From now on, we shall ignore that wicked villain, Shang Yun. She mumbled to herself before covering herself with the quilt and drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Shang Yun, still in the office, sneezed repeatedly.
Who is cursing me?
After a series of knocks, several men in black entered, standing in a neat row before the desk, as if well-trained. President, we still have not located the young madam. However, it is quite late. You should rest, as there is an international meeting tomorrow. Shang Yun, in a fit of rage, smashed a glass ornament on the desk, blood dripping from his palm onto the pristine white carpet, yet he seemed devoid of any sensation. Seeing the president seething with anger, the men in black quickly bowed their heads and exited the office. Qin Shuhua, no matter where you run, I will find you. Shang Yun raised his head from the desk, gazing out the window. The following day, in the opulent hotel, Qin Shuhua awoke naturally. As she slightly opened her eyes, she beheld a figure standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. Oh my! She exclaimed in surprise. My clothes are still on. You scared me to death. Instinctively, she uttered a curse, lifting the quilt to confirm her attire, finally feeling relieved. Upon hearing the commotion, Gu Ziqing turned around, his expression exceedingly grim. Chapter 17. Doubts Gu Ziqing. What brings you here? You were burning with fever last night, and called me. Was I feverish? I thought you had slipped something into my bun. Qin Shuhua touched her head, recalling that she indeed felt quite warm the previous night. A name was noted in her call log, evidently saved by Gu Ziqing while she was taking a shower. Thanks. Farewell, until we meet again. After uncovering the truth, Qin Shuhua prepared to make her exit. Qin Shuhua, how dare you deceive me? When did I deceive you? Gu Ziqing's gaze shifted to Qin Shuhua's abdomen. You are with child. Upon hearing Gu Ziqing's words, Qin Shuhua immediately understood the source of his anger. It seemed the doctor who treated her last night had revealed her pregnancy to him. Yet, she had never denied being pregnant. It was Gu Ziqing's own oversight, mistaking her for merely having a bit of extra flesh. So what if I am pregnant? What? The esteemed young master of the Gu family has been taken advantage of by a pregnant woman and even shared a room with her? How can I maintain my reputation in the world of flowers? Seeing Gu Ziqing's frustration, which made him want to smash the wall, Qin Shuhua's mind began to concoct mischievous plans. A ready source of support was right before her. Why should she flee? Was she truly destined to wander the streets with her bun? Dear sir, considering we've shared a room and I am with child, should you not treat me with a bit more tenderness? Qin Shuhua playfully adopted an unbearable cooing tone, lightly punching Gu Ziqing's shoulder and acting coy. What are you doing? Qin Shuhua? Can't you tell, young master? I am merely seeking to take advantage. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. As Gu Ziqing opened it, Qin Shuhua promptly collapsed to the ground. Young master, how could you abandon someone who carries your baby? Both the attendant at the door and Gu Ziqing froze, as if struck by lightning. Young master, though I am merely a servant, is it not inappropriate for you to treat the mother of your child this way? This is not my child. Gu Ziqing found himself at a loss for words, his expression darkening further. Oh men. The attendant sighed meaningfully before departing. Qin Shuhua, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Having succeeded in her ploy, Qin Shuhua rose languidly from the ground, feigning innocence as she addressed Gu Ziqing. Gu Ziqing, the baby is hungry. In the lobby, Gu Ziqing glared at the woman before him, adorned in clothes he had purchased and savoring a breakfast he had provided, her smile radiant, which only fueled his frustration. Qin Shuhua, once you finish this meal, we shall have no further ties. Please, if I find myself on the streets, what will people say about you? Young master, can you bear the thought of the baby going without food? Gu Ziqing noticed the stares of those around him, compelling him to raise the newspaper to shield his face. It appeared that the events of the morning had spread far and wide. Qin Shuahua. The child in your womb has nothing to do with me. Gu Ziqing, did we not share a room last night? Indeed. Was I not diagnosed as pregnant by the doctor? Yes. Then what difference does it make? We entered the hotel together, and now I am with child. Who would believe that you have no connection to this? You. Gu Ziqing found himself speechless, and oddly, he sensed the logic in her argument. The thought of abandoning Qin Shuahua and the child drew the ire of public judgment, and he felt he could not afford such disgrace. Very well, tell me, how much do you want?
Find me a job. What?
Gu Ziqing stared incredulously at the woman before him, pregnant yet retaining her charm. As she made such a peculiar request. I lack identification and status. You must assist me in securing employment. After that, I will no longer trouble you. Qin Shuahua, is your request truly so simple? I am full now. Please take me to my workplace at once. Once again. They were in the same luxury car from yesterday, with Qin Shuahua reclining against the seat, enjoying the breeze. Gu Ziqing stole a glance at her relaxed posture in the passenger seat, captivated by her beauty, unlike any other he had encountered. Qin Shuahua, terminate the pregnancy and become my woman. I will support you. The moment the words escaped Gu Ziqing's lips, both he and Qin Shuahua were taken aback. He had just proposed to a pregnant woman. Impossible. Nothing could ever surpass my baby. Qin Shuahua's anger flared, her tone icy as she glared at Gu Ziqing. Qin Shuahua, who is the father of the child? Seeing her ire, Gu Ziqing quickly changed the subject. He is a scoundrel, a cad. Recalling the events at the villa involving Shan Yun and Xia Xiao, Qin Shuahua felt tears welling in her eyes. Indeed. Anyone who would abandon you is a greater scoundrel than I. Gu Ziqing, you are not permitted to insult Shan Yun. That is solely my prerogative. Gu Ziqing had intended to join her in venting her frustrations, hoping to lighten her mood. Yet, her defense of the man who had forsaken her only served to heighten his agitation. With communication faltering, Gu Ziqing fell silent, pressing the accelerator as he drove. Qin Shuahua, lost in thoughts of Shan Yun, paid no heed to the fuming young master beside her. The car halted at the entrance of a shopping mall, and Gu Ziqing stepped out, donning sunglasses. Qin Shuahua, this entire mall belongs to my family. You may choose any store to work in. Very well. Once I earn some money, I shall repay you for the clothes and breakfast. Hearing Qin Shuahua's earnest tone, Gu Ziqing was astonished, wondering if this was truly the same sharp-tongued girl he had known. Disregarding Gu Ziqing's thoughts, Qin Shuahua strode confidently into the mall. Bun. Soon Mama will be able to earn money for you. In high spirits, she explored the shops within the mall. Ultimately, Qin Shuahua settled on a maternity and baby clothing store, fitting her circumstances perfectly. Gu Ziqing briefed the manager before departing, showing no signs of preferential treatment towards Qin Shuahua. A year later, thanks to her own efforts, Qin Shuahua had risen from a mere employee to a managerial position, and little Bun had been born. As the store specialized in maternal and infant products, the now-walking Bun became the store's unofficial mascot, frolicking around while the staff adored him. Ma'am, sir, have a look at these baby diapers. My child uses them, and they are excellent. Please, my darling could never use the same as your store's child. When Qin Shuahua encountered a difficult customer, despite the frustration boiling inside her, she maintained a polite smile, diligently explaining the merits of the diapers. Mama, paper porridge. Suddenly, a chubby little figure waddled toward Qin Shuahua, babbling incomprehensibly. The previously irritable female customer, upon seeing the little Bun with the diapers, immediately succumbed to maternal instincts, reaching out to pinch his plump cheeks and producing a gold card. All right, I will package it for you. Realizing the situation, Qin Shuahua prepared to head to the cash register to assist the woman with her order.
Oh.
Just as she turned, a strong grip seized her wrist. Qin Shuahua, how long do you intend to elude me? Shan Yun? Qin Shuahua stared. Disbelief etched across her face as the man she had longed for appeared before her. Bad man. Let go of my mama. Little Bun, seeing his mother in distress, wriggled free from the customer's embrace and began to tug at Shan Yun's arm. Yet, the child's strength was insufficient against Shan Yun's solid muscles, akin to a mere tickle. Shan Yun reached out and lifted the little Baozi from the ground, cradling him in his arms. Shan Yun, release my son at once. Don't be afraid, Baozi Mama is here. Baozi? Is that our son's name? Shang Yun grasped Qin Shuhua's flailing hands, concerned that her agitated emotions might harm the child. Ahem, weren't you supposed to have a child with Xia Xiao? Baozi belongs solely to me. With her hands captured, Qin Shuhua glared at Shang Yun, her face a stormy shade of anger. Finally encountering him, she was dismayed to find him intent on claiming their child. Qin Shuhua felt a deep sense of injustice rising within her. Qin Shuhua, do not forget that you are still not divorced from me. Baozi will ultimately bear the Shang surname. Without me, you cannot provide the child with a legitimate identity. Shang Yun, do you see nothing beyond the child? Why should I leave with you? Because you are Baozi's mother. Shang Yun's words pierced through the fragile healing of Qin Shuhua's heart. It became painfully clear that in Shang Yun's eyes, she was merely a vessel for the child. Who are you, and why are you holding Qin Shuhua? Gu Ziqing, initially out shopping for jewelry with his young companion, felt an inexplicable urge to detour to Qin Shuhua's workplace, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. To his shock, he stumbled upon the scene and quickly abandoned the woman at his side to rush over. Gu Ziqing? Qin Shuhua called out, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her expression one of profound distress. Witnessing this, Gu Ziqing's heart ached, and he aimed a punch at Shang Yun, only to have his arm seized and pinned behind him. Ouch! That hurts! Shang Yun, let him go. Release him. As Gu Ziqing cried out in pain, both Qin Shuhua and little Baozi urgently implored Shang Yun to relent. You know him? Shang Yun hesitated for a moment before loosening his grip. Though somewhat disheveled, Gu Ziqing positioned himself protectively behind Qin Shuhua and Baozi. Qin Shuhua, the bloodline of the Shang family does not permit calling another man daddy, nor does it allow for abandonment. Shang Yun, since the day I left home, we have had no ties. I am at work now. Please leave, or I shall summon security. Chapter 18. Returning home. Qin Shuhua, you may leave, but the child must remain. You can depart, but I must take the child with me. As he spoke, Shang Yun lifted the child, preparing to exit. Qin Shuhua rushed to intervene, but was knocked to the ground by a nearby coat rack. Wah! Bad person. Big bad person. I want my mommy. You must be Shang Yun, right? Let me tell you, this entire mall belongs to me. If you think you can bully Qin Shuhua today, you will have to get through me first. Seeing the child still crying, Qin Shuhua, in a fit of anger, assumed Shang Yun was tormenting her son.
Slap.
Shang Yun, how dare you bully my son? From now on, I will not rest until I settle this with you. Without hesitation, Qin Shuhua slapped Shang Yun and, clutching her child, headed towards the mall's exit, with Gu Ziqing hastily following her. As Qin Shuhua's figure vanished, a group of men in black entered the mall. President, your face? One of the men exclaimed, noticing the clear imprint of a hand on his superior's face, panic coursing through him. The president being injured was a dereliction of duty. Yet he could not comprehend which assassin would resort to such a feminine method of confrontation. Had the president offended someone romantically? That seemed implausible. Ever since the young madam had disappeared, rumors spread that the president was impotent, and he had not allowed any woman near him since. The men exchanged glances, communicating through their eyes. I just found Qin Shuhua. No need, I will handle this woman's affairs personally. With that, Shang Yun strode out, a smile gracing his lips. A rarity for him in recent years. By the way, investigate the ownership of this mall. In a few days it will belong to our company. Upon hearing the president's command, the men in black vanished like the wind. Inside a BMW, Qin Shuhua tenderly comforted her child. Baozi, where does it hurt? Let mommy take a look. It doesn't hurt. Hearing Baozi's response, Qin Shuhua, still worried, checked the child thoroughly. Once she confirmed there were no injuries, she felt relieved. It turned out Shang Yun had not harmed the child. Reflecting on her rashness, she felt a pang of regret for slapping him in her haste. What is he doing now? Qin Shuhua, what are you thinking? That was the scoundrel you didn't want me to criticize. You are not much better yourself. But how did you end up in the maternity store? Qin Shuhua, don't flatter yourself. I was merely passing by while accompanying a beautiful woman shopping.
Oh.
And where is this beauty now? She was too ugly, so I discarded her. Listening to Gu Ziqing's boastful remarks, Qin Shuhua could only shake her head in exasperation. Seeing his daddy and mommy together, Baozi danced joyfully. Gu Ziqing, when did you win over my Baozi? Qin Shuhua remarked, observing the little one calling him daddy repeatedly, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. I'm just good friends with Baozi. You don't need to know the details of men's affairs. Gu Ziqing raised an eyebrow in smugness. Thank you for today. Upon hearing Qin Shuhua's words, Gu Ziqing turned the steering wheel and braked sharply by the roadside. Qin Shuhua, I think I've saved you twice today. You owe me something in return. Seeing the rare seriousness in Gu Ziqing's eyes, Qin Shuhua was momentarily taken aback and nodded, realizing that he had indeed saved her 3 times, including their previous encounter. What do you want? Qin Shuhua, why not offer yourself to me? I will marry you. What? Gu Ziqing, stop joking. I am the mother of a child. And I will be Baozi's daddy. I will treat him like my own son. Seeing the unprecedented seriousness in Gu Ziqing's demeanor, Qin Shuhua found herself at a loss for how to refuse. Gu Ziqing misinterpreted her silence as wavering and hurriedly confessed again. Qin Shuhua, even if I lack the wealth to rival nations, I am still quite affluent. Stay with me, and you and Baozi will never have to toil for a living. Gu Ziqing, I have paid off my debts to you. I am grateful for your help. But my heart already belongs to someone else. I cannot accommodate anyone else. However, she did not anticipate that Xiang Yun's first question upon arrival would be about her son, followed by his intent to take Baozi away, insisting that while she could leave, the child must remain with him. Gu Ziqing placed his hand on Qin Shuhua's shoulder, forcing her to look at him. Qin Shuhua, you may have cleared your debts, but you have also stolen my heart. Ever since I met you that day, no other woman has occupied my thoughts. I know you are a mother, yet I cannot help but frequent your workplace, which is why I witnessed everything today. Today, I saw that man only desires the child. What I want is to provide you and Baozi with a true home. Gu Ziqing's words struck a chord with Qin Shuhua. She realized she was not alone in her understanding. Remembering the host's wish to reconcile with her husband, she considered that finding a new husband who could provide a harmonious relationship might fulfill that desire. Qin Shuhua's heart began to waver. Yet the memory of Xiang Yun's gentle gaze made her reluctant to let go. Gu Ziqing, let me think it over. I will give you my answer tomorrow. With a heavy heart, Qin Shuhua exited the car, followed closely by Gu Ziqing. Really? You are willing to consider it? Qin Shuhua held Baozi's small hand and walked ahead, ignoring the overly excited Gu Ziqing behind her. However, as she walked along the roadside, her mind was far from joyous. She pondered the tasks at hand while recalling Xiang Yun's visage. Suddenly, little Baozi broke free from his mother's grasp and dashed into the street. Qin Shuhua barely had time to react before she saw an approaching vehicle and gasped in alarm. Gu Ziqing. Seeing the man's back, she mistakenly thought it was Gu Ziqing following her closely and instinctively called out. Qin Shuhua, do you think so highly of that man? Your child runs into the road, and you do nothing. Xiang Yun glared at the woman who never ceased to trouble him, contemplating how, had he not arrived in time, an accident could have occurred. Yet, this woman still uttered another man's name. Xiang Yun? Why are you here? Qin Shuhua looked at the man in surprise, her mind racing. How had Gu Ziqing's face morphed into Xiang Yun's? Had she missed him too much? The imprint of his earlier slap still visible, Qin Shuhua swallowed hard, feeling guilty. At that moment, a black business car halted at the roadside and a man in black emerged. President, the matter has been handled. Without glancing back, Xiang Yun handed the child over to the man in black. The car swiftly disappeared from view. Qin Shuhua watched helplessly as Baozi was taken away, panic gripping her as she ran to chase the vehicle. However, Xiang Yun swiftly scooped Qin Shuhua into his arms and into a waiting car. Xiang Yun, where are you taking Baozi? He is your child too. Why separate us? What are your intentions? I fear you might resort to domestic violence again and lead the child astray. Xiang Yun pointed to the imprint on his face with a serious expression. Upon hearing Xiang Yun's words, Qin Shuhua felt a surge of embarrassment flush her cheeks. Xiang Yun, I did not do it on purpose. I thought you had hurt the child. You do not know how pitiful it has been for Baozi and me to wander the streets, without food or clothing, bullied by others. I finally found a job at a mall, only to be constantly challenged by customers. Because of your disturbance today, I am sure I will lose my job. As Qin Shuhua continued to lament, her voice growing increasingly aggrieved, Xiang Yun, though aware of her quirky nature, could not believe she was living in such dire circumstances. Yet, seeing her in distress, he felt an overwhelming sense of compassion and pulled her into a comforting embrace. Filled with self-reproach, "I apologize. It is entirely my fault. Of course, it is all your doing." Whether she presents a playful facade in front of Gu Ziqing or adopts a facade of strength and detachment, she merely conceals her true emotions. It is only in the presence of Xiang Yun that she is able to unburden the grievances that have weighed heavily on her heart these past few days. Upon alighting from the commercial vehicle, Qin Shuhua beheld the familiar villa, the memories of her departure from this place becoming increasingly vivid. Yet, the mere thought of her son within those walls eclipsed all else. "Baozi, Mother has come to rescue you." As soon as Qin Shuhua stepped inside, she was taken aback by the sight that greeted her. There sat little Baozi, engrossed in play upon a woolen mat, surrounded by several nannies who attended to him with fruits and toys. Even at the sound of her call, little Baozi merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant hum before returning to his play. Chapter 19. Xia Xiaorou's scheming. This is not his home. I want to take the Baozi away. As Qin Shuhua spoke, she attempted to find the child, but was stopped by Xiang Yun. "You are weary today. Let us ascend to the second floor and rest for a while." Ignoring Qin Shuhua's protests, Xiang Yun took her hand and led her upstairs to the bedroom. "Allow me to show you our son's room." "Is this Baozi's room?" Qin Shuhua gazed in astonishment at the boyish decor, filled with numerous model toys and a giant train track sprawled across the floor. The room was immaculate, as though it was regularly tidied. Observing Qin Shuhua's astonishment, Xiang Yun opened the door to an adjacent room. "I do not know whether our child will be a boy or a girl, so I prepared for both styles." Upon entering the pink-hued room, Qin Shuhua covered her mouth, fearing she might weep. The room was brimming with stuffed animals and storybooks, and the wardrobe contained garments ranging from infancy to 1-year-old, reflecting the meticulous care invested in its arrangement. "Qin Shuhua, during the days you suffered outside, I too was not at ease." Xiang Yun, fatigued, embraced Qin Shuhua from behind, resting his chin in the crook of her neck as he spoke softly. His stubble, unkempt for several days, caused Qin Shuhua slight discomfort. She initially wished to break free but could not bring herself to do so upon hearing his weary voice. Suddenly, the phone rang, and after a prolonged moment, Xiang Yun reluctantly answered. "Hello, what is it?" His voice brimmed with impatience, evidently irked by the interruption of the fragile peace he had managed to establish with Qin Shuhua. After hanging up, he kissed her forehead. "I refuse to remain in this house that you have shared with another woman." Noticing the fear and concern in Xiang Yun's eyes, Qin Shuhua pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall see how you explain the child in that woman's womb." Pushing Xiang Yun away, she turned to enter the room, intending to wash up and remove her makeup, as she had cried on the way there. Upon opening the bathroom door, she discovered her toiletries neatly arranged on the counter, as if she had never left. "Has he kept my things all this time?" Exiting the bathroom, she proceeded to the dressing room and makeup area. Indeed, all her belongings remained intact, even positioned as they had been before her departure. The pregnancy manual on the nightstand still opened to the same page. "Xiang Yun, it appears I truly misunderstood you regarding the events of that year." Qin Shuhua murmured to herself as she dashed downstairs to inquire about Xia Xiaorou. Upon reaching the entrance, Xiang Yun's car had already vanished from sight. "Young madam, it is chilly outside. Please come in and sit. Young master specifically instructed us to take good care of you." Li Sa, the housekeeper, addressed her. "Li Sa, after I left, did Xia Xiaorou move in?" Qin Shuhua inquired tentatively. "Certainly not. After you left home, young master forbade anyone from coming to the house. He personally renovated the second-floor nursery for the young master and would occasionally sit in there. For a whole year, I have not seen young master smile." Li Sa chattered about Xiang Yun's condition during the year Qin Shuhua had been absent, stirring a sense of guilt within her. "Young madam, Miss Xia was allowed into our home because she was your close friend. She often came to the villa to see young master behind your back. But he always had a grim expression while sending her away." Why had Xiang Yun never mentioned this to me? "You see, it was to spare your feelings." Li Sa replied. "I understand now. Please, go about your duties." Upon hearing revelations unknown to her, Qin Shuhua felt a whirlwind of emotions and dismissed Li Sa.
Mommy?
Baozi wants to eat something delicious. Baozi, I made a mistake and upset Daddy. What should I do? Little Baozi, unable to grasp his mother's words, flailed his arms, calling out for tasty treats.
Right.
I will prepare something delicious for your father. How about making dumplings? Baozi, thinking his mother was calling his name, beamed with joy. Li Sa, I am taking Baozi to the supermarket to buy some groceries. As Qin Shuhua changed her shoes in preparation to leave, she found herself facing a line of servants. Li Sa, I am merely going to the supermarket. I will not run away again. Leave the grocery shopping to us. Young madam and young master, please write down what you wish to eat, and we will handle the rest. Li Sa, just have someone accompany us. That should suffice. Qin Shuhua conceded, recognizing Shang Yun's fear of her fleeing once more. Li Sa nodded and made a call to arrange for someone to follow them. Young madam, let us depart. Young master has said you may go wherever you please, but we must ensure your safety. Very well. Qin Shuhua refrained from further complicating matters for the servants, as it was quite a distance from the villa to the supermarket, and having assistance would save her hard-earned money for baby formula. At the international supermarket, Qin Shuhua insisted that the bodyguards and Li Sa remain at the entrance, rather than accompanying her inside. Settling Baozi in the shopping cart seat, she began selecting vegetables for dinner. Since she had started working independently at the mall, her standard of living had plummeted several levels, and she had not shopped at this international supermarket in ages. In the vegetable section, she pondered whether to choose a cabbage or a carrot for the dumpling filling, holding one in each hand. Suddenly, a staff member accidentally knocked over a box of vegetables, spilling its contents everywhere, and hurriedly apologized to the startled customers around. Qin Shuhua recognized the voice as familiar. Looking up, she locked eyes with a figure she knew all too well. Xia Xiao? She exclaimed in disbelief, never expecting to encounter her here. Xia Xiao's gaze shifted from vulnerable to venomous upon seeing Qin Shuhua. However, Qin Shuhua's attention was drawn to Xia Xiao's abdomen, which, curiously, appeared flat, as though she had never been pregnant. Are you curious? My child has died. Xia Xiao, noticing Qin Shuhua's gaze, placed a hand on her belly and spoke coldly, as if recounting someone else's misfortune. Xia Xiao, how could this happen? And why are you working here? How do you know? Xia Xiao laughed maniacally, as though she had lost her mind. Qin Shuhua, I certainly know. If my child had not died unexpectedly, do you think Shang Yun would seek you out? All he desires is a son, an heir to the Shang family. As for the child's mother, he does not care in the least. As Xia Xiao's deranged words echoed in her ears, Qin Shuhua recalled how Shang Yun had only wanted to take the child away upon meeting her. At that moment, several supermarket security personnel arrived and, after apologizing to the patrons, forcibly escorted Xia Xiao away. Qin Shuhua, listen closely. Once Shang Yun takes the child away, you will meet my fate. If you do not escape, you will never see your son again. Qin Shuhua covered her ears, squatting on the ground in distress, attempting to block out Xia Xiao's words. Yet, they clung to her like a haunting melody. Was all of Shang Yun's gentleness merely a facade for the sake of the child?
Mommy.
Baozi seemed to sense his mother's distress, reaching out with open arms, yearning to leap into Qin Shuhua's embrace. Baozi, I cannot bear the thought of never seeing you again. I will divorce Daddy, and from now on, I will sell clothes in the mall to support you. Qin Shuhua cradled her son in her arms, discarding the selected vegetables as she strode out of the supermarket. Young mistress, why have you bought nothing? Shall we not try another store? Upon her exit, Sister Li and a group of servants quickly surrounded her. Driver, take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Young mistress, what purpose does that serve?
Divorce.
With just those two words, Qin Shuhua fell silent, leaning back in her seat with her eyes closed. Sister Li, alarmed, hastily called Shang Yun. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Qin Shuhua held her child's hand, idly kicking at pebbles on the road as she awaited Shang Yun's arrival. Before long, a breathless man rushed toward them. Qin Shuhua, why did you leave the house? I want a divorce. No way. Aside from that, what else do you desire? I will agree to anything. I want a new husband. That is out of the question. No one is more suited to be your husband than I.
Who says?
I wish to marry Gu Ziqing. His family owns a shopping mall. sufficient to support me and my child. The shopping mall belonging to Gu Ziqing has already been acquired by me. It will henceforth bear the Shang name. Shang Yunyu. Qin Shuhua was so infuriated that words escaped her, and she burst into tears. Each time she wept, Shang Yun found himself utterly defenseless, clumsily wiping away her tears while hastily apologizing. Qin Shuhua, please do not cry. I was wrong, all right? That shopping mall was a gift for you and our child. If you wish, you may still work there. However, upon hearing his words, Qin Shuhua cried even harder. Shang Yun, Gu Ziqing was right. You are indeed a scoundrel. Do you no longer want me? Why do you say such things? Chapter 20. Confronting the scoundrel. Shang Yun was taken aback. He had longed to meet Qin Shuhua, yet he was unprepared for the words that tumbled from her lips. In his life, the singular desire he harbored was for Qin Shuhua alone. That mall was your severance fee to me. You wished to take away Baozi, ensuring I never see you again. Much like how you arranged for Xia Xiaoro at the international supermarket, Qin Shuhua lamented, her breath caught in her throat. Upon grasping her meaning, Shang Yun could only manage a wry smile. How had this woman twisted his good intentions into such a misunderstanding? Have you seen Xia Xiaoro? He inquired. Qin Shuhua nodded silently, her heart still mired in fears of abandonment. It seemed Shang Yun could read her thoughts. He affectionately ruffled her hair and cradled the little Baozi in his arms. Qin Shuhua, stop your wild imaginings. Xia Xiaoro was deceiving you. The child she bore was never mine. Is that true? Indeed. I intended to find evidence before discussing this with you. After all, Xia Xiaoro is your good friend. And at that time, you were pregnant with Baozi. I feared it might harm you to learn of it. Shang Yun handed her a file filled with documents from that time. Now do you believe me? I have never betrayed you, nor will I ever abandon you. His gaze softened as he looked at the little woman and their son, as if he were embracing the entire world. It's all your fault, you scoundrel. After perusing the documents, Qin Shuhua realized that the abandonment she had endured was merely a self-staged drama by Xia Xiaoro. The misunderstanding between her and Shang Yun had persisted far too long. Regret surged within her as she playfully thumped Shang Yun. I have clarified everything. So, why do you still hit me? He chuckled. Because you took too long to find me and Baozi, making me miss you for so long. Kiss. Baozi wants a kiss too. The little Baozi cheered, watching his parents lean in for a kiss. Upon witnessing an expanse of white, Qin Shuhua momentarily lost her focus. She had never anticipated that within this dimensional task, she would have a child with Shang Yun. Unable to resist, she caressed her flat abdomen, smiling softly as she whispered Baozi's name. The warmth of this world filled her with renewed confidence to move forward. Accepting task, host identity, teacher, host wish, discipline problematic students in this lifetime. Qin Shuhua was an English teacher at Maple Leaf High School, and she discovered Shang Yun's name on a test paper marked 0. To her astonishment, the typically brilliant Shang Yun was a problematic student in this realm. Disciplining Shang Yun will be a breeze, she mused confidently from her modest wooden bed in the teacher's dormitory, convinced she would not linger here long. Early the next morning, the incessant beeping of the alarm clock jolted her awake. Teaching was just as arduous as being a student. Qin Shuhua sighed, rubbing her sore shoulders from the discomfort of the wooden bed. Clutching an English book, she arrived at the notorious devil class at Maple Leaf High, where teachers often found themselves at their wits' end. After several deep breaths, she took a confident step inside. As she pushed open the door, a bucket of water suspended from the ceiling drenched her. Wow, the new English teacher is quite something. Shang Yun, I knew it was red. The entire class erupted into laughter, discussing the color of her undergarments. Flushed and flustered, Qin Shuhua covered her chest, her cheeks burning. Teacher, here's some clothes and tissues. Wipe your face quickly. Don't catch a cold. Just as she stood there, bewildered, Shang Yun presented her with clothing and tissues. Without hesitation, she accepted them and donned the sheer white short-sleeve shirt. After dabbing her still-dripping hair and face, she thought, perhaps Shang Yun isn't such a terrible student after all. Achoo! Just as she felt a moment of gratitude, she sensed something amiss and hastily discarded the tissues smeared with pepper and mustard. The students' laughter intensified as they watched their teacher being pranked, and under Shang Yun's lead, they began banging on their desks, chanting, "Change the teacher! Change the teacher!" Suppressing her anger, Qin Shuhua approached the podium, prepared to set down her book and commence the lesson.
Ah,
A mouse. As she placed her book down, a dead mouse on the podium startled her, causing her to leap back several feet. "Teacher, look at this." "Ah, a snake?" Unable to contain her panic, she bolted out of the room. With each passing moment, the pressure mounted, and upon exiting the classroom, she felt the weight of many eyes upon her. Stifled laughter behind covered mouths. When she glanced their way, they quickly averted their gaze. "Stop! What are you laughing at?" Qin Shuhua could no longer endure the scrutiny and seized a student by the arm. "Teacher, are you a pig?" The student giggled, barely able to contain their mirth. "What do you mean? Look at your shirt." The student dashed away after delivering the remark. It was only then that Qin Shuhua noticed the shirt Zhang Yun had given her bore a pig's head graphic, alongside the words, "I am a pig." Finally, she understood why she had drawn such attention the moment she left the classroom. Sitting at the teacher's desk, she felt shaken. She had not expected this group of problem students, led by Zhang Yun, to be so fearsome. No wonder 3 teachers had fled within a week. Clearly, she had underestimated them. Qin Shuhua sighed, wiping her damp hair. "Oh, isn't that the new teacher, Qin? How are you finding things?" To her surprise, she had become the center of attention among the teachers as soon as they entered the office, each chattering about her. "Teacher Qin, the boys in that class are all ruffians and scoundrels. The girls are just as bad, little vixens and delinquents. You should be careful." "Thank you, Teacher Wang." Though Teacher Wang's sharp remarks made Qin Shuhua uncomfortable, she recognized they stemmed from concern and thus suppressed her irritation to express her gratitude. "Teacher, you may not know this yet, but the notorious ruffian in your class is named Zhang Yun. I've heard he frequently steals and has even assaulted someone with a knife, landing himself in jail. A child like him shouldn't even be in school." Once Teacher Wang began, she couldn't stop, her words growing increasingly harsh, as if she had witnessed Zhang Yun's misdeeds firsthand. The other teachers chimed in, embellishing Zhang Yun's sordid history. Incensed, Qin Shuhua could no longer remain seated. She slapped the table and stood up, causing all eyes in the office to turn towards her. "Teacher Wang, you are older and should be a mentor. I shouldn't argue with you, but Zhang Yun is still a child, a student at our school. As a teacher, you ought to refrain from speaking so harshly." Taken aback by Qin Shuhua's retort, Teacher Wang's face flushed with anger, her lips quivering. "Teacher Qin, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Yun has committed so many wrongdoings. Can't we speak of them? Did you witness Zhang Yun stealing or assaulting someone, Teacher Wang?" You. Teacher Wang's breaths became labored as she clutched her chest. The other teachers hurried to console her. As Qin Shuhua stepped out of the office, she spotted Zhang Yun, eyes red and holding firecrackers. Due to the morning shadows, Qin Shuhua quickly stepped back a few paces, uncertain of what mischievous scheme Zhang Yun was concocting. "Thank you, teacher." However, little did she know, with reddened eyes, Zhang Yun merely bowed to her before hastily departing. It seemed that Zhang Yun had indeed overheard the scene in the office. Having offended so many teachers, it appeared that she was destined to be expelled from the school. Had she not emerged moments ago, Zhang Yun might have resorted to throwing firecrackers into the office to defend her honor. With a troubled heart, Qin Shuhua exited the school gates,
pondering how to fulfill the task assigned in this realm.
How could she possibly guide a formidable character like Zhang Yun back onto the righteous path and transform him into a diligent student? Delicious steamed buns for sale, fresh and fragrant. The enticing aroma wafting from the school entrance drew Qin Shuhua's attention. It turned out to be an elderly woman selling small dumplings by the roadside. "Grandma, I would like a basket, please." Without a hint of disdain, Qin Shuhua settled onto a rickety stool. This is delightful."
"Thank you, Grandma."
"Young lady, you must be a student from Maple Leaf High School." The grandmother placed a basket of dumplings down and warmly greeted Qin Shuhua. With a smile, Qin Shuhua refrained from responding, as her status as a teacher was still uncertain for the morrow. Let the elderly woman believe she was merely a student for now. Chapter 21. Grandma Zhang Yun. Qin Shuhua gazed at the fragrant steamed buns on the table, her appetite piqued as she prepared to pick up her chopsticks. "Old woman, do you dare to neglect the protection fee for Lord Xiong?" Scram. Suddenly, a group of unruly young men arrived, rudely overturning the old lady's little cart. Oh no! My buns! What are you looking at? Lord Xiong is conducting business. Irrelevant personnel, get lost and eat elsewhere. The group began to chase away the customers. Qin Shuhua quickly stood up to assist the old lady in retrieving the buns that had fallen to the ground. You bunch of little brats, I'll beat you to death. The old lady suddenly lunged at the group, but before she could reach them, she was shoved to the ground. Are you all right, Grandma? A woman appeared from nowhere, barking, What are you interfering for?
Get lost.
One of the thugs shouted at Qin Shuhua. Miss, you should leave. Don't concern yourself with me. The old lady urged Qin Shuhua to flee. Furrowing her brow, Qin Shuhua eyed the smirking thug with green hair and retaliated with a punch. In front of Grandma, you dare to shout. With all the pent-up frustration of the day channeled into that blow, the green-haired thug was left reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as his companions helped him to the side. As a former Taekwondo practitioner, Qin Shuhua seized a fallen bench leg nearby, shoving it against a thug's knee, breaking it, causing the others to go pale with fear. The surrounding customers, who had initially dispersed, now gathered around to watch the commotion. Ma'am, we were wrong. We're leaving now. The thugs, trembling, supported each other as they prepared to retreat.
Stop.
Ma'am, is there anything else you need? Qin Shuhua confronted them. You assaulted an elderly person. Are you just going to walk away without compensating for her medical expenses? Hearing Qin Shuhua's words, the old lady promptly lay on the ground, rubbing her injured spot and moaning. No, don't hit us. We'll pay. Seeing Qin Shuhua lift the bench again, the thugs hastily emptied their pockets. Can we leave now? I'll look after Grandma Estelle from now on. Do you understand? Understood, understood. They stammered as they fled. Witnessing the once menacing thugs being chased away by the seemingly delicate girl, the crowd erupted in applause. Thank you, young lady.
No need for thanks, Grandma.
Let us clean up and get you to a doctor. Here is the money they gave you, Qin Shuhua said, stuffing the cash into the old lady's apron pocket while skillfully collecting the scattered items. Xiao Huzi. Qin Shuhua paused, looking up to see a dozen of her students rushing towards her with their backpacks. Aren't you all supposed to be in class? She sighed, glancing at the truant students. Grandma, did those people come back to cause trouble? Are you hurt? Xiangyan asked worriedly as he knelt before the old lady. Don't worry, Xiao Huzi. Grandma is fine. They even compensated us, she reassured him. Realizing that the boastful grandson she had mentioned was Xiangyan, Qin Shuhua thought. It seems this little brat has good relationships in class. Seeing that the old lady was unharmed, Qin Shuhua prepared to leave. Teacher, what are you doing here? One student, quick to notice her, exclaimed. Hello, class. Qin Shuhua awkwardly greeted them, her earlier actions leaving her feeling conflicted. She couldn't reprimand her students as she had dealt with the thugs. Miss Qin, you're not with those who bullied my grandma, are you? Xiangyan asked suspiciously upon seeing Qin Shuhua there. You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? This girl just saved Grandma, and she as her teacher. Shouldn't you apologize? Before Qin Shuhua could respond to Xiangyan's suspicions, the old lady slapped him on the back. Ah, so that is how it is.
Teacher.
I'm sorry, Xiangyan said, scratching his head embarrassed. The other students lowered their heads in silence. Qin Shuhua couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the class as troublemaker, Xiangyan, being called Xiao Huzi and unable to retaliate against his grandmother. Teacher, how is our Xiao Huzi behaving in school? The old lady inquired. Xiangyan, eager to intervene, stammered, Grandma, please don't. Xiao Huzi is doing quite well in school. The teachers and classmates all like him, Qin Shuhua replied. As soon as she finished, Xiangyan and the other students looked at her as if she were an alien. What do you all think? Yes, Grandma. Xiangyan is particularly righteous and excels in studies, always ranking first in the grade, the classmates chimed in, exaggerating further as Xiangyan's face reddened. The old lady, blissfully unaware, beamed with pride. Good children, you are all friends of my Xiao Huzi. Come to Grandma's for buns in the future. Don't bully Xiao Huzi. Watching the old lady grasp her classmates' hands and chatter on, Qin Shuhua suddenly felt that her students were not as terrible as rumored. At least they understood filial piety and loyalty to friends. Xiangyan sighed, eyeing his grandmother, who was still holding on to his classmates. Only when he spoke did she reluctantly let go. Xiao Huzi, see your teacher off. Grandma, no need, Shang Yun protested. You shouldn't have defended me today, he finally managed to say after a long silence. Xiang Yun, without your grandmother present, you dare to call your teacher by name? You're only a few years younger than me, Qin Shuhua teased. Alright, Shang Yun, this is where you should stop. I can't help but worry about Grandma being alone on the street. Qin Shuhua halted, observing the somewhat naive yet astutely composed young man before her. The buns Grandma gave me are dirty. I should just throw them away. Shang Yun awkwardly pointed at the bag Qin Shuhua held. It's fine. We can peel off the outer layer and still eat them, she replied, gently ruffling Shang Yun's disheveled hair with a warm smile. Noticing the young man standing silently with his head down, Qin Shuhua turned and walked towards her dormitory. Qin Shuhua, the blackboard eraser, is on top of the door. There's glue on the chair, and there are cockroaches in the water. Also, just admit defeat and stop meddling in our class affairs. Realizing that her students were not as dreadful as the rumors suggested, she felt that with a little guidance, each of them could become exemplary students. System call, data inquiry. Maple Leaf High School students, lying in bed, Qin Shuhua perused the information on the whiteboard, investigating each student in her class. She discovered that in this life, Shang Yun was an orphan, adopted by the old lady. The rumors about him breaking others' heads were actually in retaliation for his grandmother. The petty thefts were merely Shang Yun and his classmates selling the school's discarded items to purchase a small cart for Grandma. Shang Yun held a significant position in class, with most students looking up to him. This was due to his history of aiding classmates in difficulties, and his efforts to avenge them had gradually transformed their class into the notorious bullying class of Maple Leaf High School. From that moment on, those who once mocked the underachievers dared not to bully this class any longer. They could only gossip in hushed tones, feeling anger yet restrained from voicing it. Qin Shuhua continued to review the profiles of several other troubled students, discovering that while each individual faced unique circumstances, their essence remained fundamentally good. The class had gained its notorious reputation at Maple Leaf High School largely due to the prejudices of others, which led the students to succumb to despair and regress. Qin Shuhua, keep pushing forward. You can undoubtedly transform them, she encouraged herself while lying on her bed. Perhaps after experiencing the morning's prank, she had felt a tinge of disappointment towards the class. However, the events of that afternoon had given her a renewed perspective on the students. Bright and early the next morning, Qin Shuhua prepared herself to confront the challenges posed by her students. Upon entering the office, she noticed her colleagues observing her every move with peculiar glances. How come the new teacher hasn't been dismissed? One whispered. Who would want to teach that class of troublemakers? The principal must have gone to great lengths to recruit Qin Shuhua. There's no way he would let her go willingly. As Qin Shuhua overheard the hushed discussions among the other teachers, she began to comprehend why she had been allowed to remain. Oh, look. It's the Qin Shuhua who speaks up for that underachiever, Shang Yun. One remarked. Just then, Teacher Wang entered with a thermos in hand, catching sight of Qin Shuhua preparing her lesson plans, and let out a derisive snort. Miss Qin, are you not aware that half of your class skipped yesterday afternoon to play games? This has already reached the principal's ears. And the ringleader was none other than that Shang Yun, Teacher Wang persisted, pressing further as Qin Shuhua remained unresponsive. Teacher Wang, I was with my students yesterday afternoon. While their decision to skip class was indeed wrong, they did not go to an internet CAF to play games. Rather, they rushed to assist Shang Yun's grandmother, who was in distress. I will clarify this matter with the principal, Qin Shuhua asserted firmly. Chapter 22. The appearance of the flower demon Qin Shuhua could no longer contain her retort, asserting that the rumors surrounding Shang Yun were likely mere fabrications. Poor students are simply poor students. How could those children, lacking parental guidance, comprehend the essence of filial piety? Silence. Our class does not harbor any poor students. Qin Shuhua's temper flared again as she pounded the table, rising to shout. Mr. Wang, if our class's average score in the midterm exceeds yours, will you apologize to them? Do you dare to wager? Ridiculous. You think your class can surpass my elite class? That is only possible if we forfeit the exam. Then let us bet. After years of teaching, I am not afraid of a mere girl like you. Very well, remember your words. With a renewed sense of purpose, Qin Shuhua exited the office, determined not to heed Shang Yun's advice to give up. She was resolved to demonstrate that even those they looked down upon possessed remarkable qualities. Upon reaching the classroom door, Qin Shuhua recalled the counsel Shang Yun had shared with her the previous day. Cautiously, she pushed the door open and instinctively caught the falling blackboard eraser. The students, witnessing her evasion of the trap, appeared somewhat disappointed yet eager for her next move. In the gaze of her expectant classmates, Qin Shuhua calmly extracted a white chalk stick from the box, removing the cockroach carcass nestled within, and inscribed her name on the blackboard. Classmates, our previous encounter was rather hurried, and I have yet to properly introduce myself. My name is Qin Shuhua, an unequivocally beautiful teacher. A chorus of murmurs rippled through the room, but Qin Shuhua merely smiled, unfazed. I have already met some of you, having skipped class together. We are, in a sense, comrades on a rebellious ship. Of course, Teacher Qin. From now on, you are a member of our formidable class. Yet, Qin Shuhua's tone grew serious as she continued, classmates, we are likely facing a storm. I trust you are aware that the news of our truancy has reached the principal's ears. He is contemplating disbanding our class, which would leave you without an education and me without a job. Teacher, it cannot be that severe. Teacher, what shall we do? Seeing her students growing restless, Shang Yun's expression turned anxious. Fear not, classmates. If we accomplish a singular task together, the principal will reconsider disbanding our class. What task? Simply put, we must average a higher score in the midterm than Class 1. Teacher Qin, have you lost your mind? That is impossible. We are notorious troublemakers. While Class 1 comprises the top students of Maple Leaf High, the room erupted into disbelief at Qin Shuhua's proposal. Observing her classmates' self-doubt, Qin Shuhua recognized that they had internalized the label of problem students due to the teacher's perceptions. This mindset had caused them to drive away one new teacher after another. Are you all ready to concede? Qin Shuhua provocatively challenged. Who said that? Our class has never feared anyone. Instantly, defiance surged among the students. Shang Ge, what do you think we should do? Shang Yun's followers clustered around him, eager for his input. Classmates, I have long been dissatisfied with Class 1. Let us undertake a grand endeavor to showcase our class's true strength. Shang Yun's words resonated more effectively than Qin Shuhua's. Shang Ge, we will follow your lead. Indeed, if we triumph over Class 1, just imagine the look on that strict teacher's face. Pleased with their enthusiasm, Shang Yun nodded in approval. Classmates, this is not about fighting. It is about competing academically and demonstrating our abilities. Are you willing? Yes. Qin Shuhua gazed at her passionate students, reminiscent of a marketing rally. She had not anticipated Shang Yun's powerful influence or his willingness to support her. Grateful, she cast a glance at Shang Yun, their eyes meeting momentarily before she blushed and sat down. Is Shang Yun truly this shy? Qin Shuhua pondered silently. Everyone quiet down. The teacher understands our class's situation. As I suspected, each of you is a good student, not the notorious troublemakers as rumored. Qin Shuhua took the time to acknowledge each student, highlighting their hidden strengths. The classroom fell silent. Never had they encountered a teacher who understood them so well. Good morning, teacher. One student suddenly stood, bowing respectfully to Qin Shuhua. In swift succession, the entire class rose to their feet. Qin Shuhua knew they had genuinely accepted her. Good morning, everyone. Let us commence our lessons. As she reached for the textbooks, preparing to sit, a student urgently interjected, Teacher, don't sit on that chair. It's broken. A student hastily swapped their chair with the one at the podium. Qin Shuhua recalled Shang Yun's warning about the glue on the chair from the previous night. A month passed, and the midterm results were displayed throughout the school. Qin Shuhua and her students crowded around the list, eagerly awaiting their scores. Our class is first. Oh my, our formidable class is at the top. Seeing her class's name shining brightly in the lead, Qin Shuhua couldn't contain her excitement and grabbed the hand of a nearby student, jumping for joy. Our class is first. Shang Yun? Turning to speak, she was surprised to find it was indeed Shang Yun beside her. Shang Yun pulled Qin Shuhua to a secluded corner of the campus. Shang Yun, what are you up to? She gasped, breathless from the sudden sprint. Qin Shuhua, I have something to tell you. Call me teacher. What is it? Qin Shuhua, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?
What?
Qin Shuhua was stunned, momentarily frozen by the earnestness in Xiang Yun's expression. Was this not a case of youthful infatuation? Or perhaps a teacher-student crush? No, she must nip this in the bud. Xiang Yun, listen to your teacher. Early relationships are not advisable. You need to focus on your studies and strive for improvement. Qin Shuhua, when I grow up, I will marry you. Before she could finish her lecture, Xiang Yun interrupted, leaning forward to plant a fleeting kiss on her lips. With those words, he dashed away, leaving Qin Shuhua stunned in his wake. It seemed that after addressing the academic issues, she would need to educate her students about the perils of early romance. Task completed. Having fulfilled the mission as the spicy teacher, what awaits in the next realm? Recalling the innocent kiss from the youth, Qin Shuhua felt her cheeks flush. Had she just experienced a taste of youthful love? Perhaps it was time to hasten her transition to the next world. Task accepted. Host identity, flower demon, host aspiration. Fulfill the master's wish in this lifetime. Qin Shuhua was not human, more accurately, she was a pot of flowers. Or rather, a flower demon that had attained sentience. Arriving in this new environment, she surveyed her surroundings, which could be succinctly described in 3 words: filthy, chaotic, and subpar. Qin Shuhua held her breath in disdain, realizing she needed to swiftly complete her dimensional task and escape this place. Suddenly, a strange man, bare-chested, lit a cigarette beside her, further suffocating the already oppressive air. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Shuhua finally awaited the man to finish smoking, hoping for a moment of respite. To her dismay, he then reached for a cup of hot water, preparing to pour it over her. Stop, stop, stop. Qin Shuhua gasped, her face paling as she desperately shook her body to deter him. Was she to meet her demise in this dimension so soon? Resigned, she closed her eyes. Zimo, cease. That is my flower. What flower? Merely a bunch of weeds, the man scoffed. Despite his disdainful words, he paused, pouring the hot water into a nearby flower pot instead. Qin Shuhua, having narrowly escaped, gazed gratefully at the speaker. A familiar face materialized before her. Seated on the bed, his fingers flew across the keyboard. It was Xiang Yun. So, the master of the flower spirit was Xiang Yun. Xiang Yun, the flower spirit's owner, was a computer science student, a quintessential embodiment of the stereotypical male nerd. Aside from nurturing plants and delving into code, he possessed no other interests. Within a 6-person dormitory, only Zimo could tolerate him. The others had relocated to different accommodations. This was the reason behind the transformation of a 6-person room into a 2-person one. During his university years, Xiang Yun seldom ventured beyond the confines of his dormitory. Thus, he remained devoid of a romantic partner. Thanks to his exceptional computing skills and several noteworthy academic achievements, he enjoyed the privilege of exempting himself from classes and exams. Such accolades rendered him a mysterious figure, captivating the entire university. Although he lacked a girlfriend, a multitude of female admirers revered his prowess in computing. Even Zimo, who was typically well-liked among the ladies, found himself envious, often shouting skyward in frustration, lamenting the squandering of such talent. Qin Shuhua extracted memories from the flower spirit regarding Xiang Yun, discovering that the flower seed had been rescued by him from a torrential downpour.
Since that day,
the flower spirit had developed an affection for her master, diligently cultivating its consciousness. Regardless of the harsh environment and the torment inflicted by Zimo, alongside Xiang Yun's indifference, the little flower spirit managed to survive against all odds. Chapter 23. Unworthy. Upon arriving in this realm, Qin Shuhua nearly met her demise. Her heart still trembling as she closely observed every move of Zimo, fearful that he might undertake a fatal action. Xiang Yun, I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching me, Zimo expressed, a chill creeping down his spine as he confided in Xiang Yun. There is merely a flower behind you. Who could possibly be watching? Xiang Yun retorted curtly, without lifting his head from the computer screen. Now be gone. I need to code a new program. You monster. Only I can tolerate you, Zimo grumbled. Listening to their banter, Qin Shuhua couldn't help but feel a wave of camaraderie between them. Was it possible that Zimo was harboring feelings for Xiang Yun? The other roommates had long since vacated, leaving him to cater to Xiang Yun's every meal. The thought sent shivers down her spine, causing a few leaves to tremble and fall. Xiang Yun, your plant is shedding leaves again. It must be dying. I'll take it away and dispose of it, she declared. Touch it, and your assignments will vanish. Shang Yun warned, his eyes still glued to the screen. Brother Shang, please don't. Must I not touch it? Honestly, I can't fathom why you cherish that plant so much. It's easy to care for. Is that so? Yet, considering the conditions in our dormitory, it's remarkable that the flower is still alive. But tell me, if I were to pluck all its petals, would it survive? Get lost. Before the pillow could strike him, Zimo swiftly exited the dormitory for class. Qin Shuhua, her heart racing, listened intently to their conversation, feeling as though she had nearly faced death multiple times. Suddenly, a gentle shower fell upon her. It was Shang Yun watering the flower. She eagerly unfurled her leaves to absorb the moisture, realizing she needed to hasten her cultivation to enhance her powers. Only with spiritual energy could she avoid being crushed by Zimo before completing her tasks in this realm. Once Shang Yun finished watering, he promptly returned to his bed, engrossed in his computer. For the following month, he vividly illustrated the daily life of a reclusive man. Qin Shuhua had not seen Shang Yun step outside the dorm. Zimo delivered all meals punctually. Other than using the restroom, Shang Yun hardly ventured from his bed. Having learned to move objects with her mind, albeit with occasional failures, she initially sought to improve their living conditions by tidying up a small item daily. Yet, before long, Zimo and Shang Yun would undo her efforts. Bored, she watched Shang Yun absorbed in his work when inspiration struck her. With a thud, a book fell from the desk, but Shang Yun showed no reaction. Next, a chair toppled over. He glanced up momentarily before returning to his task. Then, the fan began to spin on its own, and a water cup and backpack tumbled to the ground. At last, Shang Yun sensed something amiss and stepped down from his bed. Gazing at the puzzled Shang Yun standing before her, Qin Shuhua couldn't help but laugh. Who's laughing? Shang Yun asked, warily scanning the surroundings, brandishing a stool for defense. Shang Yun, you're such a fool. You? Shang Yun searched around until he finally spotted Qin Shuhua in the corner. You silly boy. It's just the two of us here. Who else could it be? But you're a flower. How can you speak? Who says flowers cannot talk? I can sing too. Qin Shuhua's off-key singing was truly a trial, yet she didn't care. After months of stifling her voice, she was desperate to express herself. Stop. Don't sing anymore. I believe you, but what is your name? If you don't have one, I shall name you. How about Little Red? Silly Shang Yun. I have a name. I am the flower spirit, Qin Shuhua. Oh, Qin Shuhua. That name sounds somewhat familiar, Shang Yun mused, scratching his head, though he could not recall where he had heard it. Shang Yun, I want some water. Oh, all right. Hastily, Shang Yun filled his cup with water, carefully watering Qin Shuhua. Oh no, I want to bask in the sun. Okay. Shang Yun quickly moved her to a sunny spot. It's too hot. Shang Yun, I want to hear a story. Shang Yun busily obeyed Qin Shuhua's requests. Shang Yun, what is it, Qin Shuhua? The place is too messy. After half an hour, satisfied, Qin Shuhua surveyed the tidy dorm that Shang Yun had organized and nodded approvingly. Shang Yun, I've spoken all morning. I'm tired and need to rest. With that, she closed her eyes, feeling drained. All right, Shang Yun replied, drenched in sweat from the morning's labor. Brother Shang, what are you doing? Talking to a flower in such a manner? Zimo entered with a meal, astonished to see Shang Yun standing on the balcony. Wait, is this our dormitory? Zimo surveyed the impeccably clean space, skeptically stepping outside to recheck the door number before re-entering. Brother Shang, you mentioned that flower can talk. Surely, you haven't lost your mind from staying indoors too long? As he watched Shang Yun having dinner at the table, Zimo struggled to grasp the situation. Believe it or not, that flower is named Qin Shuhua. From now on, don't bully her. As Shang Yun chewed his food, he addressed Zimo. Brother Shang, this ridiculous flower has a name? Are you implying it has become sentient? Does it not know that such transformations are forbidden? She is a flower spirit. Is she truly a spirit? So you're saying our dormitory was cleaned by her? Zimo's words left Shang Yun momentarily stunned. If Qin Shuhua had directed him to clean, it could be considered her doing. Yes, Qin Shuhua said the dorm was too dirty. Remarkable. Zimo poked at Qin Shuhua's petals, Fairy tales only tell of the tortoise girl, but never mention that flowers can clean. A ticklish sensation roused Qin Shuhua from her slumber, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with Zimo's annoying face.
Ah.
Villain.
Ah.
Monster. Both Qin Shuhua and Zimo shouted in unison. Qin Shuhua screamed upon seeing Zimo pinching her petals, while Zimo was startled by her sudden outburst. Shang Yun. It really can talk. Ignoring Zimo's astonishment, Shang Yun dashed past him to Qin Shuhua's pot. Qin Shuhua, you're awake. Shang Yun, I want water. Coming right up. Zimo stood agape, watching the interaction between Shang Yun and the flower, still unable to believe his eyes. With all her might, Qin Shuhua held water in her petals and accurately sprayed Zimo's handsome face. Both Zimo and Shang Yun were momentarily taken aback. Seeing Zimo's disarray brought Qin Shuhua immense satisfaction, finally accomplishing what she had long desired since arriving in this realm. Brother Shang, is your flower bullying me? Aren't you going to intervene? She's taking revenge. It's a righteous act deserving of praise. With a smile, Shang Yun continued to water Qin Shuhua. Zimo quickly sidestepped, fearing another deluge. Brother Shang, so you're this ungrateful. Now you know, it's not the first day you've known me. Zimo was taken aback by Shang Yun's candid admission, left speechless. Qin Shuhua shook her head in triumph, while Shang Yun affectionately stroked her petals. Oh my, I can't believe I'm witnessing a flower romance. Zimo lamented dramatically. Is there no humanitarian concern left? Zimo, don't you have your summer senior sister? Why are you complaining? Haven't you yet won her over? Brother Shang, the reason they approach me is for your extraordinary prowess. Otherwise, no one would spare me a glance. As for me, I have never had the pleasure of meeting your senior. If your charm is lacking, do not cast the blame upon me. Shang Yun, with an air of calm, continued to tend to the flowers for Qin Shuhua, erecting a windbreak with unperturbed focus, entirely disregarding Zimo behind him. Brother Shang, may I borrow this pot of flowers for a couple of days? I shall present it to Senior Xia. She would undoubtedly adore it. Of course. Really, Brother Shang? You are so generous to me. Zimo, before you leave, kindly detach your head and lend it to me for a few days. Brother, I was mistaken. Zimo, let us keep the matter of the flower spirit under wraps, including from your Senior Xia. Rest assured, Brother Shang, I would never betray a comrade. Moreover, should I divulge the secret, others would surely think I am mad. Indeed, who would believe that a flower could speak unless they witnessed it firsthand? By the afternoon, Zimo finally comprehended the esteemed position of the flower spirit in Shang Yun's heart and the extent of her abilities. Lying upon his bed, he observed his usually lethargic companion, now under the flower spirit's command, bustling about to fetch this and that. He had even scrubbed the floor several times, unearthing and cleaning the foul socks that had been languishing in the corner. Zimo now understood how the flower spirit, Qin Shuhua, managed to maintain a pristine dormitory. Her persuasive influence is truly formidable. Ah, the pungent aroma of love is indeed terrifying. Overwhelmed, Zimo finally succumbed and shouted before storming out. Shang Yun, what is amiss with him? Who knows? Perhaps he is simply consumed by envy.
Oh.
Qin Shuhua replied, her understanding only partial, as she swayed a leaf. Contemplating the tasks at hand, Qin Shuhua felt a pang of urgency. What could be the greatest desire of her master, Shang Yun? Her own spiritual power was yet insufficient. What if Shang Yun yearned for an abundance of gold or a bevy of beauties? How would she manage? Shang Yun, do you have any wishes? Wishes? None that I can think of. Everyone harbors wishes. How can you be devoid of them? Think again. What is it that you particularly desire or wish to accomplish? Chapter 24. The stingy one Qin Shuhua. What I truly desire is to create programs, and I have been doing just that. With the advent of computers, my material wants have dwindled. After a moment of contemplation, Shang Yun earnestly expressed this to Qin Shuhua. Observing Shang Yun's serene demeanor, devoid of worldly desires, Qin Shuhua felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Indeed, with Shang Yun spending his days in the dormitory, completely disconnected from the outside world, how could he possibly harbor any aspirations or ambitions? Shang Yun, do you have any other interests apart from computers? She inquired. None, he replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he looked up at Qin Shuhua. I do enjoy tending to flowers. What was initially a mundane statement took on a deeper meaning in Shang Yun's words. Qin Shuhua's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Are you feeling warm, Qin Shuhua? Perhaps I should help you change your surroundings, Shang Yun remarked, sensing something amiss in her demeanor, yet oblivious to the true reason behind her anxiety. It seemed imperative for Qin Shuhua to cultivate something special within Shang Yun, a desire that would ignite his true aspirations. Yet, the question of how to achieve this weighed heavily on her mind. In the days that followed, Shang Yun remained a constant presence beside Qin Shuhua. He watered the plants, fertilized the soil, loosened the earth, and even caught pests. To alleviate any tedium for Qin Shuhua, he engaged her in conversation and shared stories. Concerned for her comfort, he personally sat beside her, fanning her gently. As ZMO would jest, Shang Yun had evidently fallen into the throes of infatuation. Meanwhile, Qin Shuhua maintained her adversarial stance with ZMO, exchanging barbs daily. Yet, each time, Shang Yun sided with Qin Shuhua, inciting ZMO's exasperation. Nevertheless, since learning of Qin Shuhua's presence, ZMO had refrained from tormenting the flower pot. Under Qin Shuhua's vehement protests, he also ceased smoking near it. At last, she no longer had to live in constant fear for her life. With Shang Yun's attentive care and Qin Shuhua's own efforts, the spirit of the flower had begun to detach from its physical form. However, it was still unable to manifest before humans, remaining in a translucent state, floating in the air. Even so, Qin Shuhua felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for she could finally venture beyond the confines of the dormitory to explore the outside world. In the early days of her newfound freedom, Qin Shuhua would often stealthily slip out of the dormitory to frolic. However, from that point onward, she would always inform Shang Yun before embarking on an outing. ZMO, if you don't put on a short-sleeved shirt and continue to wander about the dormitory naked, be wary of my throwing you out. Bro Shang, we're both grown men. What does it matter what we wear? You've seen me bare before, ZMO retorted, catching the clothes Shang Yun had tossed his way, while making exaggerated faces to provoke him. Be mindful, the flower spirit is still here. Cough, Bro Shang. Do you genuinely believe that spirit is a girl? ZMO quipped as he donned his shirt. ZMO, who do you call a spirit? And who is not a girl? Qin Shuhua cast a minor enchantment, ensnaring ZMO in his clothes, rendering him unable to extricate himself. Qin Shuhua, you're tormenting me again. Release me. Bro Shang, save me. Qin Shuhua, stop relying on magic for petty tasks. I can handle ZMO myself. Don't tire yourself out, Shang Yun said, accustomed to the scene, barely lifting his gaze as he continued coding. Currently, he was engrossed in developing a game that promised great success if completed, which left him exceedingly busy. Shang Yun, your brother is being bullied by your woman, and you just sit there and watch. The new ones laugh while the old ones weep. Shang Yun, you fickle cad. Finally free from his clothes, ZMO whined to Shang Yun like a disgruntled spouse. Get lost. Shang Yun barked, his patience wearing thin with ZMO's antics. Hao Yun, I'll fetch you lunch. Remember to help me with my homework. ZMO mischievously instructed before exiting the dormitory. After ZMO's departure, Qin Shuhua, feeling a little bored, called out to Shang Yun. What is it? I wish to go outside. Then go ahead, Shang Yun replied, assuming Qin Shuhua was referring to the flower spirit's usual excursions and casually acquiescing. I want to accompany you. Me? To do what? I wish to change the flower pot. Floating in the air, Qin Shuhua pointed toward the earthenware pot in a drab hue on the balcony. Half an hour later, Shang Yun appeared on campus, cradling a flower pot. The legendary computer prodigy had mysteriously emerged, and students rushed to spread the news. Soon, a throng surrounded Shang Yun, following his every move, with flashes from cameras illuminating the scene. Shang Yun, you're quite the popular figure at school. Qin Shuhua communicated with her ethereal presence, audible only to him.
I don't know any of them.
Wow, the cloud god has spoken. Is this outfit a style of despondence? You look so dashing. Qin Shuhua gawked at the girls around her, who were swooning over Shang Yun. She turned to glance back at him, his hair greasy and long, a chaotic tangle. His clothes splattered with mysterious substances, mismatched socks, and oversized glasses. Were these girls blind? Qin Shuhua thought, having only tidied the dormitory. It seemed she must also enhance Zhang Yun's personal image next time. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to present him to the world. Zhang Yun. They're too loud, Qin Shuhua whispered into his ear, resting her head on his shoulder. Although her flower spirit had detached from her physical form, it remained insubstantial and weightless. Zhang Yun merely felt a gentle breeze brush against his ear as he listened to her complaint. "All right," he replied, turning his head with a gentle smile. He surveyed the raucous crowd, finding them excessively boisterous. "Get lost," Zhang Yun declared darkly, causing the surrounding students to scatter in haste. At the convenience store, Zhang Yun headed straight for the flower pots. "Qin Shuhua, come and see. Which one do you prefer?" As she beheld the plethora of flower pots, Qin Shuhua, who had previously seemed listless, instantly brightened. If she couldn't buy beautiful clothes in this life, then she would acquire exquisite flower pots instead. "Zhang Yun, I like this one. That one is lovely too. Which one do you prefer, Shuhua?" Zhang Yun inquired, smiling as he retrieved one pot after another for her. When Zmo arrived at the convenience store, he was met with this astonishing sight. "Bro Shang, you actually left the dormitory. The whole school is buzzing about it. I thought someone was impersonating you. We're buying flower pots." Before Zmo could express his excitement, Zhang Yun's nonchalant reply silenced him. Observing the growing stack of flower pots beside Zhang Yun, Zmo's astonishment deepened. "Qin Shuhua, come out." Bad Zmo. A loaf of bread fell from the shelf, striking Zmo on the head. "Qin Shuhua, are you playing tricks again? And if I am?" "Qin Shuhua, what mischief are you plotting with Zhang Yun?" "Buying flower pots." Zmo received the same answer and wanted to roar in frustration. He was not blind. The way Zhang Yun was buying flower pots for Qin Shuhua resembled a boyfriend purchasing beautiful clothes for his girlfriend. "Qin Shuhua, you only need one pot. This is excessive." Zmo lamented, eyeing the flower pots piled so high they left no room on the floor. "I like them. I'm delighted." Both Zhang Yun and Qin Shuhua replied in unison to Zmo. "Then I shall leave you two to it. I want to intrude," Zmo said, feeling wounded by their display of affection as he turned to depart. "Zmo, wait." Zhang Yun suddenly called out, stopping him in his tracks. "Zhang Yun, I knew you were reluctant to send me away. You cannot bear to be without me, can you?" "Zmo, if you leave, who will move the flower pots?" Zhang Yun said coldly. "Well, my good brother, I truly cannot manage without you. After we finish moving here, let us head to the next supermarket. I will accompany Qin Shuhua to explore other flower pots. She finds the ones here quite unsightly." Zmo stood frozen, watching as Zhang Yun clapped him on the shoulder and walked away. "Brother Zmo, dear best." Qin Shuhua languidly leaned on Zhang Yun's shoulder, smiling back at Zmo. As they exited the convenience store, Qin Shuhua spotted a familiar face. "Why is Xia Xiao here?" "Qin Shuhua, you know Senior Xia?" Zhang Yun asked in surprise upon hearing her murmurs, for he had never encountered her before. "Isn't Senior Xia the girl Zmo admires?" "Indeed. Zmo has pursued her for 2 years now, and with her impending graduation, he has yet to win her over." "Zhang Yun, I heard Zmo mention that she has feelings for you?" "I am unsure. However, it is true that she persistently pesters Zmo for his notes. Eventually, perhaps realizing she could not comprehend them, she gave up." Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Shuhua felt a sense of unease and wished to investigate Xia Xiao's identity in this realm. Calling system. Identity query. Xia Xiao, the university's foremost goddess. A prodigy in the computer science department. Except for Zhang Yun, no one in this university rivals her computing prowess. She has consistently held the top rank since enrollment, primarily because Zhang Yun never participates in any examinations. Once Xia Xiao became aware of Zhang Yun's existence, surpassing her in entrance scores, she devised various methods to compete with him. However, Zhang Yun has never granted her the opportunity. The game program they both designed has now presented a genuine chance for competition. The one who secures company funding and launches the game first will prove themselves as the true computer deity of the university. This matter. Aside from being of concern to Xia Xiao, has also become a hot topic among students, all eagerly awaiting the final outcome. Having perused this information, Qin Shihua gazed at Shang Yun, who was leisurely tending to the soil, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Chapter 25. A change of plans indeed. He was a person of serene disposition, which explained why he harbored no wishes. Shang Yun, how is your game programming coming along? This was the first time Qin Shihua inquired about anything related to computers from Shang Yun. Qin Shihua, are you interested in this? I have no particular interest. But you know others are betting on whose game program, yours or Xia Xiao's, will be selected by the company? Shang Yun shook his head, meticulously polishing the flower pot in his hands. Do you wish for me to win? Of course. Qin Shihua nodded immediately, feeling an inexplicable unease upon reuniting with Xia Xiao. Could her presence introduce unforeseen variables into this task? Damn it, I've worked myself to the bone. Zimo burst through the door, laden with a multitude of flower pots. Thank you for your hard work, brother. Shang Yun accepted the pots from Zimo one by one, placing them carefully on the ground as if they were treasures. In no time, the dormitory floor was entirely covered with pots of various sizes. Brother Shang, Qin Shihua, do you know who I just ran into at the supermarket? Zimo. Judging by that lecherous grin, you must have encountered your precious senior.
Spot on.
She even smiled and greeted me. Zimo declared, utterly enraptured. What is so admirable about that? Zimo, you are truly lacking in ambition. That is a sign of love. You wouldn't understand. You mere flower. Who are you calling a mere flower? I am a dignified flower spirit. Indeed, a bumbling sprite whose magic has gone awry. You've gone too far, Zimo. Qin Shihua, you're throwing books at me again. Be careful lest I uproot you and toss you into the gutter. You dare? Zimo, I'll tell your senior that you snore and grind your teeth at night. Shang Yun watched the playful banter between the two children with a helpless gaze, continuing to clean the newly purchased flower pots. Days passed in this manner, and Shang Yun had been engrossed in his game programming work, aside from watering the plants on schedule. He had not engaged in conversation with Qin Shihua for quite some time. Zimo seemed to have suddenly grown closer to Xia Xiao, often going out on dates, leaving Qin Shihua devoid of anyone to bicker with. Observing Shang Yun's earnest dedication to his work, Qin Shihua mused that this must be what he cherished most. Thus, his wish must also be related to computers, she thought. Shang Yun, do you truly wish to win this competition? Qin Shihua could not help but ask. Absolutely. I have invested considerable time and effort into this game. Most importantly, someone wants me to win. Upon hearing Shang Yun's words, Qin Shihua felt even more assured of her thoughts. Shang Yun's wish must undoubtedly be the successful launch of this game. As long as they secured the company's support, her mission would soon be complete. Qin Shihua, my greatest wish is to see you. If you could truly appear in my world, then my wish would be fulfilled. Shang Yun thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing it. He merely gazed gently at the flowers swaying in the sunlight. Shang Yun, lend me your clothes for a while. Zimo entered the dormitory, clutching a pink laptop. Lend you my clothes? Are you out of your mind, Zimo? Shang Yun replied. Ever since you left the dorm last time, a new trend has emerged. Everyone is calling it the dejected style. No way? Qin Shihua exclaimed, nearly falling from a chandelier in surprise.
Don't doubt me.
The entire campus is filled with imitations of Shang Yun. You can go see for yourself. Do you think I can achieve your effect by not shaving or washing my hair for a month? Give it up. You can replicate my clothes, but you cannot replicate my charm. I need to visit the company this afternoon. Please take good care of Qin Shihua for me. Humph, as a sprite. Why would I need a mere mortal to look after me? Though aware Shang Yun could not see her, Qin Shihua rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. Do you think I would relish in your care? I have my own important matters to attend to this afternoon. That gaudy laptop of yours must belong to you. You weirdo. The mouse pad is even a colorful cherry. Qin Shihua inquired with some disdain, while Shang Yun also looked over with curiosity. Of course not. It belongs to Senior Xia Xiao. She said her laptop has a virus and asked me to take a look. Did I hear you correctly? The top student, Xia Xiao, asked you, who has failed courses, to help her fix her computer? You all just don't understand. It's not about fixing a computer. It's about nurturing the love of couplehood. Watching Zimo's smug expression, Qin Shua's unease intensified. Zimo, do you think Xia Xiaoro is intentionally getting close to you? Could there be some ulterior motive? Qin Shua, don't speak ill of my senior. She is very kind, and even if she is enamored by my good looks or wishes to repay me, I would gladly oblige. However, Qin Shua, if you still regard me as a friend, please do not harbor prejudice against Senior Xia. It seemed Zimo was indeed serious about Xia Xiaoro, and Qin Shua hoped her worries were unfounded. Please don't let Xia Xiaoro betray Zimo's sincere heart. As Zimo silently began to fiddle with the pink laptop, Qin Shua found herself doubting Zimo's abilities. Why don't we ask Shang Yun for help? While organizing his belongings, Shang Yun heard Qin Shua's words, looked at Zimo, and extended his hand, ready to take the laptop. No need, the virus on Senior Xia's laptop is a minor issue. I think she just wants to have a few words with me. Then why have you been toiling away for so long, sweating profusely?
Oh.
I was merely deciphering the password for her photo folder. Perhaps there are scandalous pictures. Shang Yun, could you lend me a hand? You pervert. Go to hell. Shang Yun jumped down from the bed with his file bag and walked to the flower pots on the balcony. Qin Shua, I will be stepping out for a while. If you need anything, just ask Zimo. All right, Shang Yun, hurry along. Once Shang Yun secures the company's investment, the game program's release will be imminent. After accompanying Shang Yun for so long, on his happiest day, she found herself having to leave. An unexpected sense of reluctance washed over Qin Shua. If only Shang Yun could take a little longer to fulfill his wish, perhaps they could spend more time together. Shang Yun, I'm thirsty. Chapter 26. Come save me, Shang Yun. The sun is scorching. Shang Yun gazed up at the overcast sky and shifted the flower pot belonging to the flower demon aside. Shang Yun, is there a little bug on my leaves? It's so itchy. After searching high and low without spotting any insects, Shang Yun finally concluded that the flower demon was merely being coy, unwilling to let him leave. Oh, come on, it's just a quick outing. Why the reluctance? Qin Shua. My brother Shang is off to accomplish great things. You should be happy for him, interjected Zimo, who was tinkering with his computer nearby. Shang Yun, can't you stay just a bit longer? How about going tomorrow instead? Flower demon, stop fussing. I've already set a meeting with the company today. Not going would be a breach of trust. Seeing Shang Yun's determination, Qin Shua drooped her leaves and fell silent. Qin Shua, you once said you hoped I would win. I will certainly triumph in this competition for you. Shang Yun silently vowed to earn money to take her on a journey around the world. Watching Shang Yun's departing figure from the dormitory, Qin Shua ultimately could not bring herself to obstruct him any further. Shang Yun, since this is what you desire, I will wholeheartedly support you and do my utmost to assist you. Qin Shua, why are you acting so strangely today? Zimo glanced at Qin Shua's flower pot while continuing to decipher a code. What do you think Shang Yun's greatest wish might be? A wish? If that wooden fellow has one, it must be related to computers. Shang Yun was particularly earnest about this competition. Upon hearing Zimo's words, Qin Shua became even more convinced that this competition was indeed Shang Yun's heartfelt aspiration. Suddenly feeling a bit downcast, she ceased her conversation with Zimo. Knock, knock. There came a sound of knocking at the dormitory door. Qin Shua was elated. Brother Shang, use your key to open the door. I'm busy. It's me, Xia Xiaoro. Now it was Zimo's turn to lose his composure. Senior, what brings you here? Please wait a moment. Zimo leapt from his bed, tousled his hair, and hurriedly straightened his clothes. What does Xia Xiaoro want? Did you invite her? Not at all, but if she's here, she must want to see me. It shows I'm quite charming. Qin Shua, help me decide. Do I look handsome in this outfit? Absolutely stunning. But Zimo, if you keep your dear senior waiting at the door, it could spell trouble. Seeing Zimo's anxious demeanor, Qin Shua couldn't help but remind him. As Zimo rushed to open the door, he darted past the flower demon's pot once more. Qin Shua, promise me one thing. What is it?
Why?
Shang Yun dislikes outsiders in the dorm. If he finds out, he might kick me out. Oh, but why should that concern me? Qin Shua teased Zimo. Qin Shua, we are good brothers, and this concerns my lifelong happiness. Fine, I promise you. Go ahead. Although Qin Shua was not fond of Xia Xiaoro, Seeing Zimo's earnestness softened her heart, and she agreed to help him. Why are you opening the door so slowly? You aren't hiding someone in the dorm, are you? Senior Xia, you really know how to joke. You're here to pick up the computer, right? Zimo awkwardly stood at the door, scratching his head. Then why not invite me in to sit? Am I not welcome? Oh, Senior, please come in. Zimo quickly ushered Xia Xiao inside. Once inside, Xia Xiao began to survey the dormitory, seemingly searching for something. Senior, what are you looking for? Zimo followed her gaze. Oh, Zimo. This is my first time in a male dormitory. I'm a bit curious, please don't mind. Not at all, it's our dormitory's first time having a girl visit. Seeing Xia Xiao's feigned shyness, Zimo became even more entranced. Floating in the air, Qin Shuhua couldn't help but scoff at Zimo's lack of discernment. This version of Xia Xiao was clearly a scheming woman, a white lotus. Only someone as oblivious as Zimo could fail to see her ulterior motives for visiting the dormitory. Zimo, I remember you have a roommate named Shang Yun. Where is he? You mean my brother Shang? He went to the company today. Brother Shang? It seems you and Shang Yun have quite a good relationship. Does he tell you everything? Of course. My brother Shang and I share everything as good brothers. I heard Shang Yun has been working on a game program lately. I wonder how he's progressing. Senior Xia, don't think I'm bragging, but my brother Shang's speed in creating a program is unmatched by anyone. Zimo unwittingly divulged Shang Yun's information, and Qin Shuhua felt an urge to kick him for his foolishness. Fortunately, Shang Yun hadn't shared too much about the game program with Zimo. Seeing that she could extract no crucial information from Zimo, Xia Xiao's expression soured slightly. Yet Zimo, oblivious, continued chatting. Senior Xia, look, I sleep on this bed. It's big and soft. Would you like to try it out? Qin Shuhua was once again taken aback by Zimo's shamelessness, thinking, is he really going to go that far? That other bed is Shang Yun's. Is this his computer? Xia Xiao showed no interest in Zimo's proposal, her face displaying disdain, but she pivoted the conversation. Sitting on Shang Yun's bed and picking up the laptop. Senior, don't touch that. What's wrong? Zimo exclaimed, startled. This computer is Shang Yun's treasure. I can't touch it normally. If you want to use a computer, I can bring mine. Zimo hurriedly snatched the laptop from Xia Xiao, placing it carefully aside. I see, I'm truly sorry. I was just curious about what brand of computer a genius uses. Xia Xiao chuckled awkwardly. How about I take you to see a movie? Staying in the dorm is quite dull. Upon hearing Zimo's suggestion to go out, Xia Xiao seemed somewhat reluctant. Zimo, didn't you say I could come play on your bed? Why aren't you going to buy something? Xia Xiao shot Zimo a flirtatious glance and settled onto his bed. Buy something? Oh, I get it. Senior Xia, I'll go right away. Wait for me. You must wait for me. After Zimo grasped the situation, he laughed like a fool and dashed out of the dormitory. Is Xia Xiao really this forward in this dimension? Qin Shuhua watched in astonishment as Xia Xiao sat on Zimo's bed. However, as soon as Zimo left, Xia Xiao's flirtatious demeanor instantly turned cold. Shang Yun, your roommate is a bit dim-witted. With him, he dares to pursue me. Xia Xiao promptly descended from Zimo's bed and rushed to Shang Yun's bed, opening the computer. Oh no, Xia Xiao is employing a beauty trap to lure the tiger away from its mountain. As a mere ethereal observer, Qin Shuhua felt anxious but could do nothing to stop Xia Xiao. Since the dormitory only housed Shang Yun and Zimo, Shang Yun's computer was not password protected. Xia Xiao easily accessed Shang Yun's computer and inserted a USB drive. With a smug smile, she awaited the file transfer. Unable to watch any longer, Qin Shuhua realized that if the transfer succeeded, Shang Yun's hard work would be stolen by Xia Xiao. Determined, Qin Shuhua disregarded the risk of being discovered and invoked the power of the flower demon to admonish Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao, what are you doing? This is illegal. Startled by the sudden voice, Xia Xiao glanced around the empty room, her face filled with fear. Who is speaking? Where are you hiding? Ding dong. At that moment, the file transfer was complete and Xia Xiao hastily removed the USB drive. Xia Xiao, put that down, or you shall not leave. Qin Shuhua summoned the powers of the flower spirit once more, sealing the door to prevent Xia Xiao's escape. Unable to open the door, Xia Xiao glanced around, her gaze ultimately settling upon the solitary pot of flowers on the balcony. Qin Shuhua, so it's you. Are you a monster? Xia Xiaoro questioned assertively, pinching the flower branch belonging to Qin Shuhua. Xia Xiaoro, release me at once. Otherwise, I will kill you. I am indeed a flower spirit. The books on the shelf tumbled down, yet Qin Shuhua found no means of escaping from Xia Xiaoro's grasp. That pot of flowers was her essence. Should the flower perish, so too would Qin Shuhua's soul. Xia Xiaoro's manicured fingertips toyed with the flower stem, instilling a constant dread of death in Qin Shuhua. A flower spirit, Qin Shuhua? How utterly ridiculous. Your life rests firmly in my hands. No wonder rumors circulated at school about Xiangyun's obsession with flowers, having purchased every flower pot from the supermarket. I never imagined such a secret lay within. Xia Xiaoro, since you are aware of this, you should also know that if you harm me, Xiangyun will not spare you. How laughable. Does Xiangyun intend to accuse me of murdering his flower? Should you die, he would only believe you stole his data. And thus, someone else would take the blame for me. As Xia Xiaoro spoke, she tightened her grip. By now, Qin Shuhua was becoming increasingly disoriented. Was she truly to lose her life here before completing her mission? She felt a pang of regret, for she had yet to fulfill Xiangyun's wish. Summoning her remaining spiritual energy, Qin Shuhua conveyed a message to Zimo, who is still en route. Xia Xiaoro, Zimo harbors feelings for you. I am also a friend of Zimo's. If you kill me, he will be heartbroken. In a bid to buy time, Qin Shuhua spoke deliberately to Xia Xiaoro. Humph. That fool Zimo. Why should I concern myself with him? Qin Shuhua, even if he learns of my actions against you, he would still assist me. Do you believe otherwise? Xia Xiaoro's words sowed a seed of doubt in Qin Shuhua. Given Zimo's infatuation with Xia Xiaoro, he might indeed choose to conceal the truth for her sake. Chapter 27. The scheming woman Xia Xiaoro. Your skills in computing do not rival those of Shang Yunqiang, yet you resort to theft. Should others learn that the goddess of the computer science department is a thief, would they still hold you in admiration? Shu Hua, be silent. If you disappear, no one will know of this matter, Qin Shu Hua resignedly observed as her life slowly ebbed away. Xiangyun, I am sorry. I can no longer fulfill your wish. Senior Xia, what are you doing? Zimo rushed into the dormitory, calling out urgently. Xia Xiaoro stiffened, as if by chance, she knocked a flower pot to the ground. Qin Shu Hua, are you all right? Zimo inquired, his voice filled with concern. What are you talking about? Who is Qin Shu Hua? Senior Xia. Why did you break the flower pot? Qin Shu Hua, in a foggy state, faintly heard Zimo questioning Xia Xiaoro. Zimo did not disappoint her, fiercely confronting the senior he admired. It seemed her friendship had not been in vain. Qin Shu Hua thought she was on the brink of death, a bittersweet sense of comfort washing over her. Zimo, what do you mean? I merely wanted to touch the flower and was startled by you, which caused me to accidentally bump into it. Why are you being so fierce? Are you going to make me pay with my life for a mere broken flower? Xia Xiaoro's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears, portraying an image of great injustice. Senior, that is not what I meant. Upon hearing her words, Zimo reflected for a moment, realizing he had indeed shouted, causing Xia Xiaoro to drop the flower pot in fright. Could it be that the little flower spirit, Qin Shu Hua, was inadvertently harmed by him? Guilt washed over Zimo suddenly. Zimo, do not be disheartened. It is merely a broken flower pot. I can easily compensate you with 10 more. Xia Xiaoro, sensing Zimo's sorrow, said dismissively. Senior Xia, leave. Do not return to our dormitory again. Zimo, what do you mean? I am apologizing sincerely, and you dare to take advantage of my goodwill? Zimo, you won't tell Xiangyun about this, will you? If he finds out, he will surely come after me. Zimo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded, biting his lip. Seeing this, Xia Xiaoro smiled in relief and exited the dormitory. Qin Shu Hua could not discern how long she had been in a daze. She only remembered hearing apologies directed at her in her dreams. Yet, Xiangyun's voice was conspicuously absent. After what felt like an eternity, she gradually regained her senses. Realizing someone had saved her, but she remained in a dormant state, unable to perceive her surroundings. She wondered how Xiangyun was faring after Xia Xiaoro had stolen the information. Surely, he must be frantic with worry due to her prolonged absence. With a resolve to regain her strength and warn Xiangyun about Xia Xiaoro, Qin Shu Hua focused on recovering her abilities. Days passed, and at last, Qin Shu Hua began to awaken. The haze before her eyes gradually cleared, and she finally beheld Xiangyun, the one she had longed for. As Xiangyun typed away at his computer, he paused momentarily upon hearing her familiar voice before turning around, his face devoid of surprise. Xiangyun, what is the matter? Are you not happy that I have awakened? Qin Shu Hua shook a flower branch, confused by the anger etched across his features. Qin Shu Hua, do you find amusement in deceiving me? From the very beginning, your intentions were to pilfer information, were they not? Xiangyun, what are you saying? How could you suspect me of stealing your data? At that moment, Qin Shu Hua comprehended why Xiangyun's expression was so grim. The joy she felt at seeing him transformed into heartbreak. Who else could it be but you? In the dormitory, it was only you and Zimo. No wonder you urged me to finish the program quickly, constantly asking when I would complete it and trying to hinder me the day I went to the company. Was it all simply to assist someone else in stealing my data? Tell me, who is your true master? Qin Shu Hua. If I were to say it was not I who stole it, would you believe me? Qin Shu Hua was taken aback that her previous affection and concern for Xiangyun had turned into the very reason for his suspicion. She felt a pang of sadness, but could not suppress her hopeful inquiry. Qin Shu Hua, I will give you a chance. Tell me, who is it? She had intended to name Xia Xiao directly, but recalled her promise to Zimo to keep it secret. If she revealed that Xia Xiao had stolen his data and nearly cost her life, Xiangyun's wrath would surely descend upon Xia Xiao, thereby placing Zimo in a difficult position.
It was I.
Since you have already decided it was I who committed the theft, let it be so. Qin Shu Hua's words surprised even herself, realizing that since Xiangyun had never trusted her from the start, she had no need to defend herself any longer.
Haha.
Qin Shu Hua, why have you stopped lying?
You have truly disappointed me.
Xiangyun laughed bitterly, his eyes filled with sorrow. Brother Xiang, what are you doing? Is the flower spirit awake? Zimo rushed over, excited upon seeing Xiangyun conversing with the flower pot. Zimo, throw this flower away. Have you not always complained that it takes up space?
What?
Brother Xiang, do you know what you are saying? She admitted it. She is the one who stole the data. Xiangyun spoke flatly, carrying the flower pot he had once purchased for Qin Shu Hua as he exited the dormitory. Brother Xiang, what are you doing with those flower pots? Since you want the flower gone, these pots are of no use either. Zimo wanted to say something as he watched Xiangyun leave, but ultimately, he could not voice his thoughts. Qin Shu Hua, I am sorry. Zimo, it was Xia Xiao who nearly caused me to lose my life, not you. You need not apologize. Qin Shu Hua replied with a lack of emotional fluctuation, aware that Zimo had refrained from revealing the truth to Xiangyun, likely out of concern for Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao was correct. Even if the truth were to be revealed, it would not harm her. Now that it was evident, Qin Shu Hua held no resentment towards Zimo. He had merely been blinded by Xia Xiao's scheming nature. She had refrained from disclosing the truth to Xiangyun, partly to shield Zimo from the consequences of Xia Xiao's actions. Yet, the most significant source of her disappointment lay in Xiangyun's lack of trust in her, hastily branding her as a traitor. Without Xiangyun's trust, what difference would it make whether she explained or not? Qin Shu Hua, I know you did not expose Xia Xiao to Xiangyun because of me. Yet, I cowardly lacked the courage to tell him the truth. I am not worthy to be your friend. I am truly sorry. Zimo, I forgive you. There is no need for your apologies. However, I fear that Xiangyun has completely grown weary of me. Xiangyun's hurtful words had left Qin Shu Hua breathless as she struggled to process her feelings. Do not overthink it. Xiangyun will only be upset for a short while. How could he bear to part with you? If he truly wished to discard you, he would not have entrusted this matter to me, knowing that I would never do so. Seeing Zimo's optimistic demeanor, Qin Shu Hua fell silent. Xiangyun would not truly cast her aside, but he would no longer treat her as he once did. After watering the original plant, she departed.
Indeed.
As Qin Shu Hua had anticipated, Xiangyun did not merely harbor fleeting anger. He completely disregarded her presence, allowing her to remain in the unseen corner of the dormitory. Had it not been for Zimo's daily care in watering her, and his efforts to place her in the sunlight whenever Xiangyun was absent, Qin Shu Hua might have faced her demise for a second time. During this period, Xiang Yun remained preoccupied with revising the game program to compensate for the loss caused by the leakage of critical technical information, entirely neglecting to check on Qin Shuhua. When she can truly transform into a human form, she will be able to seek vengeance against Xia Xiaoro herself. In the past, the world of the flower spirit, Qin Shuhua, revolved solely around her master, Xiang Yun. Thus, her daily wish was to playfully pester Xiang Yun and remain by his side, engaging him with stories, purchasing flower pots, watering the plants, and tidying up their shared living space. However, now the world of the flower spirit, Qin Shuhua, is filled only with solitude and resentment. She has devoted all her energy to mastering her demonic arts. Consequently, it did not take long for Qin Shuhua not only to recover but also to far surpass her previous abilities. In the intervals of her training, Qin Shuhua would occasionally wander to Xia Xiaoro's dormitory to frighten her. Whether it was extinguishing the light suddenly in the hallway or manifesting eerie apparitions in the mirror at midnight, she left Xia Xiaoro in a state of sleeplessness for several nights. Each time Xia Xiaoro begged for mercy, she found herself powerless against Qin Shuhua. Although Qin Shuhua played a few pranks on Xia Xiaoro, she ultimately refrained from being as cruel as Xia Xiaoro had once been, taking lives without remorse. Upon returning to her dormitory, Qin Shuhua found herself at a loss when facing Xiang Yun. Ever since that day she awakened and had their quarrel, Xiang Yun treated her as if she were invisible. Even when passing by the balcony, he would not cast a glance in her direction. The only exception was when he drunkenly collapsed beside her flower pot, uttering a torrent of nonsensical words. Previously, after Qin Shuhua complained about the foul smell of smoke, Xiang Yun had forbidden ZMO from smoking on the balcony. Yet this time, whether intentionally or not, Xiang Yun lit a cigarette right beside Qin Shuhua's flower pot. It was as if he were smoking for the first time, as he choked on the smoke several times. Qin Shuhua furrowed her brow, but did not speak up to dissuade him. After all, even if she did, Xiang Yun would likely ignore her. Her discomfort was now of no consequence to him. Chapter 28. The calling system. As Qin Shuhua gazed at Xiang Yun, who was silently drinking by the flower pot, she felt an unprecedented closeness, yet an insurmountable distance between them. Qin Shuhua, why aren't you speaking? Why are you ignoring me? Xiang Yun's slurred voice carried a hint of grievance. But Xiang Yun, you were the one who said you never wanted to see me again, Qin Shuhua replied, her tone tinged with resignation. Qin Shuhua, why won't you relent? Just admit that you took it, and I will forgive you. Why won't you just give in? If you had asked me back then, I would have given it to you. But how could you deceive me? Xiang Yun mumbled, collapsing to the ground in a drunken stupor, while Qin Shuhua's tears flowed freely. Xiang Yun, if you trust me, then I need not explain anything. If you do not trust me, then what is the point of explaining? Unable to contain herself, Qin Shuhua reached out with an ethereal hand to caress Xiang Yun's cheek, smoothing the frown that lingered even in sleep. Wait for me to cultivate to human form, and I shall help you realize your wish. Qin Shuhua glanced at her own arms, now taking on a defined shape, contemplating her imminent breakthrough. Yet, she pondered whether she would still be by Xiang Yun's side when that day arrived. The next morning, Xiang Yun awoke from his drunken stupor, seemingly oblivious to the events of the previous night, reverting to his aloof demeanor towards Qin Shuhua. However, he no longer vehemently opposed Zimo's assistance towards her, tacitly allowing her to exist in the corner of the dormitory. At last, another company recognized the value of Xiang Yun's gaming program and decided to sponsor him. Together with ZMO, he headed to the company to sign the contract, while Qin Shuhua stealthily followed. Although she could not comprehend the discussions, she watched in awe as Xiang Yun delivered a captivating presentation, with the executives nodding in approval. Qin Shuhua realized that Xiang Yun was merely a step away from success. Seated at the long table, Xiang Yun read through the contract, preparing to sign. Qin Shuhua gazed at his features with a sense of greed, for she understood that once he signed the contract and fulfilled his wish, she would have to leave this realm. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, as though she had been trapped inside a swaying vehicle. Alarmed, Qin Shuhua realized that someone had tampered with her original form. When she lifted her gaze, Xiang Yun, who had just been at the table, had vanished. ZMO, disregarding the displeased executive, dashed outside. ZMO, where did Xiang Yun go? Wasn't he supposed to sign the contract? Hearing Qin Shihua's voice, ZMO paused and scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for her presence. Qin Shihua, what are you doing here? Xia Xiaoro had sent Shang Yun a letter, stating that if he did not abandon this contract, he would be thrown into the sea. Naturally, upon reading it, Shang Yun became anxious, discarding the executives and rushing outside. ZMO briefly explained the situation to Qin Shihua. At that moment, Qin Shihua felt increasingly unwell. As a flower spirit, being distanced from her original form drained her power. Now, with her original body submerged in water, she struggled to breathe. It was evident that Xia Xiaoro had manipulated her to thwart Shang Yun's negotiations with the company, deliberately selecting today to sneak away her original form. Having discerned the unfolding events, Qin Shihua felt regret for her previous oversight. Yet, she now had more pressing matters to attend to. ZMO, please. Take me to find Shang Yun. I cannot let anyone harm his life. Upon hearing the gravity in Qin Shihua's words, ZMO wasted no time. Hailing a taxi and heading towards the beach mentioned in the letter. As Qin Shihua's consciousness began to blur, it felt as though she were sinking deeper into the water, her body becoming numb. No, I cannot die before rescuing Shang Yun. Gritting her teeth, Qin Shihua summoned her floral powers, fighting against the chill enveloping her body.
Master.
We've arrived. Stop the car. After paying the fare, ZMO sprinted towards the beach. Qin Shihua, Shang Ge is over there. Wait, why is he walking towards the sea? Realizing something was amiss, ZMO rushed forward to stop Shang Yun. ZMO, let go of me. Qin Shihua is up ahead. I must save her. Shang Ge, you're insane. If you go any further, you will die. Qin Shihua must be terrified. I cannot leave her alone. I have yet to forgive her, and she cannot die. Ignoring ZMO's pleas, Shang Yun plunged further into the water, determined to retrieve the flower pot that bobbed in the waves. Qin Shihua screamed desperately, but the roar of the ocean drowned her voice, leaving Shang Yun oblivious to her cries. As she watched Shang Yun, exhausted and repeatedly submerged by the waves, yet still searching for her original form, Qin Shihua summoned every ounce of her demonic energy, drawing upon the floral energy surrounding her to awaken the power of the flower deity. Her ethereal form gradually took shape, revealing a tangible existence. You are the flower spirit, Qin Shihua? ZMO exclaimed in astonishment as the unfamiliar woman appeared beside him. ZMO, quickly call for an ambulance. I am going to save Shang Yun. With that, Qin Shihua abandoned ZMO and swam out into the sea. Shang Yun, I am coming. Your flower spirit is here. Shang Yun, noticing the approaching figure, recognized her as the flower spirit he had never seen before. Yet a voice within him assured him that she was indeed his Qin Shihua. Thank goodness, Qin Shihua is alive. My flower spirit remains. She is as beautiful as I imagined. As his strength waned and the sea engulfed him time and again, Shang Yun kept his gaze fixed on Qin Shihua, who swam towards him. Qin Shihua, my greatest wish has always been to see your true form and to share this world with you. Now it has finally come true. Hearing Shang Yun's words, Qin Shihua's heart trembled. His wish was not for victory in the competition or to amass wealth. It was about her. Finally reaching Shang Yun, she embraced him tightly. Master, why are you so foolish? I am merely a flower. You need not forsake the competition or risk your life for my sake. Qin Shihua, without you, what is the world to me? If you are not by my side, mountains lose their meaning, rivers lose their flow, seasons cease to change, and day and night no longer cycle. Without you, I am no longer Shang Yun. Mission complete, seeing a new task notification from the system. Qin Shihua hesitated to open it. After completing numerous realm tasks, her confusion only deepened. Why did she encounter Shang Yun in every realm? Though his identity varied, she sensed that he was fundamentally the same person. Regardless of his form, Shang Yun evoked in her a consistent heartbeat, a shared sense of tranquility when together. This could not merely be coincidence. It seemed that the character of Shang Yun evolved alongside her own transformations. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her questions multiplied. Calling system. Character inquiry. Shang Yun once more. Qin Shihua summoned the system to search for Shang Yun's identity. The results, however, astonished her. His profile was entirely blank. There was no record of his past or origin. It was as if Xiang Yun was an inherent aspect of the system itself. Frustrated, she yelled in the pure white void, "Isn't the system supposed to encompass all information regarding characters in these realms? Is Xiang Yun merely a flaw in the system? And who is orchestrating my realm tasks? Why are they all so simplistic, as if it were a game?" For an extended period, Qin Shuhua has consistently received dimensional tasks directly from player messages. Yet, the identity of the formidable boss who sends her these messages remains an enigma to her. Unable to fathom this mystery, Qin Shuhua once more seeks the guidance of the system. Calling system. Querying rules. Information on dimensional task issuer. A screen materializes, displaying the words top secret, no disclosure. 8 characters. Qin Shuhua nearly faints before the screen, bewildered that this is yet another piece of information denied to her. The system then begins to audibly notify Qin Shuhua of a new dimensional task. Frustrated by her previous setbacks, she stubbornly refrains from accepting the task notification. Force accept task. Enter human world. Host identity, human girl, host wish. Escape from degenerate parents, resigned. She decides to embrace her fate and first complete the dimensional task of this lifetime. Qin Shuhua comforts herself with these words. With this thought, she rolls up her sleeves. Hands still soapy, ready to diligently undertake the chores assigned to the original host, washing clothes for the family. As Qin Shuhua lowers her head and catches sight of her reflection in the water, she is startled. In her memories, the original host is a girl of 11 or 12. However, her appearance in the water resembles that of a frail child of only 7 or 8. Accidentally, some soapy water trickles into her sleeves, imparting a sudden stinging sensation. Hastily rolling up her sleeves, she is met with a harrowing sight. Her arms are riddled with scars of varying sizes. Upon witnessing this, the newly arrived Qin Shuhua's face pales with rage. She understands that the original host's parents are despicable. Her father, a drunkard and gambler, resorts to beating his daughter whenever inebriated. He has squandered everything of value in the house, often plunging the family into dire situations. The original host's mother is even more egregious, transferring all her misfortunes onto her daughter. Her bias towards male offspring leads the mother to believe that had the original host been a son, they would not be in such a predicament. Thus, she views her daughter as a rival, considering her the architect of her own misfortunes. Were it not for the original host's presence, providing an additional source of labor, these degenerate parents would undoubtedly have ensured her demise long ago. Chapter 29. Discussing business. Qin Shuhua initially possessed a mere understanding of the original owner's circumstances. However, upon observing her own frail figure, severely malnourished and adorned with scars both old and new, a wave of indignation toward her despicable parents surged within her. Ignoring the woman's shouts from within the room, Qin Shuhua devised a plan as she glanced at the clothes in the basin. She hung the garments on a branch and set off to gather numerous ants to place upon them. After a moment of satisfaction, she headed to the streets to beg as per the woman's request. As she walked along the bustling avenue, her stomach grumbled with hunger. The cacophony of vendors calling out and the tantalizing aroma of food intensified her cravings. Naturally, it was inconceivable for Qin Shuhua to extend her hand upwards to solicit alms. How could she earn some money instead? Her eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for opportunities. Suddenly, she spotted a stall selling beautiful silk scarves, which naturally captivated her attention. Approaching the stall, she found it bereft of customers. "Away with you, beggar. We have no food here," the irritable vendor barked, already perturbed by his unsold wares. "Sir, I am not a beggar. I seek to engage in business with you." The vendor scoffed. "You? What grand statements. Go beg elsewhere, and do not disrupt my trade." "Good sir, have you sold even one scarf this morning?" Qin Shuhua pressed on undeterred. "Ha! A beggar mocks me. My scarves are fine goods, and will surely sell. I am not mocking you. I propose a collaboration. If I sell 50 scarves for you, will you grant me 20 yuan? What say you?" The vendor, exasperated, dismissed her. "Such audacity. I have not sold even one all morning. How can you sell 50 in a mere moment? Begone." "Sir, if I fail to sell them, you owe me nothing. For you, it is a risk-free endeavor. Why not allow me a chance?" The vendor pondered her words, and after a moment, he conceded, "Very well,
Give it a try.
If you succeed, I might even offer you 30 yuan.
Splendid.
Just wait and see. Qin Shuhua exclaimed, elated at the prospect of a hearty meal. With deft hands, she skillfully folded the scarves into intricate shapes resembling flowers or small animals, transforming the previously haphazard display into an exquisite array. Before long, a throng of passers-by, particularly young women, were drawn to her vibrant creations, enamored and unable to resist. Sister, why not purchase one? You're already beautiful. This will surely enchant even more. Qin Shuhua sweet-talked, coaxing giggles from the girls as they eagerly fished out their wallets. Sir, what are you waiting for? Collect the money. She nudged the astonished vendor. Oh, 15 for this one, 20 for that. Discounts for bulk purchases. Together, they collaborated. She attracted customers while he handled the transactions. Miss, this scarf can be styled in numerous ways. Let me show you. Young man, why not buy a scarf for your girlfriend? Qin Shuhua demonstrated various tying techniques, even suggesting uses as a hairband. In a mere afternoon, she astonishingly sold out the vendor's entire stock. My dear girl, you are a natural entrepreneur, the portly vendor exclaimed, wiping sweat from his brow as he counted the earnings. According to our agreement, you owe me 30 yuan, Qin Shuhua reminded him. Absolutely. The vendor's demeanor shifted dramatically, shedding his previous disdain as he handed her the money with a newfound respect. Would you consider helping me sell scarves regularly? I shall pay you for your efforts. Though tempted by his offer, Qin Shuhua shook her head in refusal. She was still a child. Should her parents discover her working here, it was likely the money would never reach her hands. She must first exact revenge on those vile parents. Freeing herself from their clutches before she could live in peace, she mused silently. Seeing her decline, the vendor felt a twinge of disappointment, but respected her decision. You have greatly assisted me today. Besides your wages, I wish to gift you a scarf. As he presented the scarf, Qin Shuhua hesitated. Her current circumstances hardly warranted such adornments. I am but a beggar. I have no need for such things, she responded awkwardly, clutching her tattered garments. My dear, where has your earlier confidence gone? Take it. I believe you will overcome your struggles. Perhaps this scarf may bring you some miracle. The vendor persisted, pushing the scarf toward her before wheeling away his now empty cart. With the hard-earned money, Qin Shuhua bought a couple of steamed buns and sat beneath the bridge, contemplating how to punish those who had tormented the original owner. Suddenly, she noticed a limping black cat emerge from the corner, leaving a trail of blood from its injured leg. Observing the cat's resilience, she felt an uncanny connection to her own plight. Yet, when she stood to approach the cat, it recoiled, bristled, eyeing her warily. Qin Shuhua was taken aback. Never did she imagine a mere cat could intimidate her. Clearly, this creature had endured its own hardships, rendering it wary of humans. Come here, little one, enjoy a bun, she called, recalling the warm meat bun in her hand, waving it enticingly. Foolish human. Do you think all cats are beguiled by mere morsels? I am a noble cat spirit, not swayed by a simple bun. The cat, Zhang Yun, scoffed inwardly at the girl's naive actions. Oblivious to the disdain directed at her, Qin Shuhua continued to inch closer. Come here, little one, you're hurt. Let me help. I mean you no harm. As her hand reached gently toward the black cat's back, perhaps sensing her genuine kindness and innocence, Zhang Yun relaxed, settling at her feet. Overjoyed, Qin Shuhua broke her precious bun, pouring the filling onto the ground. Very well, since you saved the best for me, I shall grant you this favor. The cat surveyed its surroundings, ensuring safety, before lowering its head to eat. Watching the cat feast, Qin Shuhua smiled, enjoying the bun skin. As she prepared to bite into her second bun, she noticed the cat looking up at her with pleading eyes. No, this one is mine. A cat cannot consume so much, she admonished, turning away. All right, given your injuries, I shall share a bit more. She poured some filling into her palm. Having noted the cat only touched the top layer, leaving the ground portion untouched. This human truly understands me. How could I, a noble spirit, consume something so filthy? Zhang Yun observed the actions of Qin Shuhua and expressed his satisfaction with a few approving sounds. However, as he gazed at the furry little head voraciously devouring its meal in the palm of his hand, He couldn't help but scoff internally at how remarkably fastidious a cat could be. Once both the human and the feline had satiated their hunger, Qin Shuhua prepared to examine the kitten's wounds. To her astonishment, the injury was quite severe. She stared in disbelief at the cat nestled comfortably in her embrace. Due to her father's unfortunate penchant for drunken violence, injuries had become a commonplace occurrence for her, and she had learned to manage some wounds over time. With deft hands, she tended to the kitten's injuries, realizing that all it required was a clean cloth for bandaging. Casting a glance at her tattered, soiled clothes, she frowned slightly. Then her eyes fell upon the handkerchief gifted by the portly shopkeeper, peeking out from her pocket. With a reluctant sigh, she decided to use it to bandage the kitten's wounds. Xiangyan noticed the pink handkerchief tied in a bow on his leg and felt a surge of indignation. Even a cat demon has its pride, he thought. If other demons were to see this, I would be the subject of their ridicule. Displeased, he began to circle around, attempting to gnaw the handkerchief off his hind leg. Meanwhile, Qin Shuhua, mistaking his behavior for affection, gently patted the little cat's head, saying, "Dear kitten, if you don't mind my poverty, you are welcome to stay with me. I shall ensure you are never without buns." However, Shang Yun replied, "Human, I need to find a place to treat my wounds and restore my demonic powers. We shall meet again." With a few parting meows, he turned and vanished at the alley's mouth. Alas, I have been rejected by a mere cat, Qin Shuhua lamented inwardly. Watching as the black feline she had just expressed a desire to adopt walked away. Chapter 30. Displeasure. Qin Shuhua, halt. Have you truly failed to collect any money today? No. Everyone here knows us and refuses to give us anything. If you don't believe me, go try collecting yourself. Ungrateful child. What are you saying? How dare you send your mother out to beg for money? My current state is all because of you. Qin Shuhua's mother began to feign tears, wailing as if her heart were shattered. Neighbors peeked out from their homes, intrigued by the commotion. Qin Shuhua had grown weary of her mother's familiar lamentations. As she surveyed the onlookers, her gaze turned icy. "Mother, you gave birth to me. But did you raise me? For years, Father has been gambling away our fortune, depleting our resources. You've remained at home while I've been forced to beg for food and money since I could walk. What right do you have to blame me for your predicament?" For the first time, Qin Mama was taken aback by her daughter's retort. Noticing the curious stares of the neighbors, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Wretched girl, have you grown bold? Thinking you can outsmart me? I'll have your father discipline you." Qin Mama hurried inside to summon her husband. Qin Shuhua found the scene before her laughably absurd. The man reeked of alcohol. "Father, it's truly difficult to collect money." Stepping back, she addressed the man before her. "How ironic it is to have such parents in this world. If I were not so young and frail, I would relish the opportunity to confront these worthless beings. Mother, father, that is illegal. If caught, I would either be beaten by others or taken away by the police. Do not worry, if the police apprehend you, they will likely release you due to your age. Go now, your father and I are starving." "I refuse. If you wish to go, you shall do so alone." Overcome with disgust at her parents' shamelessness, Qin Shuhua firmly rejected their demands. But her defiance only incited her parents' rage further. "Wretched girl, what did you say? How dare you refuse? If you don't go, I'll break your legs." With that, Qin Papa unbuckled his belt, swinging it towards Qin Shuhua's face. She quickly raised her arms to shield herself, yet still felt the sting of the leather as it struck her. The pain flared across her cheek, leaving a mark on her arm as well. Anger surged within her as she glared at her parents. "How dare you look at me like that? I am your father." Qin Papa, momentarily caught off guard by her fierce gaze, fell back into his old habits and continued to strike. "Ah!" This time, Qin Shuhua seized her mother, pulling her in front to shield herself. "You ungrateful child, how dare you use me to block the belt? I'll kill you." In agony, Qin Mama lunged forward, twisting Qin Shuhua's arm, urging her husband to continue the beating. Qin Shuhua struggled fiercely, but her mother's grip was too strong. The neighbors had long since become desensitized to the chaos, retreating into their homes without intervening. "You do not deserve to be my parents. One day, you shall regret your actions." "Ah!" Money on the ground. As Qin Shu Hua continued to struggle, hidden money inadvertently spilled from her grasp. You wretched girl. Have you learned to hide money from your father and me? Qin Mama stuffed the fallen bills into her pocket, twisting Qin Shu Hua's frail arm once more. Cursing loudly, Qin Papa, now even angrier, swung his belt again.
Meow.
A black shadow darted forward, scratching at Qin Mama's hand.
Ouch.
Qin Shu Hua quickly sidestepped, witnessing her father inadvertently strike his own foot due to overextending. Qin Mama clutched her hand, howling in distress. It's the black cat. Qin Shu Hua recognized the feline that had saved her earlier, its hind legs still adorned with the scarf she had tied. Where did this wretched cat come from? I'll kill you. Qin Mama snatched a broom, swinging it at the ground. Black cat, run. The cat swiftly leaped away, darting into the distance. Qin Shu Hua immediately pursued the black cat, with her parents, wielding the broom, following closely behind. Seeing the cat leap into a dilapidated temple, Qin Shu Hua followed suit. Meow, where did you go? Although she had seen the black cat enter, it had vanished without a trace. You ungrateful girl. I wonder how far you think you can run. Where is the hidden money? Is it in this decrepit temple? Her parents, now in hot pursuit, began searching the premises, cursing her all the while. Could it be under the statue? As Qin Mama rummaged about, a strange voice echoed through the temple, startling both her and Qin Papa into sitting down in shock. Dear husband, do you think the statue will manifest and curse us? Qin Shu Hua, equally perplexed, scanned her surroundings, uncertain of the source of the disturbance. What are you searching for?
Buddha.
Oh, Buddha, have mercy. We're looking for money that has been stolen. Do you know where it has gone? We do not, but it must be within this temple, thus disturbing the Buddha's rest. Upon hearing the peculiar voice, Qin Shu Hua furrowed her brow, realizing someone was aiding her. No, we dare not. We plead for the Buddha's mercy. Observing her trembling parents, a mocking smile crept across Qin Shu Hua's face. Realize your mistakes and leave quickly. Suddenly, the remnants of the incense in the temple ignited, causing her parents to scramble toward the exit. Qin Shu Hua has long been a patron here. Should you dare to harm her again, you shall suffer the consequences. As her parents fled, they inexplicably collapsed to their knees, as if compelled by an unseen force. Hearing the mysterious voice beckon once more, Qin Shu Hua's parents hurriedly agreed and fled the temple. Who is there? Show yourself. Once they had departed, Qin Shu Hua cautiously surveyed her surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the earlier commotion.
Meow.
A feline cry came from above, and she quickly looked up to see a shadow dart past. An unseen force pushed her against a pillar, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Who are you?
Why did you help me?
Where has my little black cat gone? Qin Shu Hua displayed no fear, relentlessly pressing the man for answers. You are not afraid of me? Of course not. If you are capable of assisting me,
you shall not harm me.
Qin Shu Hua spoke boldly, yet she felt a strange familiarity in the man's green eyes, as if she had encountered him before. Interesting. You shall accompany me from now on. However, what happened to your face? Quite troublesome. Before Qin Shu Hua could explain, she was taken aback by the man's subsequent actions. As he approached her wounds, he licked them gently with his tongue. So, you are a rogue. Realizing what was happening, she attempted to push him away. Seemingly anticipating her reaction, he retreated a few steps after licking her injuries. Foolish human girl, I am healing you. Just as Qin Shu Hua prepared to scold the man, she noticed her wounds had miraculously healed. How is this possible? Astonished, she gazed at him, only to notice a pink scarf tied around his ankle. You are the little black cat?
Call me Shang Yun.
Have you truly forgotten me so quickly? Upon hearing Shang Yun's words, Qin Shu Hua felt exasperated. From cat to man, who could possibly recognize such a transformation? Are you not merely a cat? Qin Shu Hua remarked incredulously, my little black cat is nothing like this. Today's events had indeed taken her by surprise. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Foolishness, I am a cat demon, the most handsome among all felines. A cat demon? Qin Shu Hua circled the man in black, seemingly pondering something. Shang Yun felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutiny, uncertain of the girl's intentions. Qin Shuhua, what do you intend to do? Great cat demon. Since you possess such formidable powers, do you wield magic? Qin Shuhua inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Naturally, I am capable of anything. Then come with me at once. Upon hearing Xiang Yun's affirmation, Qin Shuhua eagerly grasped his hand and dashed out. Qin Shuhua, where are you taking me? He inquired. To unleash your potential. Qin Shuhua led Xiang Yun to the most expensive hotel on the street. Who are these two little beggars? Leave at once. Begging is not permitted here. Do not disrupt our business. As soon as Qin Shuhua and Xiang Yun entered, they were met with the disdain of the staff. What nonsense. Listen well. We are not beggars. We have plenty of money. Bring us your finest dishes. Seeing Qin Shuhua speak with such confidence, the staff hesitated but eventually allowed them entry. After a while, the restaurant owner approached. Young lady, the dishes you ordered are being prepared. Please settle the bill first. Noticing the owner's obsequious demeanor, Qin Shuhua understood that he feared she would dine and dash, doubting her wealth. Yet, he did not dare offend her, hence his request for payment in advance. Chapter 31. The Little Ancestor Boss. What do you mean by this? Are you afraid we lack funds? No, it's just that the amount is rather substantial. Uncle is worried you might not have sufficient money. Xiang Yun, show him the money. We are not short of funds, Qin Shuhua declared, her confidence shining through. After a while, however, Xiang Yun still had not produced any money. Qin Shuhua leaned closer to Xiang Yun's ear and whispered, Xiang Yun, you haven't given me any money. Where would I get any? Cat demon, don't you possess any magic? Hurry and conjure some money. I can transform into money, but... Enough with the buts. Look at the boss's expression. If you don't conjure the money soon, we might be thrown out. Qin Shuhua urged, her anxiety evident. The boss, observing their delay in producing funds, appeared increasingly impatient. It seemed that if they did not present the money soon, they would face dire consequences. Are you going to pay or not, young lady? Right away. Seeing the urgency and expectation in Qin Shuhua's gaze, Xiang Yun ultimately did not wish to disappoint her. With a swift motion, she manifested several red banknotes in her hands. Cat demon, you are truly remarkable, Qin Shuhua exclaimed, eagerly taking the money and tossing it onto the table. Boss, did you see that? Do not judge us by appearances. We possess ample funds. Oh dear little ancestor. It seems I have misjudged you. The dishes will be served shortly. We shall not disturb you any longer. Upon seeing the considerable amount of money, the boss's eyes lit up, and she immediately shifted her demeanor, bowing and greeting Qin Shuhua warmly. Once the boss took the money and left, Xiang Yun began to fidget restlessly. Qin Shuhua, while I can transform money, there is a... Cat demon, the dishes are here. Let us eat first. I specifically ordered several fish. As the staff brought forth the dishes, Xiang Yun, overwhelmed by hunger, forgot her earlier intentions. The table was laden with an abundance of food, and Qin Shuhua, having gone days without a proper meal, devoured her food with little regard for decorum. Meanwhile, Xiang Yun consumed her fish with the poise of a noble. What about those who performed the trick? Boss, they're still eating. The previously jovial boss suddenly approached with a stern expression, accompanied by several staff members. Xiang Yun, realizing the precarious situation, understood that their financial ruse had been uncovered. Qin Shuhua, we must flee. But I'm not finished eating, Qin Shuhua protested, oblivious to Xiang Yun's urgency as she continued to gnaw on a chicken leg. Young lady, you possess quite the audacity to dine and dash in my establishment. The boss angrily confronted Qin Shuhua. Boss, what do you mean? Did we not just pay? Qin Shuhua replied, bewildered. This is what you call payment? Trying to deceive me with a mere trick. The boss extended her hand, revealing a few fish bones in her palm. Qin Shuhua was momentarily stunned, glancing at Xiang Yun, who also wore an awkward smile. My spell transforms back into its original form after several hours. What? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Qin Shuhua whispered to Xiang Yun. You never gave me the chance. Xiang Yun thought to herself. What are you two whispering about? Hand over the money. The boss's impatience grew. Xiang Yun, can you run fast? Of course. I am, after all, a cat demon. I will count to 3. And we shall make our escape together.
All right.
Qin Shuhua quietly murmured a few numbers before pulling Shang Yun's hand and sprinting toward the exit. The boss, caught off guard, only realized what had happened when they had already dashed out the door. Once outside, Qin Shuhua, familiar with every alleyway, led Shang Yun through narrow paths, zigzagging away. Okay, we can stop now. They won't catch up, Qin Shuhua gasped, though Shang Yun appeared unfazed. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten so much. Now I can barely run and almost got caught. With me, the cat demon, you are safe, Shang Yun reassured, licking her hand. TCH, this is all your fault. You, a cat demon, couldn't he even master a money-conjuring spell? I had no idea you would lead me straight to a restaurant. Have you eaten enough? Absolutely. Lying on the ground, Qin Shuhua let out a satisfied burp as she glanced at Shang Yun, who was also rubbing her stomach, and burst into laughter. Since arriving in this realm, life had been far from pleasant. Yet, encountering the cat demon Shang Yun seemed to have transformed everything. Qin Shuhua noticed the pink scarf tied around Shang Yun's ankle and thought, the chubby boss was right. The scarf might lead her to miraculous encounters. Observing her parents with a hint of fear in their eyes, akin to gazing upon a monster, Qin Shuhua realized that such changes stemmed from the events at the dilapidated temple earlier that day. Though her parents indulged in laziness and harbored wicked thoughts, they still held a semblance of faith. After being frightened by Shang Yun, they dared not provoke her again. In truth, she owed a debt of gratitude to Shang Yun. Her parents refrained from forcing Qin Shuhua into household chores. Once they reached a deserted area, Shang Yun revealed her true form. Qin Shuhua, you actually live in a shabby hut. This is unacceptable. I am a cat demon. Shang Yun, this is simply my situation. If you want to sleep, I shall rest first. Having grown weary from the day's events, Qin Shuhua ignored Shang Yun's incessant complaints and declared her intent to sleep. Upon realizing Shang Yun could not conjure money, Qin Shuhua's demeanor shifted. She no longer fawned over Shang Yun, nor did she indulge her whims. Sensing this change, Shang Yun helplessly scratched his nose. The proud cat demon, now scorned by a mere human girl, felt a blow to his dignity. Seeing that Qin Shuhua had truly fallen asleep, disregarding him, Shang Yun had no choice but to gather some dry twigs and lay them on the ground to rest. As both Qin Shuhua and Shang Yun drifted off to sleep, Qin's parents remained wide awake. Husband, that ungrateful girl has already fallen asleep. This unfilial daughter must be speaking ill of us at the temple. Oh, keep your voice down. You might wake her. What if I do? I'm her father. What can she do to me? Qin father replied with irritation, yet he instinctively lowered his voice, revealing a hint of fear toward Qin Shuhua. Had I known, I would never have borne such an ungrateful child. When we first saw her as a baby, a monk claimed she possessed a connection to the divine and would achieve great things. That was why we raised her for so long. What a misfortune. It was too late to lament. He feared that even if their daughter achieved greatness, she would abandon them and perhaps even seek revenge for their treatment of her. Upon hearing her husband's words, Qin mother grew increasingly uneasy. Husband, what shall we do now? Had we known, we would have treated her better. It is too late for regrets. We must find a way to rid ourselves of this burden. Nodding in agreement, Qin mother was terrified of Qin Shuhua seeking retribution in the future. Husband, shall we cast that ungrateful girl away? Sever all ties with her so she can never return to our home. You foolish woman, do you understand nothing? At this age, if we abandon her, she will only harbor more resentment. She will still find a way back to us. Then what shall we do? We cannot beat or scold her. Why must my life be so arduous? At this moment, the slumbering Qin Shuhua was blissfully unaware that her biological parents were concocting plans to rid themselves of her troublesome presence. After reaching a consensus, both Qin father and Qin mother wore expressions of palpable relief. As the night deepened, having devised their scheme, they too succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, Qin Shuhua woke briefly to discover a charming black cat nestled upon the woodpile in her kitchen. Feeling the chill of the night air, she tenderly drew the cat close, finding warmth once more in slumber. In her dreams, Shang Yun sensed a movement beside him, accompanied by a familiar touch. He did not resist. Drifting back into a profound sleep, a piercing scream echoed through the woodshed. Qin Shuhua opened her eyes to behold a magnified, demonic visage before her. The sound had roused Shang Yun, who rubbed his eyes, annoyance evident on his face. Qin Shuhua, what on earth are you shouting about? You've disturbed this cat's slumber. Shang Yun, what are you doing here? You've gone too far. Qin Shuhua retorted. You were clearly cold in the night and used me as a blanket, groping about. You ought to take responsibility. Upon hearing Shang Yun's accusation of being groped, Qin Shuhua's face flushed with embarrassment as she covered her features. She recalled seeing a small cat in the night, realizing now that it was Shang Yun, hence the familiarity.
It was not me.
You speak nonsense. Dear daughter, rise and shine. Mother has prepared breakfast. Wash up and come eat. Upon seeing Qin Shuhua emerge, Qin mother immediately began to rub her hands together eagerly. What's wrong? What wicked schemes are you concocting in your mind? Qin Shuhua regarded her mother's unusual demeanor with skepticism, unable to believe she would actually prepare a meal for her. Chapter 32. Hurry up and leave. Look at you. My child. Mother has already acknowledged her mistakes. Please do not hold a grudge against me, nor should you visit the temple again, all right? Upon hearing these words, Qin Shuhua immediately understood that her mother's unusual demeanor stemmed from a fear of her reporting grievances before the Buddha. Coincidentally, she also had matters to negotiate with her despicable parents, thus she agreed to dine with them. At the table, she saw a bowl of porridge and a plate of cold wild vegetables. It was the first time in her life that she had partaken of a meal prepared by her mother. Rather than saying her parents had raised her, it would be more accurate to say that Qin Shuhua had long since taken on the responsibility of caring for them. Where did this rice come from? Does our family still have money to buy rice? This is from the money you gave me yesterday. I thought I would make something delicious for you to nourish your body, her mother replied, her face flushed as she spun yet another lie. Qin Shuhua couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Her mother might lack many skills, but feigning ignorance was certainly her forte. It was absurd how she had pilfered from Qin Shuhua only to now claim it was a gift. However, Qin Shuhua refrained from exposing this falsehood, lifting a bowl filled to the brim with rice and beginning to eat. Why aren't you eating? She questioned, observing her mother, who sat with her chopsticks unmoving. You eat first. I'll have what's left, her mother replied, her expression betraying her unease. At that moment, Qin Shuhua believed her mother's odd behavior was merely a consequence of her fear, and thus let down her guard, unaware that her mother might have ulterior motives. As she contemplated how to negotiate for her own room, an unexpected dizziness washed over her. My good daughter, are you feeling a bit sleepy? Is there a sedative in this food? Qin Shuhua thought incredulously, casting a bewildered glance at her mother and the smiling figure of her father, who had just emerged from the room. Upon noticing Qin Shuhua's collapse, Shang Yun hurriedly attempted to rouse her, but despite his efforts to nudge her ankle, he could not awaken her. Where did this troublesome cat come from? Get lost. Qin's mother kicked at the cat on the floor, causing Shang Yun to leap onto the beams. Quick, help her to the car. Here they come. Qin's father and mother hurriedly lifted the unconscious Qin Shuhua into a white van. Shang Yun stealthily followed, bemused by how this clever girl had fallen into such folly around her parents. Qin Shuhua felt a warm, wet sensation on her face, as if something was licking her. Gradually waking, she saw Shang Yun had reverted to his kitten form. Be quiet. Your family has sold you. I wanted to take you away, but you wouldn't. Wake up, Shang Yun whispered as he prepared to untie her bonds. Just then, footsteps approached from outside, prompting Shang Yun to hide. The footsteps drew closer and halted at the door. Boss, what do you think of this one? You better offer a good price. Qin Shuhua recognized her mother's voice. So small, still underdeveloped. You think you can haggle with me? Boss, this is my daughter, my precious jewel. If we weren't in dire straits, I wouldn't dream of selling her. If your offer isn't satisfactory, we won't sell. Qin's father's voice echoed, and Qin Shuhua thought, what a good father I have, remembering to negotiate on my behalf. All right, 1,000 is the maximum, the boss replied, eliciting delight from her parents. Yet, Qin Shuhua's teeth clenched in indignation. She was worth no more than a mere 1,000. Hey, you old fool, leave half for me. Without needing to think, she knew her father had squandered all their money on drinking and gambling. Boss, I'd like to see my daughter one last time. Please have some compassion. her mother implored suddenly, leaving Qin Shuhua puzzled by her mother's unexpected kindness. When Qin's mother entered, Qin Shuhua feigned sleep, closing her eyes. Shang Yun also concealed himself. However, to her shock, Qin's mother knelt upon entering, muttering prayers. "My daughter, please don't blame me. Do not practice any more witchcraft. Buddha, I know you have taken a liking to our daughter, but this is all my husband's idea. If you wish to punish someone, let it be him. It has nothing to do with me. I am your devotee. Please bless me with wealth and a new marriage." As Qin Shuhua lay with her eyes shut, she couldn't help but scoff. She had thought her mother was coming to apologize and repent, but instead, she was selfishly cursing her husband. Unable to contain her disdain, Qin Shuhua opened her eyes. "How are you awake?" Qin's mother exclaimed, startled and collapsing to the floor. "Mother, I truly wonder if you are my biological parent." "Of course I am." "How laughable. What kind of cruel mother sells her own child? If you have sold me, then from this moment forth, we share no mother-daughter bond." "Qin Shuhua, it is not like that. I didn't want to sell you. It was your father's idea. You know I am powerless to change his mind." Qin's mother continued to feign innocence, casting the blame onto others as if she were a victim. "Then help me untie these ropes and take me away. Your father has taken the money. Rest assured, we would never harm you. We are simply too poor. Selling you to a good family ensures you will at least have enough to eat." Shang Yun, hidden in the shadows, could hardly bear to hear the words. "Qin Shuhua, your heartless parents intend to sell you to a fool in the mountains as a bride. Do not be deceived by their sweet words." Upon hearing Shang Yun's warning, Qin Shuhua's fury intensified. Her parents clearly wished for her demise. "Sell me to a good family for a meal? Do you believe a fool in the mountains can provide me a good life? Or is it that you fear my survival will hinder your own prosperity? Filthy girl, how do you know I intend to sell you to?" Qin's mother abruptly halted, realizing she had let something slip. "Are you not afraid of Buddha's wrath?" Qin Shuhua said with a chilling smile directed at the woman before her. Horrified by her words, Qin's mother scrambled to escape, but the door refused to budge. "Buddha, have mercy. Please spare me," she cried, utterly terrified and unable to escape. Suddenly, Shang Yun appeared, snapping his fingers, causing Qin's mother to faint. "What do you plan to do, Qin Shuhua?" Shang Yun inquired as he began to free her from her bindings. "Let her remain in this wretched place. She has chosen her fate," Qin Shuhua replied coldly, devoid of any compassion. Together, they bound Qin's mother to a chair and fled. "Qin Shuhua, how did they find us so quickly?" "You go ahead, I will deal with them." Upon glancing back at the group, Qin Shuhua realized they were not the same men from earlier, but rather the creditors her father had incurred debts with over the years. "You are the daughter of that family. Your father owes us money, and you will repay it," the leader said, his expression menacing. "I have severed ties with my family. Debts have a source. Pursue the one who owes you." If we could find your father, we wouldn't need to go through this trouble to capture you. Stop wasting breath. If you and your father fail to repay, we shall break one of your legs. Let us see if your father dares to neglect his debts then." The adversaries approached with an imposing demeanor, seemingly formidable, brandishing a few wooden sticks to intimidate Qin Shuhua. "I am eager to see who among them dares to harm her." Shang Yun stepped forth, positioning himself protectively in front of Qin Shuhua. "Oh, the pretty boy aspires to be a hero, does he? Very well, simply repay her debts. I have no money. How can one play the hero without funds? Step aside. Though I lack riches, dealing with you is well within my capabilities." Shang Yun effortlessly levitated the brash man into the air with his magic. "Oh my, a monster! Help!" The others, witnessing the spectacle, were paralyzed with fear, exchanging glances of trepidation. Seeing their mutual apprehension, they hastily discarded their weapons, attempting to flee, but were held in place by an unseen force, unable to move.
Haha, what now?
"Do you still wish to break this lady's legs?" Qin Shuhua observed triumphantly as Shang Yun dealt with the man. "I was wrong. Please spare us. I can reveal the whereabouts of the debtor. We shall never trouble your family again. Your father's debts can be forgotten, but please let me down. I have a fear of heights. I can release you, but you must assist me with a small task." "What is it?" You must incessantly pursue my father for the debts owed, ensuring he cannot enjoy a moment's peace. But he is your biological father. Are you serious? Enough with the chatter, do you agree or not? Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Qin Shuhua urged impatiently. Xiang Yun raised the man higher in response. We agree. We were indeed seeking him for debts. Rest assured, we will ensure your father does not appear before you again. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhua nodded in satisfaction. May we leave now? Allow me to provide you with some information. You may now find the person you seek at the casino. He still possesses over 1,000 yuan. Really? That old man owes us money and still has the audacity to gamble. He clearly does not regard me at all. The information has been provided. Now be swift in your departure. Chapter 33. Unable to overcome even a woman upon hearing the icy words of Qin Shuhua, the bodies of a few individuals regained mobility, and they hurriedly scattered in all directions. Surprised at how swiftly she had dealt with her despicable parents, Qin Shuhua walked home with a buoyant heart. This household would henceforth belong to her and Xiang Yun. She wondered if her mother had already been sent to the better place she had chosen. With her astute business acumen and Xiang Yun's magical prowess, Qin Shuhua quickly established her own small enterprise, earning the title of Feng Shui Master. Each day, she and Xiang Yun would exorcise demons, engage in magical duels, and assist people in resolving peculiar occurrences. Meanwhile, her wretched parents had not been seen since. It was said that Qin's father was relentlessly pursued by creditors, while Qin's mother vanished from the small town the day Qin Shuhua left home. Qin Shuhua purchased a residence in the town, and the townsfolk were well aware of the solitary black cat that accompanied the reclusive Qin Shuhua, known for its ferocity. Any young man who dared approach her would find himself chased away by the cat, and Qin Shuhua merely observed with a smile, never intervening. Thus, Qin Shuhua and her black cat lived a tranquil life. This realm was where she had spent the longest time, having completed a full lifetime. It was the life Qin Shuhua had yearned for, and she could hardly wait to enter the next dimension. Accepting mission, host identity, third rank maid of the general's manor, host aspiration, to marry the one she desires in this lifetime, Qin Shuhua was a maid of lowly status, yearning for love and wishing to marry the one she cherished. The maids in the general's manor were divided into 3 ranks. The first rank comprised the personal maids of various ladies and young mistresses, most of whom were either accompanying maids or childhood companions of the young ladies. The second rank included the older maids and the children of footmen. These families had served in the general's manor for generations and held a certain standing among the maids. The third rank consisted of those purchased from outside or assigned from the families of condemned officials. These individuals lacked roots and status within the household and were often relegated to the most menial and unpleasant tasks. In this life, Qin Shuhua found herself as a third-rank maid in the general's manor. As she scrubbed clothes, she lamented her fate. A maid of her rank would likely never escape her circumstances, with their destinies often culminating in being offered as rewards to diligent footmen through arranged marriages. With such a status, how could she fulfill the original host's wish for freedom to marry the one she adored? At that moment, a few other third-rank maids began to gossip while washing clothes. I heard our emperor is to marry a princess from a neighboring country. Indeed. That princess is said to be a great beauty, far surpassing our young ladies. Oh, you speak as if you have seen her. What are you doing? Discussing the emperor's affairs? Are you seeking trouble? Have you forgotten the consequences of offending Xiangyu? As the 2 young maids chatted, a plump woman scolded them, causing them to lower their heads in silence, appearing quite fearful. Once the woman left, Qin Shuhua approached, her curiosity piqued. Sisters, who was that person? Why do you fear her so? And who is Xiangyu? You must be a newly bought maid. You cannot provoke that person. She is the wet nurse of the 3rd young master and is quite arrogant due to her status. She often bullies us. Her family name is Qin, so we call her Mama Qin. As for Xiangyu, I'll tell you, another girl interjected. Xiangyu is the most beautiful maid among us. She was originally a Qin player from a family of criminals. When sent here to toil, she was very discontent and yearned to marry into a good family to change her fate. Listening to the maids, Qin Shuhua found a resemblance between herself and Xiangyu. Both desired freedom in marriage with the ones they loved. She listened intently, considering the possibility of forging a bond with Xiangyu. Is it true? Did Xiangyu marry the second young master? Don't mention it. We haven't seen Xiangyu since. Why not? Don't you understand? Xiangyu was dealt with by the second young master's wife, and she, along with her unborn child, was cast into a mass grave. This shattered the dreams of other maids. Can the second young master's wife kill so freely? Isn't anyone going to intervene? Just a worthless life. Who would care about a maid's existence? Any excuse is enough to justify her death. But Xiangyu was pregnant. That was the general's bloodline. Dear sister, don't be foolish. Who would acknowledge a maid's child? That would only invite ridicule from other families. Hearing the self-deprecating remarks of the maids, Qin Shuhua felt a pang of sorrow. Clearly, she could not converse with Xiangyu, and their goals diverged. Xiangyu sought to cling to imperial power, while Qin Shuhua merely desired to find her beloved. It appeared that Xiangyu's path was fraught with obstacles, and she needed to devise another plan. Qin Shuhua contemplated deeply, realizing she must elevate her status to avoid having her life dictated by others. Nearby, the maids resumed gossiping about the appearance of the neighboring princess. Qin Shuhua discreetly departed, recognizing that remaining in the shadows while yearning for the outside world would hinder her mission in this realm. The quickest way to elevate her status was to seek a new master. Wandering through the small garden of the general's manor, Qin Shuhua searched for her target. Suddenly, she spotted a girl dressed in a pink palace gown, appearing somewhat like a young loli. Given her age, she was likely the youngest mistress of the general's manor, the seventh in line, with a twin brother. As the offspring of the general's later years, she was cherished deeply. Children are often innocent and whimsical, making them easier to approach. Qin Shuhua concealed herself and waited for the opportune moment to make her move. The young mistress appeared to grow weary and settled in a pavilion with her entourage of maids. The maid by her side knelt carefully, fanning her. Unexpectedly, the sixth young mistress kicked one of the maids to the ground and slapped her before the maid could react.
Calm down, miss.
Please calm down. The group of maids knelt, bowing their heads and pleading for mercy. Why are you fanning so hard? My tassels are getting disheveled. Yes, but it was you who asked me to fan harder just now. Silence. You dare speak while I am talking? Before the young mistress could act again, her personal maid began to discipline the kneeling maid. Witnessing this scene from her hiding place, Qin Shuhua felt a chill run down her spine. It was safer to wash clothes than to endure this violent little girl. Who was hiding there? As Qin Shuhua prepared to leave, she accidentally stepped on a dry twig, emitting a crackling sound. What should she do? The young mistress and her maids turned their attention toward her, and Qin Shuhua felt a rush of anxiety. Meow. Recalling her previous life as Little Black Cat, Qin Shuhua cleverly imitated a cat's meow. Miss, it seems to be a cat. Which woman is raising that cat? It's truly bothersome. I'm tired. Let us go. What about this maid? Upon hearing her mistress's words, the maid on the ground trembled uncontrollably, as if she understood the dreadful punishment awaiting her, yet she dared not resist and followed behind. Miss Loli departed the pavilion with her maid, leaving Qin Shuhua pondering the fate that awaited the latter, which surely would not be favorable. A sudden realization struck her. This vast general's residence felt like a treacherous realm where lives could be extinguished at any moment. It became evident that she must proceed with utmost caution. Under the shade of a grand tree, Qin Shuhua understood that her foremost task was to find a formidable ally to lean on. The general's manor was indeed sprawling, and as she wandered its corridors, she found herself at a loss as to where to go. After encountering several individuals, none of whom were particularly amiable, she suddenly spotted a young boy besieged by a group of men. Noticing their attire resembling that of servants, she boldly decided to intervene. The day's events had already left the temperamental Qin Shuhua in a foul mood, and the prospect of defending the weak ignited a spark of excitement within her. Stop! How can you ruffians bully a mere child? She bellowed, charging forward. The servants were momentarily taken aback by her sudden approach. Yet before they could utter an explanation, Qin Shuhua unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. The servants scrambled to defend themselves, while the young boy, initially poised to assist his companion, was momentarily taken aback by the striking figure of the woman before him. Little one, fear not. Your sister has come to your rescue. Quickly, hide and avoid harm. The sixth young master of the general's household observed with great interest as this maid engaged in combat with his servants. Her attire indicating her lowly status, yet her spirit was undeniably captivating. In no time, the servants found themselves in a dire predicament, thoroughly outmatched by Qin Shuhua's fierce onslaught. "Young master, please save us," one of the servants called out, momentarily halting Qin Shuhua's movements. The sixth young master had arrived. Hastily, she lowered her fists, tidying her disheveled hair as she turned around. To her surprise, apart from the young boy who had been bullied, no one else was present. "Incompetence. You have brought shame upon me, unable to overpower even a woman." Chapter 34. The tunnel. The young boy in front of her suddenly spoke, causing the servant to kneel to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shuhua felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Preserving her life was paramount, so she slowly began to inch backward, surveying her escape routes. "Who is your master? How dare you strike my servant?" the young boy inquired, his voice laced with a hint of uncertainty. As Qin Shuhua pondered, she realized that the sixth young master and the seventh young miss were twins, likely sharing a close bond. If she claimed to be the maid of the seventh young miss, perhaps the sixth young master would spare her. "Is that so? I often visit my seventh sister, yet I have never encountered you before. I am merely a lowly maid from the outer courtyard, not favored by the seventh young miss, which is why the sixth young master has never seen me." "Sixth brother, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing the sweet voice of the girl, the previously composed Qin Shuhua felt a wave of panic wash over her, as if that voice heralded her doom. The young boy found amusement in the sudden change of expression on her face, his interest piqued. "Seventh sister, come quickly. I have something amusing to share with you." "Amusing?" Qin Shuhua cursed in her mind, realizing how twisted this young boy was. Here she was, teetering on the brink of death, while he found the situation entertaining. "Sixth brother, what is the matter? Is this maid still kneeling? Has she offended you?" The seventh young miss, shedding her earlier intimidation, appeared more like a neighborly little sister in front of her brother. "Do you recognize this maid?" The seventh young miss glanced at Qin Shuhua and shook her head. "This makes it even more interesting. This maid struck my servant and pretended to be one of yours. How audacious! To deceive her master and make me take the blame. This is a capital offense. Bring her away." Upon hearing the seventh young miss declare her death sentence, Qin Shuhua broke into a cold sweat. Had she known better, she would not have invoked the name of this little tyrant. How could such adorable children speak so chillingly, so casually threatening lives? "Sixth young master, this is a misunderstanding. I witnessed you being bullied and thought, how could so many people bully a child? In a moment of panic, I rushed out. The lie about being the seventh young miss's maid was born of fear. Please spare me." Qin Shuhua hurriedly grasped the sixth young master's sleeve, desperately pleading her case. "Oh, you saw me being bullied. And do you still think I am the one being bullied now? I was merely practicing martial arts with my servant when you suddenly barged in, interrupting my fun and striking my man. And now you dare to use my kind seventh sister to lie? You not only refuse to kneel before us, but you also cling to my sleeve. Do you think you still have a life to live?" The sixth young master calmly recounted Qin Shuhua's transgressions. Qin Shuhua's complexion grew increasingly pale. Despite the boy's cheerful demeanor and his relatively small stature, he exuded an overwhelming pressure. Yet, that was not the most perilous part. The sixth young master, satisfied with Qin Shuhua's fear, added with a smile, "Your gravest mistake was calling me a child." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhua almost lost her balance in shock. So, the young boy was furious because she had referred to him as a child. "Sixth brother, what is there to discuss with a lowly maid? Simply kill her." "Sister, why speak of murder? There are far more entertaining things in this world than killing." Qin Shuhua fervently nodded at the sixth young master's words, realizing there were indeed countless fascinating pursuits in life. Why must it come to ending a life? There are myriad forms of punishment. Murder is merely a fleeting act. Leave the punishment of this maid to my brother. The sixth young master gently patted his sister's head, yet his words sent shivers down the spine. "Very well. How do you plan to deal with this maid? Let her become my personal maid." "Brother, this cannot be. She has committed such a grave offense. This is hardly a punishment. If you want a maid, you can choose any from my side." The seventh young miss clearly disapproved of her brother's method of punishment. Enough. Let it be as it is. It is not often I encounter someone interesting in the general's manner. Since sixth brother has spoken, I shall not contest further. But you must be cautious. For this girl speaks with deception. I fear she may harm you. Seeing her brother's determination, the seventh young miss could do nothing to prevent it. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of a violent little tyrant, Qin Shuhua finally exhaled in relief. The seemingly trivial exchange between the siblings had sent her heart racing, nearly costing her life. I saved your life. How do you intend to thank me? After the seventh sister left in an irritated huff, the sixth young master curiously inquired of Qin Shuhua. What would you like me to do? This time, Qin Shuhua was hesitant to speak, fearing her words might again incite the young master's ire and cost her life. Quite simple. Engage in a duel with me. What? Is this some perverse request? Qin Shuhua exclaimed in astonishment. Are there truly individuals who seek a fight? Do I need to repeat myself? If the maid's ears are not functioning properly, perhaps they should be removed. What do you think? No need. I understand. Qin Shuhua swallowed hard, hastily nodding like a chicken pecking at grain. The surrounding servants seemed accustomed to their master's peculiarities, quickly encircling the sixth young master and Qin Shuhua. Are you ready? I shall permit you one hand, lest others accuse me of bullying a woman. No need. I fear others may say I am taking advantage of the weak. As soon as Qin Shuhua uttered these words, she regretted it, but her instinctive reaction had slipped out. Upon hearing her once again refer to him as a child, the sixth young master's expression darkened, clearly displeased. With a nervous laugh, Qin Shuhua worried that if she did not act soon, the sixth young master would change his mind and regret saving her. Thus, she threw a punch first. The two exchanged blows, evenly matched at first, but with the sixth young master insisting on using only one hand. Qin Shuhua quickly gained the upper hand. Within moments, she landed a punch on the sixth young master. Sixth young master, are you all right?
Stop.
You must not harm your master. That would incur punishment. While engaged in the fierce skirmish, Qin Shuhua, upon hearing those words, hastily tempered her strength. What kind of existence was this? If they had to fight, one could not injure the young master, or she would face punishment herself. However, as soon as Qin Shuhua eased her strength, the young master noticed. If I find you have not exerted your full effort, I shall send you to my sister. At this proclamation, Qin Shuhua felt utterly despondent. Weighing her options, she concluded that facing punishment was far less terrifying than ending up in the hands of that violent little tyrant. Thus, she resolved to take the duel seriously. The two engaged in a fervent exchange, both equally matched, until they finally paused. It has been quite some time since I have fought, especially with a girl. What a delightful experience. The sixth young master lay upon the ground, while beside him lay a thoroughly exhausted and nearly terrified Qin Shuhua. For now, you have preserved your life. From now on, you shall be my personal maid and accompany me in martial training. What? I am a girl. If you wish to practice martial arts, find a servant. Is that so? You truly do not appear to be one. The sixth young master's gaze lingered on Qin Shuhua's flat chest, a playful smile gracing his lips. You know, at this moment, I truly do not perceive you as a child. Qin Shuhua wanted to retort but dared not speak, resorting to cursing internally. What is your name? Qin Shuhua. Is there a maid with such a name? Shouldn't they be called something like Spring Flower or Autumn Moon? I devised it myself. Those names are rather mundane. Indeed. Within the entire general's residence, you are the most amusing one. Upon hearing the words of the sixth young master, Qin Shuhua's eyes brimmed with tears. She did not intend to be so entertaining. She nearly gambled away her own life. Nevertheless, she had successfully clung to a powerful ally. Although the uncertainty of when this sixth young master might demand her life lingered in her mind. Qin Shuhua, what reward do you desire? What? Qin Shuhua hastily covered her ears and shook her head. It seemed she had pleased her master and was to be rewarded. Her mind whirled with ideas. Sixth young master, I do not wish for silver. Instead, I would like you to promise me one thing. Oh, is there something more enticing than silver? Speak, and I shall grant it. Before Qin Shuhua could utter her request, the sixth young master readily acquiesced, as if the humble wish of a lowly maidservant posed no challenge. Sixth young master. You have already given your word, so you must not renege. The reward I seek is this. When I encounter my beloved, I wish for you to return my death contract to me. The death contract refers to the bond that binds her to the general's residence until her demise. Even with a ransom, she cannot leave unless her master consents. This is why the fate of a third-class maidservant relies entirely on her master's whims. From the moment the death contract is signed, Qin Shihua's life and destiny are no longer her own. The sixth young master appeared astonished by Qin Shihua's request. For it is uncommon for a servant to aspire to such sentiments as love and affection, especially when mere survival is a challenge. Rest assured, Qin Shihua, when the time comes, I shall implore my mother to find you a suitable household. I will not allow you to languish in the general's residence until your old age. The sixth young master assumed Qin Shihua was concerned that no one would seek a match for her, hence his assurance. After all, with his mother's consent, it would be effortless to secure a well-established family for her. Sixth young master. I do not require anyone to dictate whom I shall marry. My fate should rest in my own hands. Otherwise, I would rather die than enter into a marriage. Seeing Qin Shihua's unwavering resolve, the sixth young master momentarily lost his train of thought. Chapter 35. Never have I seen such a woman. She had never encountered a woman like this. Nor had she ever heard such audacious words. For a moment, she was utterly captivated by Qin Shihua, though her words were indeed rebellious. The steadfastness in Qin Shihua's demeanor left the sixth young master unable to utter anything that could shatter her illusions. Qin Shihua, I promise you. Really? As the young master? Your word must be your bond. Qin Shihua had not anticipated such a smooth turn of events. She had harbored little hope. Yet, the youth before her readily agreed, leaving her somewhat astonished. All right, you go tidy up and come to my courtyard. You will henceforth be my personal maid. Qin Shihua, where have you been? The steward was searching for you, and was livid upon discovering your absence. You shall most certainly face punishment for this. It's nothing. He dares not impose any penalties upon me. As she spoke, the steward caught sight of Qin Shihua and another maid hiding in a corner. Qin Shihua, may you seek your own fortune. I must take my leave. Fearing repercussions, the maid hastily scurried along the wall. Qin Shihua, hurry up and come wash the clothes. And remember to wash my garments too. Steward, we are both servants. Why must I do your bidding? Are you a master as well? You, how dare you? This was the first time the steward had been retorted by a maid, leaving him speechless with fury. Yet, Qin Shihua's argument held merit. If word spread that he made the maids perform personal tasks, he would surely face punishment. Qin Shihua, do not forget, you are under my employ. If you report me, I may suffer a bit of punishment, but your days will not be pleasant either. The steward's words dripped with veiled threats. Qin Shihua, you ought to apologize to the steward. If you refuse to wash these clothes, I shall do it for you. A close friend of Qin Shihua approached, trying to mediate. Qin Shihua patted her hand reassuringly, signaling that she was untroubled. Steward, I shall no longer work under you. You are rather slow on the uptake. Have you not heard that I have been promoted to the sixth young master's personal maid? What? You've been taken in by the sixth young master? Qin Shihua, congratulations. For the sake of our past camaraderie, spare me, will you? Let us go our separate ways from now on. The steward, quick-witted, altered his tone upon realizing Qin Shihua's new status in the sixth young master's residence. Spare you? I fear it is a bit too late for that. Must I ignore all your past bullying? Then what would it take for you to refrain from reporting me? Quite simple. Today's tasks will be personally handled by the steward. Let him experience our daily lives, and perhaps he will learn to be more considerate of others. The steward glanced at the pile of clothes in the courtyard, regretting having increased the maid's workload today. However, he found himself in a predicament. Everyone in the general's residence knew that the sixth young master was passionate about martial arts, and the young servants were adept in various forms of combat. Should he fail to comply with Qin Shihua's request, his unsavory dealings would be exposed to the sixth young master, potentially costing him dearly. Very well, I shall wash them, but I hope you keep your word. After weighing his options, the steward reluctantly acquiesced. Of course, take your time. I shall pack my belongings, should I discover any laziness on your part. Or, if you seek help from others, I will extend your punishment. Understood, understood. I will get to it. The steward resignedly rolled up his sleeves and began washing the mountain of clothing. Qin Shuhua led her friend into the room to gather her things. Qin Shuhua, you were simply magnificent just now. You even managed to subdue the steward. I admire you greatly. I merely borrowed the tiger's might. The steward fears the sixth young master. Not me, Qin Shuhua explained as she organized her belongings. Are you truly going to work under the sixth young master? Certainly. I have finally grasped this opportunity. Though we endure some hardships here, it is safer than the outside world. While we may frequently face punishment, we do not have to contend with those noble ladies who might jeopardize our lives. Upon hearing her friend's words, Qin Shuhua realized they were spoken out of concern, and she embraced the maid who had shared her trials. After stepping outside for a brief moment, she had traversed the brink of death several times. Yet, she could not remain there forever. She had a mission to complete and a beloved to marry. Suddenly, Qin Shuhua recalled the merchant Yun, who appeared in every realm. She wondered when and where he would manifest this time. I am fine. I shall manage to survive outside. Having offended the steward, I have severed my retreat. However, as long as I thrive outside, the steward will surely consider my reputation and dare not harm you lightly. After a lingering farewell with her two friends, Qin Shuhua finally took her bundle and made her way to the sixth young master's courtyard. Qin Shuhua, you have finally arrived. Upon entering the sixth courtyard, the sixth young master exclaimed with excitement. You were waiting for me? Qin Shuhua gazed in astonishment at the youth standing beneath the eaves, incredulous. Cough. How could I be waiting for you? I merely happened to be stepping out. Then do as you please, young master. I shall not intrude. As she spoke, the sixth young master, standing before her, felt a surge of irritation at her words. He had waited outside for so long, even having ordered servants to prepare the largest maid's quarters for her, only to be met with such a response from Qin Shuhua. Qin Shuhua, there is no longer a maid's room available. You may sleep in the woodshed, the sixth young master stated deliberately, anticipating that Qin Shuhua would beg for his favor and curry his goodwill, lest she be relegated to the woodshed. Very well, young master. Qin Shuhua maintained her composure, smiling gently. You, take heed of your own actions. Her words only served to further infuriate the sixth young master, who stormed into the house. Observing the sulking young master, Qin Shuhua found herself puzzled. Qin Shuhua naively inquired of the surrounding servants, but upon receiving no response, she decided to focus on settling her belongings instead of fretting over the young master's temper. Upon entering the woodshed within the young master's courtyard, Qin Shuhua found it to be quite satisfactory. At the very least, it was preferable to the communal sleeping arrangements of a third-tier maid, and it offered her solitude. Though she was unsure of the reasons behind her predicament, she recognized that it was her actions that had provoked the sixth young master. Thus, she refrained from antagonizing him further and tidied her belongings before settling down to rest. Meanwhile, the sixth young master awaited Qin Shuhua's realization and subsequent apology, hoping she would come to plead for a change of quarters. Yet, after waiting in vain, his frustration deepened. Rising to his feet, he strode outside. Where are we headed, young master? To the woodshed, to punish Qin Shuhua, this insubordinate maid. The servants, sensing their master's fury, dared not speak further and hastily followed behind him. The sixth young master was perplexed by his own emotions. Ever since he had laid eyes on this woman, his demeanor had shifted. Though he was furious and meant to punish Qin Shuhua, with each step closer to her, his anger was replaced by a sweet warmth. Unintentionally, he lost his composed stride, eager to see his personal maid.
Qin Shuhua, come forte.
The sixth young master impatiently swung the door open, eager to tease her. As soon as the door was opened, one could see Qin Shuhua, already fast asleep on the straw mat spread upon the floor. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon her, rendering her far more delicate than during the day. Young master, shall we awaken Qin Shuhua? No need, you all may leave.
Ah.
Under the gaze of their young master, the servants quietly retreated, thoughtfully closing the door behind them to guard his privacy. If the sixth young master were aware of the servants' current misunderstanding, he would surely be incensed. Observing the tattered and slightly damp woodshed, The sixth young master furrowed his brow, pondering how this girl could slumber so soundly in such a dismal environment. Squatting beside Qin Shuhua, he could not resist running his fingers through her hair. Qin Shuhua, I have changed my mind. I shall not let you go, unless the one you desire is me. With the binding contract still in his possession, the sixth young master felt a surge of delight. In high spirits, he exited the woodshed, leaving the astonished servants outside to exchange whispered remarks. How has our young master returned so swiftly? Could it be? He is still young. It seems we must be cautious in our service to this maid. Who knows? She may one day ascend to greatness. Suddenly, the sixth young master halted in his tracks, causing the servants to promptly silence themselves. Did he overhear them? It couldn't be, for they had spoken so softly. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, the sixth young master declared that he could not bear to see this woman confined to the woodshed. The servants, relieved by his words, nodded in agreement. The night grew late within the palace, where Shang Yun remained at his desk, diligently reviewing memorials. The early demise of the former emperor had left a myriad of troubles, both internal and external, for the newly appointed crown prince to contend with. Chapter 36. The enchanting woman. The ministers, fearing the new emperor's ascension might jeopardize their family's former favor, desperately sought to fill the imperial harem with women. In a gesture of goodwill, a neighboring kingdom also sent a princess to forge an alliance. Although Shang Yun was acutely aware of the ulterior motives of these women, he found himself unable to refuse. Having just ascended to the throne, with his foundations still precarious and his youth evident, he suspected that this sudden proposal for marriage was a ruse. The pretense of alliance masked a true intent to incite war and claim territories. Shang Yun understood that a tempest of bloodshed was likely to erupt in the court, and, regardless of who emerged victorious, it would be the commoners of both nations who would suffer. Yet, he had never considered his own plight. However, during moments of exhaustion, he yearned for a woman, untainted by ulterior motives, to offer him solace and comfort. As dawn approached, Shang Yun leaned on his desk, intending to steal a few moments of sleep. For he could not appear weary at court the next day. In a hazy dream, he envisioned a woman sleeping in a dilapidated woodshed. Though the setting should have rendered her appearance disheveled, she looked remarkably serene, seemingly untouched by her surroundings. The moonlight draped over her like a delicate veil. Who was this woman? Why did she evoke such a sense of familiarity upon their first encounter? A surge of protectiveness welled up within him. What would become of her should war arise? Your Majesty, it is time for court. The eunuch's sharp voice jolted Shang Yun from his slumber.
Who is she?
Your Majesty, what are you saying? He glanced at the eunuch, who had followed his father and now served him, shaking his head. Yet, he could not shake the image of the woman's peaceful visage from his mind. If he failed to safeguard the dynasty, would her family be left in ruin? A profound determination ignited within Shang Yun. He vowed to protect the court and to find her. Meanwhile, in the woodshed, Qin Shuhua awoke from her dream. Having seen a grand chamber where a man was diligently writing, he bore an air of fatigue, yet he persisted in his labor. It was Shang Yun, she realized. But as she attempted to call out to him, the dream dissipated. Shang Yun, where are you? Why have you not come to find me? In this realm, will we meet again? The moment she entered this world, her heart had already claimed a beloved. Qin Shuhua, hurry and assist the sixth young master with his morning routine. A servant called from outside. Reluctantly, Qin Shuhua prepared herself, recalling how she had angered the sixth young master the previous day. Surely, he would devise a way to torment her again. As she approached his door, a wooden tray filled with garments was thrust into her hands. Brother, I was merely a third-rate maid responsible for washing clothes. I cannot manage such delicate tasks. Perhaps you should find another maid. She grimaced at the servants, hesitating to enter. There are no other maids in the sixth young master's chamber besides us. Qin Shuhua, hurry inside. If the young master grows impatient, you shall be in trouble. Despite her desire to resist, the servants pushed her inside. Upon entering, the sixth young master remained in bed, reluctant to rise. Young master, it is time to wash up. Be quiet and get out. Qin Shuhua clenched her fists, determined to endure. I said leave. The groggy sixth young master, irritated by the disturbance, flung his pillow at her.
Ouch.
The unsuspecting Qin Shuhua was struck directly, clutching her forehead and exclaiming. Upon recognizing her voice, the sixth young master hastily sat up and peered outside, only to find Qin Shuhua before him. Qin Shuhua, how is it you? Realizing he had inadvertently harmed her, he rushed over. Young master, you have quite the temper. Qin Shuhua glared at the young man, holding her forehead in pain. Yet due to their respective statuses, she dared not express her anger and could only glare at him with tears welling in her eyes. Seeing her distress, the sixth young master felt guilty and stammered apologies. Qin Shuhua, I was a bit dazed and did not realize it was you. And, because it isn't me, you think you can strike anyone at will?
I will not do it again.
Please do not be angry. I promise to rise on time from now on. It was the first time the sixth young master had spoken so gently, fearing the little maid would shun him. The servants eavesdropping at the door were astonished. Their master, known for his ill temper, was so compliant before Qin Shuhua. See, I told you letting Qin Shuhua wake the young master was a good idea. Let us depart. The errant servants hurried away. Inside, Qin Shuhua, observing the sixth young master's demeanor, felt her anger dissipate. In truth, her forehead no longer throbbed. After all, he had only hurled a soft pillow, which could not truly injure her. Having spent mere moments together, she sensed that the sixth young master was fierce on the outside, yet gentle within, a stark contrast to her younger sister. The servants in the room dared to jest with their master, suggesting they shared a close bond. As Qin Shuhua relaxed, having entered this realm where she constantly feared for her life, she heard the young master call, "Here are your clothes, dress yourself." Qin Shuhua, were you not brought in to assist me with my dressing and morning routine? But you have injured my forehead. I need to rest. She promptly sat at the table, even indulging in the fruits laid out before her. Qin Shuhua, you are being unreasonable. I am your master. The sixth young master was incensed by her blatant disregard for propriety, but could not bring himself to punish her. Seeing that she was not the slightest bit intimidated, he resigned himself to washing his face, rinsing his mouth, and dressing alone. Qin Shuhua, come here. What is it now? I am injured and refuse to work. Braid my hair. I cannot do it. Reluctantly, Qin Shuhua complied. Half an hour later, she regarded the mirror with an awkward smile. Young master, please wait. I must start anew. An hour passed. Young master, trust me. This time, I shall succeed. 2 hours later, young master, perhaps I should seek someone else to assist you. Enough, it will do. The sixth young master rose, adjusting his sleeves, pleased by the guilty expression on Qin Shuhua's face. Thus, in the days that followed, he ventured out each day with a disheveled hairstyle, often with strands of hair falling out of place. From that moment on, the entire general's residence learned of the maid who could not style hair in the sixth young master's chamber. With her newfound notoriety, Qin Shuhua enjoyed a life of carefree mischief, often causing trouble under the guise of the young master's favor. This irked the household's masters, yet they could do nothing. For the sixth young master had declared that any maid in his service, regardless of her mischief, was to be indulged and could be approached directly with any grievances. It was well known that the general favored his youngest son, who was known for his mischievous nature and volatile temper, thus no one dared to offend Qin Shuhua. Except for one person, the sixth young master's twin sister. Within the sixth young master's courtyard, sixth brother, where are you? Come play with me outside. Early in the morning, the seventh young miss burst in, clamoring for attention. Qin Shuhua accompanied the sixth young master to greet her. Although she was often cruel to others, she appeared as a little girl in her brother's presence. Enough with the shouting, seventh sister. What do you want? I want you to accompany me outside to play. Come quickly. Today, the princess from the neighboring kingdom is to enter the palace. I am curious to see what she looks like. Upon hearing his sister's words, the young master suddenly comprehended her sentiment. Surely, you cannot still be pining for him. Sister, you must understand that although he possesses a noble status, he is not the one who can protect you completely. I am aware of that, yet I simply wish to see what kind of person he has chosen to marry. The seventh young lady, devoid of her usual arrogance, was enveloped in sorrow. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhua likely grasped the situation. It appeared that the one the seventh young lady admired was none other than the current emperor. Although she understood this, Qin Shuhua maintained her composure, fearing any potential trouble. Alas, when he visited our home back then, I should never have taken you to spy. A fateful entanglement. Very well, I shall take you. Let us quell this infatuation. The young master gazed at his sister with resignation, ultimately softening and agreeing. Thus, Qin Shuhua and the siblings departed from the general's residence and walked toward the bustling street. The populace was already aware that the princess of the neighboring kingdom was to wed the current emperor, and they gathered along the route to the relay station. Surrounded by the crowd, the seventh young lady showed no disdain this time, fixated on the horizon, searching for the princess's bridal sedan. At last, several envoys from the neighboring kingdom led the way, carrying the princess in her palanquin. The princess lifted the pearl curtain, peering out with curiosity. Qin Shuhua beheld a beauty with an exotic charm, strikingly lovely. What a beautiful woman! Gasps of awe arose from the crowd, and the onlookers animatedly discussed the princess's appearance. Indeed, she was beautiful. No wonder the neighboring kingdom sought to employ a marriage alliance as a strategy of allure. It seems our emperor desires beauty over territory. Even the young master felt compelled to express his sentiments regarding the neighboring princess. Brother, what is so beautiful about her? Her eyes are green, resembling a monster. Qin Shuhua, do you not agree? That princess is an eyesore. The seventh young lady vehemently opposed her brother's remarks, her indignation evident. On the contrary, that princess is undeniably beautiful. A rare gem in this world. Qin Shuhua instinctively shook her head. A chuckle escaped the young master upon hearing Qin Shuhua's candid words, inadvertently provoking the already irate seventh young lady. Chapter 37. The legendary woman brother, who is more beautiful, me or that princess? Of course, it is my dear sister. He replied. Xiangyun did not choose you. That is merely a reflection of his lack of vision and fortune. The sixth young master was playful, yet deeply cherished his sister. Upon seeing her genuine anger, he immediately comforted her by gently patting her head. Brother, you are lying. It must be because I am not pretty enough that Xiangyun does not want me. The seventh miss wept as she left with her maid. Young master, did you just mention Xiangyun? Is our emperor Xiangyun? Qin Shuhua asked, her heart filled with astonishment. As she processed the young master's words, it was as if she were gradually losing her sense of hearing. The surrounding clamor faded away, leaving only that sentence echoing in her mind. The emperor is Xiangyun. The princess of the neighboring kingdom is none other than her own Xiangyun. Qin Shuhua, what is wrong with you? You look quite unwell. Young master, I am fine. No, I must see Xiangyun. Qin Shuhua paced around the room several times. I will sneak into the palace tonight to prevent Xiangyun from marrying another woman. With determination, she stealthily prepared a set of night clothes. Calling system. Map query. Palace layout. Palace guard defense map. Qin Shuhua spent the entire afternoon meticulously studying how to evade the guards and meet Xiangyun. After all, it was the heavily guarded palace, and if she was not careful, she might lose her life before even seeing Xiangyun. As night fell, a petite black figure slipped out of the general's residence. Fortunately, the general's residence was relatively close to the palace, and soon Qin Shuhua arrived at the palace gates. Utilizing the shortcuts she had studied from the map, along with the timing and positions of the guards, she skillfully made her way to the emperor's quarters. Stealthily entering the inner chamber, she advanced towards the dragon bed. Pulling back the bed curtains, she found it empty. Just as she was puzzled, a sword was pressed to her neck.
Who are you?
Why are you here?
Who sent you?
It was Xiangyun's voice, and Qin Shuhua felt a rush of joy. Xiangyun, it is me, Qin Shuhua. She removed her mask but did not dare to move too much, aware of the blade at her throat. Upon seeing her face, Xiangyun was momentarily entranced. Was this not the maiden he had seen in his dreams? Are you a minister's daughter? How did you breach this place? Xiangyun loosened his grip on the sword hilt, but did not lower it entirely.
How could you say that?
What do you think I came here for? Qin Shuhua suddenly burst into tears, showing no fear of the emperor clad in dragon robes. Seeing her cry, Xiangyun felt a sense of bewilderment, but also a flurry of emotions. Since ascending the throne, despite the official's desperate attempts to fill his harem, he had consistently refused, citing state affairs as an excuse. Thus, having rarely approached women, He felt an unfamiliar panic as her tears tugged at his heartstrings. "How do you know my name is Xiangyun? Are you the seventh miss of the general's residence?" he inquired, puzzled, as his name was not commonly known. "Xiangyun, you think of the seventh miss of the general's residence while planning to marry the green-eyed princess of a neighboring kingdom. Will you not take many women into your harem?" Seeing Qin Shihua's aggrieved expression, Xiangyun felt like a heartless scoundrel, yet he hardly knew this unfamiliar woman. "My lady, please do not cry. Surely you have mistaken me. I do not know anyone named Qin Shihua. Whom I marry is of no concern to you," Xiangyun said wearily, offering her a handkerchief and finally lowering his sword. "Xiangyun, remember this. You can only marry me. If any other woman enters the harem, I will storm into the palace." Seizing the moment when Xiangyun was off guard, Qin Shihua snatched the sword from his hand and pressed it against his neck. "Marry you?" Xiangyun, long stifled in the palace, allowed a smile to escape. He never imagined there would be a woman bold enough to force a marriage upon the emperor. "Look closely at me. I am far kinder than your seventh sister and more beautiful than the princess of the neighboring kingdom. Marry me, and you shall not regret it. Besides, your life is in my hands. If you refuse, I shall make you wish you had." Qin Shihua hesitated to utter the threat of killing Xiangyun, opting instead for less menacing words. "Indeed, that would not be a loss. Then, be my empress." Xiangyun smiled, knowing he could easily evade her blade and turn the tables. However, he suddenly did not wish to do so. For the sake of the kingdom, he had sacrificed too much. He was no longer the carefree youth of the general's residence. Perhaps he should indulge himself this once and follow his heart. If someone was destined to become the empress, he wished to share the realm with the woman before him. The princess of the neighboring kingdom was merely a pawn, meant to incite war. Xiangyun understood well that even if he married her, the neighboring kingdom would find other reasons to instigate conflict. When he readily agreed, Qin Shihua was momentarily taken aback. Was he acquiescing out of fear? "Your Majesty, the envoy from the neighboring kingdom requests an audience." A eunuch's sharp voice pierced through the air. Fearing discovery, Qin Shihua pressed the sword closer, threatening Xiangyun. She then quickly concealed herself, while Xiangyun touched his lips, feeling elated. As Xiangyun left to meet the envoy, Qin Shihua stealthily retraced her steps to escape the palace. However, just as she neared freedom, she was spotted and struck by a sword on her shoulder. Fortunately, having memorized the palace's layout, she managed to maneuver through the maze and escape the gates. Climbing over the walls was no longer feasible. Qin Shihua clutched her wound and fled to a dilapidated temple outside the city. With no doctor available, she hastily bandaged her injury and then fainted from the pain. Uncertain of how long she had been unconscious, she awoke to bright daylight. Scattered around the corners were beggars. Upon seeing her rise, an elderly woman approached with water. "My dear, you are finally awake." With a sudden thirst that felt like fire in her throat, Qin Shihua hastily drank from the cracked bowl, quenching her parched lips. "Grandmother, how long have I been unconscious?" "Since we arrived, we have seen you lying for 2 days and 2 nights. But you are quite fortunate. You have continued to breathe." 2 days? Then the 6th young master must have already realized I am missing. "My dear, how are you feeling? Please drink some porridge to regain your strength." The elderly woman brought over a bowl of watery porridge that reflected her face. After days of hunger, Qin Shihua's stomach growled, and she gratefully accepted the bowl. Cough. Cough. An old man on a tattered straw mat suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs. "Old man, are you unwell again? What shall we do?" The elderly woman wept, her grief palpable. Seeing her distress, Qin Shihua set her bowl down and inquired, "Grandmother, why are you crying? What is wrong with grandfather? Should I fetch a doctor?" "My dear, there is no need. Even if a doctor could help, we have no money left. But grandfather's illness cannot be delayed." Qin Shihua looked at the frail, coughing old man with compassion. "It is nothing, my dear. I have made up my mind. Once my old man passes, I shall hang myself from a tree to accompany him, so we need not starve any longer." "Old woman, do not speak such nonsense. Had it not been for my medical expenses depleting our family's funds, you would not be in such a predicament now. If you were to perish because of me, I could never find peace." Upon hearing the elderly woman's words, The ailing grandfather, still coughing, grasped her hand in anger and admonished her. Witnessing this scene brought tears to Qin Shihua's eyes. The benevolent elder, even in her own dire circumstances, had chosen to save him. She could not bear to see these two elderly individuals perish simply due to a lack of funds. Rest assured, dear grandmother, both you and grandfather will be fine. I shall summon a physician, and I will cover the expenses. After a brief respite to regain some strength, Qin Shihua departed from the dilapidated temple and made her way to the general's residence. Once she found the sixth young master, she could borrow some silver to procure medical assistance for the elders. As she approached the city gate, she noticed a throng of people gathered around a notice board, seemingly engrossed in an announcement. Could it be that some significant event had transpired in the capital? Or perhaps, during her unconsciousness, Shang Yun had wed a princess from a neighboring kingdom, and this was the public proclamation? Intrigued, Qin Shihua hurried over to join the crowd. However, upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. Wasn't the figure illustrated on the notice an uncanny likeness of herself? Thankfully, she was standing at the periphery and quickly covering her face with her hands. She retreated. The announcement proclaimed a bounty of 1,000 taels for information leading to the individual depicted in the drawing. Qin Shihua was astonished to discover her own worth had risen so dramatically. Donning a stolen veil to conceal her identity, she cautiously navigated away from the throng, heading towards the general's residence. Suddenly, she spotted the sixth young master and the seventh miss, accompanied by several attendants, strolling down the street. Just as she was about to approach, she noticed a contingent of palace guards patrolling nearby, prompting her to swiftly duck into an alley. Chapter 38. Style. As the guards passed by, Qin Shihua found herself unable to locate the sixth young master. After searching for quite some time, she finally spotted a familiar figure. The sixth young master and the seventh young miss appeared to be searching for someone as they wandered through the streets. Brother, where has that wretched girl Qin Shihua run off to? Once I find her, I will ensure she is beaten to death. Enough. Qin Shihua is someone the palace is currently seeking. Even if we find her, she should be handed over to the court for questioning. Before Qin Shihua could approach again, she overheard the siblings' exchange. Brother, I heard from father that an assassin has infiltrated the palace. The court is offering a generous reward for Qin Shihua, undoubtedly linked to this assassination attempt. I have long suspected that this maid has ulterior motives in getting close to you. And now she has brought chaos to our general's residence. What if Brother Shangyun discovers that the assassin is one of our own servants? What then? The seventh young miss muttered anxiously, growing increasingly fearful. Silence. The sixth young master finally could not restrain himself and snapped with a cold expression. You may not understand, sister, but I am aware that Shangyun seeks Qin Shihua not because of the assassin, but to establish her as his empress. Last night, Shangyun secretly summoned me to the palace and spoke of Qin Shihua's arrival, requesting my assistance in locating her. I refrained from disclosing this to you, partly to spare you heartache, and partly due to my own selfishness. It is better for others to believe the emperor seeks an assassin than to know he seeks the future empress. However, the seventh young miss remained oblivious to these details. Pampered since childhood, it was the first time her brother had scolded her, and it was due to Qin Shihua. Brother, you are not bewitched by that vixen, are you? The court wants Qin Shihua. Are you truly considering the treasonous act of hiding her? That is a grave crime. Sister, do you dare speak such words in public? While I may indulge Qin Shihua, she is ultimately just a maid. I would never defy the emperor for her. Upon hearing her brother's words, the sixth young master could only momentarily acquiesce. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Shihua's heart turned cold upon hearing their conversation. After waking up, the first person she saw was the sixth young master, but she had not anticipated that he too could cause her harm. Once the siblings departed, she stepped out from the alley. It seemed she could not go to the general's residence, yet she could no longer delay seeking help for the elderly man. After much contemplation, Qin Shihua reached a singular conclusion. She retrieved the jade pendant she had secretly taken from Shang Yun and caressed it reluctantly. At the pawn shop, she carefully handed the jade pendant to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper scrutinized it closely, his hands trembling with excitement. Yet he gazed at Qin Shihua with curiosity. Miss, is this truly yours? It wasn't stolen, was it? The shopkeeper's eyes darted as if contemplating something. Well, although the jade is of good quality, the craftsmanship is lacking. At most, it is worth 100 taels. Seeing the shopkeeper's demeanor, Qin Shuhua realized he was attempting to swindle her. Shang Yun was the emperor, and anything he possessed was undoubtedly invaluable. Shopkeeper, if that is the case, I shall look elsewhere. Please return it to me.
Wait.
Young lady, I will increase the offer. 300 taels at most. 500 taels. If you do not agree, I shall take my leave. All right, it's a deal. The shopkeeper, beaming with delight, ushered Qin Shuhua into the back room, as if fearing she might change her mind, and promptly handed her the money. As Qin Shuhua exited the pawnshop, she collided with a merchant from the north. It seemed there were many northern merchants lately, likely due to the impending marriage of the neighboring kingdom's princess to Shang Yun. Yet had not Shang Yun promised her that she would be made empress? Why then was she being hunted down as an assassin? With even the 6th young master and 7th young miss aware of it, confounded, Qin Shuhua found her priority was still to summon a doctor for the elderly man. Perhaps she had been overly sensitive, for she had kept her hood on since seeing the notice, even during her transaction with the shopkeeper, ensuring she revealed no flaws. With that thought, she felt a bit more at ease. Using the money obtained from the jade pendant, she hired a doctor and returned to the dilapidated temple. We do not require a doctor. You should leave. The elderly woman pushed the doctor away upon seeing Qin Shuhua arrive with him. Grandmother, what is the matter? If grandfather is not treated soon, it will truly be too late. Little girl, I appreciate your kindness, but we have no money. Upon hearing that the elderly woman was distressed over the lack of funds, Qin Shuhua felt a wave of relief wash over her. She removed her hood and spoke to the elderly woman. Do not worry, grandmother. I have money. Doctor, please examine grandfather's condition. After comforting the elderly woman, Qin Shuhua urged the doctor to check the frail old man lying on the straw mat. Little girl, this illness is not a major issue. However, the doctor hesitated. Doctor, please speak. What exactly is wrong? The required medicinal ingredients are quite expensive. Given your family's circumstances, I fear you may not afford it. The doctor shook his head helplessly, having seen too many cases like this. In these tumultuous times, with famine prevalent, many families were struggling. Countless people fell ill but could not seek treatment, allowing minor ailments to escalate into serious conditions, ultimately leading to death. Hearing this, the elderly woman began to weep, beating her thighs in despair as she leaned over the old man. Qin Shuhua took out all the silver she had just acquired from the pawnshop and placed it in the doctor's hands. I have money, doctor. Is this enough? Indeed. This is more than sufficient. There may even be some left over. Miss, this is too much. We are strangers. How can you give all your wealth to help us? The elderly woman gazed at Qin Shuhua, astonished yet stubborn. Grandmother, you have no food to eat and still wish to save my life and share your meals. Now that I have the silver, how can I bear to see grandfather die from lack of medicine? Upon hearing Qin Shuhua's words, the elderly woman finally released her grip. Doctor, use this money to help grandfather. If there is any surplus, please keep it. Would you be willing to treat those refugees in need? Tomorrow, I shall provide free treatment for those displaced by the conflict. The doctor bowed deeply to Qin Shuhua before hurriedly tending to the old man. Grandmother, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. After bidding farewell to the elderly woman, Qin Shuhua exited the temple. Shang Yun, I must return to the palace to seek an explanation from you. Qin Shuhua clenched her fist, muttering angrily to herself. Adjusting her hood, she set off towards the palace, once more. Not long after she began her journey, she sensed someone trailing behind her. Was she being overly cautious? Upon reaching a dead-end alley, several northern men appeared behind her. Upon closer inspection, Qin Shuhua recognized them as the merchants she had encountered outside the pawnshop. They must have followed her here after witnessing her acquire a large sum of money from the shopkeeper. Are you after my money? Let me tell you, I have no silver left on me. If you leave now, I may spare your lives and refrain from reporting you. Haha, report us? By the time you reach the magistrate, you'll be the first one captured. You may have no money, but you are certainly worth 1,000 taels. Brother is right. That worthless emperor wants this woman. If we capture her, we could trade her for some silver and have a little fun. As the group of northern men laughed boisterously, Qin Shuhua turned and fled. Captured by these individuals, I would rather have the old lady escort me to the magistrate, as it would at least serve a noble purpose. However, just as Qin Shuhua turned around, several Hu people approached from behind. What are you doing? The emperor here is on friendly terms with our great king.
Do not cause a disturbance at this time.
Brother, you do not know. This woman is the one for whom the emperor has offered a bounty.
What?
Are you certain? Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the leading Hu man immediately obstructed Qin Shuhua's escape route. Brother, it is indisputable. This woman just visited the pawnshop and took out the jade pendant our great king gifted to the emperor. I followed her and saw her remove her veil in the dilapidated temple. Her appearance is identical to that in the portrait. Realizing where the problem lay, Qin Shuhua lamented her earlier decision to visit the pawnshop, unaware that it was a gift from the neighboring kingdom. The emperor, in a gesture of goodwill, had worn it continuously. Take her to the king's residence. The Hu men promptly blindfolded Qin Shuhua and forced her into a palanquin. Meanwhile, Qin Shuhua's mind was filled with confusion. Why had the king of the neighboring country come to the capital, and why had he not stayed at the inn? Could it be that the marriage alliance between Shang Yun and the neighboring princess was a scheme devised by the neighboring king? As the carriage jolted along the bumpy road, Qin Shuhua began to worry for Shang Yun. The roughness of the carriage suggested they were traversing mountainous terrain. The Hu people's dwelling was so remote. Surely there was a hidden agenda at play. It was all my fault. I cannot complicate matters for Shang Yun. I must seize the opportunity to escape. Qin Shuhua contemplated how to elude the grasp of the Hu people. Chapter 39. The peculiar in a quaint cabin nestled within the woods, a woman with striking blue eyes, adorned in luxurious attire, lay in disarray upon the floor, weeping profusely. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered through the door. Though he bore the marks of age, a resolute determination, shaped by life as tribulations, emanated from him. Upon seeing the man before her, the woman immediately crawled towards him in desperation. Father, please do not kill me. I beg of you. Shauna, you have become disobedient. His simple remark sent a tremor through the woman, who had called him father, instilling in her an acute fear of the man before her. Shauna, do you remember your mission? Yes. Father instructed me to seduce the Emperor of Central Plains to assist him in seizing cities. After our success, he promised to release my mother and me, granting us a lifetime of safety. Indeed, but you have disappointed me greatly. The man turned away, gazing out at the landscape beyond the cabin. The woman sobbed pitifully, clutching the hem of his garment, her body shaking uncontrollably. Your father does not wish for your demise. Yet this time, you must die. Only then will I have a legitimate reason to slay the Emperor of Central Plains and seize their cities. The rugged man placed his coarse hand upon the woman's head, resembling a cruel father delivering the harshest of truths. Father, father, the girl called out in despair, resembling a lamb before the slaughter. Shauna, if the princess we send for a marriage alliance is murdered at the inn, it will be inextricably linked to the emperor.
Consequently,
your father will seek vengeance alongside your brothers. Your mother will take pride in you, becoming the woman your father cherishes most. Upon hearing these words, the weeping woman lifted her head in astonishment. Boldness. The man, of foreign descent, struck her with force, sending the frail girl sprawling some distance away. I am the king. All women take pride in serving me. I shall not release your mother. Ha ha ha. For this day, I have refrained from striking you. Now your face has lost its worth. Even if it bears a mark, it matters not. The woman on the ground gazed in disbelief at the man she had called father, her heart racked with anguish. After a moment, a glimmer of determination and despair flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, Shauna rose, seizing the knife that hung at the man's waist, channeling all her strength to stab at the foreign king. Shauna, never has a woman dared to draw a blade before me. Your survival thus far has been out of respect for our father-daughter bond. Muller Khan, you are unworthy of the title of father. Hearing the king's command, several foreign men hurriedly entered the room. Do not release me. Muller Khan, let my mother go. I implore you. The woman continued to struggle desperately, unwilling to leave the room. She understood that her demise would leave her mother utterly alone and bereft of support. Without the man's protection, her mother would not survive in their family. Father, I have urgent matters to report. A deep voice echoed from outside the cabin. Enter. The foreign king gestured for his men to release the woman on the ground before calling out. Why are you not in the capital gathering intelligence? What brings you here? Father, my subordinates have discovered the woman the emperor has been seeking.
Oh?
I have heard that this emperor shuns women, which is why he rejected Shauna. It appears that is not the case. The man, intrigued, twirled a ring upon his thumb, instructing his subordinates to bring the woman forth. Qin Shuhua was pushed into the room. Remove the blindfold. Father, do not. If she sees our faces and our encampment, revealing them to the emperor, what shall we do? It would ruin our grand scheme. A young man quickly interjected to halt the proceedings.
Haha.
Now that she is here, does she truly have a chance of leaving alive? The man's words prompted the quick-witted Qin Shuhua to cling tightly to her blindfold, refusing to let it be removed. I will not look, I know nothing. Killing me is futile. I beg you to release me. I hold no allegiance to the emperor. Who would believe your words? Do not the Han people often say, better to wrongfully kill 1,000 than to let one escape? Even if you are unrelated to the emperor, we cannot afford to let a Han person go. The blindfold was removed, allowing Qin Shuhua to finally see the man who had been speaking to her. The hardened man, rugged and bearded, was likely the king of the neighboring nation. The burly, muscular man beside him, appearing relatively young, was presumably the one who had brought her here. From the previous conversation, he too belonged to the royal family of the neighboring nation. Suddenly, Qin Shuhua noticed a disheveled, tear-streaked beauty being restrained by several attendants nearby. The princess of the neighboring nation? Shouldn't she be at the inn? Central Plains maiden, perhaps you should first tend to your own affairs. Upon hearing this threat, Qin Shuhua steadied herself, contemplating her next move. She realized escape was futile. She should instead gather intelligence for Shangyun. Are you the king of the neighboring nation? Our emperor had intended to cultivate goodwill with your country, yet you now encamp a large force outside the city. What is the meaning of this? Listening to Qin Shuhua's words, the foreign king began to scrutinize the young woman before him. To remain composed in the enemy's camp while extracting information was no small feat. What? Shangyun truly does not intend to marry the neighboring princess? Qin Shuhua exclaimed in astonishment, having believed that Shangyun had forsaken her. She had thought he would capture her as an assassin to marry the princess, prompting her desperate escape. It seemed that Shangyun had not forgotten their agreement. His generous bounty for her was not meant for her demise. The realization that Shangyun would not marry the neighboring princess filled Qin Shuhua with sudden joy.
Shangyun?
It appears our assassin maiden is indeed well acquainted with the emperor. Even I can freely take the jade pendant intended for the emperor. Father, since the emperor has declined to wed Shauna, let us instead utilize this woman as her substitute. The crown prince of the neighboring kingdom pointed at Qin Shuhua. Father, spare me. Brother, save me. I do not wish to die. In the corner, Shauna, who had remained silent, immediately sprang forward upon hearing someone speak on her behalf. Seeing the trembling figure at his feet, a flicker of compassion crossed the crown prince's eyes. Father speaks true. I shall indeed assist in seizing the cities, ensuring you ascend as Emperor of the Central Plains. The Crown Prince readily agreed, while several foreign warriors began to celebrate, as if the conquest of the Central Plains were as simple as childish play. Hearing the treacherous intentions of the neighboring kingdom's men, Qin Shuhua felt a surge of panic. The Emperor would never risk his empire for my sake. Do not delude yourselves. You are a band of deceitful scoundrels. I spit on you. You Han people say that a man would go to great lengths for a woman. Your emperor, being young and impetuous, might offer a fortune, perhaps even his empire, for you. Qin Shuhua's scornful remarks were met with indifference from the foreign king, who remained confident in his judgment. If the emperor does not intend to wage war for your sake, what then? Qin Shuhua probed, seeking insight into her fate. If you prove to be of no use, we shall naturally not spare your life. The king's words sent a chill down Qin Shuhua's spine. It meant that regardless of whether Shangyun declared war for her, she would ultimately meet her end. Miss, do you believe we have no other plans? If you fail, she shall perish. The king gestured towards Shauna on the ground. Our princess has traveled far, only to meet her demise at an inn. We have reason to suspect the Emperor of the Central Plains is behind this. At that time, I, her father, will seek vengeance alongside her brothers. And it shall be just. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhua comprehended the situation entirely. The beautiful princess from the neighboring kingdom was merely a pawn, a sacrifice employed by her own father to seize Qicheng. Shauna, this woman resides at the inn under your direct supervision. If she escapes, no one will be able to save you in the end. Father, I understand. I shall guard her diligently, she fervently replied, her heart brimming with hope for life. The king nodded in satisfaction and exited the room. The young emperor also prepared to leave. Thank you, brother, for saving Shauna's life once more. Grateful for her narrow escape, Shauna knelt in gratitude before her brother. My dear Shauna, I merely felt pity for you. The king neglects state affairs and loses the people's hearts. I do not wish to become like him. Take care of yourself. I may not always be there at the right moment. With these words, the young emperor departed the chamber. Chapter 40. The choice of the kingdom and the beauty with both hands and feet shackled. Qin Shuhua glanced at the heavy handcuffs and leg chains. This time, escaping by brute force was certainly out of the question. Her attention shifted to the princess, Shauna, who was nearby, preparing herself. The king of the neighboring country had decided to use her as a substitute for his own daughter, igniting this war. Yet, without her own identity, this captivating beauty before her would likely face death at the hands of her father. Qin Shuhua had long heard tales of the royal family's lack of familial affection, but witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. For the sake of a territory, one could trade the life of their own daughter. It revealed the ruthlessness of Mu Lihan. Your name is Shauna? Qin Shuhua had overheard others address the neighboring princess and sought to initiate a conversation with this simple question. Shauna paused in her grooming, nodding slightly. I am Qin Shuhua. Observing the woman bound in the corner, who displayed neither fear nor despair, but instead introduced herself with a smile, Shauna's eyes flickered with a hint of admiration. Qin Shuhua? There is no need for me to know the name of a dead person. Upon hearing the cold words of the princess, Qin Shuhua's smile faltered. She realized that in Shauna's eyes, she was already a corpse. Shauna, have you never considered that perhaps I might not die? I could very well live to see another day. Qin Shuhua, do not harbor such foolish dreams. A man like Mu Lihan would never show mercy. I know him too well. Qin Shuhua gazed at Shauna's now pale face, beginning to understand that the princess's life was not easy either. Furthermore, Shauna no longer referred to the king as father but directly called him Mu Lihan, signifying her disdain for him. It seemed Shauna harbored a deep-seated hatred for Mu Lihan as well. Perhaps this was the key to saving her own life. Shauna, since you despise Mu Lihan so much, why do you assist him? I dream of killing him. Yet my mother remains in his clutches. How can I act selfishly? Shauna, release me. As long as Shangyun is not coerced, he will surely kill Mu Lihan and avenge both of us. Qin Shuhua, you are astute. But do not realize that if you do not die, I must. If that is the case, why should I sacrifice my life to free you? Shauna rose from her vanity, her exquisite makeup restored to the haughty demeanor she had upon entering the city. Because you are afraid. Qin Shuhua, what nonsense are you spouting? It is you who will die, not I. What do I have to fear? Witnessing Shauna's flustered demeanor only solidified Qin Shuhua's conviction. Shauna, stop deceiving yourself. Even if I die, Mu Lihan will not spare you, will he? Qin Shuhua, do not speak of such things. Mu Lihan has promised me that once his plans succeed, he will release my mother. We will live quietly for the rest of our lives. Do you believe that? Shauna, you yourself have said that you know Mu Lihan best. He will not show mercy. Will he uphold his promises when you no longer hold any value to him? Qin Shuhua's words pressed Shauna further, causing her to sit down in despair. But what can I do? I can only trust him. I have never dared refuse him. For years, she had watched her mother endure humiliation because of her, merely surviving. He promised to spare us. Mu Lihan has assured it. Shauna, he will not. You can no longer wait for his kindness. You must resist for yourself and your mother. Do you not hate Mu Lihan? Qin Shuhua urged Shauna, hoping to escape while simultaneously wishing to save the princess, a mere pawn in this cruel game. I hate him. How could I not? Night and day. I dream of killing him. Shauna, listen. The opportunity has come. Your next decision may allow you to escape the nightmare of your past with your mother. Qin Shuhua meticulously coaxed her, determined that Shang Yun must not be ensnared because of her. It was imperative to disrupt Mu Lihan's inner circle so that when she escaped, she could also aid Shang Yun and countless others like the kind-hearted elders in the temple. Qin Shuhua, are you so certain that your emperor will instigate a war for you, sacrificing the friendship between our nations? Shang Yun is wise. He must already know the purpose of our visit. Regardless of who instigates it, a war is unavoidable. This conflict is rooted in the grievances between our nations. You and I are merely pawns in this game. I believe he will come, for the kingdom, for the people, and for me. Shauna gazed at Qin Shuhua in astonishment, captivated by her confidence and the conviction in her words. Princess, the king requests that you bring Qin Shuhua to the city walls at once, a maid called from outside. Understood, just a moment. Since it is a beauty trap, I shall prepare this girl. The maid departed upon hearing this. Qin Shuhua, you are indeed correct. Your emperor truly instigated a war for the sake of a woman. At the city walls, the veiled Qin Shuhua was escorted by a maid. Where is the princess? I was instructed to bring Qin Shuhua. Humph. She must be afraid to die. Once I win this war, I will deal with that mother and daughter pair who have disrespected me. The king laughed heartily, oblivious to the way the veiled woman instinctively recoiled at his words. At that moment, the emperor also appeared at the city walls. Your Majesty, our two nations have maintained relations since your father's reign. Upon your ascension, to show goodwill, I offered my most beautiful princess for marriage, yet you turned her away. The king of the neighboring country spoke with righteous indignation, resembling a caring father.
Mu Lihan,
I have clearly articulated my position in writing and treated the princess as a distinguished guest. Your aggression is unmistakable. Do you not have the audacity to hide your ambitions? You previously pledged allegiance to our kingdom, promising annual tributes to my father. Yet, since his demise, your tributes have dwindled. This year, nothing was brought, and your forces have lingered outside my city for days. What is your intention? I did not come today as a sovereign, but as a father. I merely wished to witness my daughter's marriage, yet did not expect you to treat her in such a manner. I can only take your woman as leverage to seek justice for my daughter. Mu Lihan found himself at a loss for words. Seizing Qin Shuhua as a threat to Shang Yun. Our nation's hostilities have nothing to do with women. If you are a true man, release her, and I will fight you. Haha, I originally did not believe this woman could unsettle a man as clever as you. But from the moment you arrived, I knew my gamble had paid off. Mu Lihan let out several hearty laughs, shedding his pretense. Mu Lihan, so what? I will not lose this battle. Younger emperor, I admit I cannot match your father. Mu Lihan, she is my subject. How can protecting my people be seen as weakness? Should I behave like you, engaging in slaughter and plunder, living in indulgent abandon, committing atrocities until I lose the people's trust? Is that what a king should do? Upon hearing Shang Yun's inquiry, Mu Lihan's expression darkened.
indeed.
He had lost the support of his subjects, with revolts rising continually. Were it not for Shauna's potential utility, he would never have kept another man's daughter alive. Due to the loss of popular support, Mu Lihan could muster far fewer warriors than Shang Yun's army. Therefore, a direct confrontation was not feasible. Instead, cunning was necessary. Shang Yun, if you are willing to lay down your arms and submit to us, I will release this woman and allow you to reign as emperor. Which will you choose, beauty or dominion? You treacherous dog, Mu Lihan. I desire both the empire and the beauty, and I will take your life as well. Mu Lihan was infuriated by Shang Yun's words. Bring this woman to the pyre. When Shang Yun saw the woman, who resembled Qin Shuhua, bound to the fire stake, he panicked. Was it truly necessary to choose one over the other? Haha. Anxious now, are we, young emperor? You lack the courtesy of a host, but I do not. You are aware that our roasted lamb is most renowned. Even your father praised it highly. Today, I shall present you with a roasted beauty. As the two men faced off, a petite figure clad in maidservant attire rushed out from the princess's chamber. In a sudden collision with another individual, before a word could be spoken, she was silenced by a hand over her mouth. Do not speak. Tell me, where is your eldest prince? Upon hearing the familiar voice, the maidservant grew agitated but was unable to respond due to the hand covering her mouth. Noticing her struggle, The person behind her became increasingly anxious. Do not move. If you can lead me to him, merely nod. I will not harm you. The maidservant, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously. Once released, she turned and lifted the veil from her face. Sixth young master, it is I, Qin Shuhua. Qin Shuhua? How did you come to be here? Were you not taken to the city tower? Dressed in the attire of the Hu people was indeed the sixth young master of the general's residence. It is a long story. Sha Na took my place on the battlefield. I must find Xiangyun quickly to rescue Sha Na. But how is it that you are here? Chapter 41. The sixth young master enters the enemy camp. I have been dispatched by the emperor to infiltrate this territory and ascertain the true strength of the enemy forces. His Majesty has commanded me to locate the crown prince and engage him in negotiations. Qin Shuhua, do you have any notion of how long I have sought you? It was solely to rescue you that I implored the emperor to permit my presence in the enemy camp, to extend my assistance. Upon seeing his beloved maid standing before him, the sixth young master was overwhelmed with emotion and embraced Qin Shuhua. However, she paused briefly before gently pushing him away. Sixth young master, please maintain your decorum. What troubles you, Qin Shuhua? Why do you regard me with such coldness? Qin Shuhua averted her gaze, unable to meet the wounded expression of the sixth young master. Sixth young master, I once placed my trust in you. You were the first I sought after my injury. Yet you declared that upon seeing me, you would turn me over to the court, insisting that I am merely a maid. If that is the case, I must distance myself to avoid your disdain. When did I ever utter such words? The sixth young master faltered, his brow furrowing as he recalled something. Gazing at Qin Shuhua in disbelief. You overheard my conversation with my sister? Indeed, sixth young master. I was present when you spoke those hurtful words. Now, there is no need for you to feign concern for me. To you, I am merely a maid, someone to be used for your glory before the emperor. Which is why you would descend from your station to seek me and rescue me today. Qin Shuhua, it is not as you think. Initially, I aimed to spare seventh sister from sorrow. You jest, for I have become an assassin. What sorrow could seventh miss feel? She would rather see me slain. Xiangyun intends to establish you as his consort, and only I am privy to this matter. To protect my sister from harm, I spoke those words that day. The sixth young master eagerly attempted to explain himself, inadvertently revealing a secret he ought not to. What? Xiangyun truly desires to marry me? That is why he offered a bounty of 5,000 taels for my capture and rejected the princess of a neighboring kingdom? Qin Shuhua inquired with astonishment. Though reluctant to concede, the sixth young master nodded. Witnessing Qin Shuhua's elation, he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. His own reward had become a mere jest. Qin Shuhua's affections lay with the current emperor. He had no standing to refuse her departure with a death decree. He pondered how to persuade his parents to allow him to wed a maid. Now it seemed he had overreached. Sixth young master, I see now. It appears I have misjudged you. Let us hasten to find Xiangyun. He must be in peril at this very moment. Indeed, the two stealthily navigated their way, yet were soon discovered by patrolling soldiers. Qin Shuhua possessed some martial skills, and the pair engaged in combat with the soldiers. What was meant to be a swift resolution drew more combatants to the scene. It has long been said that the sixth young master of the general's residence possesses formidable skills, and today's encounter confirms this. Perhaps we should engage in a friendly spar? The crown prince of the neighboring kingdom approached with a contingent of soldiers, and the sixth young master found himself evenly matched with him, neither gaining the upper hand. Your skills are commendable, crown prince. Yet, I sense a certain frustration in your heart, burdened by your lack of recognition. I am the rightful crown prince. How dare you pity me? Then what of it? You live less freely than I, a mere idler. I have heard tales of your benevolence, crown prince, that you have repeatedly implored your father to exercise benevolence. Yet it seems to have borne no fruit. Without real power, what use are grand ambitions? Sixth young master, what is your intent in infiltrating our ranks? I am here to aid you, crown prince. I possess a strategy that could elevate you to the position you covet. What say you? Upon hearing the sixth young master's enticing words, the crown prince paused, seemingly wavering. This is your opportunity for ascendance. As the sixth young master saw the crown prince hesitating, he sheathed his sword and continued to persuade him. What do you wish for me? Eliminate the tyrant and take his place. You are mad, sixth young master. That is my father. How could I ever slay him? Crown prince, does Mullern regard you as his own? You are but instruments in his quest for dominion over other nations. He hoards power for himself, ever wary of you. Do you still wish to preach the principles of ruler and subject? At this juncture, Qin Shihua grasped the reason behind Shang Yun sending the sixth young master to persuade the crown prince, and joined in the exhortation. Crown prince, what do you hesitate for? Consider the countless innocents slain by your father's hand over the years. You could save Shana, and in turn, all the citizens of the city. Only by ascending to the throne can you ensure their welfare. On the city walls, Shang Yun could no longer bear to watch. He gazed anxiously at the girl bound to the pyre. Had the crown prince not been swayed? Mullern, wait. I shall contemplate your terms. Shang Yun commanded the gates to be opened and rode forth. Shang Yun, let us see how deeply you love this maiden. Perhaps you might die in her stead. And I shall release her. Upon hearing Mullern's proposition, Shang Yun clenched his fists, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Shang Yun spoke slowly, yet resolutely. Despite the fervent objections of the soldiers surrounding him, with the emperor captured, what purpose remains to fight? Shang Yun understood that, as a ruler, he should not gamble with his life. His fate could sway the stability of the court. Yet he could not stand idly by as Qin Shihua faced death before his very eyes. He had vowed to marry her. However, if he intervened, perhaps a glimmer of hope could emerge. Yet, leaving her alone in that perilous situation was a risk he could not afford. He had promised Qin Shihua that he would take her as his wife. He could not abandon her to confront the specter of death alone. General, if I do not escape, please carry on the fight. Defend our homeland and protect our people. With these words, Shang Yun prepared to gallop towards the opposing side. Shang Yun, do not go. I am here. The opposing king, upon seeing Qin Shihua unexpectedly appear, was taken aback and began to stamp his feet in astonishment. He rushed to the pyre and lifted the veil from the girl's face. Shana, how could it be you? You released Qin Shihua. You are doomed. Realizing that the girl beneath the veil was his own daughter, Mullern's fury erupted, and he slapped Shana across the face. As Shang Yun dismounted, Qin Shihua rushed into his embrace. Qin Shihua, are you unharmed? After Shana freed me, I encountered the sixth young master, and I am perfectly safe. Only then did Shang Yun's gaze shift to the sixth young master. That is what a subject ought to do. Though the sixth young master felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he could only respond in such a manner. The girl he had fought so fiercely to save was now being praised by another. Qin Shihua, his own maid, was destined to marry him. Yet these thoughts remained locked within the confines of his heart. Mullern, what threat do you still pose to me? Shang Yun asked the seething Mullern across the divide. My crown prince is brave and battle-hardened, having grown up on horseback, commanding the battlefield. He is far more formidable than you, the pampered prince of the palace. A father-son duo in battle. What have I to fear from you? Mullern, robust and composed, commanded his men to summon his eldest son. Mullern, are you truly oblivious to the fact that your sons have already turned against you due to your tyranny? Shang Yun disdainfully remarked, holding Qin Shihua's hand. That is impossible. I am their father. As Mullern spoke, a blade was pressed against his throat. Father. The crown prince gazed coldly at the man before him. A figure who was once his closest kin, yet at this moment, his heart remained eerily composed, as if he were confronting a complete stranger. Child, what are you intending? How can you direct the blade I bestowed upon you against my throat? Do not forget, the skills you possess were taught by me. Muller Khan looked incredulously at his most cherished son. I am aware, but today you must meet your end. Son, are you coveting my throne? Release me, and I shall abdicate in your favor. Father, have you forgotten? I am the one who knows you best. When I press the knife to your neck, I have already sealed my own fate. Should I let you go, it is I who would perish. The crown prince regarded the man beneath the blade with an emotionless stare. Why do you seek to kill me? Have I treated you poorly? Once I relinquish the throne, you will naturally ascend as the new king. Muller Khan, I have lived in trepidation for 20 years. each day fearing whether my father might unleash his wrath upon me. I still recall how my mother met her end at your hands. While you indulged in debauchery, the people starved on the streets. Tell me, do you not deserve death? You ungrateful wretch. Muller Khan trembled with rage. He had endured countless trials and tribulations to ascend to the throne atop the corpses of his own brothers. He had eliminated numerous ministers who opposed him, yet today his life was to be extinguished by his own son. How utterly absurd. Soldiers, heed my command. Whoever slays the crown prince shall become the new sovereign. Muller Khan laughed heartily, addressing the kneeling soldiers. Even in death, he would not permit another to effortlessly claim the throne. All hail the new king. We pledge our lives to follow the crown prince. To his astonishment, as soon as Muller Khan's words fell, the soldiers prostrated themselves, honoring the new king. So it appears you, my rebellious son, have long plotted against me. Do you not realize that as we turn our blades upon each other, that treacherous emperor shall reap the benefits? Muller Khan furiously pointed at the crown prince, threatening him. Muller Khan, you are merely overthinking. Chapter 42. Pleading for my sister, I have long made a gentleman's agreement with the crown prince, promising to support his ascent to power and to restore amicable relations between our two nations. Upon reading this, Shang Yun also began to speak. Father, this is the last time I shall call you that. No, Sha Na, please help me plead for mercy. I am your father. Mu Lohan, seeing the crown prince's blade drawing ever closer to his throat, frantically turned to Sha Na for assistance. Brother, Sha Na, are you truly going to plead for him? Have you forgotten what he has done to you and your mother? I shall never forget. Thus I implore you, brother, allow me to personally take his life. Sha Na, who had been bowing her head, suddenly raised it and made such a request to the crown prince. The crown prince paused for a moment before breaking into a smile, handing the knife to his sister. No. Mu Luhan struggled desperately, but with a swift motion, the dignified Mu Luhan's head rolled away. Blood splattered across Sha Na's face, yet the young girl appeared unperturbed, a long-lost smile gracing her features. The crown prince, witnessing this, felt a chill in his heart and silently wrapped his arm around Sha Na's shoulders to offer her comfort. Thus, a war concluded without a trace of gunpowder, allowing the citizens of both nations to evade disaster. Shang Yun fulfilled his promise to aid the crown prince of a neighboring country in quelling the civil strife, securing his position as the sovereign. Qin Shi Hua was also welcomed into the palace by Shang Yun, and soon they would celebrate their grand wedding. The magnificent hall was brimming with ministers and gifts from allied nations, dazzling all present with its opulence, nearly blinding them. Miss Qin, the 6th young master of the general's manor, and the 7th young lady request an audience. A maid entered with small, measured steps, bowing her head as she addressed Qin Shi Hua. As the conferral ceremony had yet to occur, she referred to Qin Shi Hua as Miss Qin. The young master has arrived? Quickly, let him in. Upon hearing the 6th young master had come, Qin Shi Hua hastily set down the jade ruby in her hand and instructed the maid. Young master, please take a seat. New tea has arrived in the palace. Do have a taste. Qin Shi Hua seated the 6th young master and instinctively poured tea for him, entirely neglecting the 7th young lady who accompanied him. Qin Shi Hua, you shall soon be the empress. How can you serve tea to a subject? The 6th young master immediately rose and bowed to Qin Shi Hua. Humph. Merely a sparrow turned phoenix. Does she truly believe herself of noble birth? The 7th young lady remarked discontentedly upon witnessing her brother's deference to Qin Shi Hua. Sister, have you forgotten why we are here today? Quickly apologize to Miss Qin. The 6th young master scolded his sister with a stern expression. I shall not apologize to a mere maid. The 7th young lady retorted, her eyes reddening as she turned away. Qin Shi Hua observed all this, realizing the 6th young master had come to the palace for a specific purpose. Young master, if you have something to say, please speak candidly. You have shown me kindness, and I will assist you in any way I can. Noting the 6th young master's evident discomfort, Qin Shi Hua felt compelled to offer her help. Despite the 7th young lady's ongoing antagonism, Qin Shi Hua, this matter should not fall upon you. However, my sister has been quite insistent, and I cannot bring such trivialities to the emperor's attention, hence my approach to you. Qin Shu Hua glanced at the seventh young lady, noting her swollen eyes. A clear indication of prolonged weeping. Young master, what has transpired to cause the seventh young lady such distress? The crown prince of the neighboring country has taken a liking to my sister and has directly approached the emperor. He insists that, for the sake of our nation's friendship, either the emperor must marry his sister Shan Na, or my sister must be given to him. The sixth young master's voice grew more agitated, as if the neighboring crown prince were a rogue. Qin Shu Hua, you must allow brother Shangyun to marry Shan Na. If not, then you should persuade the emperor to take me as a concubine. That way, the neighboring crown prince would think twice about marrying me. Observing the increasingly animated seventh young lady before her, Qin Shu Hua felt a wave of disdain wash over her. It became evident that the seventh young lady had approached her with such intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shu Hua sensed something amiss. The crown prince likely had little acquaintance with the seventh young lady. What could compel him to pursue her so fervently? A glance at the sixth young master illuminated her understanding. The crown prince's desire to wed the seventh young lady was a ruse, a means to ingratiate himself with Shangyun and secure a marriage alliance with their nation. Unfortunately, with Shangyun newly ascended to the throne, there was no princess to offer. Having rejected Shan Na, the crown prince had turned his attention toward the general's household. The seventh young lady had been bestowed the title of Lady long before the late emperor's passing, rendering her status akin to that of a princess. Thus, the crown prince's request to the emperor made sense. Regardless of the emperor's choice, it would serve the crown prince's interests. Seeing Qin Shu Hua remain silent for an extended period, the seventh young lady grew anxious. Qin Shu Hua, will you agree or not? At least say something. Qin Shu Hua glanced at the sixth young master, who stood behind the seventh young lady, unable to meet her gaze. She finally comprehended why the sixth young master sought her instead of appealing directly to the emperor. He must have recognized that this issue transcended mere matrimonial concerns. It bore implications for the stability of the court. Thus, he had implored her to intercede with the emperor, likely hoping to persuade him to take Shan Na as a concubine. Young master, the inner palace is not a realm of politics. You must understand this. I cannot assist in this matter. Upon hearing Qin Shu Hua's response, the sixth young master looked up in astonishment. Qin Shu Hua, you also grasp the underlying reasons? He inquired tentatively, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. Young master, it appears I have overestimated the significance of our bond. My happiness is worth little in your eyes. For the sake of the seventh young lady, you would sacrifice me, would you not? The joy she had felt upon meeting the young master had vanished, replaced by a cold detachment as Qin Shu Hua spoke each word distinctly. Qin Shu Hua, what are you saying? Do you mean to refuse? Do not forget, it is my brother who has provided you with a life of comfort in the general's manor. He is also the one who rescued you from the enemy camp. The seventh young lady shouted at Qin Shu Hua in a fit of desperation, her previous poise and grace dissipating entirely. It is your brother, but what does that have to do with you? Seventh young lady, I have not forgotten that you nearly took my life. Why should I assist you? Qin Shu Hua could no longer endure the seventh young lady's self-righteousness. You are being unreasonable. Brother, look at her. Quickly, control your maid. I have said she is a seductress. She has bewitched brother Shangyun, when in truth, I should be the one destined to be empress. With a resounding slap, the seventh young lady covered her face, staring incredulously at the brother who had always cherished her. Sister, do not say another word. Let us depart. The sixth young master reached for his sister's hand, only to be pushed aside. Sister, I see your soul has also been ensnared by this enchantress. The seventh young lady shot a glare at Qin Shu Hua before fleeing the hall. The sixth young master shook his head, glancing back, but choosing not to pursue. Qin Shu Hua, I must apologize for today. Please forgive my sister's outrageous words, and do not hold it against her. The usually proud sixth young master now lowered his head, pleading with Qin Shu Hua. Young master, do you believe I am the one making things difficult for the seventh young lady? The moment she feels the slightest discomfort, you are pained. Yet what of me? I am but a maid, my life perpetually held in the hands of others. Thus, you have come to me regarding the seventh young lady's plight without ever considering my well-being, have you? The sixth young master was taken aback by Qin Shu Hua's words. retreating in confusion, struggling to find a suitable response. Qin Shu Hua, you have misunderstood. I merely believe that the Emperor cherishes you so deeply that he will undoubtedly acquiesce to your desires. My sister wishes only to be the consort of Xiangyun. She poses no threat to your esteemed position. Once she becomes the Emperor's woman, the Crown Prince would not dare seek her hand in marriage. Young master, do you truly believe this? Miss Seven is unaware. Surely you are not oblivious to the implications of this alliance. This is a matter of state. How could the Emperor alter his course for my sake? Are you not concerned that the Emperor might harbor anger towards me because of this? Observing the taciturn young master, Qin Shuhua let out a derisive laugh. If Miss Seven were to enter the palace, would she truly settle for being beneath me, a mere maid? She has the entire General S mansion backing her, while I stand alone. Should Miss Seven wish to supplant me, I fear for my very life. Young master, even if the Emperor were to consent, I would never agree to share my beloved with another woman. I desire love that is singular. For any other condition, I would acquiesce to you, but for Xiangyun, I refuse to relinquish him to anyone else. Hearing Qin Shuhua's audacious declaration compelled the young master to reassess the woman before him. Singular love? Qin Shuhua, Xiangyun is a sovereign. He will undoubtedly have a harem of thousands. How could he ever love but one? Xiangyun would not. He promised me a lifetime together, and I believe in him. Qin Shuhua revealed a confident and sweet smile, having finally found someone capable of safeguarding her amidst this perilous realm. The young master found himself entranced by Qin Shuhua's smile, astonished by Xiangyun's vow. How could a great emperor possess only one woman? Would Xiangyun truly forsake an entire harem for Qin Shuhua? Qin Shuhua, I have been selfish. I once thought I loved you, yet now it seems I am unworthy of such affection. Having spoken, the young master performed another bow to Qin Shuhua and exited the grand hall. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Shuhua felt her eyes well up with tears. How precarious it is to stand at the edge of the wind, lest one catch a chill. Suddenly, a warm cloak was draped over her shoulders. Turning, she beheld the gentle visage of Xiangyun. The melancholy that had previously enveloped Qin Shuhua began to lift. Why are you crying? Upon seeing her reddened eyes, Xiangyun tenderly caressed her face and inquired, Xiangyun, are you truly willing to take only me? Would you forsake an entire harem for my sake, without regret? Hearing her disheartened words, Xiangyun enveloped her in his embrace from behind, providing her with a sense of security. Foolish girl, having you is more than sufficient. Chapter 43. Opposition from the ministers. Qin Shuhua raised her head to gaze at Xiangyun, and in that instant, the distance between them seemed to vanish. Xiangyun could even feel the gentle flutter of Qin Shuhua's eyelashes brushing against her face. Time appeared to stand still, and the vast, cold imperial palace was imbued with warmth. Xiangyun, my lifelong wish is to marry the one I cherish, she declared. My heart echoes your sentiment. The following day marked the imperial wedding, and the entire palace was suffused with a jubilant atmosphere. Every palace displayed red lanterns, and officials had gathered outside the hall early in anticipation. Xiangyun ordered a proclamation to be made, granting amnesty and distributing grain to celebrate with the realm. Qin Shuhua, catching a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror, was momentarily dazed by the sight of herself in red attire, adorned with a phoenix crown and flowing robes. Unable to resist, she reached up to touch her cheek, realizing she was truly to wed Xiangyun. When she first arrived in this realm, she had been a mere third-class maid in the general's household, bullied by her superiors, her life hanging by a thread. Back then, her only thought had been survival. She never imagined that one day she would marry the person she adored. What is the matter with the empress? Is she so overwhelmed with excitement? Teased the maid who was helping her dress. Little one, you dare jest with the empress? Are you not afraid of punishment? I fear not. The empress would never punish me. She is the most beautiful and kind-hearted mistress I have ever known. Since her arrival in the palace, she has never scolded a single servant and often alleviates our troubles. The little maid grinned, feeling both proud and grateful. Your Highness, the general's household has sent gifts. Another maid announced, approaching with a delicate box in her hands. The general's household has sent the most gifts, filled with rare treasures. The maid who had just finished dressing Qin Shuhua eagerly reached for the box, but another maid stopped her.
Xiao Yu, do not touch that.
It was personally delivered by the 6th young master of the general's household, entrusted to be opened by the empress herself. What treasures could they be, if they are not to be seen? Xiao Yu, mind your words. This is before the empress. Do not be reckless.
Oh, the rules again.
You are such a bore. The empress has not objected. Your Highness, please help me reason with her. All right, you two may leave for now. I wish to have a moment of peace, Qin Shuhua said with a smile to the bickering maids. Once the two maids had exited, Qin Shuhua opened the brocade box. Inside, her heart suddenly swelled with emotion. She uncovered a piece of parchment, the very death contract she had signed with the general's household years ago. Young master, my reward is that if I encounter the one I cherish, you will return the death contract to me. Very well. Qin Shuhua recalled her conversation with the 6th young master from years past, astonished that he had indeed sent it to her. Their last encounter had been fraught with tension. And she remembered his parting words, I once thought I liked you. Only now do I realize how selfish I have been. As her fingers brushed against the delicate items within the box, she found a clay doll carved in her likeness and a beautiful hairpin she had admired at a street stall. Each small trinket was a reminder of the days spent as the 6th young master's companion, a time when he had rewarded her for their playful outings. Reflecting on her time in the general's household, Qin Shuhua realized that she had been cared for in ways she had not recognized then. And she felt a pang of guilt for the hurtful words she had spoken due to the affairs surrounding the 7th young lady. Perhaps it was she who had been selfish. Pushing open the grand hall doors, servants waiting outside immediately surrounded her. Your Majesty, it is time to embark. Stepping into the intricately decorated phoenix carriage, she shielded her face with a fan as they made their way to the Jiaotai Hall. Xiangyun awaited her at the entrance, accompanied by the 6th young master and the new king of a neighboring nation along with Princess Shauna. Even the 7th young lady, who had often shown disdain for Qin Shuhua, stood behind her brother, suggesting that her engagement to the neighboring king was likely already arranged. After enduring a series of elaborate ceremonies, Qin Shuhua felt utterly drained, lamenting the weight of her elaborate attire and the crown that pressed her head down. She longed for the proceedings to conclude swiftly. Xiangyun, discerning her fatigue, grasped her hand, allowing her to lean against him for support. Just a little longer. We will soon be done, he whispered in her ear as others recited formalities. I have an important announcement to make to all ministers, which I shall declare to the world, he proclaimed. Ministers, heed my decree. From this day forth, I shall hold the Empress's hand and share my life with her. I shall abandon the 6 palaces and take no other women. For the remainder of my days, she shall be my sole companion. This vast empire shall be safeguarded together. As Qin Shuhua beheld the earnestness in Xiangyun's eyes, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, enveloped in the tenderness of his gaze. She had not anticipated such a forthright declaration on this significant day. Your Majesty, this is not advisable. We cannot accept this decree. Please reconsider for the sake of the empire. The ministers prostrated themselves in opposition, urgently imploring Xiangyun to reconsider. Seeing the situation unfold, Qin Shuhua felt a rush of anxiety. What should she do? She did not wish to place Xiangyun in a difficult position, yet did she truly need to compromise? Xiangyun, noticing her unease, gently patted her chilled hand, signaling her to remain calm. Young general, what is your perspective on this matter? I would like to hear your thoughts, Xiangyun suddenly inquired of the previously silent 6th young master of the general's household. The young master, preparing to speak, caught a warning glance from his father, who seemed to caution him against speaking out of turn. Steeling himself, he looked at Qin Shuhua, resplendent in her phoenix crown and robes, and spoke with composure. I support the emperor's wishes. Gasps of surprise rippled through the hall. Qin Shuhua stared, astonished, at the young man standing straight and resolute. Sunlight streamed into the hall, illuminating the depth of his gaze, which now bore a maturity she had not recognized before. She could no longer reconcile the current young general with the innocent boy she had first encountered. Oh, I would like to hear the young general's insights, Xiangyun encouraged. I support the emperor and empress in their lifelong union. The stability of the nation has little to do with the beauty of the harem. As long as the latter is tranquil, the emperor can govern without concern. The current empress is extraordinarily wise, capable of averting war without a single soldier being deployed. The new king of the neighboring realm can attest to this. The young king, having been addressed, nodded in agreement, while Princess Shauna echoed praises for Qin Shuhua.
Yet,
Qin Shuhua felt a flush of embarrassment. Was she truly being hailed as wise? She had been taken as a hostage and had nearly endangered Xiangyun. It was perplexing to hear the sixth young master assert that she had pacified the conflict. Nevertheless, the ministers, unaware of her past, appeared to lighten in their demeanor, acknowledging that their empress was no fool. Moreover, our empress has no family ties that could threaten the status of any minister's family, thereby preventing turmoil within the court caused by harem disputes. This reduces suspicion among ministers and ensures the emperor does not show favoritism. When the emperor and empress share a deep bond, harmony reigns in the court, allowing the people to thrive. With this rationale articulated, the atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically. At this moment, who would dare to voice any dissent? Should one be unjustly accused of treason, it could lead to dire consequences. The ministers below gritted their teeth, harboring resentment toward the sixth young master. They had initially contemplated recommending their daughters to the imperial harem, aspiring to seize power from the empress, who lacked familial support. Yet, they had not anticipated that the emperor's words today would sever their path forward. The sixth young master, the target of their disdainful glares, appeared unfazed, his expression serene as he gazed past the emperor toward Qin Shuhua. Noticing that the minister's reactions had softened, Xiangyun signaled a few of his former followers with a glance. In an instant, the ministers shifted their stance, choosing not to oppose any longer. After all, angering the emperor could jeopardize their entire families. Although some still harbored grievances, none wished to be the scapegoat. Despite his youth, Xiangyun possessed a decisiveness and judgment that rivaled that of the emperor in his prime. Otherwise, the realm would not have remained peaceful for so long. Observing the silence below, with no voices raised against his decisions, Xiangyun nodded in satisfaction. The harmony between the emperor and empress promised an era of enduring peace. The sixth young master suppressed the regret in his eyes and, adopting the posture of a loyal subject, bowed deeply. This act severed the bond between him and Qin Shuhua, effectively renouncing the feelings that should never have existed. Witnessing the man on the high platform, fingers entwined with Qin Shuhua's, the sixth young master ultimately bowed his head in defeat, recognizing that from the very beginning, he could never rival Xiangyun's love for her. Qin Shuhua was right. He had been too selfish, too unwilling to relinquish his status and power, while Xiangyun was prepared to forsake both kingdom and countless beauties for her. Qin Shuhua desired a lifetime of companionship, and the sixth young master had never imagined someone could fulfill that wish, let alone that the one capable of it would be the supreme emperor. After the ceremony of conferring the empress, the ministers withdrew, leaving the grand hall with only Qin Shuhua and Xiangyun. "Xiangyun, why did you marry me?" she inquired. "You are the first person to dare threaten me, and also the first to approach me without ulterior motives. You ventured into the palace for my sake, and I cannot betray you. I only wish that your heart mirrors mine, never to forsake the sentiments of longing." Chapter 44. Two imperial edicts. A smile unconsciously graced his lips as he envisioned her serene figure peacefully asleep in his dreams, stirring the once frosty heart that resided within the palace. "Xiangyun, could you grant me a favor?" Qin Shuhua, nestled against Xiangyun's chest, suddenly lifted her head to address him. "What is it?" he inquired. "Please ensure that the new king of the neighboring kingdom treats the seventh miss of the general's mansion with kindness." Xiangyun regarded the woman in his embrace, pausing in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought. "Qin Shuhua, is this for the sixth young master? The general's mansion has shown me great kindness." "Xiangyun, it is not as you suspect. I understand, but the sixth young master harbors feelings for you." "Why do you say that?" he pressed. "His regard for me is merely that of master and servant, nothing more," Qin Shuhua hurriedly explained, anxious that he might misinterpret her intentions. Recalling the words spoken by the sixth young master before his departure, she felt a twinge of guilt. If he did not care for you, he would not have volunteered to fight in your stead when you were captured by the enemy, disregarding his own safety to infiltrate their ranks. Today, he would not have defied the old general and spoken on your behalf in the court. Are you blind to his affections? Xiangyun scrutinized his queen, eager to gauge her reaction. Are you feeling jealous, Xiangyun? Upon hearing this, Xiangyun was momentarily taken aback. How could an emperor feel jealousy over a subject? Before he could respond, the woman in his arms erupted into a melodious laughter that turned his face crimson, rendering him momentarily speechless. I am not jealous. If you wish for this, I shall grant it.
Qin Shuhua, do not mock me.
Seeing Xiangyun's awkward attempt to maintain his imperial composure while undeniably feeling jealous, Qin Shuhua quickly covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Just a few days ago, the sixth young master visited my chamber, inquiring about the matter of his sister's betrothal. Qin Shuhua spoke candidly, hoping to alleviate any doubts Xiangyun might harbor. He has approached me as well, wishing for me to take his sister as a consort while seeking another for the alliance. However, I did not acquiesce, as the choice of the betrothal is a request made by the new king of the neighboring kingdom. For the sake of our two nations' harmony, I simply cannot comply. I did not anticipate that he would approach you as well. Why have you never mentioned this to me? While I may be ignorant of the external circumstances, I understand the gravity of such alliances and dare not speak lightly. Moreover, during my capture by the enemy, I had dealings with their eldest prince. He possesses more intellect and wisdom than his father, and, most importantly, he is kind-hearted. I believe he would treat the seventh miss well, which is why I did not hastily agree to the sixth young master's request. Upon hearing Qin Shuhua's words, Xiangyun nodded in acknowledgement. He had not expected that his queen, not only beautiful and kind-hearted, was also exceptionally astute, qualities that set her apart from ordinary women, deepening his affection for her. Summon the new king of the neighboring kingdom to the palace, Xiangyun instructed one of the eunuchs nearby.
Why do you summon him at this time?
When he arrives, I shall speak with him directly. You may be present. This should assuage your concerns. Despite her dislike for the constraints of court etiquette, Qin Shuhua, as the queen, understood the importance of adhering to such protocols to avoid criticism that might reflect poorly on Xiangyun. In this place, you need not adhere so strictly to the rules. Just be yourself. There is no need to always conform. Xiangyun noticed her discomfort. Realizing that he had confined the woman meant to soar freely within the world to the confines of the palace walls, he hoped to grant her as much liberty as possible. He was his own Xiangyun, and in every realm, he loved his Xiangyun equally. Knowing he had found the one he desired, completing the tasks of this realm would inevitably lead to another separation. As Qin Shuhua pondered various thoughts, her reverie was interrupted by the eunuch's loud announcement of the new king's arrival. Exchanging a knowing smile with Xiangyun, they took each other's hands and approached their seats. When the new king entered, accompanied by the princess, he was greeted by the harmonious scene before him. The two offered a respectful bow, equal to that of peers rather than the customary kneeling of subjects. May I inquire why your majesty urgently summoned me to the palace? The new king asked candidly. Harboring deep respect for Xiangyun, the one eager to see you is not I, but my queen, Xiangyun replied gently, turning to look at Qin Shuhua.
Oh,
the queen wishes to summon me? The new king expressed his surprise, recalling how his father had once kidnapped the queen, and how he had devised a plan to exchange her life for his sister's safety, prompting a cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Would this woman seek retribution? Princess Shauna, who would have thought we would meet again so soon? Are you comfortable during your stay in our kingdom? Thank you for your concern, your majesty. My sister and I are deeply grateful. My father was irrational and cruel, showing much disrespect towards your majesty. I apologize on his behalf. Now that Mula Khan has perished by my hand, I hope the queen will not let my father's actions tarnish the friendship between our nations. The new king was uncertain of Qin Shuhua's motives for summoning him, fearing that she, as a woman, might harbor a personal vendetta that could jeopardize the peace between their kingdoms. Thus, he cautiously spoke, his hand resting nervously on his sword's hilt. Qin Shuhua, observing his subtle movements, feigned ignorance and smiled warmly. Prince, you worry too much. When Princess Shauna and I exchanged identities, it nearly cost me my life in a fire. I am grateful for your intervention, which prevented a disastrous war. I owe you my thanks, for I could never seek vengeance against my savior. Surprised by her words, the new king relaxed, his hand withdrawing from the sword's hilt. With newfound respect, he regarded Qin Shuhua. In that case, what is the purpose of your majesty summoning me here today? I am here concerning the betrothal of the seventh miss from the general's mansion. The general's mansion has shown me kindness, and I share a sisterly bond with the seventh miss. I feel reluctant to send her so far away, and I implore you to treat her well, ensuring she does not suffer loneliness or mistreatment in a foreign land. Upon hearing Qin Shuhua's request, the new king finally comprehended the situation. The seventh miss is indeed from your kingdom and holds a close friendship with the queen. I would never neglect her. She will soon become my wife, and I shall protect her. That is splendid. Should the seventh miss ever write to express her grievances, both the emperor and I shall seek an explanation. Seeing Qin Shuhua invoke her name to assert authority, Xiangyun regarded her with affectionate amusement, nodding in approval. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Mila Khan caused my mother and Princess Shauna's mother endless sorrow. I will not allow my wife to endure the same fate as Mila Khan's other women. Qin Shuhua, you need not worry. With me around, your sister will never feel bored or lonely on our vast grasslands, nor will she suffer mistreatment. Reassured by the new king and Princess Shauna's words, Qin Shuhua felt a sense of relief. Despite the seventh miss's harsh words towards her, she ultimately softened her heart in consideration of the sixth young master's kindness. Though she had declined the sixth young master's request, she still endeavored to care for his sister. Xiangyun observed all of this silently, knowing he had arrived too late to claim Qin Shuhua as his own. However, now that he has found her, he will never let go throughout his life, nor will he afford anyone else even the slightest opportunity. The following day, the court issued 2 imperial edicts, both delivered to the general's residence. The first decree conferred the title of Princess Ronla upon the seventh young lady of the general's house, with all arrangements for her marriage to be prepared according to her standards. The second decree recognized the sixth young master of the general's residence for his bravery in rescuing the empress, thereby bestowing upon him the title of Grand General of the Frontier, commanding him to proceed immediately to guard the borders against foreign invasion. The eunuch reading the edict recited it slowly, his tone laden with congratulations. Yet, upon hearing the announcements, the siblings displayed no signs of joy. The seventh young lady threw herself into the old general's embrace, weeping inconsolably. The sixth young master gazed towards the palace, seemingly lost in thought, a smile eventually breaking through his pensive demeanor. She still harbors feelings for me. Grand General of the Frontier, the Emperor has commanded you to set forth without delay. Unable to catch the sixth young master's words clearly, the eunuch urged him once more. Your Majesty, he is intent on expelling me from the palace, distancing me from her. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. I shall no longer suffer in anguish, gazing in her direction day and night. The sixth young master said with a bitter smile, surprised that the usually magnanimous emperor could be so petty regarding Qin Shuhua. He is intent on finding ways to send me away, yet this also reveals the emperor's feelings for Qin Shuhua. Even if he is far away at the frontier, his heart shall be at ease. With this thought, the sixth young master began to pack his belongings. From now on, he would guard her city, shielding her from hardship and suffering. Meanwhile, in the palace, the oblivious Qin Shuhua was practicing her painting. It is too difficult. I shall stop. The young girl tossed down her brush, pouting. The fine Xian paper bore only a few strokes, while her palace attire was splattered with ink. The sight appeared quite comical, yet her delicate and charming face lent an endearing quality to her current disarray. Nearby, a handsome young man sat at a low table, perusing a book. Observing her predicament, he smiled indulgently. Qin Shuhua, do not fret. I shall teach you. We have ample time ahead. The young man set aside his scroll and approached her side. Taking her slender hand, he deftly sketched a vivid scene of mandarin ducks playing in water on the paper. Qin Shuhua, what do you think? It is unworthy. A great emperor should not be preoccupied with such trivial romantic depictions instead of painting the vast landscapes of his realm. Chapter 45, devoted to one Xiangyun. If this painting of yours were to circulate, it might evoke mockery, remarked Qin Shuhua, who, despite her previous impatience with the art of painting, could not help but smile at the sight of Xiangyun's creation. Upon witnessing her smile, Xiangyun joined in hearty laughter. Whether the world laughed or not was of little concern to him. What mattered was that his empress smiled, and that sufficed. In ancient times, King Yu of Zhou lit beacons to amuse his beloved Baozi, and now he sought to emulate that folly.
Do
you intend to be a tyrant, Shang Yun, enamored solely by beauty while neglecting the kingdom? If you wish to be King Yu, I shall not become the fallen Baozi. Qin Shi Hua gazed at the joy radiating from Shang Yun with a hint of worry. While she longed for all his affection, she understood that he was an emperor with responsibilities. She could not be his sole focus. He must also love the realm and its people. Qin Shi Hua, with you, I find both my hardship and the fortune of all my subjects. With you in the city, I shall ensure its eternal prosperity and share the realm with you. Though Qin Shi Hua did not voice her thoughts explicitly, Shang Yun had already comprehended her sentiments. Ascending to the throne at a young age, he bore the weight of countless responsibilities, facing internal strife and external threats alone. It was only when a woman burst into the palace, eyes aflame with determination, demanding he marry no one else, that he realized true love, as depicted in tales, truly existed. The one who insisted on learning painting from him was Qin Shi Hua, and it was she who, now weary, abandoned her brush to seek rest. Shang Yun chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. Returning to the table, he picked up the brush, casting a careful glance at the woman peacefully sleeping nearby. With ink pooling beneath his hand, he captured the image of the beauty in serene slumber. Years slipped by, yet the bond between the emperor and empress remained as steadfast as ever. Shang Yun, a formidable ruler, took but one wife, treating her with love and respect, a practice that influenced many ministers and common folk to reconsider their own customs of polygamy. Meanwhile, the young general at the borders earned fame through successive victories, and no one dared to challenge them again. The citizens outside the city expressed their gratitude towards this youthful commander, many women enamored by him. Yet, despite years stationed at the frontier, he remained unmarried, spending his days leading troops and sitting atop mounds of earth, raising a cup towards the palace, as if to toast the court. He is simply loyal to his sovereign, the people would say, and the young general would smile quietly, his thoughts elsewhere, envisioning the girl who had always trailed behind him, calling him young master. Qin Shi Hua, young master, as hairpin has come loose. When shall you style my hair again? Even if it remains loosely bound, I shall not penalize you by withholding your allowance. The seventh young lady, having married into a neighboring kingdom as a princess, sent several letters to Qin Shi Hua, apologizing for past grievances and requesting advice on agricultural matters. Years of interaction with the neighboring state had borne fruit, and under Shang Yun's governance, their nation had flourished, becoming the mightiest in the land. As the years passed, Qin Shi Hua transitioned from the bloom of youth to the twilight of life. Gazing into the mirror at her aged visage, she sighed like any ordinary woman, lamenting the beauty that time had claimed. Counting the silver strands mingled within her dark hair, she plucked a few with reluctance. Catching a glimpse of the dragon robe's corner in the mirror, she hastily concealed her white hair with her hand. Yet, Shang Yun had already taken note of her subtle actions. It has been far too long since I styled your hair, and there is no rush for supper, he said, picking up a comb beside the silver mirror, preparing to remove her hairpin and adornments. Alarmed by his intentions, Qin Shi Hua instinctively pushed his hand away, preparing to rise and escape. How could she let him see her head of white hair? But Shang Yun seemed to anticipate her move, pressing her back down before she could stand. Do not move. I promise not to hurt you. As he gently combed through her hair, Qin Shi Hua murmured, Do not look, it is too unsightly. Hearing her words, Shang Yun felt a pang of sorrow. The usually carefree Qin Shi Hua suddenly appeared self-conscious. Her once radiant youth was now confined within the palace's high walls. Despite Shang Yun's efforts to gather treasures from afar for her, they could not rival the joyous moments she had outside the palace. Though she remained silent about this, he understood. Seeing her shame regarding her white hair, Shang Yun held back tears and pressed a kiss upon her head. Qin Shi Hua, you are not ugly. In my heart, you shall forever be the most beautiful woman in the world, just as you were in those days. Do you not find me repugnant, Shang Yun? He crouched beside her chair, holding her hand against his cheek. Look, I too have wrinkles at the corners of my eyes. Like you? I hide white hair among my locks. I am no longer the dashing young man I once was. Do you despise me, this old man? Of course not, Shang Yun. How could you think so? Qin Shi Hua stood up from her chair, shaking her head. Upon hearing her words, Shang Yun smiled at her, and she suddenly realized that he was using his own aging to comfort her. Thus, she ceased to dwell on her white hair, settling back to enjoy her husband's tender ministrations. Father, mother, you must intercede. Brother is bullying me. Suddenly, a girl's voice echoed through the palace, followed by hurried footsteps as a petite girl entered, clutching a candied hawthorn. She dashed into Qin Shi Hua's embrace, and Shang Yun affectionately ruffled her fluffy hair. Shortly after, a boy resembling a young Shang Yun entered, clutching a book and pursing his lips, evidently upset. Upon seeing Shang Yun and Qin Shi Hua, he offered a respectful bow and, after receiving a nod from Shang Yun, took a seat beside them. Qing heir, what mischief have you committed this time to provoke your brother's ire? Qin Shi Hua inquired, furrowing her brows at the little troublemaker, clearly accustomed to such antics. Mother, brother wanted to confine Qing heir to her room and summoned a nurse to chastise her. The little girl pouted, as if on the verge of tears. Seeing his precious princess about to cry, Shang Yun frowned at the boy seated nearby. I merely suggested she reflect on her actions in her room and requested a nurse to teach her proper etiquette. Qing heir, you weave tales and slander your brother. Continue this, and mother shall grow angry. Mother, Qing heir acknowledges her mistake. She only wished to venture outside the palace to procure your favorite candied hawthorn. Sensing your daily melancholy, the girl responded, attempting to feed her mother a piece of the treat. Qin Shi Hua's stern expression melted away at the sight of her daughter's gesture. Father, mother, you must not indulge Qing heir any further. Whatever mother desires, I shall seek it. There is no need for my sister to sneak out of the palace. She merely concocted this excuse for her own amusement. Witnessing his sister's successful ploy, the boy grew anxious and bowed again to Qin Shi Hua and Shang Yun. Qin Shi Hua, moved by her children, had refrained from imposing the strict palace rules upon them, choosing instead to teach them herself. One son, one daughter. The son took after Shang Yun, wise and composed, adhering strictly to propriety, which reassured both Qin Shi Hua and Shang Yun. Meanwhile, their little daughter proved to be a source of constant concern for Qin Shi Hua, having grown accustomed to the folk tales she shared. The little princess, filled with curiosity about the world beyond the palace walls, often sneaked out, her mind brimming with whimsical ideas. However, neither Qin Shi Hua nor Shang Yun could bring themselves to discipline her, which only emboldened her mischievousness. Fortunately, she had a formidable adversary in her elder brother, who, though unafraid of their royal parents, was wary of him. This particular scene was all too familiar to Qin Shi Hua and Shang Yun. Shang Qinger, you are to transcribe 100 verses from the Book of Songs, and I shall personally oversee your work. You are grounded for 3 days and must remain within your chambers, the boy stated expressionlessly to the girl in Qin Shi Hua's arms. Noting that their parents did not intervene. Oh, I don't want to. Father, mother, please plead on my behalf. I don't want this mean brother anymore. The sight of their daughter in tears stirred Shang Yun's heart, and he was about to reprimand his son when Qin Shi Hua shot him a glare, silencing him.
Qinger,
your brother speaks the truth. If we do not discipline you now, you will become uncontrollable. As a princess, running out of the palace on your own is fraught with danger. The world outside is not like the palace, where everyone caters to your whims. If something were to happen to you, what would your father and mother do? Qin Shi Hua gently admonished her daughter, who seemed to recognize her misstep and lowered her head in shame. Father and mother are siding with my brother. You don't love me anymore. The little princess lamented before retreating to her room to reflect on her actions. Rising from Qin Shi Hua's embrace, she ran out of the grand hall, her small figure draped in pink, leaving the adults shaking their heads in exasperation. Chapter 46. Life Beyond the Palace, Your Majesty. It appears that Qinger greatly enjoys life outside the palace. Am I being too strict? You are also concerned for her safety. It is understandable. Qinger shares a temperament similar to that of your mother, relishing freedom and disliking the multitude of palace rules. It is quite natural for her to often venture beyond the palace walls, as Shang Yun consoled his self-reproaching son. Everyone envies the life within the palace. Yet few understand the cold hardships that accompany such heights. In the next life, it would be better to immerse oneself in the simplicity of common folk, devoid of burdensome responsibilities. Observing the father and son, Qin Shuhua sighed deeply, inadvertently revealing the matter of the mission. But thankfully, Shang Yun and the young prince did not ponder it further, assuming Qin Shuhua's reference to a mission pertained to state affairs. My son, your father wishes to entrust you with a certain responsibility. Can you bear it? Please speak, father. I shall devote all my efforts to alleviate your burdens. I intend to entrust you with the great duty of our nation. Are you capable of shouldering it? Upon hearing this, both the young prince and Qin Shuhua were left speechless in shock. After a prolonged silence, the young prince finally responded, Father, your health is still robust, and my intellect pales in comparison to yours. I humbly beg your pardon. It is beyond my capacity to accept such a grave and rebellious task. I am at a loss as to what I have done to provoke such words from you. Indeed, Shang Yun, why do you speak thus? Chun'er is still young and requires further training. Why the rush? Qin Shuhua inquired, bewildered by her husband's sudden thoughts, which he had never previously mentioned to her. Qin Shuhua, I yearn to travel the world with you. You have endured much for me throughout your life. In our remaining years, I wish to accompany you in the life you desire. Shang Yun set aside his imperial demeanor, resembling the charming young man he once was when he first met Qin Shuhua, gazing affectionately at her as he made his promise. It became clear to the young prince that his father wished to take his mother on a journey, a realization that eased his earlier tension. Perhaps father could disguise himself for a private visit outside the palace, while I manage court affairs until his return. Upon grasping his father's true intentions, Shang Chen quickly devised a strategy. A private visit? Excellent. During my absence, I can also inspect the governance of various counties and compare it against the reports. This idea is splendid. My son is indeed clever. Shang Yun exclaimed with laughter, feeling pride in his son's ingenuity. If you trust me, I shall take charge of this matter. However, regarding future state affairs, I truly cannot act independently. With you here, I can rest easy while I am away. Additionally, I will leave a few loyal ministers to assist you. Consulting them will suffice. I shall not fail your expectations, father, nor disappoint mother. The young prince performed a deep bow, accepting Shang Yun's entrustment. Father, I have one more request.
Oh, speak on.
Father, please take Sister Qing'e with you. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhua and Shang Yun exchanged glances. This boy, who usually educated his sister with utmost seriousness, clearly harbored deep affection for her. You fear that this mischievous girl will disturb your peace, so you wish to send her to us, disrupting our world of two, don't you? What? No, father. I absolutely did not mean that. If you believe this plan unfeasible, then... The young prince quickly explained, but upon hearing his father's hearty laughter, he realized it had all been a jest. Shang Yun, do not tease the child. Chun'er cannot bear such jokes. He takes them to heart. Qin Shuhua gently placed her hand over her husband's, soothingly advising him. Very well, it is settled then. Chun'er, do not belittle yourself. You must not shut your ears to advice in the future. The loyal ministers left for you by your father should be consulted often. Shang Yun reversed his hand to entwine his fingers with Qin Shuhua's, feeling elated as he addressed his son below. Yes, I shall heed your teachings diligently. I will manage the court to ensure its enduring prosperity. Come here, my son. Do not always maintain such formalities. When we are alone, you may call us father and mother like Qing'er. Seeing her son, who bore the weight of maturity at such a young age, Qin Shuhua felt a pang of sorrow. In a typical family, Qing'er and Chun'er would still be playing in their parents' embrace. Yet, born into an imperial family, they had, albeit without the fratricidal conflicts of stories, lost their childhood far too soon. Qing'er must learn the ways of a princess, becoming the most graceful and composed lady in the land. Her brother, from a young age, had been assigned a tutor, studying the art of governance tirelessly, enduring hardships in the military. Such sacrifices had shaped him into the capable individual he was today. Father, mother. The young prince paused before finally speaking. Qin Shuhua was taken aback, and Shang Yun could hardly believe it. Typically, when urged to call them father and mother, he would adopt a posture of solemnity, adhering to the principles of ruler and subject. Yet today he had softened, perhaps feeling the weight of his parents' impending departure. Father, mother. If sister knew she could leave the palace to play, she would surely be overjoyed.
And you, Chinner?
If you need us to stay, we shall remain. In her heart, nothing was more important than her children. Qin Shuhua embraced her son gently. In your mother's heart, I am still the most significant, followed by the two of you, dear children. Would you not agree, my wife? As the mother and son shared their tender farewells, Shang Yun interjected, bringing laughter back to them. Shang Yun, how old are you to be jealous of your son? You hardly embody a ruler. If the common people knew their king behaved thus, they would grieve and feel ashamed. My dear wife, such words are misplaced. The family must come before the state. My love for my wife and children reflects my love for the people of this realm. This is the true essence of loving the populace, as one loves their own kin. Such flattery and deceit. Chinner, do not emulate your father's manner. As the young prince observed the playful affection between his parents, he remembered his tutor's lesson that a sovereign should not display emotions openly, lest others manipulate them. Yet, in the presence of his father and mother, he could not help but smile like a child. Rest assured, father and mother, I have studied diligently under my tutor and read numerous texts on governance. Unlike my sister, I do not wish to leave the palace. My lifelong aspiration is to govern the realm and protect our people with the knowledge I have acquired. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with determination. Qin Shuhua, watching intently, discreetly wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, drawing her son closer. The bond between mother and child was profound. She recognized that her son spoke from his heart, yet she understood the arduous path he had chosen would be fraught with challenges and hardships. My son, what noble ambitions you possess. At your age, I had already ascended to the throne and was managing the affairs of the state. But the throne is no easy seat. Are you prepared for the weight of such responsibility? Shang Yun understood Qin Shuhua's concerns, squeezing her hand in silent support. The young prince nodded resolutely at his father's words. The three embraced, resembling the most ordinary of families. In the third year of young Li, Emperor Shang Yun abdicated in favor of his only son, Shang Qin. It is said that the emperor, accompanied by the empress and the princess, traversed the realm incognito to inspect the lives of the populace. During their journey, they uncovered numerous corrupt officials and tyrants. The news of their endeavors sent ripples of unease among local authorities, compelling them to implement strict reforms and abandon the oppressive taxation of the citizenry. This initiative heralded a new era of transformation throughout the Yun dynasty, fostering a spirit of unity between the ruler and the subjects. Amidst these developments, however, Shang Yun, wading through the river with rolled-up trousers and a fishing spear in hand, paid little heed to the bureaucratic woes of the officials. His thoughts were solely consumed with the pressing matter of procuring fish and chicken for his wife and daughter. Father,
Look.
there's a fish over there, quickly, cried his daughter. Oh dear, father is so clumsy. You're not as skilled as brother Mo next door. Father, catch more. I need to send some to the palace. Reflecting on the decision to bring this mischievous child out of the palace, he pondered whether it had been wise, as she had grown into quite the wild girl. Thus, Shang Yun and Qin Shuhua, along with the little princess, continued to live among the common folk. In due course, the new emperor would seek Shang Yun's counsel on matters of state, and as time passed, the emperor's inquiries became increasingly sparse. On a summer day years later, a youth clad in dark robes hurried through the forest, his hurried steps betraying his anxiety. From a wooden cabin within the woods, the sound of a girl's sorrowful weeping reached his ears, prompting him to quicken his pace, disregarding decorum. Sister, what has happened to father and mother? The girl, her face wet with tears, rushed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother, you are too late. Father and mother have already departed.
What?
The youth fell to his knees, overwhelmed by grief. Clad in simple white garments, the siblings stood beside their parents' coffin, heartbroken. Sister, how did father and mother leave us? Were they at peace? They said they wanted to admire the moon, so I brought the rocking chair you carved for them into the courtyard. Though it was a summer night, I feared the chill, so I covered them with a light blanket. It is my fault for not taking better care of them, she lamented. Listening to his sister's account, the youth gazed at their parents' hands, still entwined in the coffin, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. Sister, father and mother have traveled to view the wonders of the world and have aged gracefully together. They accomplished all they wished to do in life. Their passing signifies the fulfillment of their desires. You need not bear such guilt or sorrow. Chapter 47. The mysterious man-brother. Father will no longer fish for Qing'er, will he? Mother will no longer braid Qing'er's hair, will she? Qing'er and brother are now orphans. Seeing his sister weep inconsolably, Shang-Chen felt a profound ache within. Yet he concealed his emotions. The wooden stick in his hand warped from his grip. Do not worry, dear sister. Your brother is here. I will ensure the finest palace is reserved for you, and will hire the finest chefs to prepare a variety of delicacies for you. You need not fret. I shall care for you in place of our father and mother. Where do you intend to bury father and mother? The girl did not respond to her brother's reassurances, but instead posed another question. Shang-Chen was momentarily taken aback. The little girl of yesteryears had indeed matured. She was not only engulfed in sorrow but also concerned about the state of the nation. Rest assured, Qing'er, I will manage this matter well. I will lay our father and mother to rest in the most esteemed Huangling, and the entire nation shall mourn.
No.
The young girl expressed her disappointment with a single word.
Why?
Is there something that displeases you, sister? In my opinion, it would be best to bury mother and father in this forest. There is no need for extravagant ceremonies. A national mourning should suffice to inform the populace. After all, they did not relish opulence in their lifetimes. Brother, what do you think?
How can this be?
How could a proper emperor and empress be buried so hastily? Shang-Chen was astonished by his sister's words and immediately opposed her suggestion. Brother, have you considered what our father and mother would have wished? I care not for the opinions of the world. I simply wish for father and mother to gaze upon the starry skies each day, not to be confined within the high walls of royalty after death. If you refuse to agree, I shall bury myself alongside them in the imperial tomb. The girl gazed at her brother through tear-filled eyes, her defiant demeanor reminiscent of Qin Shihua. Shang-Chen, upon hearing her words, fell into contemplation. Surely, their father and mother's wishes aligned with those of his sister. Very well, the imperial tomb shall serve as the mausoleum for our father and mother. The truly final resting place shall be determined by you, and I shall arrange for its restoration. Though he knew it was against protocol, Shang-Chen chose to honor his father and mother's wishes, just as he had in his youth. 7 days later, a national mourning was declared. The late emperor and empress passed away while disguised during a secret trip, and the young princess went missing. On the day of the burial, though the populace was not summoned, they followed spontaneously, dressed in white and mourning loudly wherever the coffin passed. Yet, the people only knew of the symbolic burial. The true resting place of the late emperor and empress remained a mystery. After the new emperor completed the burial rites, he hastily departed, ignoring the calls of the Grand Tutor and the ministers prostrated on the ground. The young man hurried on horseback to a bamboo grove, then dismounted and rushed deeper into the thicket.
Sister, I have arrived.
Who is he? The girl slowly rose, leaping over the young man to glance behind her, her face a mask of confusion and wariness. The new emperor, hearing his sister's words, turned in puzzlement. There, unbeknownst to him, stood a man with a weathered face and bloodshot eyes, as if he had not rested in ages. Though he spoke not a word, an aura of formidable authority emanated from him, instilling a sense of fear. Fortunately, the new emperor had been trained and did not falter like an ordinary person. Yet he remained tense, his hand reluctant to leave the sword sheath. This man was undoubtedly a seasoned warrior of great skill. From the man's attire and demeanor, the new emperor deduced that he had followed him all the way until he revealed himself, and if this man intended to kill him, it would be a trivial task. Who are you? Why do you follow me? Where is Qin Shihua? The man ignored the emperor's inquiry and directly invoked the name of the late empress. Are you a friend of Mother S? Then why have you come to the imperial tomb? The new emperor, feeling slighted by the disregard shown to him, stepped protectively in front of his sister and interrogated the man. Upon hearing this, the man attempted to enter the house, and the new emperor swiftly drew his sword to block his path. As long as I am here today, I shall not allow you to disturb the peace of our father and mother in their resting place. Brother, wait. He is Mother S' friend. He must only wish to pay his respects. Sir, Mother and Father S' coffins are inside. Please follow me. Just as the two were on the verge of confrontation, The previously silent sister intervened. She gestured for the stranger to follow her, guiding him inside. Seeing that they ceased their hostility, the man cast a lingering glance at Qing'er before striding into the dwelling. Sister, do you comprehend what you are doing? That man's identity is unclear. How can you lead him to where our father and mother lie? Brother, I believe I know who he is now. Qing'er replied calmly, watching the man's retreating figure. She glanced at her brother and then entered the room. The new emperor, bewildered, could not allow his sister to be alone with this man. Resolving this, he hurried inside after her. Upon entering, he found his sister had already opened a secret door, leading the man inside. Inside the secret chamber was an icy room, and as they entered, a chill enveloped them. The man glanced at the shivering Qing'er and removed his only tattered garment, draping it over her shoulders. The new emperor witnessed this and quickly shed his dragon robe, discarding the man's tattered clothing on the ground, then personally draped the dragon robe over his sister. As they turned a corner, they beheld a massive ice coffin. The man leaped forward, and upon seeing Qin Shihua lying in the coffin, hand in hand with Zhang Yun, he seemed to lose all strength and collapsed beside the icy chamber. The new emperor gazed at the unfamiliar man in confusion and at his sister, whose eyes were red with emotion. Qin Shihua, why did you not wait for me? I have yet to see you one last time. Do you still blame me for my selfishness in prioritizing my sister all those years ago? I have relinquished you to him, only wishing for your happiness. Why does fate deny even my final wish? For years I have feared to step foot in the imperial city, and now I have not even the chance to see you. Qin Shihua, do not blame the young master. I feared that in a moment of impulse, I would slay Zhang Yun and abduct you. At this, the new emperor's face darkened further. Were it not for his sister's grip on him, he would have dragged this disrespectful man out and executed him. Due to the chamber's frigid temperature, the delicate sister was growing weak, and thus the new emperor led her outside. The man, however, insisted on remaining inside. Sensing no malicious intent from the stranger, the new emperor permitted him to stay. What an odd fellow. Sister, why do you entertain him? Simply close the secret door and let him freeze to death. Brother, do you know who he is? I have yet to ascertain that. Since you claim to know, I would appreciate your enlightenment. He, brother, is the renowned general stationed at the borders. Upon hearing this, the new emperor was left speechless. This was an act of treason punishable by death. He could not allow this to pass. Brother, you appear to harbor a strong animosity toward the general. Qing'er observed, surprised by her brother's evident anger, which was unusual for someone so composed. Sister, you may not be aware, but while the general has achieved great victories on the battlefield, he is unruly and exceedingly arrogant. Moreover, since my ascension to the throne, I have never encountered the general appointed by our father. What? No wonder brother did not recognize him earlier. Qing'er exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. It is for this reason that I have never seen his countenance. Each year, the documents he submits contain but a single character, peace. Upon hearing this, Qing'er let out a soft laugh. It seems the Grand General possesses quite a temper. However, I have heard that exceptional individuals often exhibit peculiar traits. The Grand General is valiant in battle, and his ability to safeguard the borders is sufficient. Yet, given my brother's adherence to the way of kings, how could he possibly tolerate such a figure? How I long to eliminate him, yet the ministers shield him. The Grand General has meritorious achievements. His forebears have maintained peace for our dynasty, and he holds immense prestige. How could I dare to move against him? However, his command of formidable troops leaves me in a state of unease. During my father's lifetime, I sought his counsel, but he urged me to spare the Grand General's life, asserting that anyone could rebel, yet this Grand General would never do so. With my father's words in mind, I had no choice but to relent. Yet, dear sister, how did you ascertain that he is indeed the Grand General? Although I have never laid eyes upon him, I am aware of his affection for our mother. In my childhood, I once discovered a box upon our mother's vanity, filled with trivial trinkets, a wooden hairpin engraved with her name, and sugar figurines resembling her likeness. Upon observing that man's imposing demeanor, it was evident that he was a warrior forged by the battlefield. His profound sorrow reminded me of the tales our mother recounted about her and the young master. Qing'er produced an old wooden box, long untouched and coated in dust, and gently blew away the particles, addressing my brother. While the siblings deliberated over the identity of the enigmatic man, the Grand General continued to murmur to the late Qin Shihua. The cold of the ice chamber had already chilled his bare torso. Yet the man seemed oblivious to his physical suffering, alternating between laughter and tears. Qin Shihua, do not worry. I shall continue to guard your city, and also your child with Shang Yun. After uttering these words, the Grand General propped himself up with his hands and staggered towards the exit of the ice chamber. Chapter 48. Loss of consciousness, however. The Great General failed to notice the slight tremor of Qin Shihua's fingers within the ice coffin. In the pure white space, chaos reigned, with red lights flashing everywhere, as if the entire spatial system were on the brink of collapse. The small doll, measuring merely half an arm's length, floated in the air, observing the precarious state of the spatial system with an unprecedented sense of anxiety. As the overseer of this space, it had always manipulated the fates of others, yet never anticipated that it would falter in the hands of a mere girl. In this dimension, Qin Shihua's memories were in disarray. She had forgotten her identity as a traveler and was instead lost in this world. By now, she had become a high-level player within the system, and should anything happen to her, the entire system, including itself, would cease to exist. The little doll, clutching its head in despair, thought to itself that all of this was the fault of that man from years ago. Originally, there were more players within the spatial system than just Qin Shihua, but thousands of years ago, a mysterious man altered the entire structure of the system. He had become its master and had directly promoted Qin Shihua to a high-level player, endowing her with skills that surpassed those of ordinary players. Recalling that man from the past made the system doll tremble in fear. After all, this was the person its superior sought to protect. If anything were to happen to her, even if the system did not collapse, it would surely meet its demise at the hands of its master. Calling supervisor, emergency rescue. Concerning Qin Shihua, after sending the message, the system doll did not pause. It busily sifted through data, investigating the system's failures. It sought to repair the vulnerabilities caused by the host's loss of consciousness, attempting to buy time for its superior to rescue Qin Shihua. Not long after the message was dispatched, Shang Yun rushed over in a flurry, floating in the air. What has happened to Qin Shihua? Why has she not appeared after I waited so long in the next dimension? Boss, Qin Shihua is becoming increasingly immersed in the narrative, leading to a gradual loss of her self-awareness.
Look.
Activating Celestial Mirror. Qin Shihua's coffin, Shang Yun gazed at the elderly Qin Shihua, encased in ice, as if in slumber, and instinctively reached out to touch her. However, as soon as his fingers brushed against the mirror, they penetrated the air, and the scene before him dissipated like mist.
Boss.
I am only responsible for the operation of the narrative here. Such a situation has never occurred before your arrival in the pure white space.
Oh?
Are you blaming me? The system doll shuddered at Shang Yun's ominous tone.
No, boss.
I will find a solution for you right away. System, you must understand the consequences of losing Qin Shihua. Destroying you is not difficult. A wicked smile crept across Shang Yun's lips as he clutched a laptop in his hand. Boss, why not consult that person? Upon hearing the system doll's suggestion, Shang Yun paused, having forgotten about that individual due to the passage of time. He quickly sent a message. What to do about the host's loss of consciousness? Damn it, Shang Yun, why do you keep causing me trouble? I regret bringing you in. Enough with the chatter. Find me a solution. Don't forget, you lost in that battle years ago. Now I am your superior.
Fine, fine, fine.
I admit my misfortune in provoking you. Just wait a moment. I will think of something. Have you found a solution? As soon as the message box popped up, Shang Yun urgently inquired. The solution is quite simple. To awaken her consciousness, we must extract Qin Shihua's awareness from her host identity. What must I do to awaken Qin Shihua? Shang Yun, therein lies the crux of the issue, and I, too, am at a loss.
What?
You dare tell me you don't know how to resolve the problem that arose on your watch? Hurry and research how to do it, or I will destroy this place. Boss, forgive my incompetence. This truly exceeds my capabilities. It will require your wit to accomplish. I wish you and that mad girl Qin Shihua success in your rebirth. I must take my leave now. As it spoke, the message system flickered with sparks, preparing to vanish. Realizing that the individual had disappeared, Shang Yun anxiously shouted into the vast expanse of the pure white space. Shang Yun, you cannot destroy this place. For if you do, Qin Shuhua will never awaken nor escape. Hearing the final words emerge from the message box, Shang Yun angrily struck at it, only to find his fist passing through empty air. The system dull, witnessing the furious Shang Yun, trembled and hid in a small corner. Boss, what shall we do now? The pure white space is the culmination of that individual's efforts. He will not abandon it. With that, Shang Yun vanished from the pure white space. Meanwhile, the great general had just emerged from the ice chamber. After days and nights of relentless travel without rest, coupled with the frostbite sustained in the chamber, he collapsed onto the ground as soon as he stepped outside. The brother and sister, who had been conversing nearby, hurried over upon hearing the noise. The new emperor, initially reluctant to approach, saw his sister rushing to assist the fallen man. Thus, he reluctantly set aside his anger and helped the great general to his feet before his sister could. Old man, are you alright? Quickly drink some hot water to recover. After helping the general to sit, the new emperor noticed his sister preparing to feed him water. Angered, he snatched the teacup from her hands and slammed it onto the table. What a great general! How dare you allow the princess to serve you personally? You certainly know how to maintain appearances. Now aware of the stranger's identity, the new emperor finally expressed all the words he had been holding in after years of resentment towards the great general. You have such an awful temper, just like your father. The great general, though still recovering, could not help but retort with a feeble voice. You dare suggest that I deserve a beating? Bring forth this treasonous minister so that I may execute him. Only after issuing the command did the new emperor remember that he was not in the palace. He had ventured out secretly without attendants. Wait, I have no one by my side. Then I shall personally execute you. Drawing his treasured blade from his waist, the new emperor felt an inexplicable urge to strike down the great general, despite his usual calm and wisdom in any situation. The great general's reputation among the people far surpassed his own, and although he was adept in combat, the new emperor realized he was no match for this seasoned warrior. If things continued in this manner, he feared that the great general would seize control of the realm that belonged to the Shang family.
Brother, mother is still here.
Will you draw your blade on her guest? Qing'er, witnessing her brother draw his sword for the umpteenth time that day, pleaded with exasperation. Enough! You are in no condition to fight. I would not prevail against you in this weakened state. I am your mother's young master. Had she been here, she would have insisted you address me as uncle. Seeing the new emperor sheath his sword, the great general chuckled, intentionally provoking the young emperor to gauge his temperament. Yet, observing the young man's demeanor reminded him of his own youthful arrogance. Back then, he had been unable to defeat even Qin Shuhua, while foolishly believing himself to be a martial arts master. It seemed he needed to impart some lessons to this young emperor to ensure he could maintain his throne with greater stability. Old man, you have been in the ice chamber too long. Your muscles are frostbitten. I have prepared hot water for you. Soak your feet to restore sensation to your muscles. Qing'er quietly heated water and brought it to the seated great general, unperturbed as she prepared to remove his shoes and socks. Sister, what are you doing? As a lady, how can you be so unrestrained, daring to engage in such intimacy with a man? Shang Chun, the devoted brother, immediately suppressed his anger towards the general upon seeing this and took hold of his sister Jin Jiyuye's hand. Brother, he has not yet regained his strength. If we do not pause for a moment, he may suffer lasting ailments. In the presence of the ill, the distinction between genders seemed trivial. At this moment, it was just the two of us here. If I do not intervene then. Qing'er gazed innocently at her brother, and Shang Chun felt his patience fraying throughout the day. You stand aside. I shall take charge. To prevent his sister from taking action, Shang Chun reluctantly rolled up his sleeves, preparing for the rare occasion of assisting another in removing their shoes and socks. Observing her brother's demeanor, Qing'er's eyes sparkled with mischief. In truth, she had never intended to act herself. Her brother had fallen for her ruse with ease. The general, seated nearby, witnessed the entire scene unfold. As he gazed upon the young girl's visage, it reminded him of his first encounter with Qin Shuhua. You bear a striking resemblance to your mother, not only in appearance, but also in character. She too was an enchanting woman, often leading me in circles. blissfully unaware of the snares she had woven around me. Is it true? My father always claims that my mother is a unique woman in this world, one whom even her own daughter cannot compare to. Upon hearing the girl's lament, the general could not help but twitch his lips. Was this a bitter taste of someone else's romance? However, he had witnessed Xiang Yun's deep affection for Qin Shuhua, making such sentiments from him quite unsurprising. Chapter 49 The Great Escape from the Ice Chamber. The numb feet gradually regained sensation as they soaked in the warm water. Although Shang Chen feigned reluctance, he willingly assisted the general in changing the hot water repeatedly. He even took the initiative to use a cloth to wipe the frostbite exposed on the general's skin. You little rascal, be gentle. The general gasped sharply as Shang Chen inadvertently applied more pressure. General, keep your eyes to yourself and stop staring at my sister. Otherwise, I shall throw you out and cease your treatment. Upon hearing Shang Chen's harsh words, the general did not grow angry, but chuckled instead. If Qing'er's temperament resembled that of Qin Shuhua, then this young emperor's character was undeniably akin to that of the renowned Xiang Yun from yesteryears. It had only been a day since the declaration of national mourning, yet here he was, silently gazing at the wounded man before him. His father had once confided in him that he bore guilt towards the sixth young master of the general's manor, now famously known as the general. This was the reason he had tolerated him for so many years. Now, seeing the man for the first time, Shang Chen found him inscrutable. No, I shall stay. Really? That is splendid. Qing'er will have another family member besides brother. Shang Chen pulled his excited sister behind him and addressed the now recovered general. Qing'er, I will remain in this bamboo house to help you manage your mother's affairs. I shall also take the opportunity to teach this little rascal how to wield a sword and what it means to be an emperor. Very well, uncle. I shall prepare a room for you. The two engaged in conversation, completely disregarding the scowling Shang Chen nearby. I do not consent. What qualifications do you possess to teach me? Qing'er, I consider your mother as my own sister, so from now on, you shall call me uncle. Addressing me as old uncle feels rather distant. All right, uncle. I shall guide you to a room. Qing'er assisted the general in crossing past Shang Chen into the inner chamber.
How dare you ignore me?
Such audacity. Qing'er, do not call him uncle. Shang Chen shouted in frustration as he watched their departing figures. At that moment Xiang Yun, who had arrived from the pure white space, reached the bamboo house. This was his first appearance in this world, not as a dimension host. Due to a conflict with the system format here, he felt an immediate discomfort. It seemed he needed to act swiftly, and not linger. Noticing the outlines of his hands becoming more defined, he frowned at the thought. Following the map provided by the intelligence brain, Xiang Yun effortlessly located the ice chamber's position. Activate intelligence brain, boss. What is the matter? Unlock. With that command, the heavy secret door of the chamber rumbled open with a thunderous sound.
Damn.
That noise is deafening. The unexpected sound startled Xiang Yun. As he stepped forward, a sword was suddenly pressed against his neck. Who are you? Turn around. Father Emperor. Upon turning, Shang Chen's eyes widened in shock, and the sword he held fell to the ground. Oh no. The characters from the dimension have seen someone from the real world. If mishandled, this could create a system loophole. Father Emperor. You are not already. Before Shang Chen could finish his sentence, his father utilized the system to render him unconscious. With the troublesome matter resolved, Xiang Yun prepared to step further inside when he was halted once more.
Who are you?
Qing'er, do not approach. He is not the real Xiang Yun, otherwise Shang Chen would not be lying there. Observing the situation, Xiang Yun sensed the complexity of the problem escalating. He reached out, intending to employ the same trick, but found he could no longer access the system. It appeared that due to Qin Shuhua's influence, the entire system was gradually collapsing. What have you done to my brother? Do not worry, I only put him to sleep for a while. Upon hearing Xiang Yun's words, the general crouched down to check Shang Chen's breath and nodded to Qing'er, which relieved both of them.
Who are you?
Why do you look exactly like my father? I have come to save Qin Shuhua, Xiang Yun replied truthfully. That is not the case. I could have been reincarnated after death, but Qin Shuhua is deeply attached to this place and refuses to leave. If she does not depart soon, she may truly lose her chance. Xiang Yun skillfully mingled lies with truths, speaking without a quiver. However, if they were to discover that he was merely a character designed for this dimension, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. What must be done to save Mother? Absurd. Reincarnation is merely a fabrication. You are not Shang Yun. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose here? Shang Yun's words easily deceived Qing'er, but did not convince the general, who remained watchful and skeptical. Then come along and see for yourselves. Time was of the essence. And Shang Yun wished to avoid further entanglements, thus leading them both into the ice chamber. Upon seeing his own lifeless body within the ice chamber, Shang Yun felt a wave of discomfort. He had never imagined he would witness his own death. However, seeing his body still holding hands with Qin Shuhua, he suddenly felt that such a demise was somewhat worth it. Using his hand adorned with the spirit-gathering ring, he sought out Qin Shuhua's forehead but discovered her consciousness was scattered, incapable of detaching from her physical form. Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated through the ice chamber. A girl's tinkling laughter sounding eerily in that moment. Qing'er, slow down. Be careful not to fall. It was Mother's voice. Hearing the sudden sound, Qing'er exclaimed in surprise. Memories of the past, living together with her mother and father, flooded back anew. What should be done? The general, noticing Shang Yun's anxious expression, felt his suspicions lessen considerably. Sir, I ask not for riches as a reward. I wish for you to grant me a favor. What is it? If I encounter someone I hold dear, I hope you will return my life bond to me. Agreed. The conversation between Qin Shuhua and the sixth young master echoed again in the ice chamber. Hearing this, the general was moved to tears, collapsing beside Qin Shuhua's icy resting place. How could you be so cruel, refusing even to wait for our last farewell? Mother, Qing'er misses you. Perhaps due to the weight of these words, a blue light suddenly emanated from Qin Shuhua's remains. The spirit-gathering ring in Shang Yun's hand began to tremble violently. It is working. Qin Shuhua, can you hear us? I am Shang Yun. Please awaken. Seeing this, Shang Yun hurriedly placed his hand above Qin Shuhua's forehead, channeling the blue light. Qin Shuhua, you can truly hear us. In the future, Qing'er and Qin'er, along with Sir, will take good care of you and will continue to protect Shang Yun City. After the general uttered these words, an apparition of a woman appeared above the ice chamber, revealing herself as Qin Shuhua. Mother, it is truly you. The woman, with gentle eyes and a smiling mouth, opened her arms wide. At this sight, Shang Yun activated the system, inputting several codes and using the ring on his hand to gather the blue light. Do not go, Mother. Seeing her mother's apparition begin to fade, Qing'er rushed forward in a bid to stop it, but merely passed through the illusion. Overcome with sorrow, Qing'er knelt beside the icy chamber and wept. Were your words true? Can Qin Shuhua survive in another world? Indeed. Lastly, are you Shang Yun? Both yes and no. In any case, I shall not harm Qin Shuhua. Rest assured. The gazes of two men met, as if they were testing each other, engaging in a silent contest. Very well, I place my trust in you. Go now, and take good care of her. Upon hearing this, Shang Yun hastily prepared to leave. He took a few steps, only to pause, casting a deep glance at the girl kneeling beside the ice rink, weeping uncontrollably. Although the memories of this realm were gradually fading, and he was aware that its inhabitants were merely constructs of the dimension, Shang Yun felt an inexplicable connection to the girl. Take care of her, and Qin'er. Hearing Shang Yun's words, the general chuckled heartily. Of course, Shang Yun. With the general's assurance, Shang Yun hurriedly made his way out. What about Qin Shuhua? Upon hearing the inquiry from the system doll, Shang Yun activated the mechanism of his ring, releasing a beam of blue light. Gradually, the blue light transformed into the figure of a woman, asleep in a realm of pure white. Qin Shuhua, awaken. After a prolonged slumber, Qin Shuhua, hearing her name called repeatedly, felt as if she were trapped in a pitch-black void, until suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the darkness. Chapter 50. The host's unfulfilled wishes. Qin Shuhua slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the visage of an unfamiliar man, accompanied by a doll floating midair, its arms half-length. Player Qin Shuhua, you have finally awakened. You nearly caused me significant trouble, he remarked. Where am I? Who are you? She inquired, her confusion evident. I am Qin Shuhua. Shang Yun, initially filled with anticipation, was utterly bewildered by Qin Shuhua's barrage of questions. He turned to the equally perplexed system doll. blinking in astonishment.
What kind of flawed system is this?
It's utterly ridiculous. Xiangyun scowled, causing the system doll, unable to retort, to turn away and reflect in silence. Qin Shihua, do you truly not remember anything at all? After venting his frustrations at the system, Xiangyun turned back to the woman nestled in his arms, his expression softening. The woman shook her head in confusion, her innocent gaze fixed upon him. Qin Shihua,
Please do not look at me like that.
I am no paragon of virtue, and I may not be able to restrain myself. Should that happen, whatever transpires will be beyond my concern. Sir, what might you do? Upon hearing Qin Shihua address him as Sir, Xiangyun was transported back to their first encounter in the pure white space, when she had similarly referred to him. Gazing at her naive and harmless demeanor, coupled with her alluring crimson lips, he finally lost his resolve and kissed her. Damn it, when did I become so cowardly? Regardless, she remembers nothing. She will inevitably belong to me. What is there to fear? I shall take full responsibility, he mused, pressing his lips against hers, concocting grand justifications for his actions. The system doll, taken aback, quickly shielded its eyes, unable to bear the sight of its new master's shamelessness. Initially, Qin Shihua offered no resistance, even closing her eyes in a clumsy attempt to reciprocate Xiangyun's affection. However, as if struck by a sudden realization, she opened her eyes, pushed him away without hesitation, and slapped him hard across the face. The swift sequence of actions left Xiangyun utterly unprepared. Cradling his reddened cheek, he looked at Qin Shihua with a face full of grievance. Sir, I believe I warned you. I do not appreciate this sort of behavior. And if it were not for the dimensional task, I would not engage with you at all. You remember now? Of course you lecher. Qin Shihua shot him a fierce glare, disdainfully wiping her lips. Observing her action, Xiangyun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that only within this dimension would Qin Shihua accept him. System doll? Upon hearing her call, the system doll hastily emerged from the corner. This entity was formidable, far superior to its master, and deserved no negligence. I must proceed to the next dimension to complete my task, quickly. Understood, the system doll replied, promptly activating the task board. Task issued, host identity. Accept task. Before Qin Shihua could fully comprehend the preceding information, she impulsively clicked the final option to accept the task. Qin Shihua, you have yet to review your host identity and wishes. It is not too late to check after arriving in the dimension. I do not wish to linger with this, sir. With that, Qin Shihua promptly ventured into the next dimension. Witnessing this, Xiangyun's expression darkened further.
System.
Display that woman's task list. I want her to pay the price. The system doll, hearing its master's command, could not help but complain internally. This is quite petty. Just because Qin Shihua rejected your advances back then, you issued her a task that is several times more challenging than that of an ordinary player. Yet she did not concede, and instead agreed to all. Thus, Xiangyun was compelled to accompany Qin Shihua through various dimensions, quietly safeguarding her. Wasn't he this akin to lifting a stone only to crush his own foot? He pondered what fresh chaos would ensue this time. Though he aimed to punish Qin Shihua, he ultimately could not bear to let her face the consequences alone. The system doll, resigned, proceeded to unveil the task panel for its master. Host identity, the only daughter of a poor family, unloved by her relatives. Sibling exclusion, bullied by classmates. Host wish revenge. Upon viewing Qin Shihua's task panel, Xiangyun found himself unable to act. How could one alter a situation so dire? The thought of the tribulations Qin Shihua would endure as a result of her host's circumstances filled him with sympathy.
System.
What wretched task have you assigned to Qin Shihua? Master, you are well aware. Task issuance is random. I cannot control it. But does this not align with your intention to punish the player Qin Shihua? Mind your tongue. Chastised by the system, Xiangyun's mood soured further. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he swiftly modified Qin Shihua's task panel. Master, this cannot be allowed. It violates the rules of the pure white space. The system doll, peering at Qin Shihua's task panel, paled and expressed concern to its master. ISNT'd against the regulations of the pure white space to open a private player's taskbar or to amend information. Yet I have done all of this. And remember, The rules of the pure white space are dictated by me. Closing the control panel, Xiangyun addressed the system doll, his expression unyielding. Understood, master. I shall venture to the next dimension to find Qin Shuhua. Please ensure you rectify the system's glitches and erase the memories of those who encountered me in the previous dimension. With that, Xiangyun eagerly entered the dimension where Qin Shuhua resided. The pure white space was left with only the system doll. Never had it witnessed such a reckless superior, who would disrupt so many regulations for a female player. As Qin Shuhua journeyed through the dimensional world, she finally opened her taskbar to review her current mission. Host identity, the only daughter of a poor family. Though the family is not affluent, she is deeply cherished. Qin Shuhua nodded. This host identity was not too shabby. Host wish none. What? Upon reaching this point, Qin Shuhua nearly lost her balance and fell into the tunnel.
How could there be no task?
Was it an oversight by the system? Had she known, she would have scrutinized the details more carefully back in the pure white space to identify any loopholes. Suddenly feeling dizzy, when Qin Shuhua opened her eyes again, she found herself in a new dimension. Before her lay a room that, though worn, was meticulously tidy and warm. A spotless wooden table and photographs adorning the walls revealed the care put into the space. When Qin Shuhua attempted to rise, she discovered she was utterly immobilized. She sought to speak, but could only emit muffled cries. Panic surged within her as she thrashed about, only to realize her hands were as small as those of an infant. No, not merely resembling, but indeed the hands of a child. Why am I still a child? A child who cannot care for herself. Qin Shuhua lamented internally, her heart heavy with despair. Just as she began to weep for her plight, the wooden door creaked open. A young woman, devoid of makeup yet strikingly beautiful, entered. In that moment, Qin Shuhua forgot her tears, her gaze riveted upon the stranger. Due to the host being a newborn, no memories had been transferred to her, leaving her in a state of utter bewilderment. In this life, Qin Shuhua is entirely herself, untainted by any past experiences. The woman approaches the crib, gently cradling Qin Shuhua, softly humming a lullaby. Be good, my dear. Mama will sing you a lullaby. No more tears. Upon hearing the woman's words, Qin Shuhua realizes that the woman before her is her mother. Suddenly, a rough voice pierces through the wooden door. The woman holding her visibly beams with joy, promptly responding to the man. The door swings open, revealing a man drenched in sweat, his skin bronzed by the sun. Shuhua,
Come look.
are you happy? The woman waves Qin Shuhua's hand at the man. The weary father, upon seeing his wife and daughter, breaks into a goofy smile. Darling, let me hold our daughter. You've been talking all day. Go wash up before holding the baby. We wouldn't want to disturb our Shuhua. The man, undeterred by her words, feels a pang of disappointment. Sensing his dismay, Qin Shuhua stretches her little arms with all her might and clumsily exclaims, Hug. Hug. Look, dear. Our daughter wants me to hold her. She doesn't mind my dirtiness. The man eagerly scoops his daughter into his arms, joy lighting up his face.
Indeed.
Our daughter doesn't mind you at all. The mother tenderly wipes the father's sweat away, watching lovingly as the father and daughter play together. By the way, I brought a gift for Shuhua. Look, darling, what daddy has for you. The man shakes a cloth doll before Qin Shuhua, his tone brimming with delight. However, at that moment, Qin Shuhua feels a twinge of embarrassment. She has no interest in the doll. Instead, she simply feels a pang of hunger after arriving in this new realm, yet she is at a loss for how to express it.
Dear,
Where did you get that doll? Wasn't your salary due yet? Chapter 51. The issue of food. What? You picked this up? Upon hearing her husband's words, the mother quickly took the cloth doll away, preparing to wash it. Seeing the doll being taken, Qin Shuhua no longer pretended to be cheerful. Her earlier excitement dissipated. The hunger gnawing at her stomach left her feeling somewhat weak. Qin Shuhua attempted to speak, but ended up sounding like a small child, uttering indistinct cries. Little Shuhua, do you want to play with daddy? Qin father, observing the squirming child in his arms, asked with a smile. Up we go. Qin Shuhua was tossed playfully by her father, yet her heart felt overwhelmed. Wah. Honey, why is Shuhua crying? Did you upset her? Upon hearing the cries, the mother hurried out from the inner room. Not at all. We were just having fun. Qin father responded, looking perplexed and innocent. Give her to me. Shuhua must be hungry. Indeed, a mother knows her child best. Upon hearing her mother's words, Qin Shuhua finally ceased her wailing. Little Shuhua, do you want to play with daddy? Qin father, still holding the squirming child, asked cheerfully. Up we go. Qin Shuhua felt overwhelmed again. Wah, wah, wah. Honey, why is Shuhua crying? Did you upset her? The mother rushed out again upon hearing the cries. Not at all. We were just having fun. Qin father maintained his confused innocence. Give her to me. Shuhua must be hungry. Indeed, a mother knows her child best. Hearing her mother's words, Qin Shuhua finally stopped crying. Thinking about the prospect of food, she clapped her tiny hands in joy, only to be taken aback by her mother's next action. Qin mother lifted her dress, revealing her curvaceous figure, and took Qin Shuhua from her husband. Little Shuhua, you are indeed hungry. Go ahead and eat. As Qin Shuhua felt her mother's body drawing closer, she instinctively resisted, yet could not withstand the pressure of her mother's hand. Being a child, she had no choice but to accept this nourishment. As soon as her mother turned to leave, Qin Shuhua discarded the item in her hand and fell into a melancholic reverie. Why is there no task in this realm? Could it be that mysterious man in the pure white space is behind this? Surely not. If it were him, he would devise an extraordinarily challenging task to torment and exact revenge on me. How could there be no task, allowing me to live freely? Qin Shuhua strained her little mind, but could not fathom the reason. Just as she was lost in thought, a delightful aroma of food wafted through. Peering through her crib, she saw her parents dining at the table. I want to eat too. Qin Shuhua wanted to exclaim, but had forgotten how to articulate the words. Like an ordinary child, she stammered as she attempted to speak. Honey, look, little Shuhua is greeting us. Indeed. Rest assured, my dear. I will ensure that you and our daughter live well. I believe in you, but do not overexert yourself. Qin mother, undeterred by Qin father's humble means, encouraged him by serving him food. In her stroller, Qin Shuhua watched her parents with longing as they savored their meal, her mouth watering at the sight. Eventually, she drifted off to sleep, still hearing a young boy greeting her in her dreams. The boy was handsome, with delicate features. Qin Shuhua felt compelled to pinch his cheek. Qin Shuhua, I will come to find you. Until I arrive, you must not play with other children. All right, you are handsome, so I will only play with beautiful people. He. Could it be that she was having a spring dream, thinking of boys at such a tender age? Qin Shuhua shyly turned away, covering her face. But just as she tried to remain still, a sudden movement startled her. She felt a wetness at the bottom of her crib. From her experience, she knew she had wet the bed. Qin Shuhua, how embarrassing. If this gets out, what will the other players think of you? Qin Shuhua sobbed in despair. Qin mother rushed in upon hearing her cries, feeling the bed linens and quickly realizing what had transpired. Shuhua, my dear, do not cry. Mother will change your pants and bedding right away. Once changed, Qin Shuhua felt a sense of relief and smiled, reaching out for her mother's embrace. As soon as Qin mother held her, Qin Shuhua pointed towards the door, indicating her desire to go outside. Oh, little Shuhua wants to play outside. Mother will take you out right away. How delightful. Iya. Qin Shuhua clapped her hands in joy, expressing her excitement and satisfaction. Though she could not speak, her sign language was impeccable. For the first time, Qin Shuhua clearly expressed her wishes. Finally, cradled in her mother's arms, she was taken outside, taking in deep breaths of the fresh air. Living as a baby while possessing the consciousness of an adult was indeed a struggle. Fortunately, both Qin mother and Qin father were exceptionally kind to her. Once outside, Qin Shuhua observed her home environment clearly for the first time. It turned out they lived in a dilapidated tenement building on the second floor. Numerous children scurried about in the corridor, and as she scrutinized them closely, she found none to her liking, shaking her little head in disappointment. The children running about either had runny noses, wore open-crotch pants, or had dirty little feet, playing childish games. At that moment, the door next door swung open, revealing a plump woman holding a tray of candies, her face beaming with smiles. Ah, are you the new neighbors? Qin mother asked with a smile, cradling Qin Shuhua. Yes, Our family just moved in yesterday. We got settled today and came over to introduce ourselves. What should I call you? My husband's surname is Shang. I look older than you, so you can call me Sister Shang. Is this your baby? Oh my, what a lovely little girl. The woman affectionately patted Qin Shuhua's head, her smile warm and inviting. Hearing the woman praise her cuteness, Qin Shuhua responded with a beaming smile. Little Shuhua smiled. Sister Shang, it seems the baby really likes you. Upon hearing Qin mother's words, the plump woman beamed even brighter. Mom, I'm back from school. A boy with a backpack emerged from the stairwell, clad in a clean school uniform and black shoes. Upon seeing him, Qin Shuhua's eyes brightened. She flailed her arms energetically, yearning to escape her mother's grasp. Mom, this is my son, Shang Yun. From now on, he can play with little Shuhua. Shang mother, as if sensing Qin Shuhua's thoughts, pulled her son closer and suggested to Qin mother. Sounds good, Sister Shang. Little Shuhua, do you like this big brother? Qin Shuhua nodded vigorously, stretching her arms, wanting Shang Yun to hold her. Annie, may I hold my little sister? Shang Yun asked Qin mother eagerly. Son, you're still small. You might not be able to hold her. What if you drop her? I can. Seeing Shang Yun's hopeful expression, Qin mother smiled and carefully placed Qin Shuhua into his arms, still ready to support and protect her. Shang Yun gazed at the Qin Shuhua in his arms and couldn't help but smile. Originally, the intention was to grow up alongside Qin Shuhua, but by the time he arrived in this realm, she was still slumbering in the previous one. After much effort in awakening her and bringing her here, an age gap inadvertently formed between them. However, this arrangement was not without its advantages. Being a few years older than Qin Shuhua granted him the opportunity to protect her. In his heart, Shang Yun felt a surge of satisfaction, for how could the young Qin Shuhua bully him as she did in the pure white space? He still bore the pain of that humiliation. Brother, brother. At that moment, Qin Shuhua gazed at young Shang Yun with adoration, babbling for a while before finally uttering those two words. Lil Shuhua, you can speak. Sister Shang, did you hear? My daughter has learned to speak so early.
Indeed.
It appears she truly adores our Shang Yun. She even calls him brother. The two adults were caught up in their joy when suddenly, a stream of liquid trickled down Shang Yun's school uniform trousers. Shang Yun was momentarily stunned, and both Shang Mama and Qin Mama were equally taken aback. Only Qin Shuhua, the instigator, wore an awkward smile. Oh, dear, Sister Shang, I apologize. My Shuhua has soiled your son's trousers. Realizing what had happened, Qin Mama quickly scooped up her mischievous daughter from Shang Yun's embrace. Qin Shuhua. Shang Yun gritted his teeth, enunciating each syllable of her name with determination. Seeing Shang Yun's irritation, Qin Shuhua felt no fear. Instead, she responded with an embarrassed smile. Thus concluded their first date with an unfortunate accident. After changing into clean trousers, Qin Shuhua remained undeterred, crossing her legs and daydreaming about when she might meet the charming boy again. As she fidgeted, a strawberry candy fell from her pocket. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly pressed her body down, searching for her mother's figure. If discovered, her mother would undoubtedly confiscate the treat, claiming that children should not consume candy. The sweet gift from Shang Mama had already been hidden away by her own mother. Spotting her mother in the kitchen, Qin Shuhua clumsily unwrapped the candy with her small hands and popped it into her mouth. The strawberry-flavored candy melted sweetly, finally alleviating her sorrow from the relentless days of consuming breast milk. Chapter 52. Attending kindergarten. However, how did this piece of candy find its way into her little pocket? Qin Shuhua recalled the charming little boy, Shang Yun, who had just embraced her. It was inconceivable that her mother or Aunt Shang would give her candy. It must have been bestowed upon her by the handsome young lad. The combination of confectionery and the allure of youthful attraction made the candy taste even sweeter in her mouth. It seemed that this charming boy had a fondness for her as well, a secret that must remain hidden from her mother, lest she extinguish the budding flame of their innocent affection. Unbeknownst to Qin Mama, who was busy cooking in the kitchen, her daughter was lost in such thoughts. Not wanting to be subjected to her immature father's antics of spinning her around, Qin Shuhua quickly attempted to conceal her small frame.
Indeed.
As soon as her father entered the room, he sought her out. Little Shuhua, are you missing Daddy? He exclaimed. Let us play flying. With that, Qin Papa hoisted Qin Shuhua onto his shoulders and dashed around the cramped living room. As she swayed precariously, dodging potential obstacles, Qin Shuhua mused on her mother's carefree trust in her father to entertain her. By the way, dear, our little Shuhua has suddenly learned to speak today. Qin Mama chimed in. What? Really? My daughter can talk now. Qin Papa exclaimed, excitement illuminating his face as he lifted Qin Shuhua down to embrace her joyfully. Why would I deceive you? Guess what the first word our baby learned to call out is? Qin Mama teased. What else could it be? My darling Shirley called out Daddy first. Qin Papa replied confidently, directing his gaze at Qin Shuhua. Kissing her cheeks affectionately, his stubbly beard made her squirm. Haha, you guessed wrong. The first word little Shuhua uttered was calling the boy next door brother. Qin Mama teased, observing her husband's self-importance. What? The first man my daughter calls is someone else? Qin Papa glared at his daughter, who turned her head sheepishly. Was Daddy feeling jealous? Grasping the crib railing, Qin Shuhua watched her father's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of exasperation. If only she had called out to him first. Dear, are you jealous? It's just a little boy. Qin Mama laughed, attempting to soothe her husband's pride. You're acting more childish than our little Shuhua. Which little rascal is this? I'll make sure to have a word with him tomorrow. Qin Papa declared, indignant. Upon hearing her father's intent to scold the little boy, Qin Shuhua felt a surge of urgency, wanting to prevent the confrontation. Dear, you can't just go scolding him. You'll need to apologize to the boy tomorrow. Our daughter accidentally soaked him. What? My daughter is so brave, ha. Serves him right. He's just a child, and yet he dares to tease my little girl. Qin Papa burst into laughter at the thought of his daughter's innocent mischief. Embarrassed, Qin Shuhua covered her face with her hands. How could her father be so ridiculous? Couldn't he behave differently? Sweetheart, you should eat now. I'll go feed the baby. Go ahead, don't let my precious daughter go hungry. I'll wait for you to join me. Before Qin Shuhua could protest, she was pressed against her mother's chest, tears brimming in her eyes as she suckled. When would she grow up and be able to enjoy adult meals? It seemed imperative that she quickly learn to express her needs. A month passed, with Qin Shuhua spending her days in the crib, the world of infancy feeling exceedingly small and confining. Fortunately, Qin Papa had commissioned a carpenter to craft a walking cart for her, surrounded by protective barriers, allowing her some mobility. She could now maneuver by turning her body and flailing her legs, bringing her immense joy and a newfound appreciation for her father's efforts. Oh. Little Shuhua is out to play. Qin Shuhua spotted Shang Mama approaching with a bowl, eagerly searching for the presence of the charming boy. Shang Yun, come out for dinner. Your sister Shuhua is looking for you. Understanding the cue, Shang Mama called for her son. As soon as he heard that Qin Shuhua awaited him, Shang Yun rushed out, delighted to see her in her walking cart, and began to play with her. Shang Mama set up a small table and placed Shang Yun's bowl atop it. Son, hurry and eat your meal before playing with your sister. Mom, I'm not hungry right now. I want to play with my sister first. Yay, eat. Qin Shuhua eagerly nodded, seeing Shang Yun's smile. Mom, I suddenly feel hungry. Please put it on the table. I'll be there shortly. You're such a peculiar child, wanting to eat one moment and not the next. You're going to tire your mother out. Once Shang Mama left, Shang Yun pushed Qin Shuhua's cart to the dining table and carefully fed her porridge with his little spoon. After months in this new realm, she finally tasted food beyond breast milk, nearly bringing her to tears. The two little ones shared the bowl, taking turns savoring the warm porridge. Did you finish all the food in your bowl? Shang Mama, astonished, found it empty upon her return. Her son, known for his picky eating, had consumed every last morsel today. Yes, it was delicious. Shang Yun calmly affirmed, nodding at his mother. Qin Shuhua discreetly licked the grains of rice from the corners of her mouth, quickly erasing any evidence. Hearing her son praise her cooking, Shang Mama hummed joyfully as she cleaned the table. Qin Shuhua, my cooking isn't that great. Once I'm taller and can reach the stove, I'll prepare delicious meals for you every day, all right? Hearing Shang Yun's words, Qin Shuhua nodded obediently. Thus, each day, Shang Yun would request his mother to prepare liquid meals, allowing him to secretly feed his toothless companion. After school, he would patiently teach Qin Shuhua to speak. And with his encouragement and her prior experiences, she learned to talk and walk ahead of her peers. However, whenever Xiang Yun went to school, there was no one to play with Qin Shuhua, leading to her next declaration. Mom, Dad, I want to go to elementary school with Brother Xiang Yun. Qin Papa and Qin Mama exchanged amused glances over their meal. Silly child, you aren't even old enough for kindergarten yet. What do you mean by elementary school? Qin Shuhua, your mother is correct. Don't worry. When you grow up, you'll attend the same elementary school as Brother Xiang Yun. Qin Papa comforted her, stroking her head. Father certainly knows how to soothe children. By the time I start elementary school, Brother Xiang Yun will likely be in middle school. We want to be in the same class. Qin Shuhua pondered, realizing she needed to expedite her education. She resolved to leap ahead, believing that even if she couldn't be in the same grade as Xiang Yun, they might still attend the same school. Mom, Dad, I want to go to kindergarten. Please register me tomorrow. Upon hearing that her parents disapproved of her direct admission to elementary school, Qin Shuhua had no choice but to change her strategy. Qin's father and mother exchanged glances, communicating silently. Since our child desires to attend school, perhaps we should enroll her, suggested Qin's mother, her heart aching as she glanced at their daughter. No, our precious Shuhua is still so young. What if she is bullied at kindergarten? Then I will hit them. Qin Shuhua instinctively replied to her father's words, her small fists clenched in a comical display that made her parents chuckle. Very well, Qin Shuhua. I will register you before I leave for work tomorrow, all right? Yes. Overjoyed by her father's agreement, Qin Shuhua stood on her chair, exuberantly shouting with excitement. After dinner, she seized the moment when her father opened the door to leave for work and dashed out. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Shuhua joyfully knocked on the door of the Shang family. Recognizing the sound, Xiang Yun immediately deduced that it was Qin Shuhua, as only she would knock so vigorously. Qin Shuhua, what's the matter? Brother Xiang Yun, I'm going to school tomorrow. Xiang Yun looked down at the petite figure of Qin Shuhua at the doorstep, puzzled. You're going to school?
Kindergarten, right?
Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhua felt insulted, perceiving Xiang Yun's words as a mockery of her intelligence. Humph. One day, I will attend elementary school with you, Brother Xiang Yun, Qin Shuhua declared, glaring at him.
Oh.
As the door swung shut against her, Qin Shuhua stared at the closed door, momentarily stunned, before bursting into tears of frustration. Chapter 53. The little crybaby determined to attend school with him, she sought her parents' approval, and upon receiving it, she dashed to inform him first. However, Xiang Yun playfully mocked her for being in kindergarten and closed the door on her. The more Qin Shuhua pondered this, the more aggrieved she felt, and soon she burst into tears. When Xiang Yun opened the door again, he was met with the sight of Qin Shuhua sobbing uncontrollably. What's wrong, Qin Shuhua? He asked. Brother Xiang Yun, why did you close the door? Are you ashamed that I'm in kindergarten? Of course not. I went inside to fetch something for you. Please don't cry, look. Xiang Yun helplessly patted her head. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shuhua lifted her tear-streaked face to see that Xiang Yun was holding a bundle of items, a doll, notebooks, pencils, erasers, and on top, a small backpack featuring the armor warrior. Where did you get all these things, Shuhua? Qin Mama exclaimed, surprised at the towering pile of stationery in her daughter's arms. Brother Xiang Yun gave them to me. Tomorrow, I want to take this to school, Qin Shuhua declared, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qin Mama's expression twitched as she glanced at the black backpack adorned with the armor warrior. After a moment, she composed herself. Sweetheart, that's a boy's backpack. How about I buy you a lovely princess one tomorrow?
No.
Shuhua only wants this one. She had no interest in a Barbie princess. The cool black style suited her perfectly, especially since it was a gift from the handsome boy. Perhaps soon, she could dominate the kindergarten, becoming its little queen. Tucking away all the items Xiang Yun had given her into the backpack, she carefully hid it under her pillow before drifting off to sleep. The following morning, upon hearing the sound of Xiang Yun's school bus, Qin Shuhua sprang out of bed. Mama, I'm going to school. In the kitchen, where Qin Mama was preparing breakfast, she chuckled as she ruffled her daughter's hair. Silly child, you still have plenty of time before you start kindergarten. Go back to sleep for a little while longer, and I'll wake you up shortly. Yet, unable to sit quietly, little Qin Shuhua rushed to the kitchen, tugging at her mother's clothes.
Mama,
I want to go to kindergarten. Just a little longer, dear. Mama, kindergarten.
All right.
After much persistence from Qin Shuhua, Qin Mama finally relented, setting down her knife. On the way, seeing her daughter strut ahead with the armor warrior backpack, Qin Mama restrained herself from snatching it away. Despite the curious glances from other little girls sporting pink backpacks and braids. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, both Qin Shuhua and her mother were intercepted by a teacher. Hello.
Ma'am.
We're in session now. You cannot enter. Good morning, teacher. We are here to register today. This is my daughter, Qin Shuhua. With a smile, Qin Mama nudged her daughter forward for the introduction. The teacher adjusted her glasses, looking surprised at the little girl gazing up at her.
Mom.
Your child is still quite young. Perhaps wait a few more years before attending kindergarten? No, my child may be small, but she is clever and well-behaved. She learned to speak and walk much earlier than other children. Please let her have a try. Seeing the teacher's reluctance, Qin Shuhua tugged at the teacher's sleeve, employing her most endearing tactics. Pretty teacher, I'm really obedient. I want to go to kindergarten. With a sweet smile and a tone that even surprised herself, she pleaded. Hearing Qin Shuhua refer to her as pretty teacher, the teacher, a middle-aged woman with freckles, felt her heart melt. Oh, little darling, your name is Qin Shuhua, right? The teacher squatted down to engage with her, unable to resist pinching her cheeks. Qin Shuhua suppressed her urge to protest and allowed the teacher to fuss over her, nodding obediently. After a moment of contemplation, the freckled teacher clapped her hands decisively. All right, I'll make an exception today. Qin Shuhua can attend as an observer. Really? My child can go to school. Qin Mama exclaimed, shaking the teacher's hand gratefully. Finally, she was able to send her little troublemaker off. Thank you, pretty teacher. Qin Shuhua chirped, eliciting another affectionate ruffle of her hair from the teacher. Now, Qin Shuhua, you can head into the classroom over there. I'll join you shortly. Without a second glance, Qin Shuhua scampered into the classroom, oblivious to her mother, who stood behind with tear-filled eyes, waving a hand. Usually, when children first arrive at kindergarten, they tend to be somewhat unsettled and cling to their mothers while crying. Your little Shuhua is truly brave, the teacher remarked. Qin Mama wiped her tears and nodded in acknowledgement. The freckled teacher felt a bit awkward witnessing this, as typically it was the children who cried while the adults encouraged them to be brave and then left. Today, however, the roles were reversed. Meanwhile, Qin Shuhua found a spot by the window, farthest from any sniffly children. In high spirits, she glanced outside, eager to see Shang Yun when he came to pick her up. She pulled out the paintbrush and notebook he had gifted her, ready to pass the time with some drawing. However, as she began to draw, she heard muffled sobs behind her. Dismissing it at first, she continued until the noise became too distracting. Annoyed, she turned around to address the rude little child behind her. To her surprise, she found a girl with princess braids, clad in a pink tulle dress, trembling and crying softly. Trying to suppress her tears, the girl's flushed face was a sight that only added to Qin Shuhua's irritation. Hey, little brat, why are you crying? Don't you know this is a public place? No loud noises allowed, she scolded. Sorry, I miss my mom, the girl whimpered. Startled into silence by Qin Shuhua's fierce tone, her eyes wide and sorrowful. Seeing the girl's pitiful expression softened Qin Shuhua's heart, and she turned away. But the moment she did, the girl's suppressed sobs resumed. What do you want, little girl? Qin Shuhua exclaimed, frustrated, as she stood up and climbed onto her chair for added height. Miss, why hasn't my mom come to pick me up? Will she come? The girl, despite being older than Qin Shuhua, referred to her as Miss. Without thinking, Qin Shuhua replied honestly, unaware that her words would lead to chaos. Oh, I want my mommy. She promised she would come for me. The girl wailed, bursting into tears. Once the girl began to cry, it triggered a chain reaction. And soon the second and third children joined in. Within moments, the entire class, except for Qin Shuhua, was wailing for their mothers. Qin Shuhua felt embarrassed, her head pounding as she surveyed the scene of chaos. It seemed she needed to make a quick escape. When the freckled teacher entered, the sight that greeted her was one of utter pandemonium. The entire class of children was in tears, except for the newly arrived girl. Qin Shuhua, what has happened to them? Before teacher Ma Zi could finish her sentence, Qin Shuhua realized her own sense of alienation. If the teacher discovered that she was the reason behind her classmates' tears, would she be barred from attending kindergarten again? Thus, she joined in the sobbing wah. I want my mommy too, beautiful teacher, wah. Cleverly, Qin Shuhua mimicked the other children's cries. Observing the sudden tears from Qin Shuhua, teacher Ma Zi thought to herself, this child is merely slow to react. It had been quite some time since Qin's mother had left, and only now did she grasp that her mother was not by her side. Indeed, at such a tender age, she still had much to learn. Had Qin Shuhua known the teacher's thoughts at that moment, she would have surely laughed uncontrollably. With her wealth of experience, teacher Ma Zi quickly calmed the children with some cookies, and soon the tears ceased. As Qin Shuhua gazed at the cookie allocated to her, she mused on how easily children could be deceived. Just as she was about to indulge, she felt a twinge of remorse for the little girl behind her. Had it not been for her candid remarks, perhaps the girl would not have cried. Here, I'll share my cookie with you, Qin Shuhua declared gallantly, turning to offer half of her cookie. Thank you, sister, the girl said, her tear-stained face breaking into a muffled smile as she bit into the cookie. From that moment on, Qin Shuhua had a little follower in kindergarten. The other children found Qin Shuhua too young, while she deemed them too childish, resulting in a day where no one spoke to her, and no one wished to sit at her table. The lessons in kindergarten consisted of sitting up straight, nursery rhymes recited behind their hands, which left Qin Shuhua feeling drowsy. Nevertheless, she refrained from crying or causing a ruckus, and her sweet demeanor pleased teacher Ma Zi immensely. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the school bell rang, and Qin Shuhua eagerly dashed outside. Chapter 54. Sulking at the entrance of the kindergarten. A throng of parents awaited their little ones, and Qin Shuhua diligently sought out the figure of her brother, Shang Yun, amidst the crowd. The teacher only opened the door a crack, calling out names one by one, reminiscent of a hostage exchange. Sitting on the slide, savoring her candy, Qin Shuhua's mind wandered, envisioning the grand arrival of Shang Yun to fetch her. Upon hearing the teacher's call, Qin Shuhua smiled, pondering who would name their child Guogua, finding it rather quaint. To her surprise, the girl who emerged was her desk mate, dressed in a pink princess gown. So the little crybaby was named Guogua. Just as she was reflecting, Guogua turned and waved at her. With no one else around, Qin Shuhua graciously reciprocated the gesture. The girl seemed about to say something, but was whisked away by a woman at the entrance. Watching as the little crybaby was taken away, Qin Shuhua felt a twinge of anxiety. Where was her brother? Shangyan? As she grumbled, her name was suddenly called by the teacher, and in a flurry of excitement, she dashed forward. Shang-yun, she exclaimed, but upon getting closer, her heart sank in disappointment. Surprise. My daughter, I specifically left work early to pick you up, her father announced, clapping enthusiastically. Qin Shuhua gazed at her father expressionlessly, unwilling to speak. Why wasn't he Shang-yun the one to come for her? She sulked silently. The next morning, Qin Shuhua felt as if she were swaying on a boat, with someone continuously calling her name. Qin Shuhua, wake up. It's time for kindergarten. Qin Shuhua, you're late. If you don't get up, you'll be spanked. Amidst the barrage of words, Qin Shuhua reluctantly opened her eyes. It was her mother shaking her awake. No wonder she felt a bit dizzy. You finally woke up. You got up so early on your first day of school, and today you can't manage? Indeed. The novelty of school had worn off. As her mother complained, she deftly dressed her daughter. Fortunately, the kindergarten was nearby, and despite their hurried pace, they arrived on time. Good morning, little Qin Shuhua, greeted the teacher warmly at the entrance. Good morning, beautiful teacher. Qin Shuhua's mother handed her daughter's hand to the teacher and stood at the entrance, watching as her daughter was led inside. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and she instinctively waved, wishing to say goodbye. Mom, goodbye. Shuhua will miss you. Just as Qin's mother watched her daughter stride into the classroom, she noticed Qin Shuhua halt. She turned, waved goodbye, and made a heart shape with her hands. Seeing her daughter's gesture made Qin's mother smile through her tears. Originally, she had chosen a seat by the window to catch a glimpse of Shang-yun. However, Qin Shuhua had no such intentions now. Upon entering the classroom, she laid her head on the desk. Before long, she felt a gentle poke on her back. Without a second thought, she knew it must be the little crybaby. Just as she was about to turn and scold her to leave her be, she caught sight of half a cream bun. "What are you doing? Are you going to smear cream on my clothes?" Qin Shuhua asked, eyeing the innocent-looking girl behind her with confusion. "I am not," the girl stammered, seemingly on the verge of tears, shaking her head vigorously. Seeing the girl's reaction, Qin Shuhua began to doubt herself. Had she really been that fierce? "Then what do you mean? Are you trying to bribe me to be your big sister?" The girl remained silent, merely continuing to offer her the bun. Qin Shuhua took a bite of the bread and continued to speculate. "Qin Shuhua, what does bribery mean? And why do you want me to call you big brother? Aren't you the big sister?" The rosy-cheeked little girl asked timidly. "Bribery is... Never mind. You wouldn't understand, you little brat. Do you want to be friends?" Having entered this realm, although her parents treated her well, their poverty meant she had never tasted such delicious bread. Observing the little crybaby's attire, which resembled that of a wealthy child, Qin Shuhua thought perhaps befriending her to enjoy some treats wouldn't be so bad. "Yes, I want to be friends with you, Shuhua." The girl nodded enthusiastically, oblivious to Qin Shuhua's internal thoughts. "Do you have more?" Qin Shuhua asked after finishing the bun, extending her hand. The girl unzipped her backpack and spilled all her snacks onto the table. Qin Shuhua was taken aback, drawing the attention of nearby children. "What are you staring at? These aren't yours. I'll hit you. Do you understand what it means to keep wealth hidden? Don't display your snacks like that. They will steal them. Unless it's me," she added silently in her heart. "Qin Shuhua, you're so nice." The little girl looked at her with admiration, even offering her a lollipop. Feeling a pang of guilt for deceiving the innocent girl, Qin Shuhua decided to look out for her from then on, considering the snacks as a form of protection money. "By the way, little crybaby, is your name Guogua? Like the little black bug?" Qin Shuhua asked casually, only to see the girl's expression shift from joy to despair.
Wah!
"I'm not Guogua. I'm not a black bug. I'm not crying.
Wah!
Mommy." "Oh no, Guogua, please don't cry. I heard others call you that," Qin Shuhua exclaimed, feeling helpless as the girl wailed before her. The teacher, hearing the commotion, rushed over. "Teacher, Qin Shuhua bullied Guogua, stole her candy, and called her a black bug." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhua learned that the little crybaby's name was actually Guogua, not the name she had assumed. Finally, when class ended, Qin Shuhua was about to leave when she spotted Xiangyun waving energetically from a tree outside. "Qin Shuhua, hurry up. Your mother is here to pick you up." Due to the previous day's events, Qin's mother had arrived early at the kindergarten. "Qin Shuhua, goodbye. My mom hasn't come to pick me up yet." Guogua pouted, looking pitifully at Qin Shuhua. "Don't worry, Guogua, your mom will be here soon. I'm leaving now."
Goodbye.
This time, Qin Shuhua refrained from saying anything hurtful, pinching Guogua's cheek playfully before running off to her mother. "Goodbye, beautiful teacher." Qin's mother took her hand as they exited the kindergarten. "Did you make good friends today, little Shuhua?" Qin's mother asked curiously, having witnessed the earlier scene. Considering that the only other child in her tenement was the neighbor's son, Qin Shuhua had never paid much attention to anyone else. "Yes, her name is Guogua, and she's a crybaby," Qin Shuhua replied absent-mindedly, glancing back at the big tree by the kindergarten entrance, where Xiangyun's figure had vanished. Had she truly misperceived the scene in the classroom? Surely not, for Xiangyun had even waved at her. Qin Shuhua glanced back at the towering tree, yet still failed to locate the individual she yearned to see. Over the subsequent days, as the school day drew to a close, she repeatedly spotted Xiangyun perched on the tree from her window. However, whenever she ventured outside to seek him after being picked up by her mother, he was nowhere to be found. How could he have scolded her so unjustly before? Qin Shuhua fumed silently. On this particular day, as the end of school approached, she once again turned to glimpse Xiangyun amidst the branches that towered above the wall. "Qin Shuhua, why are you always gazing out the window? Is there something amusing to see?" Tane Guogua, having observed her countless times in this position, approached her. "Wow, there's someone in the tree?" After a brief search, Tane Guogua gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Seeing Tane Guogua's reaction, Qin Shuhua became increasingly convinced that this was no mere figment of her imagination. "Qin Shuhua, look. He is waving at us." That boy is quite remarkable, Tang Guogua exclaimed, tugging at Qin Shuhua's sleeve as she too waved back. Stop it, you little crybaby. Don't pull me along. Well, he is my friend, but he upset me, so we ought to ignore him. You must not wave either. What? But if that boy sees us ignoring him, how heartbroken he would feel. Qin Shuhua, he seems so pitiful. Tang Guogua's expression shifted to one of impending tears, as if Qin Shuhua were the one neglecting her. Witnessing Tang Guogua's distress unexpectedly tugged at Qin Shuhua's heart. Would Xiangyun truly be saddened by her indifference? Qin Shuhua, your mother is once again the first to pick you up, called out a fellow student enviously from the entrance. In that instant, Qin Shuhua no longer wished to sulk with Xiangyun. She resolved to seek him out. Thus, she hastily stuffed her belongings into her backpack, preparing to dash outside. Chapter 55. Supervised Learning. Qin Shuhua, will you forgive him? Bursting out of the school gates, Qin Shuhua sprinted towards the large tree. However, the figure of Xiangyun had already vanished from the branches. In a hurry, Qin Shuhua scanned her surroundings and finally caught a fleeting glimpse of Xiangyun's silhouette at the end of the street corner. Qin Shuhua, why did you suddenly run off? Even your mother couldn't catch up with you, gasped Mama Qin, who had hurried after her. Grasping her mother's hand, Qin Shuhua headed home, realizing she would need to reconcile with Xiangyun tonight. Upon returning home, Qin Shuhua kept glancing outside, but Xiangyun's figure remained elusive. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening next door caught her attention, and she joyfully dashed outside. Xiangyun, you little rascal, skipping class at such a young age. You're driving me mad, Mama Xiang scolded, tugging at Xiangyun's ear. Upon seeing Qin Shuhua emerge, Xiangyun managed to muster a forced smile. Xiangyun, confess where you ran off to during class, Mama Xiang demanded, but Xiangyun stubbornly remained silent, inciting her to smack his backside. Godmother, please don't hit Xiangyun. I beg you. Though Qin Shuhua was unaware of the specifics, she felt a connection to the situation. Shuhua, step aside. Your brother Xiangyun deserves a punishment for his misdeeds. Be a good girl, he'll be fine. Just move aside, all right? Both Mama Xiang and Xiangyun urged her. Yet how could Qin Shuhua leave? The moment she did, her godmother would surely resume the punishment on her brother. Whoa, don't hit Xiangyun. Thus, Qin Shuhua resorted to her ultimate tactic, one she had learned from other children. Crying would soften the hearts of adults. Xiangyun, your father has abandoned us. I, a single woman, have painstakingly raised you, hoping you would study hard and achieve greatness, yet you have brought your mother nothing but disappointment. Suddenly, Mama Xiang, who had been scolding moments ago, began to weep, revealing a vulnerability never before seen in her fierce demeanor. Having said her piece, the proud Mama Xiang turned and retreated into the house. Xiangyun, did you skip class to come see me at kindergarten? No. Xiangyun's denial only solidified Qin Shuhua's suspicions. She had previously insisted on Xiangyun picking her up from school, forgetting that kindergarten ended much earlier and that he was still in class at that time. Yet having seen him every day after school recently, coupled with what Mama Xiang had just said, she began to piece together the puzzle. Qin Shuhua, I apologize for what happened last time. I promise I will pick you up on time from now on. But what about your classes? There's no but. I won't deceive you again. Nor will I make you wait for me so long. So, Qin Shuhua, could you please not make me wait so long either? As Xiangyun spoke, an inexplicable sadness lingered in his tone. Yet, Qin Shuhua failed to comprehend why, as she could not recall making him wait at all. She opened her mouth to inquire, but was met with the depths of Xiangyun's sorrowful gaze, and she hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing her question. Seeing Qin Shuhua devoid of the icy demeanor she once had, Xiangyun couldn't help but embrace her, hoping it would prevent her from running away or uttering harsh words. Xiangyun, you, don't move. Hearing Xiangyun's weary voice, Qin Shuhua chose not to pull away, but instead comforted him by patting his back. Following this incident, Qin Shuhua and Xiangyun reached a semblance of reconciliation, agreeing to attend school together. Thus, Qin Shuhua became preoccupied with thoughts of advancing a grade to swiftly enter elementary school. Every afternoon, Xiangyun would still greet her from the tree by the kindergarten gate until he saw her safely depart with her parents, allowing him to leave in peace. Mama Xiang, now less furious about Xiang Yun's truancy, had more pressing matters to contend with. In the ensuing years, the child once hailed as a prodigy inexplicably began to struggle academically, repeating grades without limit. By 5th grade, he had not progressed at all, despite the numerous tutors Mama Xiang engaged. Xiang Yun's performance remained at the bottom of his class. In contrast, Qin Shuhua next door exhibited keen intelligence and diligence, swiftly advancing several grades after leaving kindergarten a year early, ultimately reaching the 3rd grade. Thus, the entire apartment building became aware of the prodigy, Qin Shuhua. Yet, this gifted child seldom mingled with others, preferring the company of the repeating student, as was the case now. "Xiang Yun, can we play for a bit before studying?" Qin Shuhua pleaded, her head resting on the table as she gazed at Xiang Yun, who had been diligently tutoring her all morning.
No.
"But we've been studying all morning. We should take a break now." Xiang Yun, checking Qin Shuhua's homework, glanced at her with exasperation. "Qin Shuhua, I've been the one studying all morning. You've snacked 5 times, drank water 8 times, gone to the bathroom 3 times, and even sneaked off to watch cartoons for 20 minutes. Upon hearing Xiang Yun enumerate her transgressions, Qin Shuhua's charming smile faltered. "Seriously? How does he know everything I did?" he asked like a hawk. She inwardly complained. "If I were that observant, I wouldn't tolerate you sleeping until 8 in the morning or allow you to chatter incessantly. Your spoken words exceed the words you write." "Really, Xiang Yun? How can you hear my thoughts? I've told you, I know your every little secret better than you do. How terrifying. This is so creepy." "Qin Shuhua, are you still cursing me?" No. I'll get to work right now." With tears in her heart, Qin Shuhua hurriedly buried her head in her arms, reciting the assigned text. Suddenly, a mischievous idea struck her. "Xiang Yun, how about we make a bet? If I win, you must grant me a favor." Qin Shuhua's eyes sparkled with mischief as she awaited his response. "What shall we bet on? What if you lose?" Seeing the eager expression on the little girl's face, Xiang Yun found it hard to refuse. "Let's wager on whether I can recite this text. I'm a prodigy with an excellent memory. How could I lose to a repeating student? Qin Shuhua, be aware that the text is quite lengthy and you haven't studied it yet," Xiang Yun warned, glancing at the text she indicated. "No problem, Xiang Yun. Just say you agree." Seeing her confidence, Xiang Yun felt curious about her plan and hesitantly nodded. "Qin Shuhua, I'll give you half an hour to prepare." "No need. I can glance at it once and be ready." Qin Shuhua quickly skimmed the textbook and confidently tossed it back to Xiang Yun. "Is this enough?" Qin Shuhua nodded, secretly plotting something in her mind. Xiang Yun, the Navi brother, had no idea she was not from this realm. He would soon find out how she would outsmart him. Activating Intelligence Brain System Inquiry, 5th grade textbook, opening page 88, as the intelligence system projected the text clearly into the air, Qin Shuhua's smile widened with delight. These phantoms are visible solely to the players themselves. Characters of a higher realm, like Brother Xiang Yun, remain blissfully unaware of their own deceit. Qin Shuhua gazed at the words suspended in the air, slowly articulating them. Xiang Yun, with a scowl, observed the translucent screen between himself and Qin Shuhua. Realizing this was her cunning scheme. It must be noted that the intelligent brain serves as the core system of the entire pure white space, renowned for its formidable functions, adept defensive capabilities, and excellent defensive mechanisms. The individual who created the intelligent brain had invested considerable effort into its development. It had always been his pride and joy within the pure white space. Yet now it was being employed by some woman to cheat her way through reciting texts. It seemed he had indulged her too much. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Xiang Yun regretted granting Qin Shuhua unrestricted access to the intelligent brain. Observing Qin Shuhua still immersed in her recitation, Xiang Yun deftly altered the text displayed on the screen. In the time of the Qin, the moon shone. At the Han, the gates did stand. A tome, full of affection, like an old friend. The painted brows, varying shades, timelessly fade away. A solitary white cloud drifts leisurely, yearning for the spring month of March. Hearing Qin Shuhua recite without a hint of awareness, Xiang Yun struggled to suppress his laughter. "Wait, wasn't I reciting a prose piece? Why has it transformed into poetry?" Suddenly, Qin Shuhua sensed something amiss and halted, casting a puzzled glance at Xiangyun. Ha ha ha, you're doing splendidly. Xiangyun exclaimed, Qin Shuhua, my dear, it seems you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Upon realizing something was indeed off, Qin Shuhua could no longer hold back her curiosity. Brother Xiangyun, what are you laughing at? Why am I the one being called foolish? In the time of the Qin, the moon shone. At the Han, the gates. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Shuhua, and she connected the first characters of each line she had just recited, revealing an acrostic poem. Together, they spelled out Qin Shuhua is foolish. Qin Shuhua, what system is this? Could it possibly be your cheating system? She blurted out instinctively, only to hastily cover her tracks upon hearing Xiangyun's inquiry. Brother Xiangyun, I did not mean that. I meant, my memory system must have malfunctioned, causing the mix-up. Yes. That's it. Chapter 56. Long time no see. Oh, is that so? Qin Shuhua, I never expected you to be quite proficient in poetry. Upon hearing Xiangyun's teasing remark, Qin Shuhua could only manage an awkward smile, as she felt neither justified nor confident in her response. Cough, cough, Qin Shuhua. Will you continue reciting? Noticing her embarrassment, Xiangyun chose not to press further, clearing his throat and inquiring with a smile. Smart brain activated. Refreshing screen content. Qin Shuhua once more engaged with the device, fervently hoping for the smart brain to return to normal. The content from the textbook reappeared. But just as she was about to resume her recitation, the screen displayed a new message, warning to player Qin Shuhua. While betting is important, integrity is paramount. Staring at the words on the panel, Qin Shuhua was taken aback. It turned out that the source of her earlier embarrassment was not a glitch, but rather the system's deliberate trickery. How could it deceive me like this, wretched system? In the pristine white space, the system doll malfunctioned repeatedly, pondering which player was berating it, completely unaware that it had inadvertently taken the blame for Xiangyun. After venting her frustration at the system, Qin Shuhua glanced up at the mischievous grin on Xiangyun's face and surrendered. Brother Xiangyun, I won't recite anymore. Just consider that I never said it. I will study now. Seeing her quick wit and adaptability, Xiangyun chuckled helplessly. Finally, during the fourth attempt, Xiangyun intentionally answered all questions incorrectly during the exam. And after Qin Shuhua exerted herself to advance a grade, they became classmates. On the day of registration, Qin Mama and Qin Papa woke Qin Shuhua early, exclaiming that their daughter had achieved first place in the exam and that they could not fall behind in the registration process. Dear, hurry up. Our Shuhua is truly remarkable. Today, we will accompany her to register. Indeed, you mustn't forget who she takes after. My wife is truly impressive. Give her a kiss. Qin Shuhua, the bystander, watched in silence as her parents displayed their affection, bemused that they seemed more excited than she was about her starting school. Click. The door next door swung open. Brother Xiangyun, are you heading out too? Hearing the commotion, Qin Shuhua eagerly disentangled herself from her parents to rush over. Just as she was about to call out to Xiangyun, she was interrupted by Xiang Mama's voice. Xiangyun, hurry up. Since it's early and no one is around, I'll quickly get you registered to avoid embarrassment in front of the neighbors. As always, Xiang Mama lowered her voice, but upon stepping outside, she encountered Qin Shuhua's family. What was usually a cordial relationship between the two families suddenly turned awkward. Oh, Sister Xiang, you are also accompanying your child to register? What a coincidence. Qin Mama was the first to break the silence. Yes, Xiangyun's mother. Why don't we go together? Perhaps the two children will end up in the same class. Xiang Mama was about to agree when Qin Papa's comment stifled her smile. Honey, can you not speak? If you can't, then be quiet and step aside. Seeing this, Qin Mama discreetly pinched her husband's arm, whispering in a manner only they could hear, Sister Xiang, my husband can be quite clueless. Please don't take offense. Let's walk together. Qin Mama linked arms with Xiang Mama, attempting to ease the tension. Upon hearing her words, Xiang Mama felt she could not lose her temper, as Qin Papa had merely spoken the truth. Brother Xiangyun. Seeing Xiangyun emerge from his house, Qin Shuhua rushed forward to greet him. Finally, she could be in the same grade as Xiangyun, though she was uncertain if they would be in the same class. Qin Shuhua, don't worry. We will definitely be in the same class, Xiangyun reassured her, noticing her anxiety. Upon hearing this, Xiang Mama's high heels wobbled slightly. Was it truly something to boast about to be in the same class as a child 8 years younger? How could he so loudly proclaim it as a comfort to others? Oh no, it seems my son has truly lost his mind, Xiang Mama thought, feeling utterly defeated. Qin Mama, I will take my son along now. He is anxious to register, Xiang Mama said, her face flushed with embarrassment, grasping her son's hand and swiftly departing.
I didn't mean to leave so soon.
Were we not registering together? Qin Papa exclaimed, still oblivious to the situation. Dad, stop shouting, Qin Shuhua said, pulling her oblivious father along. Wait, daughter. Why did they leave? Do they mean to steal the first spot? Qin Papa scratched his head in confusion, questioning Qin Shuhua.
Mom.
Let's go. This is too embarrassing. Qin Shuhua and her mother shot a glare at Qin Papa, who stood there clueless, and simply bypassed him, leaving together. Through their combined efforts, Qin Shuhua and Xiang Yun finally found themselves in the same class. However, one was a prodigy who had skipped a grade, while the other was a perennial repeat student. Oh dear, I apologize, classmate. I didn't mean to bump into you. Standing at the classroom door, Qin Shuhua was nearly knocked off balance by a classmate rushing in from behind. Fortunately, the boy caught her just in time to prevent her from colliding with the desk. Still shaken, Qin Shuhua glared at the boy, preparing to scold him, only to find he was quite handsome. Are you blind? You. Before she could finish her reprimand, the words died on her lips. Which girl could curse freely in front of a handsome boy? The boy, distinctly different from Xiang Yun, was clad in athletic wear and cradling a basketball in his arms. In that moment, Qin Shuhua thought to herself, how surprising that there are sporty boys of this age who do not obsess over cartoons or superheroes. Who are you? Let go of my hand. As Qin Shuhua was about to fall, Xiang Yun rushed over, but he was a moment too late. Staring coldly at the boy still gripping Qin Shuhua's wrist, he commanded, let her go. Upon hearing Xiang Yun's voice, Qin Shuhua's gaze shifted from the boy's face. Noticing her wrist still held captive, she quickly smiled and freed herself. Hey, if I hadn't caught you just now, you would have fallen. Are you really this ungrateful? The boy, now released, expressed his displeasure. If you hadn't bumped into me, would I have fallen? Qin Shuhua retorted. Her fighting spirit ignited as she assessed the handsome boy who clearly could not discern right from wrong. Hearing the girl's sharp retort, Gu Zidong's previously displeased expression transformed into a smile. Interesting, this is turning out to be quite entertaining, he mused. He responded with a comment that seemed entirely unrelated, leaving Qin Shuhua at a loss for words. What did you just say? Qin Shuhua, hello, I am Gu Zidong. Are you out of your mind? I don't even know you. Xiang Yun, let's go. For reasons she couldn't fathom, Qin Shuhua felt an inexplicable turmoil within her upon hearing his ordinary introduction. She sensed that this individual's arrival would somehow alter the course of her world. Qin Shuhua, it matters not that you do not recognize me now. I shall ensure you remember me. How self-absorbed. You are not someone of significance. Qin Shuhua paused momentarily before firmly grasping Xiang Yun's hand and walking towards their seats. Once seated, Xiang Yun remained visibly unsettled, casting wary glances towards Gu Zidong, who had settled in the back row. How could it be him? Is this a coincidence? Or did he come here intentionally? Brother Xiang Yun, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. He didn't injure you, did he? Xiang Yun gently ruffled Qin Shuhua's hair, his expression tinged with concern. Of course not. Let us not dwell on him. It's rather disheartening. However, dear Brother Xiang Yun, I am particularly curious about one thing. Ask away. Brother Xiang Yun, how did you manage to cheat your way into Class 1? Could you possibly share your secrets with me? As he observed the eager little girl resting her chin on his arm, Xiang Yun felt a surge of irritation. The moment Qin Shuhua noticed him turning to scrutinize her, a shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to swiftly abandon the inquiry. Never mind, I won't ask anymore. Brother Xiang Yun, you are truly stingy. She pouted, yet obediently settled back into her seat. Everyone recognized her as a prodigy, a child of extraordinary talent, yet unbeknownst to them, Xiang Yun surpassed her brilliance. The adults at home believed they were providing Xiang Yun with tutoring, unaware that it was he who consistently encouraged her studies. However, his direct admission into Class 1 indeed astonished Qin Shuhua. It seemed that Xiang Yun's previous annual academic downturn had been a deliberate wait for her. As classmates gradually entered and took their seats, the contrast between the tall Xiangyun and the petite Qin Shuhua rendered them an odd pair within the classroom. Yet, Qin Shuhua remained unfazed. Had she been compelled to adhere strictly to the traditional educational path, she would have driven him to madness. After a brief interval, a strikingly beautiful female teacher entered the room. Standing at the lectern, she scanned the classroom until her gaze met Qin Shuhua's, playfully winking at her. Upon noticing that Xiangyun was seated beside Qin Shuhua, the teacher's expression shifted slightly. Qin Shuhua, you are rather small. Would you like to sit up front? Promptly called upon, Qin Shuhua stood up. Upon hearing the teacher's suggestion, Xiangyun cast a disapproving glance at the instructor. The teacher, feeling a pang of unease under his scrutinizing gaze, found herself unexpectedly perspiring despite the fact that he was merely a child. Teacher, my eyesight is quite good. I can see perfectly from here, Qin Shuhua replied diplomatically, declining the offer. The teacher, initially intending to persuade her further, decided against it upon noticing Xiangyun beside her. As long as Qin Shuhua can see, that is sufficient. Now, I will call the roll. Those whose names are called, please stand so everyone can become acquainted. Chapter 57. Classroom conflict. The teacher, sensing the tension, deftly shifted the topic, picking up the attendance sheet in her hand. Wang Tianhu, a chubby boy, stood up and waved specifically in the direction of Xiangyun. Xiangyun, do you know him? Qin Shuhua inquired curiously, glancing at the brooding figure beside her. Xiangyun cast a fleeting glance at the boy, shaking his head in response. Then why did he greet you? How would I know? Xiangshen, I know, interrupted a voice from behind as a boy leaned in. That chubby guy is someone who repeated a year with Xiangshen. They were in the same class before. Xiangshen probably didn't pay much attention to such minor characters. You must understand, the guys in the back row worship Xiangyun like a deity. A lanky boy chimed in uninvited. At this, Qin Shuhua couldn't help but laugh. Wow, Xiangyun, I didn't realize you were so famous. You're someone else's idol now, she teased, observing his stoic expression. Indeed, Xiangshen is like a god in our realm of underachievers. Many would give anything to be in the same class as him. Have you said enough? Do you want to die? Xiangyun, maintaining his stern demeanor, slowly addressed the boys behind him. Hole, what are you whispering about? Stand up. The teacher at the podium, clearly displeased, tossed a piece of chalk in their direction. Hole, feeling as though he had received a pardon, stood up with a grin, relieved to be called out by the teacher instead of facing Xiangshen's wrath. Xiangyun, you aren't really angry, are you? Qin Shuhua asked playfully. No, he haughtily denied, though inwardly, he was cursing Hole for daring to embarrass him in front of his woman. Suddenly, a fashionable girl named Kei Sinyu rose, and the atmosphere in the classroom shifted noticeably, with the boys murmuring amongst themselves. Xiangshen, she's the beauty of our class. Good-looking and academically gifted. Honestly, I have my own motives for transferring here. Yet Hole, oblivious as ever, continued his commentary. At least half the boys in class like her.
I have no chance.
Qin Shuhua admired his knowledge of everyone in the class, despite the fact that many had just met. Hole seemed to know the history of each student, even which class they came from and whom they had pursued. As Qin Shuhua showed interest in these schoolyard tidbits, Xiangyun chose not to stop the incessant chatter of Hole. With Qin Shuhua sitting beside him, he found himself more inclined to listen. As the classmates suddenly appeared more amiable, due to the prominence of Xiangyun and Qin Shuhua, the teacher did not call on them this time. As she closed the attendance sheet, the students assumed roll call was complete, only to hear the teacher speak again. Class, aside from the new students, we have a transfer student today. Gu Zidong, please stand and receive a warm welcome. The students offered a sparse applause, but no one stood. The teacher, feeling awkward, called the name again. Gu Zidong? Following her gaze, everyone turned to the last row, where a boy in black sportswear lay asleep on his desk. Showing no reaction to the roll call or the stares of his classmates, a concerned student from the front turned and gently shook him.
Gu Zidong.
The teacher is calling you. Yet, Gu Zidong merely donned his hat and continued to slumber, seemingly irritated by the interruption. Teacher, it seems Gu is asleep, a student remarked. Observing the scene, the teacher's face turned green with anger upon witnessing such audacity. Who is this kid? He's even more impressive than you, Shangshan. He's definitely from out of town. Ho Lei exclaimed, astonished, as he patted Shang Yun's shoulder. Ho Lei, how do you know he's from out of town? Qin Shuhua chuckled, shaking her head. A figure like that, I've never even heard of him. He must not be from around here. Otherwise, I would have already taken him under my wing. Despite the jest, Qin Shuhua couldn't help but believe in Ho Lei's uncanny ability to recognize people. Gu Zidong, step outside. The teacher's voice grew increasingly furious. Even Qin Shuhua felt a chill for Gu Zidong, who dared to challenge the teacher's authority. Finally, Gu Zidong stirred, slowly rising and rubbing his temples, clearly uninterested. Gu Zidong, get out if you want to sleep. The teacher reiterated sharply. Gu Zidong glanced at the teacher, smirked disdainfully, and walked to the front row, but abruptly halted. Hey you, did you just wake me up? Why yes, I was trying to wake you up. I'm sorry. The timid boy stammered, visibly frightened. Hearing this, Gu Zidong chuckled, then kicked over a chair. The unsuspecting boy fell to the ground, terror evident in his eyes. Gu Zidong, what are you doing? How can you bully a classmate? The teacher reprimanded, but Gu Zidong ignored her, stepping up to the podium. Shut up, I'm going out to sleep. With that, he strode out of the classroom, completely disregarding the teachers standing at the front. Once outside, the boy in front of Gu Zidong finally dared to voice his distress. He hit me.
I'm telling my mom, wah.
The classroom erupted into chaos, and the teacher's expression darkened. Prior to entering the classroom, all the other teachers had envied her for teaching such a promising class, with the prodigious Qin Shuhua among them. She briefly believed she had been rewarded for her good deeds. Yet, after the earlier incident, the beautiful teacher felt like crying. What kind of students had entered her class this year? Sitting in his seat, Shang Yun's expression grew complex. What was Gu Zidong's purpose in being here? Watching Qin Shuhua joke with Ho Lei beside him, he felt a twinge of fear. Would the events of the past repeat? Why must it be in this dimension? If it were a task from another realm, he could have helped Qin Shuhua complete it and left early. Yet he had altered her fate, wishing for her to live freely. Little did he anticipate Gu Zidong as timely arrival. Damn it, Shang Yun lamented, feeling both regret and guilt. Yet, having come this far,
He could only proceed step by step.
Shang Shun, Qin Shuhua, Tianhu and I are heading out for video games. Would you like to join us? Ho Lei asked, dumping his books on the desk and slinging an empty backpack over his shoulder.
Get lost.
Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of the provided text. All right. I'm off then. See you tomorrow, merchant god. Ho Lei, surprisingly unperturbed, said this with a playful grin as he exited the classroom alongside the chubby boy from this morning. Brother Shangyun, you ought to be a bit kinder to others. Otherwise, you may find yourself without friends. Qin Shuhua tilted her head, observing the unusually off-kilter demeanor of Shangyun today. I do not require friends. Shangyun methodically packed his bag and assisted Qin Shuhua in organizing hers as well. I do not need friends, Brother Shangyun. What then am I? Am I not your friend? Just as Qin Shuhua had ceased expecting a response from the taciturn boy, Shangyun finally spoke. Qin Shuhua, you are unlike the others. You are unique. Brother Shangyun, are you saying that I am your only friend? How delightful that you can express yourself. I forgive you. Observing the radiant smile on Qin Shuhua's face, Shangyun silently mused. Qin Shuhua, you are not merely a friend. You are the sole inhabitant of my entire world. Without you, I possess nothing. Yet, this profound sentiment remained a secret known only to him. After tidying up their bags, Shangyun slung one over each shoulder. Here I come. Qin Shuhua cheerfully bounced behind Shangyun, for today marked the first day they shared a desk together. As they stepped out of the classroom, a small figure unexpectedly blocked their path. Excuse me, may I ask if Sister Qin Shuhua is inside the classroom? A timid little girl in a pink princess dress gazed up at Shangyun with wide eyes. What do you need her for? Shangyun inquired, his tone innocuous, though perhaps his demeanor appeared somewhat intimidating. No sooner had he uttered the question than the petite girl began to cry. I'm sorry, I was looking for Sister Qin Shuhua. Boo-hoo. Such a little crybaby? The term suddenly sprang to mind for Shangyun, not because he remembered anyone by that name, but rather because it was a name Qin Shuhua often mentioned during her kindergarten days. Chapter 58. Bullying Tangwawar? As Qin Shuhua emerged from behind, she was taken aback by Shang Yun's words. Shang Yun, whom did you just mention? Upon stepping out, she truly beheld the tearful little one, Tang Guogua, whom she had not seen since her transition to elementary school. It had been a considerable time since their last encounter, and she was astonished to find her still in tears. Shang Yun, have you been unkind to her? Qin Shuhua turned and questioned Shang Yun earnestly. I have not. Shang Yun protested, shaking his hands in earnest. I merely spoke a single sentence. Qin Shuhua, you are indeed here. I missed you so much. Tang Guogua exclaimed, rushing into Qin Shuhua's embrace, her crying intensifying. Since her advancement to elementary school, she had barely seen Tang Guogua. And suddenly realizing that this year Tang Guogua was to enter first grade filled Qin Shuhua with a pang of guilt. Yet, Tang Guogua remained unchanged. Still the same little crybaby. Tang Guogua, after all this time, why do you still cry so easily? I'm not a crybaby.
It's just that he was mean to me.
Shang Yun, standing nearby, found himself unjustly shouldering the blame, staring incredulously at the tiny figure in Qin Shuhua's arms. He had lost his place, and now this little one dared to report him. Seeing Shang Yun's glare, Tang Guogua quickly hid behind Qin Shuhua. Shang Yun, what are you doing? Do not frighten Guogua. She is my little sister, and I will protect her. However, he did not anticipate that this concession would transform their once solitary world into a trio. Shang Yun Gij, it is because you waited for me that you have been held back in your studies. I am truly sorry. You are so much smarter than I am. Reflecting on the awkwardness of Mrs. Shang earlier that morning and the ridicule from classmates and teachers directed at Shang Yun, Qin Shuhua began to understand the trials he had faced during the years he had waited for her. Qin Shuhua, you need never apologize to me, Shang Yun replied. Why not, Shang Yun Gij? My mother said that when one errs, one must admit it and apologize courageously. Does merely apologizing guarantee forgiveness? Qin Shuhua, if someone has deeply hurt you and later regrets it, apologizing, would you truly forgive them? Shang Yun suddenly halted, his expression tense as he gazed at Qin Shuhua. I do not know. She shook her head honestly, yet a flicker of disappointment crossed Shang Yun's eyes, prompting her to add, Shang Yun Gij, I do not know. However, I believe that if the apology is sincere, forgiveness will follow. Shang Yun found amusement in the earnestness and comfort in her tone, chuckling as he ruffled her hair before continuing onward. Qin Shuhua, let us go. I was merely teasing you earlier. Observing Shang Yun's retreating figure, Qin Shuhua sensed a lingering sadness in him. Ever since their encounter with Gu Zidong, Shang Yun had exhibited peculiar behavior. Could there be something unusual about that individual? Xiao Shuhua, you are home. How was school today? Did you get along well with your classmates and teachers? As soon as Qin Shuhua entered, her mother peered out from the kitchen, chattering incessantly. Yes, it was pleasant, Qin Shuhua nodded, recalling the earlier confrontation between the homeroom teacher and Gu Zidong. After exchanging a few brief words with her mother, Qin Shuhua retreated to a secluded corner. Initiating system. Qin Shuhua swiftly manipulated the controls, needing to complete her task before her parents unexpectedly appeared. Character inquiry. Identity information. Gu Zidong. 5th grade, Maple Leaf Elementary School. Qin Shuhua focused intently on the computer screen, eager to uncover the identity of this suddenly appearing individual. Yet, the system query took an unusually long time, and the screen eventually displayed only a single word. Query result. None. What does none mean? Qin Shuhua stared at the solitary character floating in midair, feeling bewildered. In the adjacent room, Shang Yun experienced a similar predicament, gazing at the blank system screen while stroking his chin. Thankfully, his permissions exceeded Qin Shuhua's, allowing him to inquire further from the Intelligence Core. Activating Intelligence Core, boss. How may I assist you? Eliminate the dimensional entity Gu Zidong. Dimensional task incomplete, player may not exit. So, he was on a mission. But what was that mission? Intelligence Core, review Gu Zidong's task. Advanced player information is confidential. Damn, I am your superior. You dare to tell me it is confidential? I must see it. Shang Yun's frustration mounted as he read the words on the screen. The Intelligence Core remained silent for a moment after processing Shang Yun's words. Ever since he had taken over the pure white space, he had not ceased to create trouble for himself, repeatedly breaking the rules for a player named Qin Shuhua. maintaining system stability, automatically encrypting this player's information.
Ah,
Not only will you not show me, but you also encrypt it? Shang Yun, who had planned to hack the system again, halted his actions upon witnessing the forced encryption by the intelligence core. Not willing to relent, he softened his approach. Intelligence core, I have saved you. Please, just this once. The intelligence core considered him with exasperation, finding his audacity infuriating. Task keywords, family. After displaying these words, the screen vanished entirely. Thank you, intelligence core. Regardless of whether the intelligence core could perceive his gratitude, Shang Yun felt compelled to express it. Before he had fully tamed the intelligence core, it remained a cold repository of information. This was largely due to his modifications to the entire system of the pure white space, which he had tailored for his own use, later finding it too sterile and devoid of human warmth. Thus, he dedicated considerable time to instilling emotional management and human-like reasoning into the intelligence core, transforming it into a system capable of not only executing commands but also analyzing and comparing the feasibility of various solutions before presenting the best option to its superior.
now.
Shang Yun felt as though he had unwittingly placed a stone upon his own foot. Family? He murmured, contemplating the keyword provided by the intelligence core. If it pertained to family, it should bear no connection to Qin Shuhua. As long as he did not harm her, he would certainly not act against Gu Zidong. After reviewing the information, Shang Yun felt reassured. He settled at the table, preparing to cover Qin Shuhua's books. The next day, as Qin Shuhua stepped outside, she encountered Shang Yun, who had been waiting at her door. Shang Yun Gage, how long have you been waiting here? Why didn't you come in to call me? I was concerned you might be anxious. Let us go, he replied, as Qin Shuhua trailed closely behind like a little shadow. Unexpectedly, Shang Yun halted, nearly causing Qin Shuhua to collide with him. Qin Shuhua, why are you hiding behind me? Come here. At Shang Yun's call, Qin Shuhua hurried to his side. Here is some milk for you. Shang Yun rummaged through his bag and produced a bottle of milk for Qin Shuhua. Over the years, he had consistently shared his milk with her, and she had grown accustomed to it. Without hesitation, she accepted it and took a few sips. The residents of their apartment building often remarked that Shang Yun treated her as if she were his own sister, always sharing his treats and accommodating her wishes, resembling a protective older brother. Qin Shuhua felt delighted by this, yet remained puzzled as to why Shang Yun grew irritated whenever others referred to him as her brother. Sternly insisting, I am not your biological brother, understand? Though she did not grasp the reason behind his annoyance, she would nod in understanding. As they walked a short distance, they heard Tang Guogua's soft, melodious voice ahead. Shang Yun Gage, listen, it is Tang Guogua. While contemplating how to naturally hold Qin Shuhua's hand while crossing the street, Shang Yun was suddenly taken aback by a remark that left him visibly displeased. Qin Shuhua, you must have misheard. It couldn't possibly be her.
How could that be?
Let's go take a look. Shang Yun intended to deflect the situation, but to his surprise, Qin Shuhua had already dashed out of the alley. With a sigh, he had no choice but to follow her. As soon as they turned the corner, Qin Shuhua spotted Tang Guogua, along with the unmistakable presence of Gu Zidong beside her. Tang Guogua, Qin Shuhua called out as she rushed towards them, only to notice the tear stains adorning Tang Guogua's face. Turning her gaze to Gu Zidong, she observed his expression of impatience and irritation. Sister Qin Shuhua, I came to find you to go to school together, Tang Guogua said. Her tears replaced by a smile upon seeing Qin Shuhua. Have you been bullied again? Qin Shuhua asked, glancing at the smiling Tang Guogua and then at the clearly unfriendly Gu Zidong standing nearby. Upon hearing the question, Tang Guogua initially shook her head, but upon meeting Qin Shuhua's probing gaze, she nodded in acknowledgement. Since you are all here, I shall take my leave.
Wait.
Seeing Gu Zidong attempt to walk away, Qin Shuhua called out to him from behind. Shang Yun, understanding her intention, stepped in front of Gu Zidong, blocking his path.
Gu Zidong,
you think you can just walk away after bullying a child? Such a thing does not occur without consequence. I bullied her? Gu Zidong incredulously retorted, pointing at Tang Guogua in disbelief. Gu Zidong, are you too cowardly to even admit it? This child is under my protection, and no one has the right to bully her. I have no interest in bullying a child like her. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself. In that brief moment, Qin Shuhua's mind conjured numerous scenarios of how Gu Zidong had menaced Tang Guogua, threatening her to keep silent. Gu Zidong, you certainly bullied Tang Guogua. You cannot leave. Qin Shuhua positioned herself protectively in front of Tang Guogua, glaring at Gu Zidong. Even as Tang Guogua attempted to clarify the situation, Qin Shuhua remained convinced she was merely a victim of intimidation. Observing the fuming Qin Shuhua and the flustered Tang Guogua, Shang Yun had reached a conclusion. Qin Shuhua, Gu Zidong did not bully the child. Let him go. Shang Yun's unexpected interjection caught Qin Shuhua off guard as he stepped aside to allow Gu Zidong to leave. This action infuriated Qin Shuhua, who swiftly grasped Gu Zidong's clothing to prevent his escape. Brother Shang Yun, how can you be so sure it wasn't him? We have only just met him. Gu Zidong, surprised by Shang Yun's defense, had initially intended to leave, but now seemed intrigued by the unfolding drama. Indeed. My dear Shang Yun, I too am curious about how you know it wasn't me. Faced with the simultaneous inquiries from both Qin Shuhua and Gu Zidong, Shang Yun furrowed his brow. Qin Shuhua, behave. Let him go. No matter the circumstances, he would never bully a child. Shang Yun's words conveyed a familiarity with Gu Zidong that suggested a deeper connection than mere acquaintances. Since he is your friend, Shang Yun, I shall tentatively trust you. Gu Zidong, Qin Shuhua said slowly, her tone devoid of emotion. Upon hearing Shang Yun speak up for him, Gu Zidong's spirits lifted, and he approached Shang Yun with an air of camaraderie, draping an arm over his shoulder. Shang Yun, we are more than just friends. Have you forgotten we were once each other's only family? The last statement was uttered in a tone barely audible to the two of them. At that moment, Shang Yun felt a chill run through him, as if struck by a venomous dart. Family, such a distant memory, and yet here was Gu Zidong, laughing as if it were but a trivial matter. Sister Qin Shuhua, you have truly misunderstood Brother Gu. He was the one who helped me drive away the boy who was bullying me, not the other way around. He did not threaten me at all. Tang Guogua, blushing, cast a quick glance at Gu Zidong as she explained to Qin Shuhua once again. Gu Zidong, since you are Shang Yun's friend, you shall also be my friend. Qin Shuhua, for the misunderstanding earlier, I offer you my apologies. Qin Shuhua extended her hand gracefully toward Gu Zidong. Dear sister, why not call me Brother Zidong as you did before? Gu Zidong suggested with a playful smirk. Before? Qin Shuhua echoed in confusion, while Shang Yun tensed at Gu Zidong's words, fearing he might reveal something shocking. Oh, I once knew a little sister just your age, who used to follow us around like a shadow. I must have mixed up my memories. Isn't that right, Shang Yun? As they entered the classroom, Qin Shuhua immediately noticed their strict homeroom teacher, visibly agitated at the podium. The other students gazed at them with looks of sympathy, while Hole shot them an admiring glance. Realizing the impending reprimand, Qin Shuhua thought to herself, this is surely going to end in a scolding. Qin Shuhua, why are you just standing there? Come on. The previously calm atmosphere in the classroom was abruptly shattered by Gu Zidong's loud voice as he entered. Gu Zidong, be quiet. The teacher is angry. Qin Shuhua urgently tugged at Gu Zidong's arm, whispering in concern. Naturally, Qin Shuhua and Shang Yun followed him into the classroom. The teacher, initially poised to speak, fell silent upon seeing Gu Zidong enter. Ahem, since all the students have arrived, we shall commence the lesson, the homeroom teacher declared, feigning composure as he resumed the class. Shang Yun, Sister Qin, you both are impressive. This teacher is notorious for being strict, yet he hasn't punished you. As soon as they sat down, Hole leaned forward, eager to share his thoughts. What, Hole? Do you wish for us to be punished? Of course not. How could I dare? Qin Shuhua, Shang Yun called her name, glancing over at her without elaborating further. Brother Shang Yun, what's wrong? Stay away from him. Him? Hole? Shang Yun remained silent, his gaze fixed on Qin Shuhua. Oh, I see. You mean Gu Zidong, but why? Qin Shuhua had already sensed the tension between Shang Yun and Gu Zidong. However, she had been waiting for Shang Yun to explain, but he remained tight-lipped this time. Qin Shuhua, this is something you need not concern yourself with. Just do as I say. Pouting in response to Shang Yun's words, Qin Shuhua decided if he wouldn't reveal the reason, she would seek the truth herself. Stealing a glance at Gu Zidong's desk, she found him sprawled across it, fast asleep. How brazen! Qin Shuhua mused inwardly, though Gu Zidong did not seem as terrible as she initially thought. After class, Shang Yun led Gu Zidong to a secluded corner of the campus. Gu Zidong, what exactly are you planning? Upon hearing Shang Yun's inquiry, Gu Zidong simply laughed, leaning against Shang Yun's shoulder in a rather flirtatious manner. Shang Yun, we have not seen each other for a long time, upon our first reunion. Are you truly so unwelcoming? Gu Zidong, remove your hand. Go back to where you came from. Shang Yun sidestepped, causing the unprepared Gu Zidong to nearly lose his balance. Yet he remained unperturbed. Oh, I forgot. Now that you have Qin Shuhua, you have forsaken me, your family.
Gu Zidong,
You are fully aware of what you did back then. Shang Yun's words were nearly a growl, filled with suppressed anger. Just wait and see. Qin Shuhua will choose me again, just as she did in the past. Gu Zidong observed as Shang Yun's complexion gradually paled, and a satisfied smile graced her lips as she departed. Within the classroom, Qin Shuhua was engaged in playful banter with Tang Guogua when they spotted the cheerful Gu Zidong entering. Brother Gu, I've brought candies for you and Sister Shuhua. Before Qin Shuhua could greet her, Tang Guogua dashed to the entrance, eager to take Gu Zidong's hand. Unaccustomed to physical contact, Gu Zidong was about to shake off Tang Guogua's grip, but hesitated upon seeing Qin Shuhua seated nearby, recalling that this little one was under her protection. Thus, she endured the situation. Furthermore, being led by that small hand imparted a surprisingly pleasant sensation, far from the dreadful experience she had envisioned. Witnessing the formidable Gu Zidong being so docilely led by Tang Guogua, Qin Shuhua couldn't help but smile with maternal delight, realizing that her little friend seemed quite fond of Gu Zidong. Pray tell, are you here to play with me, or are you seeking the gallant hero? Gu? A voice interrupted, and upon noticing the diminutive Tang Guogua, Hole reached out to pat her head. Yet, before his hand could reach her, Gu Zidong seized his arm. Although Gu Zidong appeared to exert little force, no matter how hard Hole struggled, he could not free himself. So you're Gu Zidong's sister. I shall not dare to touch again, he said with a sheepish grin, prompting Gu Zidong to release him. From that moment on, the entire class became aware that Tang Guogua was Gu Zidong's sister, and thus, not to be trifled with. Days passed, and Qin Shuhua busied herself with her studies in preparation for the impending examinations. Tang Guogua's visits had noticeably diminished, a change that even Gu Zidong began to notice, prompting her to inquire several times about Tang Guogua's absence. Perhaps, having grown accustomed to Tang Guogua's presence, her sudden disappearance left Gu Zidong feeling somewhat out of sorts. Soon enough, the day of the examination arrived. Shang Yun sat at the desk, meticulously counting the stationery Qin Shuhua would require for the test. 2 ballpoint pens, 2 pencils, 2 erasers, 2. Brother Shang, why is it always 2?
she asked.
For backup, he replied.
Oh,
She exclaimed, as he continued to verify her examination credentials. Examination room and seat number, interrupted by Qin Shuhua's interjection. Brother Shang, this time, do not hold back. Show everyone your true prowess. Seeing the sparkle in Qin Shuhua's eyes, Shang Yun instinctively nodded. During the examination, both Shang Yun and Qin Shuhua breezed through the questions with ease. Suddenly, a voice shattered the classroom's tranquility. Teacher, I am submitting my paper. Gu Zidong stood up, drawing everyone's gaze as she approached the podium. Student, how can you be finished so quickly? Have you submitted a blank paper? The teacher began, but before completing her sentence, Gu Zidong had already exited. However, upon reviewing the paper, the supervising teacher refrained from stopping her. Wow. Gu Zidong submitted a blank paper. Qin Shuhua heard Holei's hushed excitement from behind and shook her head disapprovingly. Following this small incident involving Gu Zidong, the rest of the class, spurred by a sudden rush of motivation, resumed their writing fervently. Qin Shuhua found herself tackling the final bonus question but was puzzled as the system was no longer calculating the answer for her, forcing her to do the calculations manually. Upon encountering the bonus question, Qin Shuhua already had a solution process in mind. However, the thought of crunching through a slew of numbers dissuaded her from proceeding. Meanwhile, Shang Yun had also reached the last question early on. Having calculated the answer on scrap paper, he glanced at Qin Shuhua, who was biting the end of her pencil, wondering if she had stumbled upon a challenging problem. Remembering that he had deliberately disabled the system for Qin Shihua the night before the exam, Zhang Yun felt a twinge of guilt. Forget it, I won't attempt the last question. That way, I won't compete with Qin Shihua for the top spot, he resolved, setting his pen down and closing his eyes to rest. Teacher, I am submitting my paper. Another melodious voice rang out, and all eyes turned, revealing none other than Qin Shihua.